Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 151, Hibjorn Flowers and Concert Great City's Lord's Castle. Verna was playing the legana in the concert hall at the top. Legana is a keyboard instrument that can be considered the organ of this world. On the earth where Elle lived, a keyboard instrument called the organ was played long before the piano appeared. There is a similar instrument in this world, and its name is legana. Legana means a lot to Berna. It was her only dream while she was trapped. After being forced to marry, the only thing she requested from Count Grey was this instrument. His own mother, who died screaming, was a legana that his mother often played. The image was so strongly imprinted in young Verna's brain that she longed for this instrument. Afterwards, legana became, in a sense, the medium through which Verna fell in love with Count Grey. This legana is installed in the hall at the top of the castle. The ceiling of the hall, which draws a round arch, has a spire when viewed from the outside. Inside the tall spire, the structure was built to make the instrument sound better. It was also a design that contained the affection of the Grey boy's father, the Earl of Grey. This concert hall was a gift from Count Grey for Verna. Therefore, Verna also had a very strong attachment to this concert hall. Verna's hand moves. The movements of the fingers were very passionate and very fast. Even at a glance, it is clear that he uses a considerable level of playing technique. So the melody that flows is also beautiful. The Grey boy was listening blankly to the performance in the background and then clapped as soon as Verna's fingers stopped. The Grey boy also likes to listen to Verna's performance. When she was young, Verna often played the legana with the Grey boy sitting next to her. Beads of sweat were hanging on Verna's forehead, and the boy took out a handkerchief and held it out. And then he let out an exclamation. "Mom, it seems like your skills are getting better. I have never heard a performance like this even in the capital. Why are you so embarrassed? It's not that great." "Oh no, is it true?" The more the Grey boy praised, the more Verna's face darkened. And then, with a gloomy look on his face, he quietly shook his head at the boy. "It is not so. I think my playing skills are really poor." Now Verna is by no means shaking from humility. What can I do by showing off my son's humility? The nuances in her voice were completely sincere. In other words, Verna actually thinks that way. Thanks to this, the Grey boy frowned slightly without Verna knowing. I tried to change that thought somehow, but it was no use. The Grey boy felt very sorry for that. Of course, I know the reason. A concert is held once a year in the capital. It is on a completely different scale from the concerts held in the estate. Also, although the name is a concert, in reality it is like a competition to compete against one another. No, it's clearly a competition. A competition is held where numerous nobles, including the emperor, participate and play the legana, and it is called the imperial concert. The legana was an instrument of great significance and popularity in the world. It is an instrument so deeply rooted in aristocratic society that all nobles learn this legana from birth. Therefore, this concert was the biggest event taking place in the empire. It is a large competition with such a long tradition. However, Verna could not learn legana, which all nobles must learn. The reason is, of course, because Count Dedrin imprisoned his daughter without treating her like a human being. Count Dedrin had not invested much in his chess pieces. It started belatedly with the help of Count Grey. Although she learned it late, she learned it quickly, so when Count Grey was still healthy, Verna once participated in this very concert with the Count. But the results were disastrous, a whopping last place. Verna has never played the legana in front of Count Grey since then. She thought that her husband's reputation had been lost because of her poor skills. The trauma continued even after her husband fell into a vegetative state and collapsed. You can play it alone, and he can play in front of the Grey boy who has been taking care of him since he was young. But especially I can't do it in front of my husband. As my skills improve, I will be able to hit it. You can show yourself that you have grown by playing music in the ears of your fallen husband. I practiced like crazy with that in mind, but the results were always the same. I couldn't press the keys on the legana next to my husband. This is Count Grey, who liked his playing more than anyone else. So there was a time when I thought that if I played music, it wouldn't be like a lie. The more I did it, the more I couldn't hit it. People who don't know it might dismiss it as just music. Verna believed that music was the crystallization of love that connected her and her husband, so she was stubborn that she could never let it go. I want to somehow play in front of my husband. I don't really want it to happen. I just wanted to show my growth. If people listened to my performance and liked it, even if it was in my heart or deep in my soul while I was down, that would have been enough. The problem is that you can't hit it at all. For Verna, it was nothing short of a burden on her heart. This is trauma. Even if I want to hit it, I can't. The events of that day are replayed. The face of her husband who loved her performance. When I replayed the events of that day when my face was painted, I felt nauseous instead of playing. Verna was a very pure person. My childhood was spent trapped. Even after marrying into the Grey family, she rarely left the Lord's castle. Because she was her father's scarecrow, she was unable to learn anything about aristocratic society that she had to learn as a child. Because of Count Dedrin's thoughts and ambition that if he learned how to think, he would learn and become smarter, he would rebel against him one day, and he could not learn anything other than writing. Therefore, I did not know that the Imperial Concert was not simply a place to purely evaluate skills. He didn't know the real reason why he had no choice but to be in last place, and Count Grey couldn't explain it. After that, he fell after being tricked by Count Dedrin. Verna was unable to escape the trauma because the person who was supposed to resolve it had fallen. In fact, Count Grey, who knew the true nature of the concert, had no intention of sending Verna to the concert. That also happened due to Count Dedrin's trick, an inevitable choice. Therefore, no one could know whether Verna was truly worthy of last place or not. The Grey boy believed that this incident was the cause of Verna's trauma. Therefore, I thought that the only way to recover from that was to participate in the concert again and make good grades, so I tried to persuade Verna. Mom, that was then, and now it's different because you've already been practicing for a few years. You can get enough recognition. I think it's possible to win. No way doesn't exist. It could be so. Since this kind of trauma occurred at that concert, wouldn't the best way to stop the pain be to go to the concert again? I think that if you get good grades, you will naturally forget those memories and be able to confidently play to your father. That. Verna pursed her lips at the Grey boy's words. Right, that was certain. She wanted to be heard. Right now. Every time I hear her play, I think of my husband's always smiling face. Even now, while I was just lying down, I was obsessed with the delusion that my husband would laugh if I told him how to play. So I don't know how much I tried to play Lagana next to my husband. But the results were all failures. She was the kind of woman who took care of her like that and taught her what joy in life is, but she could only end up last. My hands were shaking and I couldn't move. I am fine when I am practicing YY. So let's go out again. Even if you come in last place, it's still the same, and if you get a different result, you can come back with confidence. But in the meantime, I misunderstood my mother and couldn't do anything about it because of my family's circumstances, but it's different now, right? Now I think it's okay to go out again. Count Dedrin is no more. Verna's eyes wavered at the Grey boy's words. That made sense. If I get different results and can show that I have grown, I will be able to confidently play Lagana in front of my husband. Verna clenched her fists, and then he held the boy's hand. It didn't take long for me to nod quietly, but if there is a problem, the Grey boy is also just a political prospect who is starting to grow little by little. He is still too young to understand the huge whirlwind of imperial politics. Therefore, the Grey boy had no idea that the political threads of the concert were intertwined. Imperial capital. Delian, one of the 4 dukes, was looking at the concert participation list. Delian is a member of the royal family. Among the royal family, he was the owner of the Delian family, which produced the most emperors in the empire. He was also an unlucky man whose line of succession to the throne was very far apart, because the last emperor was born from a collateral line rather than a direct lineage. A man who could have ascended to the throne if he had been born 100 years earlier. But he still has enough power as is. He is the owner of the Delian duchy, which produced as many as 13 emperors. Therefore, he had the greatest power among the 4 dukes, and in his heart, he had an ambition to produce another emperor from the Delian duchy. Of course, that ambition does not mean rebellion. Rather, there was a regular method, because the next emperor who ascends the throne does not necessarily have to be the current crown prince. The duke's mansion. In the study, Delian opened his mouth, handing the list he was reading to his hand, Count Mitchell. Look about halfway down that page there. Are you talking about the middle? Hearing the duke's words, Count Mitchell began to quickly look through the list. I chant middle, middle, middle in my heart, and then I read the middle name. The name written there was Verna Grey. Do you mean Verna Great? When Count Mitchell carefully checked, Duke Delian waved his hand to indicate that he had guessed it right. Okay. She was the daughter of that bastard, Count Dedrin. It's dirty. Chapter 152, Hibhirn flower and concert sorry for my sin. Ill take it out right away. In order to cover up all their sins related to Count Dedrin, they made Count Dedrin a disgrace to the nobility. With one mind, without conflict between forces. Therefore, Count Dedrin's superiors were safe, but Count Dedrin and his subordinates, who were single culprits of everything, were branded as dirty beings. Duke Delian is a typical aristocrat who does not regard non-nobles as human beings. That's why I didn't like the idea of a dirty being involved. I didn't recognize him for a while because he was using the name Great. Why does the Grey family recognize the enemy's daughter as the Count's wife? Take action immediately. However, it was not only because of uncleanness that Duke Delian pointed out that name. Therefore, Duke Delian slowly shook his head. That's your family's business. There is no need to interfere with such things. It's not even from our family. Is that so? Count Mitchell could not guess why Duke Delian had mentioned Verna Gregg. This is the person who made people read that name to themselves without even saying it themselves because they thought it was dirty. Of course, I thought it was an order to exclude them because I didn't want to see them. It's easier to deal with it that way. However, it didn't seem like that was what he meant, so I had to break into a cold sweat because I didn't know what to say. Duke Delian looked at Count Mitchell with a frustrated expression and raised his hand. Then he pointed with his finger at the clock lying in the study. Why is the clock ah? Count Mitchell is not an idiot either. The Grey family and clock. Since those two things were related, I was happy to finally find out the true meaning of Duke Delian. Is that so? In that case, I guess we should roast and boil the current Earl of Grey's baby. Duke Delian finally nodded with a satisfied expression. It's not good for dirt to get involved, but the Grey family is worth using. By making watches and paying the profits directly to the Emperor, he temporarily avoided the obligation to join the powerful. Due to complicated circumstances, we issued an imperial order that we do not need to belong to other forces for the time being. That's right. So, isn't that why other ducal houses are just leaving it alone for now? But it is free will after all. Although he avoided his duty, what Emperor Ming declared was that he did not have to belong to another force. Therefore, if you think that you should seek power normally from the Grey family, the imperial title becomes invalid. Yes, this is truly broad insight. Majesty, the empire is feudalism. On Earth, it is similar to the feudal system of Asia, but it is a country that modified it and created its own system. The emperor only takes over and runs direct jurisdiction. The land of the empire is so large that it is difficult for the emperor to manage it all. Therefore, the land, excluding direct territories, is divided and ruled by the great nobles. Dukes and marquises from the royal family belong to this great noble family. The emperor levies a set tax in return for allocating land to the great nobles. The great nobles redistribute this large territory to the local powers belonging to their power, that is, the counts, and recognize the ownership and right to rule the territory. This is the lord spoken of in this world. The only person who can become a lord is a count or higher, and the lords pay taxes to the great nobles just as the great nobles pay taxes to the emperor. In other words, taxes are from the people of the empire to the lords. From lords to great nobles. The great nobility flows to the emperor. The exception is the nobles of the emperor's direct territories. In this case, taxes flow directly from the lord to the emperor. Of course, the lord takes a certain percentage of the taxes that the people pay to the lord. The great nobles only pay a certain percentage of the taxes collected from numerous nobles to the emperor. The source of income for nobles is ultimately taxes. The Grey family originally served a marquis from the imperial family. However, the marquis fell and collapsed, and the emperor recovered the marquis territory and redistributed it to the great nobles. However, in the case of the Grey family, since its owner, the earl, had fallen, and since it was originally a small provincial town with little tax revenue, distribution was postponed until the son grew up and inherited the earldom. In any case, Great City was not under the direct control of the emperor. It is a land that must belong to a great noble family. This is the core of imperial feudalism. Even after Grey Boy inherited the earldom, the emperor again withheld the distribution of this land for reasons of clock. However, under imperial law, there is no excuse to prevent the Grey family from seeking the faction they wish to directly belong to. Since it is not under the direct control of the emperor, It must naturally belong to the territory of one of the great nobles, and the Grey family must pay taxes to the great nobles to which it belongs. Those taxes are now flowing directly to the emperor. Moreover, the Duke of Delian was very displeased with the fact that now that clocks were spreading across the continent, a huge amount of money was going solely to the emperor. Isn't it obvious why he said he would participate in the concert? Now that the Grey family, which owns undistributed territory, is paying a large amount of taxes to the emperor, they may have chosen to participate in the concert to find a great noble to belong to through negotiations or to explore the political scene in advance for greater political ambitions. That's how the Duke of Delian interpreted the actions of the Grey family, who had not participated until now but then suddenly appeared. If not, you are either a huge idiot or too naive, because it's a kid. I don't know what it will be like, but I will prepare a place for now. So be it. At first, it would be better to offer lower taxes than the emperor. Political activity is also guaranteed. First, it's a carrot. And in the future, if he is useful, we should use him. If not, we should think about changing the owner of the territory. All right, we will proceed as is, the Grey family. The lords of the undivided territories participated in the concert and showed their faces in central politics. That fact was also passed on to other dukes. So, it goes without saying that everyone is starting to think the same way. The problem of deciding where the Grey family, whose territory distribution is being delayed due to the emperor's incomprehensible protection, should pay taxes. The problem was rapidly becoming a matter of greater concern because of the clock. Except for Duke Tewulan. Come here, what brings you here? Since this body has come, of course you must come here, Rurin boldly claimed as he teleported into the elf's clinic. Serena was reading something in her and Alina's small room inside the clinic and looked at Rurin with an absurd expression. And if Alina teleports to the doctor's office, there will be an uproar. Are you going to get scolded by Elle? Noisy. Am I stupid? The sense of position is perfect. Perfect. No, you're an idiot. Serena snorted in response to Rurin's assertion and then said once again, bar the word bow was exaggerated and exaggerated with a large mouth. Lulin, seeing that, raised her eyebrows and began to grab Serena's hair and pull it. Ah! A huge commotion soon broke out along with Serena's scream. It is a secret to the two dragons that Alina was so surprised that she ran into the room instead of performing the treatment. But when she saw Rurin there, she quietly closed the door and returned to the treatment room. Prophet, just die, screams and screams. After a few short but intense minutes, the two dragons stopped panting and looked at each other. Serena's hair was a mess, and Lulin's clothes were dragged down, exposing her shoulders. Gasp. Huff, huff. Exhaling strongly, the two dragons sat down on the chairs in the room as if they had made a pact and started a snowball fight. So, why did you come here alone? Are you such a naughty kid that you secretly show up, early? Haha. Prophet, if you do that, I will really make you smoked dragon meat. As Rurin shouted as she adjusted her clothes, Serena also smoothed her hair and responded. Oh my, that looks delicious. It tastes bad like you. And then the staring at each other resumes. So, if you have nothing to do, go back, because this body is busy. However, the victory or defeat of this fight was decided by one word from Serena. This is because Lurin's expression was shattered when she was told to go back. The eyes that were glaring at Serena lowered to the ground, as if digging a tunnel. There was something I wanted to say, but my pride was so bad that I couldn't do it. After a long time of silence with a face full of just such thoughts, Serena yawned and finally managed to get a word out. There is such a thing, but saying that I could barely get it out was nonsense. Serena felt that she was not worth dealing with and threw up her hand. Then go back. Serena turns her eyes away from Rurin. Of course, Serena quickly guessed why Rurin was doing that. There is only one reason why that cheeky, fluffy little dragon is shy in front of you. I guess you want to get some advice about Elle. It was so obvious that even a passing dog could understand it. But that's the attitude. He's a funny guy. Serena was about to say that if she was that desperate, it would be better to give up her pride, but decided to hold back for now. Because Lulin's expression was so funny. Lulin is as good as Lulin is to death. My pride was already crushed by Serena's words telling me to go back. So, the desire to hit her and use teleportation to go away arose, but Lulin's reality is that she has no choice but to endure it because she has an earnest wish to suppress her pride. He clenched his fists and desperately bit his lip, while keeping his eyes on the ground and looking at Serena's face, then back and forth. It was a sight to see his face not knowing what to do, like a scared puppy. I think Elle is truly amazing for making this lump of pride come to this level. As Serena thought so, she had the face of a winner looking down at a very arrogant loser, and just looked at Rurin with her legs crossed. Ultimately, in any world, a thirsty person must dig a well. Rurin, whose eyes were wandering, finally made a decision and opened her mouth, looking straight at Serena. Elle, what do you want to say, take your moans somewhere else. Therefore, so what? More, wood. What more do you want to do? As Serena asked with a grin, Lulin's face began to turn red rapidly. I did as Serena said before, and the result was a kiss. Lulin, who wants to fall in love with Elmore, hates to admit it, but he has no choice but to come to Serena. Because her feelings for Elle were higher than her pride, Rurin came to ask her how to kiss Elle more often. That's it for now. I want to do it often. Nevertheless, Elle was in dire straits, like beans sprouting in a drought. So what Rurin wants to know is how to get Elle to kiss her. Her fatal flaw is that she always complains about wanting to be hugged first, and that she cannot be hugged or kissed first. Well, in a way, not rushing in first actually increased her attractiveness, but in any case, Rurin felt that she wanted Elle to always show affection first, that she was embarrassed to approach her first, and even thought that she didn't know what to do to properly engage in skinship. As a result, I had no choice but to become very passive. Serena said something with an amused expression on her face, as Lulin's current actions were tantamount to declaring defeat. Aren't you giving too much? Huh. Rurin tilted her head and came closer to Serena, and denied it. What are you giving me? I won't give it to you. What did you get for doing as I said? That was lucky. No, it has nothing to do with you. Besides, I was more annoyed because I ignored Elle and ran away. So what is the result? Kiki, kiss, oh no, there is something like that. Lulin couldn't finish speaking and turned his head away. Oh wow. Serena was feeling exactly like that right now. It's so fun I think I'll die. His expression was serious, but he was bursting into laughter inside. So do you need advice? No, are you sure not? When asked outright, Rurin immediately denied it like an idiot. So Serena said it was her last chance and asked again. Then this time, in a hushed voice, he said something different from before. No, but it's true, right or not. What is he saying now? In the end, Lulin declared total surrender and raised a white flag. Right, that's right, quake. Oh my, it's fun. While thinking that, Serena crossed her legs, because it was numb. Chapter 153, Hibjorn Flowers, and Concert the Grey Boy arrived in the capital with Verna. Although the Grey family is small in size, they are still a count in name and reality. A nobleman with a fiefdom for which the great nobles have the right to rule, ownership, and hereditary rights is a nobleman among nobles. The king of the nobles is a great nobleman called a duke. The empire has 3 such dukes. Usually, the number of nobles that a duke has under him exceeds 100. Here, the nobles he controls refer to counts, barons, viscounts, etc. The empire is divided into east, west, south, and north according to the feudal lords, and the lands in the east, west, south, and north are further divided into numerous fiefdoms. So, in fact, there are quite a few nobles among nobles. Of course, compared to the total population, it is a small number, less than 0. 1. In any case, among the nobles, the ranks are divided in various ways. The hierarchy is very strict. Therefore, following the chamberlain's advice that he should not be looked down on by noble society as long as he participated in the concert, the Grey Boy acquired a mansion belonging to a fallen noble family and stayed there. Of course, the top priority was to have Legana installed in the mansion to practice on. But it was not a problem because it was more difficult to find a mansion without Legana than a noble mansion in the capital. But the more it happened, the more the Grey Boy began to worry. Following his persuasion, Verna decided to participate in the concert. This trauma will ultimately have no choice but to be resolved at the source that gave it its cause. Verna, who had made up her mind, was concentrating on practicing while sleeping less at night. Every time the boy saw that, he became afraid of what would happen if Verna did not get the results he wanted. That's how I like playing. I wonder if this incident will cause them to completely let go of it. That kind of worry came to mind. Could it be that he was instigated for no reason? I kept thinking about this. But at the same time, I was confident that that would never happen. Verna's playing is so beautiful. It's not a preconceived notion that I am familiar with because I've heard it since I was young. This is a conclusion I came to after listening to a lot of other musicians. I remember my childhood. I remember my father, Count Grey, patting my shoulder with joy whenever my mother played. When I recall that happy memory, I am filled with the wish that Verna could at least resume playing next to her father and that I could watch the scene from his side. That wind probably wasn't a useless encouragement. Expectations and worries mix in your mind, making you increasingly timid, then bold, and then you move in a complicated way. No, I'm not worried about my mother's skills. The concerts I participated in when I was young must have been due to mistakes or nervousness. The boy was so sure that he started pounding his cheeks to shake off his timid worries. Master has arrived. Okay. At that time, the chief chamberlain of the Grey family opened the carriage door and spoke to the Grey boy. Little master. Alternatively, the Grey boy who was a master had already become a proud master to the subordinates of the territory. The place the Grey boy visited was the mansion of Duke Delian, one of the 3 dukes of Melek-Delian Empire. A mansion as large as its grandeur. The entrance was a huge gate, and the garden was so huge that you had to take a carriage to get to the main building of the mansion. On the way, the boy's eyes passed by the servants' mansion and stables, and only after passing the central fountain did the mansion appear. In fact, the Grey boy had been planning to help the crown prince and learn about central politics since the dinner party where he dealt with the Duke of Tamurin. But soon that thought changed. This was because he decided that learning from Elle was much better than going into central politics. There is only one reason to visit this place. This is because the Duke of Delian personally invited it. I didn't meet the great nobleman who could even drop birds just because a nobleman from a country estate like Grey boy wanted to meet him. Welcome, I am Count Mitchell. I am Count Grey. I am honored to have you invite me. Count Mitchell, the Duke's servant, was there to meet them in front of the mansion, so the two immediately headed towards their destination. The mansion, with numerous maids and servants moving in perfect order, was as grand as the imperial palace. Whenever Count Mitchell and the Grey boy passed by, they stopped what they were doing, bowed, and did not move. Only after the two people have completely passed by do you straighten up again and resume work. After passing the scene, I stopped in front of a room with a majestic, huge door. Beyond that door was Duke Delian's study. On the way back to the temporary residence in the capital, inside the carriage, the Grey boy sighed deeply. If I had known it would be like this, I would have asked my teacher for advice. I felt embarrassed for not knowing that a concert was such a complicated thing, and I felt like hitting myself for cheating on Verna without knowing about the complex involvement of interests in the concert. But the water has already been spilled. Now, my mother also realized that this concert was not going to work, or that the concert was actually a political fight, and that the participation in the last concert was not due to your skills, but a big conspiracy led by Count Dedrin, in which even your father, Count Grey, was used. I didn't have the confidence to tell the truth. She already tried to throw away her life, saying she couldn't forgive herself for making her father like that. If Verna found out that her father was used by Count Dedrin again, her mind and body would become extremely unstable. Since I had barely forgotten what happened and started living a new life, I couldn't bring up the past again. The reason I came here is to move forward. In the end, it was a dilemma. Then what should I do? The Duke of Delian was not the only one who found the boy. Other dukes also found the Grey boy and said similar things. The unanimous conclusion was that they should come under their wing. The intention is very obvious. Huge tax revenue. This is something that occurs within the limits of imperial law, where Grey City cannot become a territory under the direct control of the emperor. Therefore, I felt keenly that I should not make this decision rashly, and Elle also warned me about it. In addition, Elle negotiated with His Majesty the Emperor regarding the watch industry and deferred that choice. At this point, you realize how great of a person the teacher you happened to serve was before he retired, but that is not the problem now. There is no teacher here to whine and give advice. The concert ends when you return to Great City, so I had no choice but to make this choice. I brought him here for Verna, but in the end, all I can do is disappoint Verna again. However, this important issue could not be chosen randomly. If you choose the wrong faction, your family may fall. Hereditary rights and ownership of fiefdoms are recognized, but there are only 2 exceptions. The empire is invaded by another country. Either the great nobles who pay taxes will fall. It is an unreasonable structure in which when a high-ranking noble falls, all the nobles that the great noble commands also fall. Of course, just as it is said that it takes 3 years for a rich person to fail, it is not easy for a great noble to fall. It happens under the guise of a massive national overthrow, similar to a rebellion. However, the problem is that those in power, such as dukes, are unable to settle for reality and often seek to overthrow the country. Other downfalls. If the heir falls due to a mistake, like the previous marquis, he will be reorganized again, so he will not lose his status as a lord. So ultimately, rebellion is the problem. To find a duke or marquis free from it, reading people's minds wasn't that easy. And that's not the only problem. There are some dukes, like the Duke of Rurin who visited before, who look down on themselves and try to completely destroy the Count family and turn it into a scarecrow's territory. And if you make a mistake, even the interests of the watch industry could become a problem. Therefore, it was risky in many ways to escape from the emperor's direct control before he could further increase his power. At least, if you don't have the brains to come up with the connections and resources to solve the problem with at least a little resourcefulness like your teacher. If not to that extent. In this wolf-like political world, you will lose everything you have and become a beggar. If you have served a great noble for generations, you will naturally be protected by that great noble, but that is not the case. So it is right to give up the concert. The right thing to do is to build up your strength again and hold off as much as possible to choose Grey City's fate. However, since he was the one who encouraged Verna, it would be impossible for him to tell Verna the cruel reality and return to the estate after trying to overcome the trauma. He thought it would be like killing his mother twice. The gray boy began to feel dizzy. Why are you still serving Dedrin's daughter as your mother? Isn't the daughter of the person who defeated your father an enemy, so to speak? It's really fast. It's not like that. That's not true. At Duke Delian's words, the gray boy immediately stood up. Your Highness Great Verna is my mother, no matter what anyone says. She is a warm person who loves my mother and father more than anyone else. Duke Delian frowned at those intense eyes. How can you be so proud while serving something dirty as your mother? I thought to myself that he was truly a worthless guy. I heard that there was an engineer who insisted on making a clock within the estate. I didn't do anything myself. He is just a lord who is very fortunate to receive a large amount of tax revenue. On such a silly topic, Duke Delian could barely refrain from frowning further, thinking about that huge tax. I understand very well your filial piety toward your stepmother. So that's it. But wasn't coming to the capital to participate in the concert itself a way to return Grace City to its original position? Given his status as a count, it was natural for him to fall under the command of a great nobleman. And the string must be chosen in a strong place. There is no place that can protect you as much as the Duke of Delian. A wrong choice will only lead to downfall. Duke Delian looked at the gray boy as he said that. I don't know why participating in a concert is a choice. Isn't a concert just a place to compete? Your Majesty, I am well. Your father collapsed early, so you're a kid who doesn't even know the basics. Chapter 154 Hibern Flowers and Concert Not Really. Duke Delian looked at Count Mitchell as if he was annoyed. Count Mitchell, who saw the gesture, placed his hand on the gray boy's shoulder and opened his mouth. I'll explain that. Thank you for that. You are well aware that the capital concert is held on a huge scale, right? Yes, I know it very well. A concert is not a dreamy place to compete with one's playing skills. Yes, then, of course, it was meant to be that way in the beginning, but over the course of hundreds of years, it developed in a different direction. You mean the other way. The gray boy suddenly felt dizzy. It is a fact known to all citizens of the Empire that a concert is a competition and a winner is chosen. However, Count Mitchell was completely denying that fact. Winning the concert means a lot. As the great nobles meet and take turns to keep the imperial power in check, His Majesty is given full authority to control half of the central army of the Empire, and winning the concert has a lot to do with it. The gray boy's eyes widened. Imperial Central Army, Imperial Army for short. It actually meant the military power of the Empire. The Duke's duchies naturally include military power. Grey City also has a military force, including guards. When war breaks out, this military power is gathered under the command of the Duke it belongs to. This is the local army. However, the Central Army refers to the Imperial Army directly subordinate to the Emperor, and is the general name for the imperial military power that oversees border defense and capital defense. Thanks to this corps, created by the first emperor to strengthen the imperial power of the empire, the military power of the great nobles in the empire was limited to the lowest level. The number of soldiers that can be recruited from the territory is only enough to guard the city. Military power is concentrated in the central army, and there is no Margrave. The defense of the border is handled by the central army. Therefore, like other general feudal countries, there is no system that recognizes the increase in military power limited to the marquis in the border region. However, since then, as the imperial power continued to weaken, half of the central army was delegated to one of the great nobles for 1 year each in order to keep the imperial power in check. They will have the right to appoint their vassals to key positions in the military. Since the captain who commands the soldiers becomes his vassal, his power of check is powerful. This central army is the army that was conscripted and rolled over and over again when El was first transferred to this world. It was this central army that held key positions after becoming a wizard. And there was only one exception to this secret division of the central army, which had been dividing the central army into 2 halves for hundreds of years, and that was El. When the Dragon War broke out, the emperor and dukes were entrusted with full military authority over the central army. It was the first and last time that a unanimous military commander was established. In any case, this system was created with the purpose of preventing the emperor from taking control of the army and becoming a tyrant. And concerts played a pivotal role in this system. It was natural for the gray boy to feel dizzy after hearing that fact. After finishing his explanation, Count Mitchell turned the conversation back to the concert. This part was actually the most important to Count Mitchell and Duke Delian. That's why Count Mitchell's voice became a little lower. So, the winner of the concert will control half of the military power from the faction to which he belongs. Since the dukes are trying to gain military power, there must be a drawing standard that they can understand. But competing for radishes is too barbaric, and it is meaningless to take turns doing it. So it's Legana. Legana is the only one that is cultured and elegant, worthy of our nobility. They are selected based on their skills. But what about your territory, which is neither an imperial territory, nor a duchy, nor a marquisal territory, but is merely a reserve for distribution? Of course, as an independent player, you will not be eligible to participate, because the winner of the concert comes only from within the 4th Duke's sphere of influence. So what about Verna? It belonged to the Marquis, but last place. It was said that Count Dedrin was involved. Did they make it last place with the intention of crushing the Count Grey family in the preliminaries instead of evaluating them based on their skills? It could be because the power of the Marquis forces is so weak. There will be some influence of power rather than 100 pure ability. The Grey boy took a deep breath. However, Duke Delian called Berna simply dirty. Even though I know the whole situation, I just say it's dirty. Can we properly serve such a person? No, would such a person be able to properly care for Gracie? Absolutely not. I was sure of that much. The Grey boy shook his head as he recalled what had happened in the mansion. What choice should you make? I can't even participate like this. Scolding his own foolishness, the Grey boy walked with heavy steps in front of the rented mansion. Since it is not as well soundproofed as Yonju Castle, you can vaguely hear the sound of Verna playing. The more I did, the heavier my steps became. Capital, also the capital of the empire. It's not even new anymore. The reason I came to the capital this time was to meet the emperor. Well, since I left the capital to retire, it is true that the only reason I need to come is if I want something from the most powerful person in the country. Still, it was frequent enough to make you wonder if it was true that he had retired. Well, life has times like this and times like that. Why are you splitting it up like that? It's stupid. Did you feel stupid just now? Nod. Rurin nods strongly instead of answering. He's hanging on my arm and shaking his head at 0 distance. Maybe it's because of you that I lose the hair on the back of my head and look even more stupid. Right. You're a stupid. Yumma. Who's stupid? If you keep doing that, I'll shave your head off too. Hate. I absolutely hate it. Cannot be done. Not just anyone can cut their hair. Rurin looked as if she had encountered a bandit who told her to give up everything she wore from head to toe. He holds his head in both hands and looks at me with a wary expression. You can control it anyway, right? Is that so? Why has this great being become fully human these days? Heh, well, that doesn't matter. No, humans cannot. Rurin coolly replied that it wouldn't matter if she became human and smiled, but then suddenly began to look straight. Why not just say it doesn't matter? Wherever you are, I can't catch up with you anytime soon. You must be able to use teleportation. Are you a stalker? Stalker? There is something like that. I don't know what it is, but it seems like a great being like me. The stalker thing? No, absolutely not. I would say it's the opposite. You. Huh, I'm kind of angry. Lulin turned his head and began to walk forward with strides. So I walked in the opposite direction and then suddenly turned towards me again. Ooh. Then he pounded the ground with his left foot, puffed out his cheeks, and eventually came running next to me. It was a rebellion that lasted less than 2 seconds. By the way, why is it taking so long? Annoying. That human wizard. Plus the Emperor. If you want to receive this body, you have to run or something. Well, what you are saying is correct. Of course, in this case, since we have come secretly and the Emperor does not know that we have come, it makes no sense to welcome us. On the contrary, isn't that enough treatment since I am probably the only person in the world who can confidently invade without the Emperor calling? A moment later, Medrine hurriedly jumped up from under the magic tower. These days, Medrine feels a bit like my butler. Today, His Majesty is in the study of the Imperial Palace. Okay? Would you please guide me quietly? All right. Unlike the last time, where they made a fuss about catching the assassin under the guidance of a struggling Medrine, they were able to arrive in front of the Emperor very peacefully. There is only one purpose for coming to the Emperor. For Hibjorn flowers. It's for Sally's well-being. I don't believe in reincarnation or anything like that, but I still wanted to do what I could and pray for the child's well-being. Even if the probability is 1 in a trillion, if the legend is true and someday when we have children, if Sally's soul is with us, wouldn't it be a truly happy thing? According to Serena's report, the Hibjorn flower for that purpose was stored in the Imperial Palace's treasury. If a rare item is discovered on the continent, it is bound to be presented to the Imperial Palace, so the possibility that Serena's report was true was quite high. I don't know what kind of entertainment she enjoyed, but she says she spent time in the Imperial Palace, so I guess I'll have a chance to hear about that later. The Imperial Palace and Serena. I feel like her glamorous and sly-like side suits her well. I confidently entered the study with Medrine, because Medrine had already told the Emperor there were no soldiers to stop us. I feel like I see you too often. Your Majesty, have you finally decided to rule over this country? The Emperor, who was looking through several old books in his study, got up from his chair and greeted all of his attendants. When the door closed, the Emperor came to Lulin and bowed. Emperor of humans, you seem to ignore us too much. Is that possible? But still, Lulin seemed to be displeased with something and grumbled at the Emperor. Thanks to this, an honorific word comes out of the mouth of the surprised Emperor. The Emperor has no choice but to feel shabby in front of a dragon that surpasses humans. In particular, the current Emperor has experienced the Dragon War, so he is not the kind of person who would go on a rampage to catch a dragon that reigns over humans. It is said that there have been several cases in the history of this world where a country collapsed. Bow down to L2. L is greater than me. What I didn't like about Rurin was how she treated me. The look in his eyes is intense, as if he is annoyed that I am being ignored. Of course I think so. The Emperor took Lulin's words as if they were obvious and looked at me, but he said he didn't like it. You. Lulin turns his head and looks at me. I shrugged my shoulders and agreed. Is that so? There's a reason for everything. Thank you, but please stay back for now. Our Lulin, Hunya. Lulin turned his head. Then, as if his interest in the Emperor had cooled, he quickly ran towards the study and started pulling out books here and there. It's not like I've been here once or twice, so what's new? Well, it's not a bad feeling just because you don't like your man being ignored. By the way, I came here today to get some help. What if it's help? I heard that there is a rare item called the Hibjorn flower stored in the Imperial Palace treasury. I would appreciate it if you could just keep it and give it to me if it is a useless item. I will pay the full price. Chapter 155 Hibjorn Flowers and Concert Hibjorn Flowers. Well, I know that there are various rare flowers stored in the Imperial Palace treasury, but I don't know if such flowers exist. Of course, I have to listen to what you ask for. I'll tell you to look for it right away. Isn't it all your work that the Imperial Palace treasury still exists today? Thank you. Fortunately, this Emperor is not the type of petty person who forgets the past or interprets it as he pleases. Well, if he were a tyrant, he wouldn't have helped. Is there anything? At the Emperor's call, the door to the study opened and the Chamberlain came in with a hasty gesture. The Emperor gave an order to the Chamberlain. Find out if there is a Hibjorn flower in the treasure trove. I will do so. As soon as the Emperor's order was given, the Chamberlain bowed and quickly walked backwards and left the study. Walking backwards is very fast. It's an amazing sight every time I see it. Anyway, if this happens, the story goes smoothly. As things seemed to be going well, Rurin seemed to have lost interest and was reading whatever books she could find. Of course, I am not reading it seriously. I unfolded it roughly and threw it, unfolded it roughly and threw it. Oh, if I find something that interests me, I read it. Thanks to you, I am at peace. As I was chatting with the Emperor about trivial personal matters, the Chamberlain came back. The face was slightly distorted. He had a very embarrassed face. Your Majesty, did you find what I said? That is. The Chamberlain bows towards the ground. It was almost like digging into the ground. I understand that when your Majesty decided on the prize for the last concert, you chose Laplacia, a magical flower that never fades. Yes, I chose a flower called Laplacia, which is a flower that corresponds to the beauty of Lagana performance and is said to have many legends. I heard it was very valuable and thought it would be suitable for a concert. Why do you ask? That is according to the person in charge of the treasury when the truth was received. It was written with the name given by His Majesty the previous emperor, and it is said that it is called Hibiron flower in the private sector. The emperor could not reply to the chamberlain's words. He quietly looks at the chamberlain and scratches the back of his head in embarrassment. It was an unreasonable behavior, but the chamberlain was embarrassed and the emperor was also embarrassed, so there was no one to point it out. Why is that? The emperor first appointed the chamberlain, and he looks at me with a troubled face. It's like a 5-year-old kid asking for help because there's a problem. Then, even though she pretended not to be interested, Rurin's ears were still open as she threw down the book she had been reading and walked briskly in front of the emperor and spoke. Isn't it simple? Bring it back. Great being that is. I clearly told you to bring this body. Rurin's expression is unusual. Well, when I asked him to go get Hibiron flowers, the guy who always complained that it was a hassle to go to the capital did not do that even once this time. I don't know if it's because I know that Hibiron flowers are related to Selly. Lulin was strangely serious now. Rurin's blood is leaking out. The emperor is only a status person, but inside he is an ordinary human being. I was so wrapped up in the dragon sphere that I couldn't even scream, and my knees began to tremble. Of course, it is impossible for a human body to fully withstand dragon fear. The emperor opened his mouth, struggling to form words as if he could not even speak properly due to his fear. Oh, I understand, we will take action. Even though his whole body was covered in cold sweat, he was trembling and holding on to his chair, demonstrating his indomitable will as he was the emperor of the empire. If Rurin gets angrier, she could die like that. But the emperor's position is also the emperor's position. It is the nature of those who call themselves emperors to go back on what has already been said, something that does not happen often. What happens if the person who reigns at the top of the country changes his words without permission? All policies are in chaos. Therefore, an emperor does not change a word once he has said it, even if it is wrong. And I also didn't have Hibiron flowers on my wish list in advance. In order of order, it was decided that I would write first, and then I appeared. Therefore, appearing late and unilaterally demanding something without considering the other person's position is nothing but violence and abuse of power. It's true that I saved them, but I didn't ask for anything in return. But now that I've rescued you, I can't ask you to hand it over. I don't really like that kind of logic. Moreover, regardless of what was rescued, the treasures of the imperial palace naturally belong to the emperor. If there was no particular use for Hibiron flowers in the imperial palace, I came to get them, but I did not come to extort them, even if it's because of Selly. As long as the Hibiron flower is in the imperial palace, aren't its roots everything? Other Hibiron flowers also exist in the world. Rurin reaped the pear. I stroked Rurin's head and hugged her gently. You don't have to do that. Your Majesty, belatedly taking something that has already been put to use is tantamount to plunder. But didn't you say you needed Hibiron flowers? If you take it by force just because you need it, how will it be any different from the people who tormented Selly? Even if you get the Hibiron flower that way, Selly won't be happy. Lulin pursed his lips tightly at my words. Are you okay? Although Hibiron flowers are said to be precious, there was only one root in the imperial palace, because you can definitely find it elsewhere. Me, it's not because of him in particular. Since you said you needed it, I'll do it is like that. Okay, I know very well, whatever the true feelings are. I kept patting Rurin and Rurin slumped her shoulders and gave up. After checking that, I looked at the emperor again. So those Hibiron flowers are prizes from the concert? That's it. It's probably already been taken out of the treasury and stored at the competition headquarters. After all, that's what you need. It's done. So what is that concert of Legana? I see. So should we hand over what he wants to the winner of the concert and ask for it personally? If you don't know the value of the flower and can't hand it over, all you have to do is find another flower. As I was thinking about that, Rurin came over and grabbed my arm. For now, he seems to have understood what I said and is no longer showing respect to the Emperor or paying any attention to him. What is Legana? Well, it's an instrument that plays music. Is that so? I don't know what it is, but I am going out. You said I shouldn't take it by force, so I will win with skill and give you the Hibayern flower as a gift. You are? Nod. Lulin nodded with his usual strong eyes. Have you ever played Legana? No, there is none. Lulin shook his head resolutely. That's natural. The guy who clearly asked what Legania was just now has never tried Legana. But this body is this body. So, there is nothing this body cannot do if it puts its mind to it. Is it? Yes. This is a strangely understandable statement. Lurin is a guy who can master the art of barbering just by seeing it a few times, plays a claw machine perfectly just by seeing it a few times, and can play human games perfectly if he puts his mind to it. This is possible because she is a dragon who considers the human world, which is generally called a great race, as nothing more than entertainment and entertainment. I haven't tried it, but it doesn't seem like it would be particularly difficult for a dragon to imitate human techniques. It may be that he beat me in a ball game, and such things are trivial, but a dragon is a dragon anyway. Lulin may seem blind due to his lack of common sense, but his brain itself is a highly advanced dragon that cannot be compared to that of a human. Well then, shall we look forward to it? Of course. I don't lose to humans or anything like that. Losing to humans is limited to you. Hi. The Emperor was looking at the conversation between Lulin and me with puzzled eyes. Well, since that's the case, I would like to ask you to apply for participation. You can't rob, but there's nothing wrong with your conscience if you participate in the competition and get what you deserve. But the competition was in many ways. Do you know how complex things are intertwined? It's complicated. Fuck that kind of thing. I briefly answered the Emperor's words. No matter how much I like people, I have absolutely no intention of getting caught. Don't rob. If you can get it fairly. I had no intention of allowing any interference with that. Our Lulin said he would go out, so all we have to do is evaluate him based on his skills. With skill. So if you don't win, shouldn't you just find another Hibayern flower? It goes back to this structure. So you're saying that the great noble of the faction, that the winner of the finals belongs to will wield the military power of the empire for a year. Well, it's similar. Because that much interest comes in. It is a system that has been in effect for quite some time under the pretext of keeping the imperial power in check. Is that the purpose of the concert in the first place? If a competition was created for that purpose from the beginning, I would just give up. In a competition like that, you just have to have fun with each other. I have no intention of stepping into the mud, but the Emperor shook his head. No. At that time, it was a competition to discuss peace by thoroughly competing against Legana's melody. It was a fashionable era. It's a convention to discuss peace. If that is the purpose of the concert, there are many justifications. All we have to do is return to the original purpose of establishment. Then, we can do that. Develop it into a competition for all nobles, rather than a competition where only the great nobles have interests. Each noble participates, not by faction, and the winning family receives a corresponding benefit. Isn't there a 1-year tax exemption or something like that? If it's a tax exemption and a product, I think there's enough reason to get excited. The taxes that nobles pay to great nobles are enormous. The amount they have is less than half of half. Therefore, if it is exempted, the wealth that can be accumulated is enormous. That it seems like a good idea that could even weaken the power of the dukes. The Emperor was in trouble as he clenched his chin. If you believe in Lulin, I don't know how long Lurin will be able to master Legana, but just participating is meaningful enough. Even if she doesn't get the Hibayern flower, the fact that Rurin, who ignores human rules, participates in the human competition itself helps develop her ability to adapt to the human world. That's what's been most important to me lately. To that end, I asked him to go to the market to buy groceries, but he brought Sally with him, which made me very upset. So this is an unexpected income. This is what Lurin said she would participate on her own. Of course, as long as Lulin participates, it is not good to be dragged around by a plan that has already been made. Although we decided not to take the Hibayern flower by force, the competition itself needs to be fair. In that case, I make that board. Chapter 156 Hibayern Flowers and Concert. Speaking of the family, does this mean that, unlike now, when a count led by a duke family wins, the interest is given to the count family itself, unlike the duke family who takes the interest? Of course, then what about the great nobles? Even great nobles can participate if they want to win. Speaking of the Delian dukedom, anyone with the last name of Delian can win. For the Count of Linern to win, it only takes someone with the last name of Linern to win. Then what is the interest of keeping the imperial power in check that they claim? It's none of my business, but if you win directly from a great noble family, ask them to take it. If you don't win directly, have them draw lots. I said the lottery as if it didn't matter. If the power that they had discussed and shared among themselves were to be chosen by one person by luck, the bewildered faces of the dukes would be clearly visible. But right now, the great nobles are choosing the winner through voting. Of course, wouldn't they choose their own family? Then all the votes will be split. Of course, we will change that too. The selection must be made by His Majesty himself, not by dukes or nobles. The Emperor's eyes began to shine, as if he didn't stop wishing for it. That's natural. The power of the central army that the dukes claim is a check on the imperial power. But if the Emperor is elected, another check is put in place. But that's the only way to be fair. If you let a great noble select you, of course problems will arise. And even if you let affiliated nobles select you, the same problem arises. In any case, a count is a count. Of course, you can't help but pay attention to the duke you serve. Of course, if we were to vote, the contestant with the duke's name would be chosen. Rather than being fair, victory or defeat will depend on the number of nobles you have. It's not even about the number of seats in the National Assembly. If that happens, the number of people will eventually become the highest. But what if Your Majesty does it? Your Majesty is free from taxes and from the interests they talk about. This allows for the most fair review. Of course, handing over half of the central army will weaken the imperial authority, but if it is Your Majesty who is chosen, won't you have no choice but to be a little cautious? The Emperor nodded strongly. But even then, he nods and moans. There is currently no need for the Emperor to side with other nobles, because simply selecting people fairly strengthens the imperial power. If you elect the Duke of Delian, military power goes to Delian, so collusion with other dukes is impossible anyway. If you don't select a duke, they will draw lots, so they can't collude among themselves anyway, which is helpful to the imperial power. Therefore, the fairer it is, the more helpful it is to the Emperor. It's a very transparent method. Of course, this cannot be suggested if the Emperor is a monarch or a tyrant. The current Emperor Lemadin is not such a foolish person. And what happens after that, to be honest, is none of my business. I have no intention of getting involved in dirty politics. The important thing is to create a situation that is advantageous to me. Then the great being, are you saying I don't have to be selected? There are many ears listening. Even if you are not competent, you will only be criticized if you are selected. All you have to do is choose Your Majesty based on your skills. If you're not good enough, Rurin doesn't really get angry. Do not worry. He is a guy who accepts when he loses a bet. I said that while gently hitting Rurin on the back. Rurin looks at me and puffs out her mouth. But I was just staying still. Wouldn't that make it a beautiful competition? That's right, there's a problem. There's no way the dukes would accept this, right? Who is participating in this competition? And if someone, including themselves, says they want fair evaluation, what should they do? Fortunately, aren't all of today's dukes from the war generation painfully aware of someone else's fear? The name of the great being. Does that mean I can borrow it? It doesn't matter if it's for the sake of setting the table. Anyway, Your Majesty and the fourth Duke already know about me and Lulin, right? Even Lurin's identity. The Emperor jumped up from his seat. It was only natural that anything that could strengthen the imperial power, even just a little, was rolled out for free. And I hope to be fair. Actually, this is just an entertainment that occurred because Lurin said she would participate. I will get Hibayern flowers no matter what. Peaceful all the way, Your Majesty. What does that mean? I don't know why you want to get involved in the concert, but this is the fairest way. Until now, isn't the competition just playing into the hands of the magistrates? It is impossible to change what was agreed upon before Your Majesty to keep the imperial power in check. What His Majesty will do is to bestow the palace treasures to the winner, and dividing the central army into two. It was to keep the imperial power in check. It's noisy, Your Majesty, now are you trying to become a tyrant? Duke Delian smiled faintly as the Emperor spoke. If the Emperor goes astray, a good opportunity and justification arises for power to come to him. Why is this a tyrant? Isn't this a fair way for all families to have rights in line with the concert's basic purpose of establishment? El's suggestion was not bad at all for the Emperor. Just because one chooses oneself does not mean that the purpose of the concert to keep the imperial power in check disappears. But at least we could stop these guys from sharing freely, and even checks on the nobles led by the great nobles. We cannot change traditions that have existed for hundreds of years. It's impossible. It's impossible. The fourth Duke shouted with all his mouths that it was impossible. This was quite expected. However, there is a secret number. As an emperor, I wonder what it would be like to rely on a power other than the emperor, but if that is the will of that being. As the emperor of this country, I didn't want to say such shameful words. Your Majesty. Hearing that it was an embarrassing word, the four dukes each looked puzzled and looked at the emperor. Receiving that gaze, the emperor pauses for a moment and then opens his mouth. A great being is participating in this competition, and the Great One wants the contest to be judged fairly. As El said, the fourth Duke, who went through the dragon war together with the Emperor, was a great man who was sick of dragons. Everyone was startled and jumped up from their seats. What is that? Your Majesty now telling us such trivial lies. You guys, as far as you know, who is the closest person to a dragon? Quadeng. When the Emperor said those words, Duke Rurin was startled and fell backwards. And he hasn't forgotten the great being sitting next to him, right? It's a secret that only you and me, the fourth Duke, know. No way. Why at the concert? The Emperor did not reply that it was the result of the prizes at the concert. But they know well how scary dragons are. My legs still shake when I think about it. And that arrogant dragon the Emperor mentioned. No, being arrogant is a characteristic of dragons, but when I recall the memory of almost being killed while fighting against a great being who was more arrogant and more arbitrary than myself, my dreams still get wild. It was absolute horror. The absolute fear that humans usually have when faced with a dragon. I would like to say that for the sake of your lives, it is foolish to care about something that we cannot be involved with. The four dukes looked at each other, except for Duke Tamulan. He was sweating profusely and looked like he wanted to get out of this place quickly. Duke Delian asks the Emperor, could it be that he came back? That's not it. His only goal is to participate in the concert. Don't you know the dragon's pastime? So the concert must also be entertainment. But his request is that he wants to be fair. But in that case, wouldn't it be okay to just elevate your Majesty's great being as the winner and end things on a good note? There will be no concert this year. Didn't I tell you? Are you finally going deaf, your Majesty? Duke Delian, who had been his enemy since childhood, shouted at the Emperor. But really? I don't believe that even the most versatile dragon can capture people's hearts with Legana, which requires such delicate emotions. Then all you have to do is get eliminated. That can be confirmed. I received confirmation that there would be no damage to our empire if it fell. This concert is all about ability. So instead of doing this to me, it would be better to go and recruit someone with talent and send them out. The dukes eventually got up from their seats, drawing lots. The moment when the plan we have laid out so far falls apart. Their faces were also falling apart. Does not matter. Our Delian family has a talented person who has even toured the continent. Loriana Delian. As Delian's nephew, he was good at playing the Legana since he was young, so he was so talented that he was invited to play by people from other countries. That's why Duke Delian didn't have any worries on his face. Even if he were a great being, it is impossible for him to be good at playing Legana, which expresses human emotions through melody. This is not a war or a fight. If chosen fairly, it is a fortunate thing among misfortunes. You can't do such an uncivilized thing like drawing lots. That's right, Majesty. Count Mitchell simply nodded. By the way, isn't the Count Mitchell family participating? Yes. Since we don't have any kids with skills anyway, what about the Gray family? Just leave it alone. Verna Great, what skills does that filthy thing have? That is so. At times like these, Duke Delian felt reassured by the presence of his nephew. As far as he knew, he was convinced that there was no one in the Empire with greater skills than his nephew. We were guided to a separate room inside the Imperial Palace. In name, it is a royal treatment of another country. Of course, Legana is installed in that separate room. They sat side by side in front of Legana and looked at Lurin. By the way, Lulin, why did you hold back earlier? When I told him earlier that he would stay calm even if he didn't win and that he would accept it if he lost the bet, Rurin puffed out his mouth. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but I endured it without saying anything. This body is definitely a winner. I was going to bite you because you said something like that, but when I saw that you changed your attitude towards the human emperor and instead of being Loki, you were leading him proudly. Report. I just stayed because it was cool. Oh, really? Yes, it's cool. For some reason, I thought you would give me all the praise. Lulin started to laugh while stroking her head because she was in a good mood, sitting on Legana's chair and crossing her legs back and forth repeatedly. Then he points to Legana and asks, "Is this Legana?" "Yes." Rurin sat in front of Legana, where the concubines of the imperial palace often played, and looked up at me. And then he brings his hands to the keyboard. T. Wow, that's amazing. Excuse me, Lurin. What? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like I'll be able to hit it well. I don't know how to do this yet. Lulin spoke with very pure eyes. Well, you have to show me how to play so I can follow along. Even if it's a dragon, how can you hit it perfectly when you see it for the first time? I asked the emperor to call a powerful person from Legana in the imperial palace. Seeing the brilliant performance will determine whether Rulin can do it or not. Chapter 157, Hibiron Flowers and Concert. However, Rurin's reaction after hearing the performance was mysterious. Oh, how is it? Instead of answering, he glared at Legana. To easily explain that glare, it was the look of a majestic general preparing for the final battle after setting up a military base, and the look of caution when looking at a formidable enemy. I don't know. Moreover, the words spoken were far from positive. After dismissing the court lady who was demonstrating, I sat down next to Rurin. Then, he grabbed Rurin, who still had a fighting look in his eyes, and explained the basic knowledge about the keyboard. Look, this is it. My fingers point to the keys in order. This is less, like this, but Lurin just tilts her head. Quia, and then he hit the keyboard. A loud sound rings out from the keyboard. He had an angry expression on his face, as if he was going to explode everything, whether it was Legana or something else. But Legana was safe. Rurin takes a long, deep breath and glances at me, and then he just shook his head wildly. Then, like the main character in Munch's famous artwork, The Scream, he held his face with both hands and opened his mouth. It's annoying, but... So is this a guy called Tao? Huh, that's right. Contrary to his facial expressions and actions, he suppresses his destructive instincts and asks questions about the teachings. Honestly, it was an amazing move. Well, it was only possible to get a haircut after observing it several times, and I still made a mistake. Your head fu what? Then, as if he remembered the ponytail he had put on the back of his head, he held his stomach and started laughing. Anger wells up. It reminds me of the painstaking efforts to cover up that defect. I looked at Rurin and told her, with all the pain on my face, "You want to get scolded by our Lulin." When I pull Lurin's ear, she frowns and grumbles. The confident action of throwing up one's hand and telling people to stop because it hurts. Anyway, anything is possible if you observe a little more. Don't worry, girl. The victory is mine. Hi. When I took my hand away from my ear, he declared and turned his face back to the keyboard. When you press the keys with your fingertips, sound flows out. It's cute if you repeat that, and each time you press a key, you startle slightly as if something is surprising. Okay, if you listen to the performance again after learning the basics, you will learn quickly since you are a species that can be called a genius. Of course, I cannot teach you the basic things about Legana, because all I know is duri my fasalisidu. Hehef. Leaving Lurin to give strange answers, I went outside for a moment and asked her to call the court lady again. After that, we came back and were sitting side by side playing Dormi Fasalasi with Rurin when the court lady came into the palace. So baton touch. In order to receive proper lessons, I gave up my seat to the court lady. According to the emperor's order, the court lady had heard that we were distant royal family members, so she seemed to think nothing of Lurin's introverted tone, and fortunately, the lesson went smoothly. Above all, Rurin is surprisingly obedient when it comes to taking lessons. Surprisingly, the obedient lesson lasted for several hours. It exploded about 3 hours later. Now that's enough. I learned everything. Now you go. Not required. It would kill me just to be next to me, but you only looked at me for a moment. There is no way to know if it really happened, but the court lady hurriedly got up from her seat, following the order of a person she thought was a member of the royal family. Of course, I couldn't completely hide the bewildered expression on my face. Sorry, my personality is so. Oh no, the girl will leave now. He apologized to the innocent court lady, but she remained indifferent. After sending the court lady away, I returned to Rurin. Gororalong. Then why? Lulin lowered the keyboard lid and was sleeping face down on it. It took about 1 minute to send the court lady out and return. It's surprising that you can fall asleep in the meantime. What's unusual is that, while he is making a unique breathing sound only when he is asleep, he is falling asleep with his arms wrapped around Legana in a tight hug. Lurin stepped up for me. That action is thrillingly heartbreaking. Of course, no matter how much of a dragon you are, I honestly don't know if you will be able to win in a short time by learning from now on. Because this isn't something magical, but it doesn't matter. Since I said I would participate in the human competition first, I just want to watch. The Hibern flower is important, but it is not as important as Rurin. And even if Rurin doesn't win, the Hibern flower can be obtained by paying a fair price to the winner. Since the Emperor has already put up a prize, there is nothing he can do about it, but if money or any other conditions are feasible for the winner, he will grant it and take the Hibern flower. Of course, if you really want the Hibern flower itself more than anything else, you have no choice but to give it up completely. In that case, going to look for another Hibern flower was something I had already decided in my mind from the moment I met the Emperor. While thinking that, I suddenly stroked Lurin's head as she fell asleep. Soft hair, and Rurin's face lying on her side, and for some reason, the lips seem to have become more bewitching these days. Lurin, wake up. I should go to bed and sleep, but Lurin doesn't react. This is what I always do in times like this. I carefully held Lurin's body in a princess hug, and then moved to bed. The bed was just a stone's throw away, so I was going to lie down and sleep. Why did I fall asleep on the keyboard in an instant? I laid Lulin on the bed. Lulin's arms grabbed me. Is this guy not sleeping? The eyes are still closed. For some reason, I feel like that. I moved closer to Lurin's lips, which had been on my mind ever since, even more so when I think of today's dear Lurin. But right then, a strange thing happened. Lurin suddenly opened her eyes and covered her lips with both hands. I was so embarrassed that I didn't know it, so the words escaped, and Lurin slowly removed her hand covering her mouth, turned her head, and started pretending to sleep again. What? Am I rejected now? You covered your mouth without saying anything and turned your head away. Usually, when Rurin craves a kiss and I am in that mood, we often end up kissing naturally. If there was one thing that was certain in all of those cases, it was that Lulin never rejected me. Rather, come on, I used to shout. Lurin, I called, but there was no answer. Even though I just confirmed clearly that I wasn't sleeping. What is the reason for acting like such an obvious person? I approached again, lying on the bed right up to Rurin's face. Then he says no and turns his head. I've clearly cleaned my lips now. Just pretend to sleep again. I tried to understand the situation for a moment, but I couldn't. Is something off? There was absolutely nothing worth getting upset about. I don't understand Lurin's actions. Everything remained the same except the refusal to kiss. Lurin is the same as always. I wanted to do something, so I laid down. Lurin's breathing is as regular as always when she turns her head. I continued to look at Lurin with a strange feeling. After a while, Rurin seemed to have really fallen asleep and quietly put her head back into my arms. What is this strange whim? It is already late at night. Time for me to close my eyes too. It was a little absurd, but it seemed like he was planning something, so I got up and checked the identity of his whim, and then I made up my mind and closed my eyes. Time passed like that, and the next morning. When I opened my eyes, the sun had already reached noon. I had a very hard time sleeping. I feel like it was almost dawn when I fell asleep. I got up, scratching my dazed head. Then Lulin, who was in my arms, also stood up as if being pulled. She was hanging on my neck and shoulders as if she was on her back. Woke up. Hee, it's strange that you woke up the same way as me. They say couples look alike, and it's true. They say the couple looks alike. I heard that from someone else. No, but who is part of it? Lulin grabbed my back, slid down, landed on the floor, and lifted himself up. There is such a thing, Hunya. But I am still sleepy. I know. Well, it's past 1 o'clock, so it's time to wake up, but that doesn't mean Ya'll wake up obediently, so it's interesting. That. Hearing what I said, Lulin slowly pointed his finger and pointed at Legana. That, Legana, he nodded to the question and walked towards Legana. And Kwayang, I hit the keyboard. A magnificent sound resonates in the room. I don't know why you have to press multiple keys at the same time. Anyway, Lurin started playing again. It's still a bit awkward, but it's different from yesterday when I didn't know anything at all. A dragon is a dragon, and the dragon that appears in the game is a page from the legend that proves that it can excel at anything in the human world. If we were to express it in terms of human growth, would we say that yesterday it was a fetus that was just born, but now it is now at the level of walking on 2 feet? The consultation between the emperor and the great nobles was successful, and a few days after the completely revamped concert contents were announced to the world. The preliminary round of the concert was held. A magnificent building located in front of the capital's imperial palace where Legana is installed. This is Legana's concert hall and the place where the emperor listens to the performance and selects the winner in the finals. Of course, the preliminary round is also held here. This large concert hall was equipped with several halls equipped with Leganas, in addition to the central hall. Today, preliminary rounds were being held simultaneously in several different halls to select finalists who could advance to the glorious central hall. Of course, the participants are all nobles, but the number of nobles alone is significant when put together like this. The Duke of Delian was the head of the jury for Hall 2. He was sitting at the head of the second hall, and to his right was his niece, Loriana Delian, whom the Duke trusted completely. And on the left was Count Mitchell, the Duke's right-hand man. Uncle, there is nothing to worry about. I don't know how you came up with such skills, which are all there anyway. There was something I wanted to check. Duke Delian answered his nephew's question indifferently and then crossed his arms. The boring preliminaries continued, and the situation became more boring as it went on. The Duke suppressed a yawn and spoke to his henchman. If someone with great talent comes forward, let us know. Are you speaking among these? Isn't it the final election that the Emperor is involved in? Anything can happen in the preliminaries. Loriana tilted her head at those words. How can I be defeated by trivial things? That won't happen, Uncle. Loriana said this while pushing back her blonde hair, and Duke Delian simply nodded. Well, I think that's true. Well, don't you say that your skills were such that the king of a neighboring country was moved to tears? I am embarrassed. Loriana nodded calmly. A light smile appears on the face. That smile was full of pride in Legana. In front of the great nobles who were proud of their birth, the judging of the second hole continued, and this time a black-haired woman walked in. That gait was so confident. Chapter 158, Hibern Flowers and Concert, huh? Duke Delian was startled and stood up because His Majesty somehow felt an aura that transcended that of the Emperor. Majesty, why are you doing this? Because Duke Delian stood up with a startled expression, Count Mitchell also got up from his seat without hesitation. Duke Delian didn't answer the question, just stared blankly ahead for a moment, sighed, took a deep breath that no one could hear, and sat down again. It's unusual to have black hair. Surely it's not a hybrid. Please do not play Legana with the most insignificant people, even those from ordinary noble families, because it's creepy. Loriana said, looking at Count Mitchell. Thanks to this, Count Mitchell had to rummage through the data in a hurry. It is said that His Majesty the Emperor is the guardian, but it seems that he is a distant royal family member. A distant royal family member? What does that mean? Where is the royal family that we, the Duke of Delian, have not been able to identify? Loriana tilted her head with an expression of incomprehension, but Duke Delian said nothing. He just sat back down and kept making short noises. Loriana glanced at the Duke, but when he didn't agree at all, Loriana's voice lost a little strength. While Loriana was watching Duke Delian's notice and Duke Delian was thinking about something, the black-haired beauty who came into the preliminaries looked at another black-haired man in front of the keyboard, smiled, and placed her hand on the keyboard. But then he got up again and ran towards the man. Say a few words. Then the man pulled the black-haired woman's cheeks. But then he strokes my hair affectionately. Then the woman tapped the floor with the front of her foot and spun around, then turned around as if she was happy and went back to the keyboard. What is it doing now? Loriana was furious as she wondered what was happening in the sacred preliminaries, but this time Duke Delian directly gestured towards her. It meant to sit still. Duke Delian was very interested in the black-haired woman's performance. So, I made Loriana quiet and watched the performance quietly. It was the first concentration since the preliminaries began. But that focus. The black-haired woman hit the keyboard and it broke in an instant. Quang! Before playing anything, the keyboard was struck loudly, creating a strange sound. Of course, Loriana's face was completely distorted. With an expression like that, someone like that would dare participate in the preliminaries. The black-haired man who was watching the scene also began to shake his head, resting his head on his forehead. The Duke looked at it and smiled faintly. The performance that followed was also beginner-level music that was completely unlistenable. After seeing that, Loriana no longer wanted to see things that were not considered cultured. "What are you doing? Are you going to keep them there?" Loriana shouted at Count Mitchell. Count Mitchell immediately nodded and tried to gesture towards the guards. Of course, it was the Duke of Delian who stopped it. "No, leave it alone." "Yes, uncle. It's not like I came out in disguise." The black-haired man listening to the performance behind him came forward to save the capital, which had become a battlefield for dragons and was being brutally trampled. All three dukes except Duke Tayurin were present with the emperor. So, the only people in the empire who knew El's identity were 4 people. Later, Duke Tayurin was added, bringing the number to 5. So the identity of that woman was also obvious. That's why it's a smile I feel relieved. Duke Delian wanted to confirm this. Of course, I've already heard that a dragon will appear at the concert. The problem was whether the dragon would really take revenge if he did not win. Of course, the emperor said that there would be no retaliation if the candidates were selected based on merit. Since there is an El who prevented the war, I will keep that word. I know he is that kind of man. However, if you catch something, it becomes difficult. You may ask why they didn't win. And if the dragon was good, it would be difficult in many ways. In the end, it means that no matter how good your skills are, you should be selected as the winner. But there were no such worries now. If your skills are that bad, there is nothing to worry about. If a performer of that ability is selected as the winner, all the criticism will fall on the emperor. When there is such a clear difference, of course all responsibility falls on the emperor. So dragons can be excluded from this concert. If you happen to be chosen as the winner, that's also a good thing because Yowl have something to criticize. The fact that the dragon won and didn't have to do something childish like drawing lots made Duke Delian smile. "If you have this stupid skill." Chuckling inwardly, the Duke spoke to Count Mitchell. "Let him pass." "Yes, uncle, there is a political reason for that. Of course, you will fail right away in the finals, but try to make it to the preliminaries." Loriana pursed her lips at Duke Delian's determined expression. "They said they were members of the royal family, but I was wondering if they had a hidden hierarchy." Count Mitchell looked puzzled at Duke Delian's order, but an order was an order. "I passed number 29. At Count Mitchell's declaration, the black-haired woman who was playing Legana stood up with a triumphant expression and approached the man. "Shrug your shoulders." He had an expression that said he was the greatest in the world. Duke Delian's inner thoughts were the same. Please turn it off, although there was no way to express it. Contrary to the Duke of Delian's feelings, the black-haired woman did not turn off, but rather gave the man the imploring look of a child asking for praise. Who on earth are they? Count Mitchell had that thought, but he already knew that just because Duke Delian didn't tell him something meant that he didn't need to know. Count Mitchell had seen so many nobles who had stepped into it and disappeared in an instant due to their rope breaking, so Count Mitchell simply followed orders and took care of business. The gray boy was hesitating how to explain to Verna that there was no use in participating in the concert. But in the end, he couldn't say anything and went into his room and lay down, saying he was tired. Meanwhile, the sound of Verna playing can be heard. Iced coffee, self-employed. It's really rewarding to be self-employed. The more the gray boy thought about it, the more his stomach hurt. Pain like being stabbed by a needle in the stomach. Simply put, it is stress gastritis. Not only that, but my head also felt dizzy. In the end, I spent the day without saying anything in such pain. My body was still heavy in the morning. The gray boy, who slowly came out to the living room, was still thinking. "Master." Meanwhile, the chief valet, who had gone out to buy ingredients with the chef, came running at a fast pace. "Master, did you hear that?" "What do you mean?" "It is said that the family of the winner of the concert is entitled to a tax exemption. If there is such a thing, isn't it a benefit that the great nobles ultimately reap?" The gray boy who thought so replied harshly to the chamberlain. "Okay." Despite that reaction, the chamberlain continued to speak excitedly. "Yes. The chamberlain of the dukedom I met at the market said that the method has suddenly changed, and only the family in question will benefit, regardless of whether they belong to the dukedom or the earldom. So he complained a lot about the bad atmosphere at home. There was an uproar because there was no one with the duke's name. Eh?" The gray boy was startled and looked at the chamberlain's face. However, there is a limit to what you can know even if you push the chamberlain. The gray boy began to move quickly. Let's go to Duke Delian's house right now. And then he ran to the carriage without any hesitation. If what the Chamberlain said is true, doesn't that mean that the winner can really be determined solely based on skill? As for why the sudden change occurred, it is enough to just say that I came to answer about yesterday's incident. Thinking so, the gray boy urged the Chamberlain and hurried to Duke Delian's house. This way, mother. Is that so? The gray boy stopped Verna, who was walking in the wrong direction. Anyone could see that Verna was extremely nervous. When I came with my husband, I received a miserable evaluation and failed in this very preliminary round. Verna, who was in the same place as the headquarters that had created the trauma, was in a very nervous state. The gray boy arrived at the reception desk with great difficulty, leading Verna, who was shaking and almost dancing on her own. How did you get here? I am here to apply to participate in the concert. When I went to check with Duke Delian, I received a harsh reply saying that it was true that something had changed, with instructions to go back with a disgruntled expression. Of course, the gray boy had nothing to do with that callous attitude. I really liked the suddenly changed competition format. What family do you come from? Count Malante at the reception desk asked with an expression of blatant disregard for the gray boy and Verna, whom he had never seen in social circles. I am Count Gray, and this is my mother, a participant. Earl Grey? Count Malante's expression changed strangely when he heard that it was Count Gray. The expression changed from a look of disdain to one of annoyance. The story of Grace City, who was lucky enough to make a lot of money without serving any great noble, was already famous, and there were so many nobles who were upset about the situation. Is Legana played even in the countryside these days? What does playing your Legana have to do with the countryside? Is there one? Are you shaking like that? Count Malante pointed to Berna, who was trembling like an aspen from trauma and tension. You're so nervous. I'm nervous. Hey, how about we go back without smelling like the countryside? Don't be embarrassed. Count Malante's attitude of blatant disregard. Since he was receiving preferential treatment and no great nobles to serve him, it was unlikely that the aristocratic society would look upon him favorably. And Count Malante was also upset by the development of Great City. Despite that attitude, the gray boy just bit his mouth and endured it. It doesn't matter how you treat yourself. If it is truly something that His Majesty has pushed forward strongly, then Mother has a chance of winning. No matter how much he is ignored, it doesn't matter as long as he can give Verna a chance. The gray boy smiled while thinking about that. I am already used to being ignored by the central aristocratic society. You won't be embarrassed. So I definitely want to participate. Tusk. Count Malante filled out a document with a look on his face that made him wonder why he was told to just get out of the way, and then held it out to the gray boy. Go alone, number 2. The gray boy who received the document nodded and moved toward the second hole. Verna, who was watching the whole situation from behind, pulled the gray boy's arm with an uncomfortable look on his face. Is it because of my father? Did the Dedrin family have a big accident and come out like that? Number mother. Yeah, no. The Count of Dedrin and Verna have nothing to do with each other. The gray boy held Verna's arms with those thoughts in mind. This is all just a check on the growing Grace City. Are you okay? Don't think about anything else. Just think about regaining your confidence and letting your father hear you play again. I'll take care of everything else. Verna didn't answer anything. I suddenly felt proud and reassured that the gray boy who had whined that he didn't want to be away from me when he was young had grown up so much. Of course, the trauma is still rising inside me. I feel like I am going to vomit, and my tension is at its peak. Therefore, Verna forced herself to nod towards her proud son. Chapter 159, Hibern Flowers and Concert. Then let's move on. Mother. The gray boy nodded, took his hand off Verna's wrist and walked. Of course, while walking, I stopped and waited for Verna. Verna walks next to her son. His condition was still bad, but his expression had improved a little thanks to Gray. However, because I was walking with my head down, I bumped into a woman in the hallway that turned sharply. There was no time for Gray to stop him. Puke, the woman in front of her stumbles. Then he regained his balance and glared at Verna and the gray boy. Aren't you guys blind? I am sorry. There were only 2 groups in this performance hall, the employees who managed the hall and the nobles. Of course, the woman the gray boy encountered was dressed very extravagantly, which naturally showed that the woman he encountered was a noblewoman. Is that all I am sorry about? Kneel down. This great nobleman, Loriana Delian, almost fell. Duke of Delian. a name that had bothered him several times during his visit to the capital. Having the last name Delian meant that she was a member of the royal family. Verna's face became thoughtful and the gray boy clenched his fists. But soon he knelt down in front of her. Of course, there is absolutely no need to kneel, either by law or by etiquette in aristocratic society. But it was an order from the royal family. Also, the gray boy didn't want to make any more noise, because it was clear that it would have a negative impact on Berna's psychological state. I've never seen you in social circles, so I think you're a country noble, so keep that in mind. In the capital, not all nobles are the same. Loriana Delian flipped her blonde hair, turned and disappeared. There was only contempt in their eyes. Are you okay? Mother, it is something that cannot put pressure on the royal family. Yes to the royal family, to the royal family. As expected, Verna's condition was getting worse. The gray boy smiled as if nothing had happened and led Verna again. It seems like I forgave him and went back, so nothing will happen. I want to become a more proud nobleman. I can't help it now, but... So, Mom, there's absolutely no need to be so intimidated. Finally, it's Rurin's turn. I entered Hall 2 under the thorough guidance of a performance hall official dressed as a butler. Hall 2 is also a concert hall. Although it was less than the size of the central performance hall, it had the appearance of a small amphitheater. Stage with legana installed and audience seats. The auditorium was built in steps similar to a movie theater. The judge was sitting in the middle layer. I also saw a familiar face. I remember him as the most proud man among the dukes. Of course, there is an unspoken rule between the duke and I: never pretend to know each other. Fortunately, the duke was abiding by that rule, as he declared so on the day of his retirement. Because the emperor also does not show his fear of Lulin in front of others. Of course, it has nothing to do with Lulin whether he is a duke or an emperor. Lulin confidently walked towards Legana, but now it's been 2 days since I learned Legana. Of course, my skills have grown a bit. Would you say that we have finally reached the level of a kindergartner from a toddler? However, the preliminaries were today, and there was not enough time for the kindergarten students to grow further. Of course, there is still a week left until the finals day, so there is plenty of time until the finals. As long as you pass this preliminaries, Rurin sits in front of Legana and looks back at me, and started laughing. And only then do I look around. Then he frowned, got up, and ran back over here. You, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Why am I playing in front of those humans over there? You said you were going to win? I know that. That emperor is the one who picks it. Well, since he is the king of humans, I understand that. This body can look at that much. Actually, I don't want to look at it, but because Momo has a goal, win and give it to you. No, I didn't say anything. Anyway, that's why I kill them. How the bottom line is, why kill? I grabbed Lulin's cheeks and pulled him as he came to a strange conclusion with some suspicious words. It stretches well. Rurin's face, with its cheeks stretched out, is plump and cute. If you want to make noise and win, participate properly. A championship? I can't. When Rurin said that while stroking her head, it seemed like she wanted to achieve something more with the win than the winner itself, and stamped her feet on the floor before turning around and walking away. I thought he set out to win to get the Hibayern flower, or for me who wanted it, but is there some other plan? If so, we need to dig it up. That trick. Anyway, of course Lulin started playing the keyboard with my way without even listening to the command to start. Quagwagwagwagwang. Moreover, the beginning is always the same. I can't live. Lulin seemed very pleased with the way he pounded the keys like that before starting. Do you like the flash of strong sound? And the clumsy performance that follows? Yes, the problem is this poor performance. The question is whether you can actually pass the preliminaries. Of course, there was a chance of victory. Considering the tendencies of the dukes, including Duke Delian, I think there is a good chance of victory. You wouldn't dare drop the dragon. If something goes wrong, they are the ones who will defer everything to the emperor. I feel even more at ease knowing that Rurin's skills are that good. I passed. After a while, something happened as expected and Rurin came to me and stuck her head in with a face that said she was truly amazing. Hee, I don't like being judged, but they also know how to listen to music. How was it, dear? Isn't it still not enough? What? No way, don't look really surprised. I want to record it and let you hear it. It can be so. Great. Let's take this opportunity to go back and study while listening to other participants' performances. What are you studying? It's already the worst. I led Lulin, who was talking nonsense, up to the highest floor of the concert hall. The exit is over there. There is no entry fee except for those involved. The nobleman next to Duke Delian tried to stop us, but when the Duke noticed, he immediately passed without incident. We watched other participants' performances in that state. However, even after several performances, I did not hear anything particularly great, so just as I was about to leave, I saw a familiar face. This is someone I never imagined I would meet here. Why did that mother and son participate in this ridiculous concert? I changed that nonsense up a bit, though. Although it was unintentional, it was clear that things were getting interesting. The participant is probably Verna. So what are your skills? If she passes the preliminaries, it will be like having an insurance policy. Insurance that allows you to easily obtain Hibern flowers. The gray boy knows what's going on with Shelley. Rurin, come here. Are you going already? Surprisingly, Rurin, who showed interest in other people's performances without saying she didn't like it, was annoyed or dozed off, tilted her head. But when she pulled her arm, she was easily dragged along. I can't see that side from this side, and I can't see this side from that side. Well, it doesn't matter because I can hear the words and the music being played. The reason I suddenly hid was because I didn't want to show the abnormal situation of sitting upstairs where the Duke was sitting and making noises, and also because I wanted to hide my involvement for now. And if you're a contestant, you're also Rurin's rival. Isn't it natural to know your enemy and hide yourself? Why are you doing this, girl? I drove Rurin towards the wall, and boom, and hit the wall. They put the walls on both sides of Lulin's face and trapped him. Suddenly, I became in the posture of hitting a wall. Wait, Dedrin Verna? Oh, that's your maiden name. If you are Count Dedrin, isn't that an unspeakable shame for a nobleman? While I was using wall strike on Rurin, I heard a voice. The person speaking seemed to be the blonde-haired woman next to the Duke. Come to think of it, I think Rurin was the woman who kept complaining before, and while she was hitting Legana. He had gone out for a while, and when he came back, he was leaving again. Are you going to bump into me with that dirty body? After the woman said that, I heard her come down the stairs. Wow, and soon a sound like a slap was heard. It seems like Verna got hit. Count Dedrin and my mother have nothing to do with each other. Please stop it. You're laughing. Judging by the fact that she was next to the Duke, she must be a niece, daughter, or something of the same family. That means the royal family. Of course, it's not a crime to throw harsh words at the gray boy. I failed. Get out of here right now. Just being in the same place gives me the creeps. How will the gray boy respond? Although the woman's actions were unreasonable, I was curious about what kind of judgment the gray boy would make politically. Loriana, come back here. However, it was Duke Delian who brought the situation to an end. Uncle, let's start playing instead. Count Grey, thank you, Majesty. The gray boy, who was probably looking at Verna's condition after being slapped, answered loudly. I slowly poked my head, which was hitting the wall, into the hall. It doesn't matter because the gray boy isn't in a situation where he can see this way right now. When I checked the situation with my own eyes, I saw that Verna had her hands on the keyboard. But the situation is strange. My hands were shaking tremendously, and soon the tremors spread to my body. Look at you, Uncle, you can't even play properly. Be quiet. Unexpectedly, Duke Delian shouted loudly again, making the woman shut up. You. Rurin touches my arm in that situation. So I turned my head and looked at Rurin. What are you doing in this posture? Is this also called skinship? Something feels strange. Rurin started making strange noises, and at the same time, voices were heard from the hall. Stop. Count Greg, take her and go back. Wait a minute. Majesty, please give me a chance. Just wait a moment, calm down a little, and you will be able to play great. It is done. I passed. I passed so I could show that skill in the finals, so I should go back. Yes. Just hearing his voice, I could imagine how dumbfounded the gray boy looked. Why did you pass it? Verna couldn't play the keyboard, so passing is strange. The Duke has no idea about my relationship with the gray boy. And there's something else strange. Verna's trembling was a little abnormal, so much so that it seems like there is some reason. People don't become like that just because of tension. No matter how much they are enemies, those two people are just like my people. It seemed necessary to find out the situation. From the reason the two participated in the concert to the reason Verna was shaking like that. We have to let Rurin demonstrate her skills and hope that she can achieve a miracle. Chapter 160, Hibern Flowers and Concert. Soon Verna and the gray boy left the concert hall according to the Duke's orders. At the same time, Duke Delian's voice was heard. It was a very cold voice. They are trivial things. The blonde woman responds to that voice. Uncle, Immediately afterwards, the Duke's voice followed. He is the one who dared to refuse, even though we were given a glorious opportunity to serve the Duke of Delian. Before taking over all of Grey City's business, would you make the Grey Count family a laughingstock in the aristocratic society? Those who are overconfident in their situation will have a fitting end. Then what you mean by letting them pass is no way. Yes, he's not good at playing properly, so he's probably the type that's weak in practice. There is no need to even look at the skills he possesses. Where would the skills of rural nobles go? If not, it would have been known already. The blonde woman seemed to be in a better mood at Duke Delian's assertion and responded with a smile. That's it, I don't even know that. In that case, all that remains is to show my overwhelming skills and make myself a laughing stock. But the conversation was soon cut off. There is no need for that. The moment you start playing, your hands start shaking, and even if you force yourself to play, won't you be ridiculed and jeered? Ho ho ho, you are my uncle after all. These are things that fit well together. Well, it was strange ever since we discussed passing the exam, and I thought it was something like this. Thanks to the Duke, it became very clear what was going on. So I laughed. I think the finals will be really fun. It would be even more fun if Rurin showed off her skills as a dragon. What are you doing, really? As I was lost in those thoughts, Rurin summoned me back to reality. Llewellyn just said this. Those words overlapped with the Duke's words, so I stood by for a while, but Llewellyn said that he definitely felt strange. About this wall hitter. Well, this wall-hitting thing is. At that very moment, I suddenly remembered something from yesterday. Now Rurin is crossing her legs. Still, he looks at me shyly. The ears were red. That's what it means to feel strange. In other words, it was a very good atmosphere for kissing. We were that close, and my arms were almost touching Lurin's ears, and I was restraining her by leaning against the wall. Rurin, who rejected my kiss the day before yesterday. But after that, other than that, nothing was different from usual. Even now, a golden opportunity to relieve the discomfort of that time. No one is looking this way. Due to the structure of the building, this side is not visible. The distance is close enough to hear Rurin's breathing, so there was no hesitation. I just gained momentum and tried to kiss him. However, Rurin, who was staring at me with a shy expression, suddenly turned her head right before our lips met. Thanks to this, it was Rurin's cheek that my lips touched. Even that, because Rurin turned her face so sharply, it slipped past her cheek and touched the air. Rurin, it was absurd. At the time, one might have thought it was because he was sleepy, but now his intention to refuse was very clear. I gave him an intense look, and Llewellyn glanced at me with a mysterious expression, then turned his head again to avoid my gaze. You avoided the kiss the day before yesterday, right? There is something like that. There is such a thing. In other words, it means that I clearly intentionally avoided it last time as well. Why? To the subject who looks embarrassed in front of me like this. Why on earth are you blushing even to your ears? Some strange feeling is boiling over. I never even thought about Rurin rejecting me. Llewellyn has never rejected me since she expressed her affection for me. That's why I have maintained the firm belief that Rurin likes me. And Llewellyn always showed that belief through action. But why? Feeling frustrated, I grabbed Rurin's chin and turned it towards me. Llewellyn's face was helplessly drawn into my hand. My image is reflected in Lurin's two black eyes. If the goal is to kiss you, you can force it. But the kiss itself is not the goal, so I wanted to hear the reason for the rejection. That is a natural feeling and desire. So, like a parrot, I repeated why. Why? But Llewellyn was still a parrot. Repeat the same words. There's something like that. So I asked, what if I still kiss you? That's great. Number not good. The answer that came back was a twofold response. When he let go of Llewellyn's chin, Llewellyn covered his face with both hands. Nana, there is no me. Because I don't have it. Rurin, you get angry when you come out like that without even telling me the reason. Don't be angry. Wait for that. If you wait, I'll tell you. No. As Rurin said that, she crouched down and covered her face. Then he wrapped himself up, covered his face, and raised his voice. I go and practice first. And then he used teleportation and ran away. I was dumbfounded for a moment by the absurd situation and looked at the spot where Rurin had disappeared. Wait, nothing has changed. But he refuses to kiss me. In this state, even if you try to screw him, he's probably going to run away. Is it nonsense to ask you to wait, and have you changed your mind? Are you saying I changed my mind and should wait? I thought it was ridiculous, but my firm belief was slightly shaken. I have never thought about this situation before. Rurin likes me so much that she always says so herself, so she will never reject me. Because I just thought that way. I don't feel like kissing. In situations where the situation is ambiguous, rejection itself is quite possible. But just now, the atmosphere was so good that when he mentioned that he was feeling strange, he gave me a bright look and his ears turned red. Since he left an odd comment telling me to wait, I think he has some plan. My brain thought so, but after being rejected twice, a strange feeling that I didn't know what it was kept entrapping my mind. The first thing to deal with is the Great Hat. On my way back to the Imperial Palace, I searched the boy's mansion. The boy, surprised by my visit, began to explain everything about what had happened and Verna's trauma, like a child telling his parents. The reason why I decided to participate in this competition, and the fact that because of that decision, he unknowingly stepped into the political arena and almost caused great trouble. Is that so? Somehow, Verna's condition was very strange, even if she had been slapped right before that. I don't know what your highness was thinking, but I passed anyway, so at least I avoided being eliminated from the preliminaries like last time, but in the end, I am still suffering because I couldn't play the keyboard. Was it something like that? The situation is clear at a glance, so I was curious about what the gray boy was thinking. Are you sure you don't know what you're thinking? The current situation the Gray family is in and what happened at the preliminaries. If you put all of that together, there is something you need to realize if you want to become a great lord. If you don't realize that, it means that you won't even become a Cataledon that you can grow up to be. I looked at the boy intently, hoping that wasn't the case. Fortunately, the gray boy shook his head strongly. I know, and actually I am confident about the finals. No matter what His Majesty's intentions are, if my mother can play the keyboard properly, she can silence everyone. That's who you are, myself is it. I smiled at the gray boy. Fortunately, it seemed like he had the insight to understand the current situation. The growth is pleasing. Of course, I don't yet have the resourcefulness or power to use scheming tricks. I smiled in anticipation that such a day would come soon. As you navigate this dirty political world, you will learn how to overcome it little by little. Yes, but that will only be possible if my mother can play the keyboard in the finals without having to do something like before. If only I could hit it. The boy looked at me with a different expression than when he expressed confidence. Actually, it's not that there is no way. Of course, I am not 100% sure. In the end, it's a problem that two people have to solve. However, I could give advice on how to do it. That's what I came here for. It's best for Rurin to win, but it's bad for me that Verna can't even play in the finals. Your Excellency, the Earl of Grey, so I seriously called his name. The boy trembled with a startled look on his face, then straightened his back and answered loudly. Yes, yes, it is an attitude of listening, so I started saying how I thought. I think that in the current situation, closed emotions should be resolved with other emotions, even if they are a little harsh, rather than using straightforward methods. And the Count is the only one who can use those other emotions now. I tried everything I could. They all failed. Have you really tried everything? The gray boy nodded, but I shook my head. And then he quietly touched the boy's shoulder. You came to the capital to participate in this concert and suffered a lot of humiliation, right? Okay, yes. The real reason why the Duke and nobles despise the Grey family has nothing to do with Count Dedrin. Your Excellency, have you ever been honest with Berna about the interests involved in this concert, the current situation that Grey is in, and everything else? I couldn't tell you that because I thought it would make the trauma even stronger. Even though Verna looks like that, she is a person with very strong maternal love. But if you listen to what Your Excellency has said so far, it seems like that motherly love is just sleeping in your heart right now. Master, I'm not sure what that means. Your Excellency, you want to show that you have grown, right? You want to show yourself grown up and rely on your mother, who took care of you when you were young, right? This question seemed to hit the nail on the head, so I couldn't say anything. Of course, eternal silence is impossible unless you die. The boy immediately nodded quietly. I want to become an adult, as soon as possible. So, that's a good idea, but now we need a change of direction. I am sure Berna has been relying a lot on you these days. But on the other hand, I still want to be Your Excellency's mother. A mother is a mother no matter what anyone says. Before and in the future. The gray boy seemed to have misunderstood my words. I guess it's a lack of entitlement because Verna is not her biological mother. That's not what I meant. What I want to say is something else. Tell Verna honestly about your situation and rely on her. That is actually the way to fix Verna's trauma. Your excellency is still young. That's true no matter who sees it. Even if you think you have grown and actually have grown, so you no longer need to rely on Berna, please speak up in times like this. Just like complaining to your own mother, tell everything and complain like you did when you were young. It's unfair. I want to show those who disrespected the Grey family an example and stop them from making a fuss, and the only way to do that is through Verna's performance. Just hang on like that. Then, Verna's motherly love will be activated. She is that kind of woman. There is no love in this world that can beat a mother's heart. There is no love more sublime than the infinite love a mother gives to her child. Even if he is not his biological mother, he is a gray boy whom Verna has already considered as more than her biological son in her heart. It is a trauma caused by love and feeling sorry for her husband. But if you leave everything behind and your son cries out for help, if you insist that you can show an example to those who ignored you just by playing the keyboard, she will be able to become stronger. Motherly love will move her. Mothers are always strong if your child is involved. After I finished speaking, the gray boy made no reply. I was just standing there blankly. You must be thinking about it. I patted the boy on the shoulder and left the mansion. From now on, it will be up to the boy and Verna to resolve the issue. And actually, now is not the time to be helping others. My heart is in a very complicated state because of Lulin. Chapter 161, Hibjorn Flower and Concert Hay, Run Away. When I returned to the Imperial Palace after stopping by the Grey Boy's house, the first word out of my mouth was runaway. Lulin must have returned immediately after using teleportation and was sitting quietly in front of the keyboard. Strictly speaking, it is not quiet. It was fluttering, sitting at the keyboard and moving your body back and forth. Not a fugitive, and without even looking back, he denies what I said. And why are you so late? Y'all be late if you leave it behind. Cannot help it. Be patient a little bit. Blessings come after patience, so I will be patient. Lulin let out an unintelligible sound and put his hand on the keyboard again. How long are you going to endure? After that, I walked closer and brought up the topic again. Lulin has no answer. If I win this trivial contest and give you a gift, I will tell you everything. Lulin turned his head, said that, and started playing the keyboard again. The more I do this, the more frustrated and unidentifiable emotions boil in my heart, even though I know that whatever he does or says is not done out of antipathy toward me. A world where Rurin rejects me. What if Lulin leaves me? The moment you realize how terrible and scary it is. I moaned without Lulin knowing. What great reason is there? I don't know, but I have no choice but to put up with it. There is 1 week left until the concert. Rurin, perhaps aware of the thoughts in my heart, tinkles on the keyboard, then stops her hands and looks back at me. But you, I don't like all the songs I learned here. Something tickles. These are boring songs. Is there anything else? Rurin completely rejected the songs recommended by the court lady who taught her. Now I can read sheet music, but it's not fun. Okay? Well, at a concert, it is important to choose what you want to play. Because if you play a song that suits you, you will stand out more. Especially in the case of Rurin, since she is a beginner, it would be better to thoroughly master a song that suits her. I shook my head. And then Lulin always says quagwagwagwang. I remember tapping the keyboard. Now that I think about it, when I think of quagwagwang, it's that song. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. Although it is not the official name, the song is more famous under the name Destiny. Regardless, Lulin is a guy who likes to be quite exciting, and that's why he's also a guy who likes banging on the keyboard. Because it is true that Rurin and gentle songs do not suit each other at all. Time flows like a river. The day of the finals has arrived before we know it. The concert hall was very crowded from the morning. From the nobles who came from the countryside to participate in this big social event to the great nobles staying in the capital, one by one, they gathered in the concert hall. Even at the time of arrival, the lower nobles were the first to fill the seats, as if there was an order, and as the start time got closer, the big names appeared. The last to arrive was, of course, the emperor of this country. While nobles are filling the performance hall, the legana in the central hall is checked several times. 10 people participated in the finals after passing the fierce preliminary round. When all 10 perform, the emperor announces the rankings. That is the new rule created for this competition. Participants sat in the performance hall's luxurious waiting room. Lulin was sitting on a chair in the waiting room with his eyes closed. Annoying, that was the feeling. I should have ignored the red advice too. Such a human competition. But even as I thought this, my determination to give Elle a gift surpassed even my annoyance. Rurin was now slouching on the chair with her legs crossed and a very arrogant posture, puffing out her cheeks. Her face with swollen cheeks actually made her look cute. The reason my cheeks were swollen was because I was frustrated because of the rules that the damn red thing had made. Come on. Kuuk, ooh 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 ooh. I want to do it. While thinking about this, Rurin finally pouted. I was fighting my frustration by myself, telling myself countless times that if things didn't work out, I would really make smoked meat like Red Dragon and throw it to the bugs. And of course, there were other participants in this waiting room. There was a woman sitting with a more irritated face than Rurin, and that was Loriana Delian. Sitting next to him was Reindl Elen of the Duke of Elen. These two people are already famous in the social world. Two people are from great noble families, and the rest of the participants were nobles from families below the count. According to the family hierarchy, the only people who sat on the chair were Loriana and Reindl. And in addition, Lulin was the only one and everyone else was standing still. That's the rule. So Loriana was very unhappy with Rurin sitting arrogantly. Actually, I didn't like it from the preliminaries, so my anger is boiling inside. Loriana, isn't that person over there very uncultured? In a situation where Rurin was unable to face Pier because her eyes were closed, Reindl opened his mouth to Loriana. As if she had been waiting for that, Loriana began to answer in a loud voice. I heard that they are from the same royal family as us, but I would like to dare say that they come from a distant collateral lineage. Loriana was especially emphasizing the word dare. However, since Rurin had spoken to humans in mosquito-sounding mode, Loriana was safe at that moment. Loriana could not openly do anything to Rurin due to the Duke of Delian's strict orders, and Rurin also did not touch humans and treated them as if they were not human due to El's strict orders. Peace, like a sheet of thin ice, was being maintained in such a precarious manner. What happened? Afterwards, they see me being embarrassed in front of so many people and they laugh at me. Loriana said that to Reindl. However, the more I got angry, the more I looked around to see if there was anyone else to vent my anger on, and then I caught sight of Verna quietly meditating, leaning against the wall. At that moment, a bitter smile appeared on Loriana's lips. Loriana jumped up and walked in front of Verna, feeling like she had found prey caught in a spider's web. The other participants, who had not been interfering due to the noise that Rurin was from the royal family, also seemed to realize the intention and followed Loriana in droves. Aren't you embarrassed? You showed up well in a subject where you can't even play properly. Do you enjoy being embarrassed? Loriana is speaking, but what is that expression on her face? A participant in his 30s who appeared to be around the same age as Berna helped Loriana. What Loriana said is correct. If I think of the name Dedrin, I would be so embarrassed that I wouldn't even be able to come here. This is really a shame. Other participants also joined in and started making fun of Loriana, saying they wanted to please her. Even if deep inside you are determined to win this concert, which is evaluated purely based on your skills, there will be absolutely no benefit in being looked down on by Loria or Delian on the surface or in the social world. Of course, Verna made no response. Are you ignoring me now? Why don't you say something? Loriana started scratching Verna again, but Verna just nodded. Loriana didn't like that adult attitude even more. Don't words sound like words? One of the participants who received Loriana's glance grabbed Verna's head, and I pushed him away hard. Verna, who had skipped a meal because she was so focused on practice, rolled around on the floor helplessly. Verna is still the Lord's mother, who is respected by everyone in Grey City. Therefore, it was absurd to be treated like this. But this concert hall itself was a place where the emperor and great nobles gathered, so it followed that relativity. Verna is crashing with a chair, I fall. In the meantime, Verna fell and stopped at Lulin's feet. At that contact, Lulin opened his closed eyes and shouted. Sick. Rurin, who was already feeling uncomfortable due to the lack of skinship, touched Verna's feet and looked at her. The sound of mosquitoes was already really annoying, but since they touched me, it was already self-defense. Kill them all. While I was thinking that, Verna opened her mouth wide. The name that came out of his mouth, which he had not opened at all even after being attacked by Loriana, was Rurin's name. Lulin, why here? Then Rurin frowned. El said he participated under a different name. So you are not Rurin now. Who is Lulin? It's Lulin, but it's not. That El, you are my wife, right? Nina. Lulin's face, which had been getting up angrily, instantly cleared up. And only then did I look at Verna closely. Come to think of it, it's a face I've seen somewhere before. That's Rurin's impression. However, he opened his mouth with a face that said he had no idea where or where. Do you know this body? Who are you? Verna knew that El was a great magician, and that Lulin was also not ordinary, and she had heard a lot about the two, so she naturally responded to Lulin's comments. I am Gray's mother that I met you a few times at the Lord's castle, but excuse me, don't you remember? Huh, right. Are you that little boy's mother? What happened? Since you said it was your wife, I will take care of it, hee. Sit here. Lulin pulled Verna to the chair next to him and sat her down. And then he started yawning loudly. As I waited, the three sets of feeling sleepy, bothersome, and irritated slowly began to appear. Loriana, who was watching it all, was dumbfounded. Now what are you doing? You. Because of her frustration, Loriana disobeyed her uncle's words and came in front of Lulin. Who are you? Lurin looked at Loriana with sparkling eyes. Loriana also met Lurin's eyes. At the same time, a tiny peer attacks Loriana. Loriana, who felt the peer, was startled and instinctively took a step back. I felt like I didn't know why I ran away, but I had no intention of approaching Lurin again. And that's what other participants felt at the same time. In an instant, there was silence in the waiting room. I am annoyed that the concert has become so needlessly complicated. Duke Sergei, seated in the VIP section of the concert hall, grumbled. Well, it's just this one time, so what can I do? A great being is involved. Wouldn't it be tempting to say that if you win, you will be exempted from paying taxes to His Majesty for a year, plus military power? Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? The person who is aiming to kill two birds with one stone is none other than Duke Delian. However, the one who made a fuss was Duke Alen, who was sitting right next to Duke Delian. In the grumbling Duke Sergei family, there was no one capable of winning. On the contrary, Duke Alen was bracing for Rindal to defeat Loriana this time. And, unlike usual, Duke Tamurin, who was on the outskirts, was quiet throughout. It's been like that ever since I heard that El was involved in this incident. The other dukes could not understand the reason, but there was a reason why Duke Tamurin could never come forward. There's only one thing he wants. There was no winner from the Delian Duchy or the Alen Duchy. Is it certain information that the great being's skills are poor? So Duke Tamurin was most curious about this. It sucks. Duke Delian answered half-heartedly. Duke Tamurin turned his head and let out an excited sound. Your Highness Alen, have you heard about the participant from the Grey family? Count Mitchell appropriately intervened in the chilly atmosphere and asked Duke Ilni a question. Oh, that guy. That's right, he was a very arrogant guy. Following Duke Ilna's reaction, Count Mitchell began talking about making the Grey family realize their plight by humiliating them so that they could not enter the social world at all. Of course, he conveyed the Duke of Delian's wishes on his behalf. Duke Delian hated the seemingly pointless act of saying things like that the most. Chapter 162 Hibiron Flowers and Concert. Meanwhile, the Emperor was contemplating who would be the winner in front of the noisy crowd. Unless the skills are clearly superior, that is, if they are equal, there is a problem of choice. Of course, in that case, the matter must be resolved through political means, in the most advantageous way for the Emperor. So I thought it would be best for Dragon to win, but I thought it would be difficult because I had heard that performance before. Of course, the last time I heard it played was about 5 days ago. It was still a time when Lurin's performance was not good, but the Emperor, who thought that was all, was nodding and thinking of various possibilities. El was located near the Duke's and the Emperor's face. Next to him, the Grey boy was so nervous that he was trembling. And finally, the long-awaited final stage began. The first contestant comes out of the waiting room and walks onto the stage. Clap, clap, clap. Participant number 1 took his place in front of the keyboard to the sound of applause. The name of the piece is The Wind from the Valley Comes Over. The performance began immediately after the MC's declaration. In El's opinion, the performance was pretty average. Of course, I passed the preliminaries with my skills, so I play well. I hit it well, but it only ended there. I couldn't feel anything special at all. It was mostly like that after that. The performance continued, although it was well played, but not very impressive. It was only after the 5th turn that a face El recognized appeared. Loriana Delian, wearing a colorful dress, began walking on stage, waving her hands as if enjoying the loudest applause. Candidate for winning. El found out after the preliminaries that she was an overwhelming candidate for the title. The Emperor also began to take great interest in the winning candidate. Duke Delian had absolute faith in Loriana, so he looked very comfortable. Loriana Delian sits at the keyboard. At the same time, the host started shouting loudly. This participant came out with his own song. The song name is My Gorgeous Days. Please applaud. Elle laughed. I thought it showed a lot of confidence that it was a self-composed song. Loriana Delian, who received everyone's attention, put her hands on the keyboard. And when the performance started, silence came into the hall. All you can hear is breathing. Loriana Delian's skills were definitely amazing. It is true that we are on a different level from other participants. A great melody spreads out every time the hands move on the keyboard at a speed that makes them invisible. The melody itself is pretty good, so everyone can't take their eyes and ears off the fancy hand movements, the speed, and the melody. Elle nodded, thinking that even for an outsider, the level of technical perfection was very high. It's not for nothing that they're called the favorites. When her performance ended, thunderous applause erupted from all directions. Even nobles who were not related to the Delian family stood up and started applauding, so it could be said that all that was said was said. It was a brilliant performance, a song that fits the title perfectly. Probably none of the participants has performed such a splendid, beautiful, fast, and powerful performance. With that assessment, Elle began comparing herself to Rurin. I can say that the performance is definitely good, but negotiating with that woman for Hibaern flowers was something I really didn't want to do. Negotiation may be possible if you threaten Duke Delian, but she is a woman I don't like at all. Should I say that I don't even want to negotiate? Typical nobleman. A woman who has the mindset that you are not a person unless you are a great noble. The woman who slapped Verna. Elle's wish was for Rurin to trample on that woman. Of course, that doesn't mean there's no chance of winning. If that woman competed with brilliance, Rurin had a foul with high perfection as well as technique. Elle was betting on it. Loriana Delian returned to the waiting room under a bright spotlight, and Rurin finally walked out. This participant also wrote his own song. The name of the song will be Destiny. It stings a little to write Earth's famous song, but anyway, since he saved the Emperor's face by not threatening the Hibaern flower with force, isn't this kind of cheating something that can't be helped? Since the Dukes know Lulin's identity, there is absolutely no question of his identity. Duke Alen, who was next to Duke Delian, recognized Rurin and opened his mouth. Ah, that person. Even if you can't hit it, just think to yourself, only in my heart. When Duke Delian said that, the other dukes nodded in confusion. If we get angry and come out destroying the capital, wouldn't it be the only loss for us? Behind him, Count Mitchell also added a word. In any case, the Emperor declared that he would judge a contestant based on his or her ability, and that he would not win the championship just because he was a dragon. It was none other than Elle who had made the Emperor declare, so there was no question about it. So this is the reaction. Of course, the Emperor was sincerely hoping that it would not be too bad. Unexpected situations are never a possibility. Just thinking about the peer attack I suffered a few days ago was dizzying. Therefore, the Emperor did not forget to secretly check Elle's location, with the mindset that if an unexpected situation occurs, your life will be guaranteed only if you go to the other side. In a situation where Dragon's skills were undervalued enough to warrant such concerns, Lulin finally took his hands on the keyboard. Of course, the beginning is still the same. Quia. Thanks to this, Elle had to put her hand to her forehead again. This is the beginning of a headache. That idiot? I told him not to do that, and eventually he did it in practice. Elle stuck out his tongue, and the audience all turned into dumbfounded faces. At that exact moment, once again, quagwagwagwang, a sound rang out, but this time it's not just a loud bang. The proper performance began. Beethoven's Majestic Symphony No. 5. The song called Destiny begins to resonate in the concert hall. Even those who were dumbfounded by the beginning began to lose their minds to the majestic, cheat-like song. Although he did not show flashy and fast techniques like Loria or Delian, he was tapping the keyboard while drawing a sufficiently elaborate trajectory. The song created by a genius was causing quite a stir in the world. Of course, Lulin's skills themselves have improved greatly over the past week. The delicate handwork was even beautiful, and the hair fluttering from the powerful performance. Lurin's beauty in her appearance combines with the melody of the keyboard to create a strange harmony. The sight of Rurin concentrating on playing was very fresh and beautiful. Looking at that scene, Elle even got the feeling that it wasn't the Rurin she knew. It looked so fresh. Elle couldn't take her eyes off Lulin's fingers. I love and proud of Rurin being so absorbed in it. Soon after the performance was over and Lulin let go, applause broke out as much as Loriana Delian's performance. And Duke Elen looked at Duke Delian in bewilderment. What is happening? But then he sat down again. In any case, Reindl was completely pushed out by Loriana's brilliant technique. In that case, the calculation that it would be better for Dragon to win was completed in an instant. Duke Delian was so embarrassed that he jumped up from his seat and clenched his fists. Damn it. I could barely hold back the swearing that came up. Until just a moment ago, I thought winning was a given. But despite the virtuosity, I have never heard such a majestic song. As long as they are similar, the Emperor will naturally choose the dragon. And with this level of skill, it is difficult to object to the selection method. When did you learn such sophisticated techniques after playing so stupidly? While Duke Delian was so irritated, it was the Emperor who was most excited. Choosing Loriana Delian was only a good thing for the Delian family. The Emperor wanted to avoid such a thing as much as possible, but if evaluated based on skill alone, Loriana would naturally win. Of course, that was before Rurin played. It's different now. A smile appeared on the Emperor's lips. After Rurin finished playing, she looked at Elle when Elle signaled for me to quickly return to the waiting room. I entered the waiting room stomping as if I was annoyed. He was fuming because he did not receive the praise and treatment he deserved. The next turn was an absolutely ordinary performance. The nobles looked completely unimpressed by other ordinary performances, perhaps because of Loriana and Rurin's performances. The turn passed, and Verna Great's turn finally arrived. Of course, Elle was very interested in this performance as well. Either Rurin or Verna can win. Of course, in my heart, I was hoping for Rurin to win. Anyway, interest was great because I was curious about how the Grey boy overcame Verna's trauma. That woman is Grey's. Duke Elen opened his mouth, but Duke Delian did not respond. Who can you blame when you underestimate the dragon's skills? My face was turning red as I was trying to control my anger, but I had no time to pay attention to people like Grake. Next time is Great Verna. Verna appeared. There wasn't even the usual applause. All the nobles looked at Verna with colored glasses as if they would immediately boo her if her performance was poor. However, Verna did not appear to be very shaken and just walked resolutely, step by step, in front of Legana. 3 participants came with self-composed songs, and this will be their last self-composed song. The song title is also just a self-composed song. I guess they haven't decided on a title. Ha. At that explanation, laughter spread throughout the hall. A sound of laughter mixed with ridicule. The Grey boy trembled even more, but Verna herself put her hands on the keyboard very calmly. But that calmness ends there. He paused for a moment and his hands began to shake slightly. Then I quietly looked around the hall. Get started. Woo-woo. When the performance did not start, boos poured in. But it's different from the preliminaries. There was clearly something strong in Verna's eyes. After seeing those eyes, Elle was sure that things were different than before. The Grey boy's hands were sweaty, even more so when Verna stopped playing the keyboard. But soon, Verna took a deep breath and started playing as Elle had thought. Slowly, the keyboard picks out the melody at a very slow tempo. Soon, the slow tempo turned into a melody with deep sorrow and began to fill the performance hall. Time spent trapped. The years I loved my husband, the years of losing my husband, the son who supported it, the son's growth. When her son, who she thought was fully grown, turned to her, Verna tried to stab her arm with a knife for the sake of her husband and son, to stop my hands shaking. Of course, it was the Great boy who stopped it. The melody that was completed like that, it had a huge resonance. The people who were booing and those who were tired of the ordinary performance all changed their faces. When Loriana played, people were silent, but the sound of breathing could be heard. But at this moment, not even the sound of his breathing could be heard other than the melody that Verna was making. The immense sorrow contained in the tone that Verna plays. The splendor of technology has already surpassed Loriana. And what is included in the technology is not just glamour. Music is art, and music sometimes brings people to tears. The melody alone has the ability to awaken deep sadness and empathize. Verna's unfortunate fate becomes a deep sorrow at her fingertips, creating a sorrowful melody. In the infinitely sad melody, Elle unconsciously remembered the sad events of the past years of her life and felt her eyes becoming moist. And it was the same for other nobles. While it made everyone think of sad things, it also made people think of happy things in some tones. That is Verna's life story itself, and a deep sorrow. something that Loriana or Delian could never express. Bringing out the emotions deep within the listener's heart was something that no participant had ever been able to do. In fact, Rurin's life was not that smooth, but the time she spent learning to play was too short to capture that. It was a situation where I just quickly learned playing skills with the thought of wanting to win. But Verna was different. The melody that technology and hand met was already art, and silence continued until the moment the performance ended. The keyboard stopped playing, but I still couldn't even hear the sound of breathing. Did you say that if you are too surprised, there is no reaction? Duke Delian and the other dukes just looked at Verna with wide eyes. And it was the same for the Emperor. Chapter 163, Hibern Flowers, and concert. The audience forgot to breathe and became so absorbed in the performance. That is the result. Judging by the audience's reaction, the winner was already decided, even though their pride prevents them from expressing how surprised and absorbed they are. Even though several minutes had passed since Verna's performance ended, no one even opened their mouth. Of course, Elle was also surprised. It would have been better if I had known in advance that Verna could play at this level. Oh, isn't that right? Even if that were the case, he would have hoped that Rurin would win based on his skills first, because Lulin said he wanted to win. For Elle, Lurin's win is the top priority. Of course, the victory must be based on skill, but it is unfortunate. This time, Elle's conclusion was that Verna's victory was justified no matter who looked at it. Elle got up and moved, leaving behind the gray boy who was intoxicated by the powerful performance, to give a fair result to this incredible performance. After about 2 more minutes, the host finally comes to his senses and resumes the proceedings. However, to be honest, the participants' performances after that were at a level that was not even listenable. Verna returned to the waiting room after the performance. Of course, the sound of the performance can be heard even in the waiting room. Loriana's face turned red as she greeted Verna, who returned to the waiting room. It's like a volcano about to explode. What are you doing? Take hold of that lowly thing's hand and crush it right now. You can never admit that someone has greater skills than you. If you can't admit it, you have to destroy it. That is the truth of the world. The circuitry in Loriana Delian's head worked only that way. While Verna was playing, when the other participants glanced at her with surprised faces, she bit her nails and decided that she would never let that nobleman's shame go unnoticed. To alleviate the shame, the Duke's bodyguards, who were originally outside, were brought into the waiting room. The duchy's guards swarmed around Verna. Crush it to pieces so you can never touch the keyboard again. How dare you disparage Duke Delian like that during the preliminaries? The knights grabbed Verna's arms. Then, Verna, who had remained silent despite being slapped with various insults, being pushed and rolling on the floor, and being subjected to all kinds of harsh situations that a noble would never experience, wrapped her hands around her and began to scream for the first time. No cow hands, at least as much as a cow's hand. I finally succeeded in playing. I don't know yet whether the trauma of not being able to hit in front of my husband has healed. However, the fact that his skills were recognized even by that woman proved that, as his son had said so well, he did not come in last place at past concerts because his skills were not enough. Because now I know that. I felt like I could hit it. I thought I could let my husband play too. I played with all my heart in front of so many people. He poured out his entire life. So I am no longer obsessed with winning. You can hand it over. But never your hands. There is something I couldn't do, at least with my hands. Verna shouted that in her mind and tried to protect her hands. However, the knights cruelly grabbed her arm, placed it on the floor, and fixed it so that it could not move. It is absolutely impossible for Verna to overcome the power of the knights. The knights raised what looked like hammers. Verna's face turned white. Whoa! Scream. The knights looked at Loriana Delian to receive final orders. What are you looking at? Turn around now, Mr. Reindl. Please pretend not to know. The buds must be pulled out. I didn't see anything. Loriana asked for understanding from Reindl of the same duchy and threatened the participants from other ordinary noble families, then began another struggle, her eyes burning. Another person who insulted him, made him feel miserable, and even didn't like his skills. Instead, even more disgust poured out of that woman, so Loriana pointed her finger and gave orders to the knights. And catch that cheeky one too. I don't know where the royal family is, but I can't believe you're so rude to the Duke of Delian, who is like a direct descendant of your distant cousin. I can't leave that alone. Normally, it would have been normal to relieve oneself while being ridiculed and booed by the audience. But rather than that, The two of them side by side upset him, and the warning the Duke had given him completely disappeared from his mind. But at this moment, Rurin, the person whom Loriana Delian had dared to point a finger at, was already in a very bad mood. Even before Loriana went crazy, she was biting her lip with a sullen expression. The reason is because of Verna. As Rurin learned to play, her listening ears also opened. Therefore, it is now possible to make a dispassionate evaluation of performance skills. In a way, he has achieved the ability to make a more accurate evaluation than Elle, who is an outsider. I had no intention of developing my skills in human culture or anything like that, but it ended up that way without me even realizing it. That's why I gritted my teeth after hearing Verna's performance. It's crazy. Lost, this body. Moreover, the moment Rurin heard Verna's performance, she unconsciously fell into sentimental feelings, recalling past events. In that part, Verna sublimated into a performance the moment when she first felt light in her messy life when she met Count Grey. Rurin remembered the scene where she met Elle there. My emotions moved. So I'm upset, but I lost. That was Lurin's condition, so she couldn't have been in a good mood. The knights dared to run towards Lulin and try to grab his hand. Lulin didn't say anything. He simply radiated fear at the knights who dared to touch him. I'm already so angry. How dare you do something? Being able to touch yourself in this world. It goes without saying that there is only one person. It is a crime so severe that even touching the tip of a finger without permission would turn other beings into dust. At that pier, all the knights collapsed on the spot. The intense weight of the pier. The piers that usually appear are so subtle that they cause a slight sense of fear when you make eye contact with them. But now it was openly emitting intense fear, and the knights had difficulty breathing and began to pant. And it's been so noisy since a while ago. I hate bugs, because it's so loud. What is this what? Rurin threw a flying kick at Lorina's body, just as she kicked Serena. Whoa. Loriana's body was thrown over the chair by a kick she had received for the first time in her life. If Elle hadn't told me not to kill him, I would have already killed him and silenced him. To Lulin, noisy humans are no different from buzzing flies. Treating humans like insects was Lurin's attitude towards ordinary humans and the ordinary thinking of a dragon. Rurin trudged over to Verna. The knights who were holding Verna's hand were all rolling on the floor now. Rurin took her eyes off Verna and stared at her quietly. I do not like it. However, he told Rurin that she was Elle's wife. And in Lurin's opinion, the gray boy was Elle's subordinate. So it's something that even one's subordinates can do. Lulin? Verna, who could not understand the situation but understood that it was similar to Elle's magic, called out to Rurin with a surprised face. Lulin poured out his feelings to Verna. Without any filtering, I don't like you either, I am sorry. But it's not that bad over there, so let's look at it. And I will win next time. I will win with my skills. There is nothing this body can't do. Ugh, annoying. While saying that, I kicked the floor and walked out of the waiting room to go to Elle had told her to stay in the waiting room until the winner was chosen, so she was in an incredibly frustrating place. But the waiting room no longer meant anything to Rurin, who had admitted to losing. You definitely don't plan on giving the Grey family the benefit of winning, do you? Your Majesty, isn't it a facade to select people based on ability anyway? Want to keep things in check. Then, all you have to do is select a great being as the winner. After all the participants had finished playing, the Emperor moved to a special room in the performance hall, saying he would make a choice to select the winner. Then all 4 dukes, including Duke Delian, followed the Emperor into the room. And on behalf of the Duke, Duke Delian was persuading the Emperor. That damn thing. The championship should not be acknowledged to such an aristocratic figure. The Duke of Delian was very uncomfortable because he had never expected that this would result from the preliminaries being made so that he could be ridiculed. But that's it. I could never do anything like win. Giving great city tax exemption is something that is absolutely unacceptable. That's troublesome. It is absolutely impossible for the Emperor to change his words, as he has already declared to everyone that he will be selected strictly based on merit. Don't you know well, Delian? Based on skill, it is clear that the winner is clear. Are you telling me to pretend it never happened? Your Majesty, since when have your interests been so clear? The situation in this competition itself has changed because of the participation of a great being. In that case, it is normal to give the championship to the great being who showed such skill and put an end to this strange competition. When the Emperor shook his head at Duke Delian's words, the Duke did not back down and insisted. The Grey boy's cockiness is a separate matter. The income from Gray City is enormous, but if it receives tax exemption benefits, its wealth will go out of control. It is absolutely unavoidable for that wealth to have a negative impact on the empire, especially in situations where I don't like the Gray Boy's tendencies. Your Majesty, please compromise at this point. If you want our dukes to agree to other policies, you should elect a neutral great being. You, the Emperor and the Duke of Delian started a snowball fight. Duke Aylin, Duke Sergei, and Duke Timurin also had the same thought, so the Emperor was now fighting 4-1. And how long do you plan on giving such absurd benefits to Great City? Empires have imperial laws. Now reap the benefits and incorporate Great City into its original location. That is difficult. It was not the Emperor who answered the Duke's words. A much younger voice than that. It was Elle's voice. Elle, who broke through the special room door and entered, slowly approached the Emperor. The eyes of the Dukes and the Emperor were all focused on Elle. The door to the room where the Emperor was kicked in, but no one pointed out that fact. Even though I looked at the knights lying in front of the room, there was no one. I made it clear. They say you should be selected solely based on ability, so why don't you just go talk nonsense to Yubori? It feels like my hearing ears will rot. Elle glared at the Dukes. Your Majesty will explain again about Great City here. Your Majesty, stop hiding and tell the Dukes. And I hope you Dukes will stop talking nonsense. Unless you talk carelessly like that, and the entire duchy gets blown away. After saying just those words, Elle turned his back and walked out of the special room. The Dukes just blinked and then closed their mouths. It's different from talking among themselves. The man who passed before my eyes was a man who could outwit even dragons. They all saw that in the Dragon War, with both eyes, that incredible scene. A person outside the standard. That powerful magic that wiped out dozens of dragons at the same time that Elle showed when she was truly angry. Considering that magic, I had no choice but to shut up. That was the power of absolute power. Chapter 164, Hibern Flower, and Concert. His Majesty says he will soon announce the winner. The attention of the performance hall was focused on one place. This is because the Emperor, who had left for a while to decide the winner, returned to the stage. All participants in the waiting room were also called to the stage. What's strange is that the participants in the waiting room looked helpless, like a stretched-out scarecrow. He was breathing heavily and had a pale complexion, like someone who had severe breathing difficulties. Of course, Rurin is not in it. Rurin is already next to me. The situation is strange. I have no energy at all, just holding my arm. It seemed like he was thinking about something, so I left him alone for now. Then, after a while, he gently waved my arm. He held the hem of my clothes tightly with one hand and finally opened his mouth. Yes, since he seemed to have no energy, I answered as kindly as possible. Rurin then admitted defeat in a hushed voice. I lost. Did you know you couldn't win? Admitting defeat by humans. This is a very refreshing appearance for Rurin, who for a while never wanted to admit it, even when she lost a fight with me. Has Rurin finally grown up too? My emotions are endless. I can't do it because it was my first time doing it. So, if you lose, but I won't lose next time. He jumped up, clenched his fists and shouted that, and instead of sitting on the chair he had just gotten up from, he sat on my thighs with a face full of heartache and pressed his buttocks against mine. Okay, I think it went well. Wouldn't it be a shame to finish it with my current skills? You should be able to hit Verna at least. If you can play something that touches my heart like Verna, I think I'll fall in love with you even more. Is that true? The tone of my voice rose when I said I was in love with it. Really? Well, that's right. It is a fact that when you see them playing with concentration, you will feel a strange gap and fall in love with them all over again. That's huge, it won't take long. It instantly makes you fall in love even more. I've felt it since last time, but Rurin seemed to secretly like Legana. That's a good thing. It is very desirable to be interested in human civilization and culture. In that case, we should bring Legana into Rare right away. There is nothing better than that for me if I can adapt to the human world by learning one by one like this. While Lulin was gaining strength and igniting her will, the Emperor began to recite a long sermon, like a sermon from an elementary school principal. In fact, it is so obvious that you don't even need to hear who the winner is. Still, the ones who remain here are the Gray Boy, who has turned pale because he is so nervous, and Verna, who is standing there looking even more nervous. I wanted to see these two people smile. And finally, the winner was announced from the Emperor's mouth. Actually, everyone knows which performance is the best without Jim having to say it. The winner of this competition is Grey Verna of the Grey family. The Emperor's announcement caused a commotion in the concert hall. The sound of applause is heard. Originally, it was the nobles who were preparing to boo. However, no one could object to the Emperor's decision. There was no fuss at all. Actually, that's natural. Verna's performance is truly, because it was a performance that left even people who didn't know what music was deeply moved. The fact that even nobles, who were almost enemies, recognized his skills and silenced him proves how great Verna's playing was. Silencing the opposition is a difficult task no matter what era or person it is, especially when it comes to matters related to politics. I stood up with a happy heart and applauded. Mother. And the great boy cheered, and as if the cheers weren't enough, he ran down the stage. I ran so quickly that I fell and rolled 3 times before I got to the stage. What is that idiot? Rurin fell so many times that he expressed these sentiments, and anyway, he got up even when he fell, and the gray boy barely made it to the front of the stage. And then he jumped into Verna's arms. Verna cries and hugs the boy. The moment when the two people, who had relied on each other strongly since the previous Earl Grey fell and had become closer than mother and son, confirmed their bond even stronger. Verna cried and the great boy cried too. These are tears of joy. Those tears are tears that no one needs to wipe away. After looking at it, I said to Rurin, "Rurin, let's go back. The original purpose was the Hibayern flower, so there is absolutely no need to stay here anymore." After telling the Grey family chamberlain that we left first, use teleportation. If I stuttered and got caught up with the Grey boy, I would have to go back to Grey City by land, which was very tiring, because the restaurant was closed for too long. However, when I told him to go back, Rurin suddenly started making a fuss. He made an ah sound as if he had forgotten something, stopped, trembled, and then let out another scream after about 5 seconds. Sleep, what you lose is what you lose. What you lose is what you lose. This is not it. When I think about it, I haven't achieved my goal with this body. I didn't lose. Rurin huffs and glares at Verna. The Emperor also glares. After kicking the ground, he was on the verge of storming back onto the stage, so he grabbed Lulin's back and ran out of the hall. He showed a mature attitude by coolly admitting defeat. It's so sudden that you don't even know why it's doing this. Legana was installed in rare. I was wondering where to put it, but ended up installing it in the main room. The main room is literally the main room, but since Lulin never returns to the main body, it has become a useless space. It would be nice to install and use Legana, as it would make better use of the space. The Lurons expressed their curiosity by asking what this was, and when Rurin played, the Lurons began to tremble in fear. Rather than playing, it's like quagwagwang, bang bang. This is because it caused noise while walking. In fact, doesn't that guy not like playing, but rather like doing that? Legana is Legana, and in fact we had one more problem to solve. Perhaps because of that, Lulin had been hesitating about something ever since he returned, mainly in the bedroom before going to sleep, when there are 2 here and there. Today, after washing up and trying to dry my hair with a towel, Rurin sits quietly at the edge of the bed and looks at me intently. So I charged. Today we will see the final decision. He dragged Rurin, pushed her against the wall again, and attempted to hit the wall. You said that if you win, you'll tell me why you rejected me, right? You didn't win, but the competition is over, so stop telling me why. If I don't convince you of the reason for my refusal, there will be no kisses or flirting for the time being. Rurin, who was slowly closing her eyes and twisting her legs, faced the exact opposite of what she wanted, and refuted it with a look on her face as she heard that the world was coming to an end. That cancel. I failed because I didn't win. Is that so? It is like that. Therefore, so what? Where is Rurin, who was so proudly avoiding her lips? Ah, you are bothering bad. No tears flowing. You should at least put some eye drops and act. Eye wash, is there such a thing? Does that make you cry? Lulin began to act in a different direction. It's absurd. That doesn't mean there wasn't any reason. If you refuse without any reason, that is just as serious. Is that so? I relaxed my wall-striking posture. I turned my back, and then I walked to the bed. Rurin must have sensed that something was wrong, so she ran over in a hurry, grabbed my arm, and made an excuse. That red thing. It's all because of that red thing. The red one? Are you talking about Serena? It seemed like he was about to confess something, so I stopped for now. Then Lulin lowered his head and opened his mouth with a defeated look on his face. I wanted to give you a gift. You always bring me gifts on my birthday and give me rare gifts, and you yourself are a gift to me. Because I never gave it to you. I hated that. Lower your head and circle your feet on the ground. It was a face that looked angry. Gift. Nod. Did you try to give me Hibiern flowers as a gift? It was for that reason that I persevered and entered the competition held by humans, but I lost. So I am nothing. I became a fool. That's stupid. I am not stupid. People call me stupid, and I get angry when they call me stupid. But a gift is a gift. That alone doesn't explain why he rejected me. Did you reject me because of that gift? Doesn't this make sense? That. I took Lulin's arm away, walked over to the bed, and sat down on it. I acted like that, but my mind was a little shaky. He was so absorbed in learning Legana that he wanted to give me a gift. That. Lovely, but that is what it is, and rejection is rejection. I have to find out the reason. So I went into bed and lay down. As I continued to pretend to be upset, I couldn't feel Lulin, who seemed to be standing there the whole time. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad. The red thing is the problem. This happened because of the damn thing. The red thing is like that. It seems like you always give too much, so try rejecting it and you will stop restless and realize my importance more. Why isn't that the case? Red guy jerky. You have to scoop it up, trample it, but before that, after the red one rejected the kiss, there is something recommended to be given as a gift. The silence continues for a moment, and then rap is heard from where Rurin is standing. The dialogue is so rapid fire that I can't even understand it properly. I have no idea what he's mumbling about. So I continued to not move from the bed. Express that you are upset. That's important. It hurt because Rurin rejected me, because it hurt so much. My feelings also became very complicated. Moreover, I realized that my actions were useless. What if Rurin truly rejects me? In my heart, if Lulin ever leaves me, the sense of loss I would feel would be greater than the size of this world. I realized this while looking at those lips that rejected me. Iced coffee. Lulin always says you'll die without me, but more than that, I loved this guy. Those two rejections made me realize that feeling. I have a duty to hear the reason. So, I am just pretending to be upset. I heard Lulin walking towards me, as if he sensed that I was upset. It's not as light as a feather as usual. I feel a heavy weight with each step I take. I tried to glance at him to see what he was doing, but I barely held back. Rurin approaches right in front of us. Lulin's hand touches my head as I lie back. You, a voice calling me. He calls me in a lower voice than usual. But for now, there was no answer. Then I felt Rurin's hair on the back of my neck. That told me that Lulin's face was approaching. No, what was approaching was not a face. It was Rurin's lips. Jajuk. Lulin's lips separated, leaving a peck on the side of my face. Huh, that was the first kiss that shy Rurin gave me for the first time. It's a gift. Lulin said that and ran away to hide under the blanket. You can't just leave it like that. I went under the blanket to find Rurin. It tickles. Haha. When they tossed and turned, tickling each other and threw away the blanket, something strange happened. The Hibiern flower that Verna had given her as a gift from the vase placed by her bedside in the bedroom gave off a strong light. And the Hibiern flower, which shone for a split second, soon returned to its original color as if it had never happened before. Chapter 165 Side Story. A Wizard's Hotel. Count Giltimond fell alone on his way back from the capital. Accompanied by only the slaves he had rescued and the 2 nights necessary to enjoy the event in secret, he escaped through a side road, something brought about by impatient behavior. By the bandits, the knight was killed, the slave was taken away, and Earl Giltimond was chased. As a knight, it is impossible to be attacked by bandits in the first place. But he was a strange bandit. It was so strong. You bastards, I will never forgive you. Count Giltimond huffed and puffed as he barely escaped. I am a slave bought at a high price. Even slave traders are so vicious these days. It's expensive, damn it. The word damn won't leave my mouth. It was so sad that I almost cried. That's right, last time too, the slave I bought for a lot of money died before I could even touch it. Are you born with a weak body? How weak do you have to be to get hit just a little bit and die right away? It absolutely makes no sense. These are the people who sold such defective products. I tried to inquire but couldn't get in touch. Should I call it a scam? Thanks to you, I had a hard time making a deal with a new slave trader. I barely managed to get it, but this time it was a bandit. I can't believe this Count Giltimond is a bandit. The moment I let go of my guard to have fun, the bandits attacked. The timing is so perfect. Things haven't been going well for a number of reasons lately. Was the name of the girl who died after struggling so hard and hitting her a few times, Melly? The Count thinks that something has been going wrong since he threw it away. Since Selly lied about her name, the Count still knew her as Melly, because it's unlucky. Imperial law prohibited private slave trading, but anything could happen behind the scenes. Where is this anyway? Count Giltimund realized that he was completely lost. The day is getting darker and foggy. The howl of an animal was heard nearby. Although I was wearing a sword, I knew that my life would be in danger if I was attacked by a wild beast in such a foggy place, so I frowned and moved to somehow find my way. Krrrrrrrrrrrr. But what I heard was the roar of a wild beast. Count Giltimund, who discovered the large beast, began to run away. Then a huge building appeared before his eyes. A building in the mountains like this. Count Giltimund was curious, but he had no time as the wild beast was chasing him. I pounded desperately on the door. Keek. Then the iron door began to squeak and open on both sides. It's not like anyone is opening the door. Almost automatically. It was quite a bizarre scene, but Count Giltimund had no choice but to avoid the pursuing beasts, so he entered the building without any hesitation. Then the door begins to close automatically. Because the situation was so urgent, Count Giltimund was unable to concentrate on the doors opening and closing automatically, and looked around the building, relieved that he had survived. Inside the building was a luxurious space that could not even be imagined in the mountains, surrounded by fog. A red carpet was laid out in the hallway leading from the entrance. The ceiling is very high, and the chandeliers sparkle. At the end of the red carpet, a lobby-like area appeared. Count Giltimund first walked into the lobby. At the end of the lobby was a place that looked like a front desk. Is this an inn? It's very luxurious for an inn, isn't it? It's a luxurious inn. Count Giltimund, thinking that it suited him again, spoke to the woman sitting at the front desk. What are we doing here? The red-haired woman, Serena, who was sitting arrogantly, started digging her ears as the Count spoke. He brought the hand that dug into his ear to his mouth and blew on it, then answered the Count as if he was annoyed. What are you doing there? As you can see, it's a hotel. Hotel? Well, they say it's an inn. A luxurious inn is called a hotel. Well, if Elle is like that, that's what it is. What is your attitude? I am the Earl of Giltimund, Lord of Giltimund over here. Oh, so? Serenia snorted and started picking her ears again. Seeing that he, a nobleman, was not paying attention, Earl Giltimund shouted loudly as if he had lost his temper. Oh, how cruel. If you want to stay here no matter what, give me all the jewelry and gold you have. Oh, does that include the property you have now? A jewel is a jewel, heh. Serena's eyes lit up as her obsession for the jewel burned. Are you guys a gang of bandits from earlier? I cannot forgive you. If you can't forgive, why don't you leave again? Of course, there will still be wild beasts outside, right? If you don't get out of here safely after daybreak, y'all become food for the animals waiting for you. Noisy. How dare you speak informally to a nobleman and make arrogant remarks? The Count felt his anger boiling over and pulled out his sword. And he aimed at Serena's neck. What a shameless thing. If you want to live, kneel down right now. But Serena just laughed. The Count thought it was a mockery and tried to swing his sword with force. But at the same time, the knife, which was still intact, suddenly broke and fell away. Why is this like this? The door for guests to leave is over there. If you want to give jewelry, come back. Serena said as if she was annoyed and then clapped her hands. Then this time a monster appeared. What monster, Don't point fingers, something like a bug. Whoa, The monster threw a flying kick. Count Giltimund was startled and took a step back, but was hit by a flying kick and fell to the ground. Don't hit me these. I will never forgive you. I decided to go back to the territory and bring my army back to crush it, so I retreated and returned to the gate. Then the door opens automatically again. Krrrrrrrrrrrr. But the Count immediately ran away behind the door again. Outside, countless wild beasts were gathered together, their eyes shining. Count Giltimund, who fell in surprise, gathered all the strength he had from breastfeeding and ran back into the building. Surprisingly, the wild beasts were unable to enter the building. The door closed again and soon the beasts disappeared. Sigh, barely survived. Count Giltimund thought like that and looked around again. Cannot help it. For now, I have no choice but to make a false promise and wait for daybreak at this unpleasant inn. I thought that if I could just go back to the territory, I would give up everything, including promises. Okay, good. You there. Count Giltimund maintained his composure and looked back at the monster, standing next to the front desk. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the object I thought was a monster was not a monster. When I looked closely, it looked like a doll mask. There was a person inside it. The person with flowing black hair was wearing a doll mask that resembled a dragon. The dragon's mouth was the face, and the hands, legs, and wings were drawn on the doll mask. A woman's face appears in the dragon's mouth. What a beautiful girl. But even so, the lust that accounted for 90 of Count Giltimund was not activated. I told you not to point fingers. The dragon doll mask flew into the sky again. Woo-woo, quayang. With the second fierce and powerful flying kick, Count Giltimund flew far away, rolled around in the lobby, and fell against the wall. Count Giltimund had to leave again. I am a dragon. KKKKKKK. Hey, what did you say? Did you say penguin? I thought you told me to wear those clothes, but why are you wearing them? Serena picked up the dragon doll mask and urged Rurin, who was flying around. At the same time, Lulin raises his eyebrows and answers. Penguin? That fatting patting? It must be fluttering. Are you stupid? Lurin started imitating a penguin by flapping the doll's hands, which were combined with the wings of the hand part of the dragon doll mask. Then he stepped on the fluffy tail of the doll mask he was wearing and fell forward. Quayag, ooh woo 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 woo. It hurts. He got up with tears in his eyes, and to relieve his anger, he kicked the Count, who had managed to get up from his slump just in time. Whoa whoa, ah. The Count fell again and rolled around in pain. After a while, he finally managed to get himself together and screamed in frustration. You didn't point a finger this time, so why did you hit me? Count Bon is being treated unfairly. It's okay because it's a dragon. Kwang, a dragon wearing a dragon-shaped doll mask. A crazy woman on the street. That was the Count's assessment of Lurin. There is absolutely no one who can imagine a real dragon in its polymorph state wearing a doll mask and setting up like that. So, are you thinking of staying there? Then, will you hand over your treasure, your excellency? Ho-ho-hong. If you go back to the territory, there are a lot of treasures. Is that enough? Are there many? Serena showed interest and grabbed the Count by the collar. When the Count nodded, holding him by the collar, he threw him onto the sofa in the lobby and took out a piece of paper on the table in front of him. Then, shall we write a memorandum of transfer here? All of your treasures belong to me, Serena. I will hand over all the treasures of the territory. Write it down like this, sign it, seal it, etc. Then does it guarantee safety? Well, that's right. Tomorrow, that monster will disappear and we can go home, right? They are wild beasts that are not active during the day. I see. Then, Count Giltimund began to roughly scribble a memorandum on a piece of paper, hiding his secret intentions that he would arrest and kill everyone once they returned to his territory. It would be enough to just dismiss a memorandum like this as something you don't know about. When you return to the territory, everything is over. But for now, in order to survive, he wrote a memorandum with a forced smile and handed it over to Serena. Where are you? After putting away the memorandum, Serena began to look around the Count's body and ordered, You take off the ring on that hand too, right? Because it's mine from now on. Heh. These bandits, who told you to buy it? Serena frowned and grabbed the Count's hair. Unlike Lulin, who had less experience, Serena was able to control even the slightest piercing. Therefore, whether you make eye contact or are next to her, Serena does not have to feel fear due to her peers as long as she makes up her mind. However, this time, Serena intentionally shed blood. Thanks to this, Count Giltimund had to fall with an unknown feeling of fear. Hey Lurin, give this guy some more kicks. Quang, let's eat. Stop playing dragon cosplay and kick it. Eat it really? Hate, I don't eat things like this. Dirty, and you are a bandit. He's a bad guy, hee-hee-hee-kang. Lurin opened his mouth wide and started pretending to eat Serena. Quang. At the same time, it was nice to laugh out loud. However, as he turns around, he steps on the tail of the doll mask again and falls. Kang, I'm going to cut off this tail. Chapter 166 Side Story A Wizard's Hotel. Lurin huffed and ran out of the lobby. The Count stared blankly at that, then turned his gaze back to Serena. Serena began to look at the Count again with a grim look on his face. With a face that was already having fun. If you're not going to give it up, just leave the hotel before they throw it away. Our great Count. What kind of den of bandits is there? Let's be patient, let's be patient. Deciding to survive, subdue these guys, and enslave them all, the Count had no choice but to take off the ring and hand it over to Serena. It was such a waste because it was a ring with an expensive diamond. Wait for a sec, what else? The Count clicked his tongue in surprise. Unfasten the belt there too. It's got jewels on it. This isn't right. My pants are coming off, what is that? There's a rope over there, so why don't you tie it and go around, or go out? This cruel. I am looking for Muyam after he dies. Puhyuk. In the end, Serena punched the Count in the face. The Count got hit in the face and started rolling on the red carpet again, his nose bleeding. It was already the third time. I'll hit you until you give it to me. Oh no, I give it to you. Give it to me. The Count, who didn't want to get hit any further, covered his nose with his hand, quickly untied his belt, handed it to Serena, and tied her waist with the rope thrown to her. Okay, thank you. Customer. Then I will give you the room key. After taking all the jewels, Serena showed a welcoming smile and returned to the front desk to throw the key on the Count's body. It's room 205, so find it carefully. Do I have to go find y'all? Ho ho, I hope you have a good time. After leaving meaningful words, Serena stretched out and disappeared somewhere with a look on her face that said that since she got the gem, everything else doesn't matter. Crazy things, crazy things. The Count swore countless times at Serena's back and then looked towards the second floor. I found the stairs with the intention of holding on for just one day. I stepped on the stairs with the intention of going to bed quickly and started to climb, but I soon realized that even the stairs were strange. What on earth are these stairs? The stairs continued endlessly. It's already time to get to the second floor, but I can't see the end of the stairs. Why are these damn stairs endless? You clearly said it was on the second floor. The Count thought something was wrong and turned around to go down, but the road back down continued without end. As if I was lost in an infinite maze. Obviously, it came down as much as it went up, so it was only right for Robbie to come out. But the stairs going down continued endlessly, so the Count couldn't stand it anymore and sat down, swearing again. Am I dreaming now? I pinched my cheek several times, but the sensation was reality itself. At that time, a human voice was heard from the top of the stairs. A loud voice. It's that crazy woman from earlier. Is it up there? And as soon as that sound was heard, the stairs suddenly began to collapse. It is already dark under the stairs. What is this again? The Count began to jump upward with all his might, because every cell in my body was telling me that it was not good to fall into that darkness. The Count climbed up and up, sweating profusely, but the end was still not in sight. I am getting tired. My body became heavy, and my speed gradually decreased. That time when I thought that thanks to that, the stairs under the Count's feet disappeared, and I ended up falling into darkness. The world turned upside down, and a woman wearing a dragon doll mask appeared before my eyes. What are you doing? Are you stupid? Okay? I came to my senses after hearing those words and looked around. Before I knew it, I was on the second floor. What is this? Hallucination? A situation that is completely incomprehensible continues. I looked down the stairs. It is not dark down the stairs. I could clearly see the lobby where I was standing earlier. The lobby still has traces of where he rolled around. So did this crazy woman experience the same thing as herself? The Count, curious about this, asked Rurin. Did you come up the stairs too? Don't call me you. Whoa, of course what comes back is punishment. Lulin kicked the Count again. Kayak, my exhausted body started rolling down the second floor hallway. Stop hitting me. Hey guys. Hey guys, stop hitting me. He shouted, protecting himself with the Count's arms. Usually the Count was in a position to hit and kill, but now the situation has become the complete opposite. So don't call this body careless. Lulin dragged the Count's body. But I am a nice guy, so I answer your questions. Huh, hee, this body climbed up on that horse. There was a door in front of where Rurin dragged the Count and threw him. Lulin pointed right at it and said, just then there is a ding and the door opens. Two handsome boys appeared at the door. Mate, let's go over there. Bruise, brother, I think that would be good. Bruise, for some reason the two brothers were also wearing doll masks. The two brothers, who were originally cute, were wearing dog-shaped clothes, waddled like ducks and landed on the second floor. When they saw Rurin, they got scared and walked forward. There was something like this. Why didn't I tell you? The Count entered the door angrily. From the looks of it, it must be something that is dragged from the first floor to the second floor. Is it a structure where slaves use pulleys to pull things up from above? The Count was having his slaves do a lot of work in the castle, so naturally he thought so and stepped through the door. But there was no floor where there should have been. Apparently, those two men in dog clothes came out of here. Ah! The Count desperately held on to the corner of the second floor hallway and narrowly avoided falling down. Is that Alita? Ilivetta? Elevator? Well, it's a guy with a strange name, but I don't really like it. Hey, Rurin, come here. You were here. While the Count was desperately clinging on, a man's voice was heard from inside. Huh, did you call me? Let's go now, haha. Lurin then made a completely different face than when the Count called you, a face like a melting snowman, and ran away. What happened to Lint and Mate's snacks for guests here? Hey, don't use teleportation inside the hotel to run away. These bastards, there's a person hanging right now, Arg. Save people. I do not know, I really don't know. The red one was like that. And now I am doing what you told me to do. So I don't know. Lulin, who had used teleportation to run away in front of the Count, looked at the Count again while making excuses in a loud voice. There was definitely a bit of cake cream on the corner of his mouth, but the Count was in neither the presence nor the state to notice such a thing. Is that fun? It doesn't seem like much fun. Not funny. Save me now. What are you just watching? I am a guest. Annoying. Command tone, but they looked at it. As soon as Lulin blinked, the Count's body floated back down into the second-floor hallway. Haha, then I saved you, so go to your room. Quietly. I ate the cake and had to run away. Busy, Lulin said that and disappeared toward the first floor, her doll clothes flying. The doll mask is flowing. The sight of him waddling around because of his doll clothes was somehow very cute, but it was of no concern to the Count, who was devastated both physically and mentally. The Count almost crawled and moved to the front of room 205. Then I barely got up and opened the door to room 205. Luckily, it's a decent room. The Count entered the guest room with an expression that seemed like he was finally going to live. Large king-size bed and luxurious carpeting. Since it was a luxurious room, I lay down on the bed somewhat satisfied. Okay. Such a strange inn. If you go to sleep, it's over. If you go to sleep. With that thought in mind, I lay down on the bed. It was a very soft bed, but someone again interrupted the Count's rest. Smart. Someone had knocked on the door. Noisy. The hospitality is a mess. It's a mess. Smart. I screamed and was about to close my eyes when I heard the sound again. The door slams. It doesn't ring. It was very careful and smart. Still, the trick continued. The Count thought it was so annoying that he couldn't sleep, so he frowned and opened the door. Didn't Count Bond say he was taking a break? I am sorry for that, but it's mealtime. Dismissal. The blonde elf lowered his head. The Count's eyes began to sparkle. The crazy woman in the dragon doll mask and the red-haired woman at the desk were certainly beautiful, but strangely enough, they didn't react at all, but this woman was different. As my heart pounded as usual, I began to be filled with lust, which was a component of a normal Count. The Count scanned Alina with a twinkle in his eye, then changed his words. Is it? Meal. Yes, you should eat that. I will guide you to the restaurant. Plus, he's polite. He was treating himself properly as a nobleman. I was so taken by the off-white color that I forgot for a moment that I was exhausted and that this in itself was full of strange things, so I followed behind the blonde elf, that is, Alina. But why is this woman also wearing a doll mask? It was a doll mask of a strange animal. She waddles even more than that crazy woman from before. Thanks to this, the Count was very dissatisfied as he could not see his body at all. Here, please come in. Penguin Alina pointed inside the restaurant. The Count says, and enters the restaurant. His body movements still showed the arrogance that seemed to be in his lordship. Did you bring it with you? Yes, yes, yes. Then Lulin appeared in front of the Count again. As Penguin Alina lowered her head, Lurin bobbed the head of the dragon doll mask. So, Lurin's face appears in the dragon's mouth, and above it is the head of the doll mask. Alina thought it was cute, but of course she couldn't say it out loud. Well, this body is hungry, so cook. What? I came because they said they would give me a meal, but why did I cook? Woo-woo. Before I could finish speaking, Lulin's kick came again. The Count hurriedly screamed at Lurin's merciless kick. Wait a minute. Only then did he realize that he had been bewitched by a woman dressed as a penguin and did something crazy, so he barely got up and spoke. I will also go back. To the room, I can't go. Locked. They will be released after the cooking competition is over. What are you cooking? This body has never done anything like cooking. Don't worry, me and that penguin elf haven't really cooked before either, so it's very fair. Haha, what is that? Or was it right again? Do it. The Count didn't want to be hit, so he had no choice but to nod his head. Good night. Then wait. Then that dish gets 10 points. Lurin suddenly held up a scoreboard with 10 points written on it and shouted that. What kind of dish is that? I only have the ingredients, cried the Count desperately. No matter how you look at it, what Lulin pointed to was the material. Elle said he would cook the food later, so that ingredient is already worth 10 points. When Elle makes it, it's delicious even if it's not tasty. So it's 10 points. Isn't it, elf? When Lulin asked Alina for consent, Alina nodded vigorously. That's right. Just because Elle decided to make it, that ingredient is already worth 10 points. These crazy things, is that woman crazy too? Everyone is crazy. Everyone is crazy. Chapter 167, Side Story, A Wizard's Hotel. The Count couldn't say the thought out loud because he didn't want to get hit again, but inside he shook his head. After swearing and swearing, I picked up a kitchen knife. Looking at that kitchen knife, I started imagining stabbing that crazy woman to death. Woo, why are you hitting me? I didn't do anything. He said he felt bad. An elf. What? I feel bad. Alina exhaled while looking at the Count. The Count was like, what are you talking about? But Rurin reacted strongly to those words, so it has to be right. Woo, ah. The Count was kicked again, rolled on the floor, and even lost his kitchen knife. So, of course, she couldn't cook properly, and Lulin lifted up the scoreboard with 0 points and slammed it down on the table. You are in last place. So you can eat one of the foods that me and the elf made. Is that okay then? Yes, hee. As Rurin spoke triumphantly, placing her hand on the waist of the doll mask, the Count began to observe the two foods. One side only has an unscrew. There was something on the grass, but I couldn't just eat that grass. Honestly, I was hungry. On the other hand, it was decent food. The meat was grilled deliciously. Then I am this way. I won. How are you, elf? That can't be, so you're still wearing that penguin suit. Hi. Elle told me to wear it, which is absolutely ridiculous. Alina penguin. Elfeng. Penguins are cute. While saying that, Rurin fluttered her dragon doll mask. Of course, this one was a little cuter. Who is calling whom cute? Kaak. And at that very moment, the Count ate the meat dish made by Rurin and started rolling on the floor. The inside of the cow inside Ku. He rolls on the floor while foaming at the mouth. The face had completely turned purple. Poison. Did you put it in? It's not. I don't know how to cook. So I collected organic matter and made it into meat, which Elle often makes. Perhaps there were harmful substances in those organic substances. Something like acid? Mine are just healthy, fresh vegetables, then that person chose the wrong one. Normally, Alina would have gone out of her way to save people, but now it was different. From the time I joined this hotel as an employee. No matter how peace-loving an elf she was, she had no intention of forgiving the human who trampled on everything about a girl. I heard that there were more than one victim. Many children died at the hands of that Count. Alina had shed tears at each of those stories, so even now she just had a cold look in her eyes. He vomited blood and trembled. The Count was now experiencing the pain of his internal organs melting. It is already the pain of hell. It would be better if I lost my mind and died so the pain wouldn't continue. But it doesn't work if I kill you. As expected, isn't it? That guy who chose my dish is wrong, but he gets scolded by Elle. I don't like that. As Lulin winked, Alina used recovery magic towards the dying Count. Soon, the Count's body recovered with a flash of intense light. The Count huffed and glared at Rurin and Alina. Yes, 4 bitches. What are you doing now? Cluck, cluck. Nothing happened. Your guy was dazed by himself earlier. Aren't you dreaming? Lulin shrugged his shoulders as he went out to Operation Morso. Then he walked out of the Tabak restaurant again. I am hungry, so I am going to ask you to cook quickly. Yes, Lulin. Alina saw Rurin off, and the Count looked around at Lurin's words. It seemed like he had clearly vomited blood, but there was no trace. The food you ate is also restored to its original state. The situation continued where I had no idea what was going on. I think the meal was wrong then. Let's go relieve our fatigue in the hot water. What? Bath. That was another word that attracted me, and with a beauty like this. The Count completely forgot what had just happened and simply turned his head and got up from his seat while glaring at Alina. Yes, if you talk about an inn, you have a bath. Are you helping me take a bath? Ha. As the Count said that, he started walking. I had forgotten the pain of death I had just experienced. Here it is. Every time Alina looked at the Count, it felt like bugs were crawling, but she barely held back and led the Count to the bathhouse. The water in the large public bath was boiling properly. The Count gently put his hand in and nodded, satisfied with the temperature. Okay, it's good. Then enjoy yourself. Alina nodded and disappeared, and the Count began to take off his clothes, saying that although it was unfortunate, he had to relieve his fatigue first. That elf will have to serve after defeating this strange inn. KKK. The Count muttered this to himself and entered the bathhouse. Wow, it's hot. It melts. The moment you say that. The Count's body truly began to melt, from arms to legs. The water in the bathhouse is now bubbling magma. In other words, it had turned into lava and was glowing red. Kaya, 4 people live. The Count was unable to finish his words due to the extreme pain that made his body melt and he collapsed. Did you say it was fake lava made from the red dragon's breath? Then it is more toxic than real lava. It's almost like red breath. Maybe so. Alina nodded at Lulin's words. Then they rescued the man, who was left with only his bones, and began to make a great recovery. A man who was almost dead woke up. He should have already died of shock, but Lulin's mental magic played a big role in not doing so. It is a class 10 magic that creates a kind of trance state and makes it difficult to die. Gasp! The Count's face looks like he doesn't know what's going on. Rurin drowned the Count in the bathhouse again, and it was repeated about 108 times. The Count was sobbing and unable to come to his senses due to the immense pain. I couldn't lose my mind due to mental magic. However, Rurin viewed the Count as worse than trash. Those eyes were so cold that even Alina felt like she might freeze. Lulin also had some feelings for Selly. Aside from Elle, this is the first person that Lulin has had even the slightest feelings for. The presence of Selly and Lurin's feelings for Selly were, knowingly or unknowingly, creating the current coldness. Because of this, Alina felt like she couldn't breathe. The fiery hell that is melting the Count is so hot, but Lulin's eyes are the exact opposite, so cold. To you, but Lulin's coldness soon came to an end. As soon as Elle entered the bathroom, Rurin immediately turned and ran in front of Elle. At that moment, warmth settled in Rurin's eyes. The coldness was everywhere, and the warmth in the eyes was blooming at a good temperature. I was doing as I was told, so I think we should give it a hug. Rurin jumped in front of Elle and spread her arms. Because she was wearing a doll mask. It was a sight where the wings of the doll mask were fluttering, and flying up in front of Elle, how could the murderous intent that had been blooming just a moment ago disappear so suddenly? Alina thought about Lulin's emotional system again and concluded that great beings are great, and she convinced herself of it. Elle spoke while praising Rurin. I see. You did a good job. Yes. In the world where I was born, there is a place called the 8 Hells in Buddhism. Among them, there is a place called Dungwol Hell, where people suffer from the heat. But when the wind blows, they come back to life and suffer from the heat again. Also, there is a superheat hell and a superheat hell, so it is said that people continuously experience pain due to extreme heat. And the repetition of it all is the inexhaustible hell. I am scared. After all, you have to live a good life. Be nice. When Alina said that with a look of horror on her face, Elle smiled slightly and continued explaining again. Are you okay? Aren't you already headed to heaven, Alina? Well, more than that. I don't know if there are actually the 8 hells that Buddhism talks about, but I wanted to let people experience that before that hell. It was a hell that we created. Because that is a fitting end for that bastard who violated not only Selly, but also countless other children. After speaking up to that point, Elle turned her back on the Count's body. And finally, the end came. Room 205 is connected to the Orc village in the northern plains, right? Yes. It looks like a feast will be held soon in Oak Village, so hand over room 205 then. Elle came to a conclusion and left the bathhouse, with Rurin quickly following behind. By the way, didn't you say that heaven also exists in this hotel? Well, it's not that big of a deal. It just becomes a space where you can have a good rest. Then me too. This body needs rest too. What do you mean you're always talking about yourself? But you secretly look good in that. Do you mean clothes? Huh. Rurin started laughing, shaking the arms of her doll mask back and forth. It's just a nice face that suits you well. But the tail kept getting in the way, so I cut it off. Is that so? For some reason, they said there was a tail wandering around the hallway on the 2nd floor. Why did my cuteness increase so much when I wore a doll mask? The person who decided on the doll mask as the hotel employee's mascot was Serena, but now that I think about it, I think it was an excellent choice. Rurin asked a question with a slightly serious expression. But do you like the penguin suit better? Huh. The red one said to wear a penguin suit. I like this. Still, if you like the penguin suit better, change it. I am a dragon, but I will become a penguin. It doesn't matter anymore. Elle shrugged her shoulders and hugged Rurin, who glanced at her with a disapproving look on her face. Kaya. Rurin let out a cowardly scream filled with joy and hugged Elle. But Elle soon raised his eyebrows. Rurin, why are you doing that? Naked inside? Yes. How did you know? You idiot, you should wear clothes when you wear a doll mask. What are you doing? Because the feeling was different, Elle pulled Lulin away and screamed. Get dressed inside right now. Otherwise, I won't hug you. Where's that? Lulin raised his hand in defiance, but Elle was adamant. Lulin had no choice but to use teleportation and disappear. It's been a while since I've been in a co-op, so I wanted to do it some more. If the Count saw even a little bit of Lurin's bear skin, he would have to kill her even more. Yes, actually, that is the problem. You said you fell earlier, and if you accidentally showed a little bit of bare skin. It was something that made me angry just thinking about it. Chapter 168 Side Story A Wizard's Hotel. That is this really true, Your Majesty? The gray boy was greatly agitated. His uncharacteristically long eyebrows trembled, and the dimples he inherited from his father became hollow. Don't try to find out too deeply. If he wants to let you know, he will say it himself. Anyway, everything Jim said is true. The background that enabled Great Berna to win was entirely created by him, whether it was intended or not. On the way to Elle's invitation, the gray boy recalled the lines he had shared with the Emperor. Master didn't show it at all. Rather, I received advice. And thanks to that advice, I got to know Verna's heart more deeply. I think more when I cover my eyes. A secret place where you are invited blindfolded. I didn't need to ask. It's no use asking what they won't tell you. All the gray boy could tell was that just when the blindfold was removed, he noticed a thick fog around him. And in front of my eyes, where the blindfold had been removed, a large iron gate stood proudly. Mother, are you okay? I am fine. Rather here? Verna blinked as she rubbed her right forearm with her left hand, as if the fog was a little creepy. After a while, the iron door automatically opened with a squeak, and Alina, who had brought them in, motioned for them to go inside. Please go in, my lord. When the boy and Verna took a step according to the instructions, boom, and the door closed. For some, it is a sound that announces the beginning of hell. For some, it is the sound that announces the beginning of paradise. Of course, the gray boy and Verna, who had no idea what was going on, just shook their shoulders at the loud sound. The appearance was very similar to the dejected appearance of being harassed by nobles throughout the capital. This way. Alina continued to guide the two to stick to their mission. Welcome. It was Elle who greeted them. The situation was different from when Giltimond visited the hotel. What greeted Giltimond was Lulin's kick and Serena's fist. Does this guy have a lot of jewels? Can I really have it? Next to Elle, Serena's eyes were shining as she looked at the memorandum written by Giltimond. She was currently wearing a Phelan Q doll mask. The red head becomes a red chicken comb. The concept of this hotel is doll clothes. There is no particular reason for that. It was just doll clothes. Of course, it is impossible for a dragon to wear clothes like Palink so discreetly. Could it be said to be the result of losing a huge bet made with doll clothes? Besides, Serena doesn't seem to care much. He's just excited to add gems to his rare in the Millirek Mountains. Thank you for the invitation. Master. But where on earth is this? The ceiling is this high. When the great boy asked, massaging his neck as if his head hurt while looking at the huge chandelier on the ceiling that was almost 5 stories high, Elle answered with a smile. Don't worry too much about that and just enjoy it. Serena, stop looking at that. It's the key. Okay. Room 205, you want to get hit? Ah, it's room 305. Serena waved the chicken comb back and forth and held out the key. Oh, you guys are here? You can't lose anymore. At that time, Rurin, wearing a dragon doll mask, appeared from the elevator on the 2nd floor and pointed at Verna. Hello, although she didn't show it, Verna, who had a crush on Rurin, who had dispatched Loriana with ease, repeatedly bowed her head and said hello. Please guide me, Serena. Rurin is busy with other things right now. It's annoying. Alina also disappeared before we knew it. Serena, who was left alone, gestured to the two people as if she had no choice. Come over here. Ho ho. It's not as bad as Lulin. These are the lords of humans. Like Alina, I pretended to be respectful and started guiding. Ah, isn't this the stairs? Then, scared by Elle's murderous gaze, I suddenly changed direction. Head for the elevator instead of the enchanted stairs. It's something that brings you right up to the 3rd floor. You should never use the stairs here. Did you know? Haha. Serena spoke in a stern tone and opened the elevator door. The elevator carrying the two people and the dragon arrived at the 3rd floor in an instant. The boy had no sense that he had really reached the 3rd floor. When I got off the elevator, I looked at the lobby below and scratched my cheek in surprise. The central lobby is open high and facilities are located inside. Is this magic? Verna only mouthed the words to her son with a very curious look on her face. Maybe two. The gray boy also had the same thoughts as Verna. This is definitely magic, so even though I was once again surprised, I answered my mother with my mouth and followed Serena. It's here, room 305. Then, have a nice time. Serena disappeared, leaving behind a line like a real employee. The boy and Verna looked at each other again and then stepped into the hotel room. And my eyes widen again. There are so many surprises today. As I was looking at the elevator, I told myself not to be surprised by anything, but the interior of the room made it impossible not to be surprised. Ultra-luxurious royal suite. The Yeonju Castle was luxurious in its own way, but this place was even more luxurious than the palace. No, it was a room with a structure I had never seen before. Walls made of marble or floors made of the finest wood. A chandelier covered in pure gold. It was natural that the modern interior structure created by Elle seemed fascinating to the gray boys and Verna. Mother, this is amazing. I have a cold water bottle. Oh, is it like a freezer? The boy opened the small refrigerator and shouted in surprise. There is no way that this hotel is located in another world, so there is no way that there will be no electricity. A hotel where everything is kept secret. Cookies. Meanwhile, Verna discovered the dessert and her eyes lit up. This is because the large closet displayed luxurious desserts that seemed difficult to finish. The bed. Mom, this place is amazing too. Really? Jakama Kurarimna. Verna, who was already chewing a cookie in her mouth, told me to wait. Verna and the gray boy stayed in the hotel room for a while and started having fun. The action stopped when a sound was heard outside the door. Yes. Verna, who happened to be nearby, put down a bottle of top-quality wine aged in oak barrels and ran over. In front of him, the boys from the ranch, Rint and Mate, who are slightly smaller than Verna, bow their heads in greeting with bright eyes. My lord, it's time for your next service. Service, it's called the large bath service. Okay? It's called Mother's Bath. If Elle prepared it, then of course I should go. That's right. Then it's this way. Rint responded loudly to the two people who came out of the room side by side. Verna stopped for a moment to straighten the clothes of the gray boy who was lying on the soft bed. Ego. It's okay. Then let's go, your mother. The gray boy smiled and nodded. Brother, is this right? That's right. Are you sure? Oh, I think that's right. If you go wrong, y'all be in big trouble, so check carefully. While the two people stopped for a moment, as if confused, a loud scream was heard from downstairs. Kaya, what is this sound? The boy asked Lint. Oh, I'm not sure, but I think they said they were burning some kind of garbage. The bathroom downstairs. Well, it has nothing to do with us. Mate, who was next to Lint, answered sweetly. Okay, well, the gray boy is like that. With that feeling in mind, I followed Lint and Mate. There were so many amazing things, so I thought screaming might be part of it. This way. Lint and Mate bowed their heads in front of the locker room divided into men and women. And as if he is busy, he often walks away. Then take a bath and see me, Mom. I'm curious because you said it's a large bathhouse. You keep doing that. The gray boy entered the bathhouse after breaking up with his mother, undressed, and opened the door to go inside. At that moment, I was so shocked that my jaw almost dropped. I decided to just nullify my decision not to be surprised. A huge bathtub that reflects the sky, and in front of it was the sea. A sandy beach with the sea splashing across it. The 3-story-high large bath was flowing downwards. Water falls down the border of the wall like a waterfall. The waves were crashing below, and there was a bamboo divider on the side, and Verna's voice was heard from there. Wouldn't we fall too? Wait. Verna asked, scared by the border flowing down, and the gray boy carefully checked. The water was clearly flowing, but there was a clear film blocking it from falling. Mother, I think it's okay. Something is blocking it. Is that so? Well then. What on earth is that? Why is the lake so big? This time, Verna shouted in surprise at the sea she had never seen before. When she was young, she was locked in her room, and when she got married, all she had been to was the Lord's Castle, Great City, and the capital. When she saw the sea for the first time, Verna was overwhelmed by its size. And that goes for the gray boy as well. Mother, maybe the sea, I think it's the sea. Ocean, is this the sea? Verna continued to let out exclamations as if she couldn't believe that the sea she had only heard about was right in front of her. It's the sea. This. I remembered a promise I made to my husband one day. There is a big world in this world called the ocean. Verna was surprised by the explanation and made a curious expression. When I made that face, My husband would smile and say we should go together. Verna quietly covered her mouth and shed tears in case the gray boy noticed. There is no one to stop the tears that burst out, because Verna was alone in the bathhouse. And after a while, Lint and Mate greeted the two people who came out of the bath. After you wash up, Elle will call you, so would you please follow me, okay? Then of course I should go. The two walked, and when we arrived there was a large door. Welcome. Elle was standing in front of him. And Rurin, dressed as a dragon, rushed towards Elle with a headbutt. Yes, I am here. I came dressed inside. It's hot, but I can't help it because I don't like it, No, not you. Why not me? Who else is there besides me? I am the only one for you. Rurin got upset at a strange point and puffed out her cheeks. By inflating the cheekbones sticking out of the mouth of the doll mask, it was definitely a doll. You too, come in here. In fact, this is the main event. Elle ignored Lulin and opened the door in front of him. Even as Rurin huffed and grabbed Elle's arm and continued to pull her, she remained steadfast. The gray boy, seeing that scene, kept his mouth shut. And as soon as Verna saw that scene, she began to shed tears even thicker than those in the bathhouse. Vast sea, the emerald green sea and pure white sandy beach, and in front of it was a huge Legana installed. It's not just Legana. If it were only Legana, Verna wouldn't sound like this. Count Grey was sitting in front of Legana, the boy's father, the Earl of Grey. Of course, his eyes were still closed and he had no intention of moving. Please tell my husband. I used to be unable to play Legana, but now I will be able to play it. It is a performance that made all the nobles in the capital not say a word. As Elle said that, she gently pushed Verna's back. Chapter 169, You are not there, where have you gone? Gurgling. Rurin woke up. Rurin rarely wakes up alone, but that usually happens because Elle wakes her up around noon. Elle wasn't at the restaurant today, so there is no one to wake up. Thanks to this, Rurin woke up around 3 p.m. You are not there. Hunya does not exist. There is no Elle. I am annoyed because you didn't come to wake me up and I am annoyed. The frustration is multiplied by 2. As I was getting irritated, a vague memory came to mind. It is a fragment of correct memory created by conscience. It floats and floats. As if reliving a film that had been cut off due to a hangover, Lulin put his fingers to his temples and began to communicate with his brain. Close your eyes and do that for 20 seconds. I clearly remember telling him to get up alone because he had work to do at Yeonju Castle today. The reason my memory is vague may be because I was preoccupied with something else when I heard it. A kiss or something. A kiss or something. A kiss or something? I can't help it because it's a kiss. That's a foul. I don't remember anything I said right after we kissed. Lulin nodded while humming. Still, I seem to remember that he said he would come soon, but not anytime soon. I shouted reflexively, recalling only favorable memories. Where can I go quickly? Of course, there is no answer back. Feeling helpless, Rurin entered the kitchen, caressing her growling stomach. And then he grunted again. There is no rice either. There is no rice prepared. Thump, 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 kicking the floor with your feet. I try to express my anger, but the more I do, the more my feet hurt. Since you said it was Yeonju Castle, is it in Yeonju Castle? I thought about chasing after him and causing a scene, but I decided to hold back. Yes, I am an evolving dragon. Haha. If you go there and cause a scene, you won't hear any good news. Rurin had recently learned that it was better to wait and then complain. Mana can be used to sense that Elle is within Mana's search range, that is, within the city limits of Grey City. But it is impossible to be specific. Mana is just a sense of being nearby, not a radar. Since you said you were going to Yeonju Castle, it must be there. Rurin decided to endure for now in order to become a leader. But I am hungry. I found it while shouting towards the kitchen, a bag lying on one side. There was also a note there. If it's late, I am cooking this and eating it. You. After shouting to myself again, I felt empty again, so I bit my lip and picked up the bag of chapa ot. You just left a bag of ramen behind. Too much. This really needs to be considered and listened to. It's a size that can be compromised about 30 times. Anyway, Rurin nodded to herself and violently tore the bag because she was angry. That action will only result in the chapa ot exploding from the bag and falling to the floor. It was a moment when my nerves exploded even more. I woke up and there was no Elle from that point on. The condition becomes worst. Because if you don't pamper him when he wakes up, it won't feel like the day has started. I feel the worst. Rurin huffed again and glared at the chapa ot noodles that had fallen on the floor. I started blowing out any dust that might have been stuck. But soon he realizes that it doesn't really matter if he sticks around and quits. I am that kind of being, a body that has no use for poisoning. So I didn't even want to shake off the dirt, so I walked to the kitchen, put a pot on it, and installed the fireball. Then he scooped up water and poured it into a pot. First, you need to boil the water. Hungry. As I was caressing my stomach and watching the pot slowly heat up, the water began to boil. I am hungry, I am hungry, I am hungry. While chanting a hunger spell, I threw noodles into the pot. The ingredients are also thrown away. Oh, this is good. Rurin smiled as she looked at the green peas in the pile. Lurin's theory was that these peas were absolutely necessary when eating chapa ot. Now that I've added all the noodles and ingredients, I just have to wait. When it becomes soft, add powdered soup. Rurin exuded pride in herself cooking and began poking the noodles with a fork. I don't have an advanced technique in my head that says, if you lift the noodles and inject air, they will become more springy. Just because of my impatient nature, I had to check every second to see if it was successful or not. The noodles are barely starting to become mushy when the cook is about to crackle. Chapa ot is boiled with very little water. There is no need to throw away the water. This version tastes better because it is a powdered soup. Of course, Rurin does not know that information. I was just eating it the way I learned from Elle. When the noodles absorb the water and swell, and there is an appropriate amount of water at the bottom, add the powdered soup and simmer while stirring. In this way, the powdered soup is dissolved artistically. The more I smelled it, the hungrier I started to feel. Whisk, whisk, stir the pot with your hand tightly holding the fork. Hung, hung, I can't help but hum. Rurin was serious. He had a very serious face. Soon, steam began to rise and Rurin picked up the pot and walked to the table. Place the pot on the pot stand and sit down. Tie your long hair back. I don't really like tying my own hair. It is best for Elle to tie it. And then I get angry again. Still, I'll tie it alone for now, by puffing out your cheeks. Then I finally picked up the fork. Lift the chapa ot noodles. The black noodles slurped into Rurin's mouth. It's good, haha. Slurp, slurp. Rurin nodded repeatedly, satisfied with her cooking. But at that moment, a disturbance comes. As I was eating with 2 chopsticks, the powerful action of mana was captured before my eyes. Rurin put a fork in his mouth and frowned. Because I know what the action of mana means, my eyebrows rise as if they are going to pierce the sky. I am dizzy. A redhead suddenly appeared, yawning and scratching his head. Rurin immediately ignored it, lowered his head, and focused on chapa ot. As if I didn't see anything. Hey, does not exist. What is missing? It's right in front of you. I don't have any, but I'm asking. Why did you come? Is it okay to say that? A disciple must respect his teacher. Serena shrugged her shoulders as she shook off her hair that had become scattered due to the teleportation. Rurin narrowed his eyes and glared at Serena and shouted. I got scolded by Elle because she advised me not to kiss her and just ignore her. Without any help. Go away. Isn't that true? Didn't you make a sad face because you ignored me? An anxious expression? What is that like? Rurin, who didn't know what it was but was interested, stopped his fork and looked at Serena. At that important point, Serena smiled and changed the topic. Isn't there anything better than that? Does not exist. You are a bad person. Okay. Alina wasn't there either. I heard there was an urgent patient, so I came here to get some food. Phew, can't you even get food? Anyway, it's pathetic. You're just eating that, so who's talking nonsense to whom? What's wrong with this? Okay. It's black, so it suits you. Even as Serena said that, she sneakily approached her, picked up the pot, and ran away. Rurin, who was momentarily distracted by the anxious expression, got up when the pot was stolen. Huh, are you crazy about red beef jerky? It's mine. Rurin, whose pot was taken away, runs towards Serena. However, Serena opened her mouth at the speed of light and scooped up all the chapa ot in the pot with her hands. It's an expression that says taking something from someone else is the best thing in the world. Come on, Mercer. Eat noon paiwo, Serena shouted while chewing the noodles. Rurin, who was about to retaliate with a kick, stopped. Until Serena, who slowly chewed the noodles in her mouth and swallowed them, spoke again. Hee, good. That expression is funny, so I'll tell you. How to distinguish between anxious expressions. At that suggestion, Rurin's ears began to perk up. He relaxed his aggressive stance, which had been determined to beat him up with kicks if he said anything trivial, and looked at Serena with gentle, sheepish eyes. Are you annoyed because I don't have Elle? Yes, Rurin nodded obediently, because it's true. Then pretend you're gone too. Then pay attention to their first facial expression when they suddenly appear. You mean the first look? Okay. That's the most important thing. Serena whispered in Lulin's ear about how to distinguish facial expressions. Lulin nods his head again and again. KKKKKK. Then I paid for the meal. It didn't taste particularly good. An anxious expression. Else anxious expression. What is that? Miss you. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. My head was so full of those thoughts that I couldn't even respond to Serena's verbal abuse. And then Serena disappeared. It doesn't matter. Lulin, whose attention was now focused on other things, went straight down to Lair. Then he sat in front of the mirror he brought from Earth. Huh. There was a lot of chapa OT sauce on the corners of her mouth, and because Serena touched it after eating it with her hands, it got a lot on her cheeks, burning my anger once again. It's not Serena's fault that it's on the corner of her mouth. It was just an unavoidable phenomenon due to the nature of chapa OT, but it was all Serena's fault. Lulin took a wet tissue and wiped her mouth. And then I let my hair down again. Long hair falls down. After applying the lip balm Elle gave her to her wiped mouth to keep her lips moist, Rurin wrote a note in crooked letters on a notepad. Go out and come back, very simply. Afterwards, I went up to the restaurant and placed the note in a visible place. You can tell right away when Elle's mana is close, that it's coming, so it's too easy to pretend it's gone. You would be surprised to find out that your mana suddenly disappeared. He told me to pay attention to that expression. As I was thinking about that and planning my strategy, the sunlight came in warmly. Still, Rurin nodded and lowered her head as if something had entered her stomach, and she started to feel sleepy again. The more you sleep, the better you sleep. The reason I felt sleepier when I woke up late was the magic of sleep. Then I woke up with a start. I reflexively look around. I think I felt something, didn't I? I woke up with that thought in mind. The memo is still there. Like a fool, I fell into a deep sleep. I met Elle in a dream. It was so good that I couldn't wake up. Still, I keep my eyes outside, thinking I'm glad they haven't come yet. And right then, I finally felt Mana approaching. The time is 5 p.m. He abandoned himself and returned only after sunset. It's really bad. After puffing up his cheeks, Rurin began the operation. It teleports away and disappears. Then he appears again and looks at Elle's expression. That was Serena's strategy. Rurin thought that the kiss rejection incident was of no use to Elle, so she was very interested in that expression. Of course, in reality, Elle was really heartbroken over that incident, but there was no way for Rurin to know that. So teleport, Rurin moved to the Millirek Mountains and returned immediately. Yay! He suddenly appears and sees Elle. Rurin found Elle with an expectant expression. Elle happened to be in the restaurant holding a note written by Rurin. This is the time. Lulin quickly made eye contact with Elle, but Elle just yawned and didn't react in any way. It's hard to move since morning. What are you doing? I wouldn't have felt any mana. So Serena said she must have been embarrassed and had an anxious expression on her face. But it was a yawn without any interest. No interest whatsoever. That alone is sad, but yawning. So what came out here should have been anger, especially since I've been abandoned all day. Okay, it is right to be angry. Be angry, Rurin thought so. Let's get angry. But what comes out of my head and my heart is not anger. It was sadness. I can't believe that even though I lost confidence, it doesn't matter. Rurin, who was momentarily overcome with emotion, looked up at Elle with tears in her eyes. Chapter 170, You are not there. The carriage moves quickly down the mountain road. Elle and Alina were in the carriage together. Except for the coachman, there were only Elle and Alina. Thank you, Alina. In that situation, Elle suddenly thanked Alina. Alina couldn't even guess what that meant. Why are you suddenly saying thank you? Because my head was full of these thoughts, I opened my mouth because I thought it was wrong to just blink for 2 seconds and then continue to not respond. Yes, what are you thankful for? Thank you for following me without saying anything. Elle came into the clinic in the morning. He then asked me to go with him because he had a patient. Of course, it was a very sudden request, but Alina willingly followed Elle, and this is the situation now. That's natural. I am. Alina tried to appeal that such things were natural, but she kept her mouth shut. I am. Is it okay to go wherever Elle wants to go? Alina, who was about to say something like that, hesitated, thinking that this wasn't right. Ears are red. Twirl. Her red ears perked up and Alina jumped up and screamed. This means that as long as there are patients, we will go anywhere. Then the carriage shook and fell. Cratingtang rolling over on a carriage. Seeing the unsightly appearance, Alina jumped up, crouched in the corner, and lowered her head. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing. I am so embarrassed that I am embarrassed. Because of those thoughts, my long ears become even redder and tremble. Elves are like that. Normally, even if the food is not very tasty, if you cook it yourself, especially if the person who cooked it is your mother-in-law, you say it out of politeness. However, elves are a race that does not have such things. Always tell the straightforward truth. If you think it's not tasty, it's not tasty. It was a race that said. Instead of speaking directly, Alina changed her words, including some lies. No, it's not a lie because it's the same if there's a patient there. But it's embarrassing. At that thought, my red ears had no intention of returning to normal. As expected, Alina is amazing, going wherever there are patients. Elle says innocently, completely unaware of those feelings. Alina felt a little complicated. As we enter the mountain road, the carriage shakes even more. Thanks to this, Alina's expression becomes even more shaken. Of course, Elle had other concerns, completely unaware of Alina's feelings. I am thinking that the redness of my ears may also be because of my embarrassment from falling. The important problem for Elle was not that the patient she would ask Alina to look after was a dwarf. What is the relationship between elves and dwarves? It's an enemy among enemies. Since they are enemies like the black dragon and the red dragon, they do not seek help from each other. But this time, I needed Alina. It is absolutely necessary to cure the patient. By using the recovery skills he and Alina shared. Then, the object to be obtained is the final goal. Because of that item, I couldn't come with Lulin, because it was a secret to Lulin. So teleportation was impossible, so we were moving by carriage like this. Although Serena can use teleportation, she has never been to a dwarven village. And the mouth is cheap. Alina knew that she was going to heal a patient, but she had no idea that it was a dwarf, so Elle spoke cautiously. Anyway, I thought it was a fact that needed to be known. But Alina, you just said that you would go anywhere as long as there were patients, right? Yes, yes. Yes. Alina answers 3 times. It was the same answer, but each meaning was different. The calm yes at first was something he said a moment ago, so he just accepted it in the affirmative. The second yes meant, why are you asking that? But I immediately thought that it didn't matter, so I clenched my fist and answered yes once again. The yellow eyebrows rose and fell, and the mood swings weren't crazy. I felt strange myself, so I held my ears with both hands. Hot. My ears are hot. Why is it like this? Elle will think it's strange. It was holding its long ears with both hands and curling up, so Elle looked like a lost sheep. Is it okay even though the patient is a dwarf? Towards such a lost sheep, Elle got to the point. Then Alina frowned slightly as she held her ear. If you're a dwarf, are you talking about those rude drunkards who look down on the forest race, saying they are the land race? Yes. Elle scratched his cheek and affirmed, and he bowed his head. But it must be treated. I need to do you a favor. Elle bowed her head. Alina didn't know what to do and lowered her head. Elle asked. With that alone, it didn't matter whether Alina was a drunkard or an arrogant pudgy. But he even bows his head because of someone like him. That would not be possible. It's not okay. Yes, don't bow down because of me, because Elle is an amazing person. Alina puffed out her cheeks. Elle tilted her head slightly. I don't quite understand the part about puffing out your cheeks. Not because you lied about being a dwarf, but because you bowed your head. After all, is this woman a goddess? Elle was thinking so, but it would never happen for an elf to heal a dwarf unless it was Elle's request. Alina broke that taboo without any hesitation. Really? Yes, it's okay. Whether it's a dwarf or a dwarf son, dwarf grandson. Both sons and grandsons are dwarves. I was so embarrassed that my words were coming out in vain. Elle smiled at Alina and said, Thank you. Alina lowered her head. If you smile like that, that's enough. You don't need anything else. Because just the time we have together is precious. My heart is pounding. Alina didn't know what to do with her heart that was pounding like an idiot, so she got up from the carriage, but the carriage suddenly stopped and she fell to the floor. Kung aga, Alina, Elle jumped to the floor. Alina fell to the floor and was supported by Elle. My face is red. Are you okay? It's not okay. Are you hurt a lot? No, that's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay. While letting out that sound, Alina pinched her thigh. What kind of obscenity is this? Are you here, Elle? The reason the carriage stopped was because it had arrived at a dwarven village, so the dwarves came in regardless of Alina's disaster. Elle stood up and greeted the dwarf, leaving Alina sitting down and covering her face with her hands. An elder with a familiar face bows his head. The elder who created the rare knew what kind of being El was, so he treated El as a dragon, not a human. Yes, rather, is the news you sent really true? Are you really saying that a dwarf who knows the whereabouts of that item has immigrated? Yes. Yes. The young dwarf next to the dwarf chieftain straightened his back and answered. You said you would tell me everything as long as you heal my father? Yes. Since I am a dwarf who has emigrated, I cannot forcefully obtain information, so I contacted you. If it's not polite, you can threaten it somehow. The dwarf spoke, shrinking his already short stature while discussing courtesy to dragons, but El shook his head. No, of course, if you want something, this side has to provide something as well. Please guide me. El helped Alina, who was still sitting down and trembling from embarrassment, stand up. Alina blows her blonde hair and looks at the dwarves. Only then did the dwarves realize Alina's existence. There was a momentary silence. El, can it be true that the elf is? The dwarf chief asked in surprise, and the other dwarves also began to mutter. And Alina also looked at the dwarves with an enemy-like face, rather than the expression of gentle sheep and an expression full of shame that she had shown to El. What about elves? This. Shut that mouth. How dare there be elves in the land of Earth? Alina and the chief started growling as soon as they met. It was similar to the scene where Lulin and Serena met, so it was rather familiar. Stop petty fighting. Chief, this is a warning. I am sorry. Whether it's an enemy or something else, dragons are scarier. That is an idea embedded in the DNA of dwarves. The dwarves, who knew that it was El who could not even move the dragon, eventually had to accept the elf. El completely sided with the elves. In other words, he asked the dwarves to exercise restraint. Normally, one should remain neutral, but one side is no different from their own person. To Alina, she just smiled. Alina was somehow happy about that, because it seemed like he took his side. I was so happy about that simple fact that I laughed at the dwarves. Wait, let's go together. El, wow. He then ran and grabbed El's arm, but was surprised and took his hand away. And I looked around. After that, I swept my chest. After becoming acquainted with the dwarven chieftain, I was inquiring about two types of jewels. There is no race as skilled in minerals as dwarves. So, if you are looking for minerals, the fastest way is through dwarves. One of the sought-after gems is the black diamond, which is said to be a legendary gem. Black diamonds exist on Earth too. However, what we call black diamonds on Earth are usually colored diamonds mixed with minerals. That's not what I am looking for. I am looking for the legendary black diamond that is talked about by some dragons. In the colorless brilliance of a pure diamond, the shape of ink spreading through water is impressive, and it is a gem that constantly sparkles whenever colorless and black are mixed. Since its center is black, I think it is a gem that fits perfectly with Rurin, so I really wanted to get it. A jewel among jewels that suits Rurin, so my wish is to make sure Rurin has it. And a legendary gem like that would be a perfect match for the wedding ring that will be on Rulin's finger in the future. But black diamond is a legend, and like a legend, there were no clues. So the news the dwarves brought now is not about black diamond. Unlike black diamonds, this is a gem that has a somewhat realistic supply. It was news about pink diamonds and blue diamonds. Diamonds themselves have considerable value. The mining industry, led by dwarves, is very active, and various gold and silver treasures are mined in the mines. Just like on Earth, naturally colored diamonds are recognized as rare and more valuable than colorless diamonds, and those with natural colors are more mysterious and beautiful. Therefore, pink diamonds and blue diamonds were very valuable. It's also rare. Chapter 171, there is no such thing as a colored diamond. The darker the color, the more valuable it is, about 10 to 100 times higher than a colorless diamond. Ultimately, what I am looking for is black diamonds, but as a second best option, I've also looked into blue and pink diamonds. If black diamonds are like wedding rings, then pink and blue are like couple rings that we share. Of course, if you teach Rurin the meaning of the ring, she will like it even if it is made of aluminum, but I want to give her the best possible answer. Pink is Rurin and blue is me. A pink and blue diamond couple ring. Anyway, after hearing the news, I moved to get my hands on the diamond. Thanks to Alina's efforts, I was able to obtain the diamond. Of course, I paid a much higher price than the market price. That is a natural return to society. Satisfied that we had gotten what we wanted, Alina and I boarded the carriage back to Great City. A moment of silence. Breaking the silence, I spoke to Alina. By the way, isn't Serena going on a rampage? Ah, maybe so. Alina nodded with a surprised face. It looks like he completely forgot about it until now. When that happens, hit me hard. Yes, how can I protect a great being? What do you think? The elf is taking the first great step toward crushing the dragon. Don't worry, I will protect you no matter what happens. Of course, that shouldn't happen. There's also Serena's pride problem. It was a joke because Alina was a good girl. Are you that worried? His face is serious. That has come to think of it, I came without even preparing a meal. Well, don't worry. If I give you this, will you be quiet? I held Alina's hand, opened it, and placed the jewel on it. It is an unprocessed gemstone. However, because it was shining pink, it was dazzling enough even though it was a gemstone. Alina followed without saying a word and even healed the dwarf who was her enemy. She also helped in many ways on a regular basis. Since I purchased a larger stone than I could make into a ring, I naturally kept Alina's share as well. Since he played the biggest role, it is his right to receive it. Oh my God, what is this? This is the first time I've seen something like this in pink. It's called pink diamond. Alina gazed intently at the jewel in her hand and held it out to me again. This is a truly greedless elf. If it were Serena, she would have gulped it down even before I told her to go. He didn't even realize that it was a gift to himself. I am sorry it's a gemstone, but it's pretty on its own, so a piece of it belongs to Alina. I'll give you one because it'll be noisy, so I'll give you a Serena. This is a preventive measure because if they only take care of Alina and leave out Serena, who is a jewel otaku, only Alina will suffer. Hey this. I can't get something like this. Alina stopped while speaking and squeezed the palm that Diamond was holding. There is. I thought they would say they couldn't accept it, but the answer they got was the exact opposite. He nodded, muttering quietly to himself, with a look in his eyes that showed some kind of determination. This a gift given therefore. He muttered quietly to himself and began to bow his head to me again and again. Well, it's okay because I accepted it. I laughed and shook my ears and made a joke to the embarrassed Alina. Don't lose everything to Serena. I won't lose it. If you take it away from me, I will squeeze you. Earlier, he took a firm stance saying he could never hit the dragon, but his attitude suddenly changed and he let out a historic sound. That's right. Put it down and come to me. Nod, nod, nod. Alina nods vigorously. It's just a rough stone. Elves have almost no obsession with gold and silver treasures. However, he seemed to like the gemstone I gave him. Do not open the hand that is tightly holding the jewelry. Since repayment is just a repayment, I deliberately gave them gemstones instead of crafting them into earrings or bracelets, because I don't want to be misunderstood. They may not accept it. This is my reward for helping me. And the real gift is a crafted ring to be delivered to Rurin. The person you should really like is Rurin. Soon the carriage entered Grey City. A so-called dummy was installed in Yeonju Castle. If you condense mana into a dragon bead to create a huge ball of light energy, it will flow out similar to your own mana. I wonder if I should go to this length to deceive Lulin, but it's no fun if you know about the gift in advance. Moreover, if he doesn't feel a flow similar to his own mana in Grey City, he's not the kind of guy who will stay still. After dismantling an energy sphere that emits mana of the same type as me, I stopped by a watch workshop. Gemstones must be processed. After asking a trusted dwarf watchmaker to do the work, I returned to the restaurant. Maybe there was an uproar because the restaurant had been away for a long time. Fortunately, it is said that no one invaded Yeonju Castle. I stepped into the restaurant while thinking about how to calm the grumbling. Rurin comes into view at a glance. I was sitting on a chair and dozing off. Are you dozing off? It happens often. This is the usual scenery up to this point. What's different is the note placed in front of Rurin. I told him to practice like that, but he couldn't hear it, so he still came back with crooked handwriting. I wrote it down, but I am sleeping here. I don't know where he's going while he's sleeping. Nodding, I nod my head. Every time I did that, my thin eyelashes trembled slightly. Gororong gororong, a unique breathing sound comes out. For some reason, the corners of his mouth are turned up. If you look closely, the repetition is quite cute. When we first met. Suddenly, I remember the first time I made a bet with Rurin. It was a time when he always gave me a cold look. At that time, I never even dreamed that I would also want to put a ring on this guy's finger. Die. The black dragon shouted. It's a face with no emotions. It's strange to find emotion on a dragon's face, but try smiling. I shrugged my shoulders. There doesn't seem to be any emotion. Iron Lady? Iron Dragon? Aside from the dragon's large body, its large eyes, nose underneath them, and black skin feel very cold. For some reason, I was able to read the expressions on the dragon's face, just as people read and noticed the expressions on the faces of the same person. It's probably the influence of the heart that Rod gave me. It is the effect of a newly formed heart. Die. Black Dragon's lines are consistent. Die or fuck off. At times like that, deep annoyance appears on his face as if he doesn't have a care in the world. It means annoying. The facial expressions this dragon shows are mainly negative. An angry face, an annoyed expression, and an expressionless expression as cold as the ice of the northern plains. Aren't you going to be so annoyed now? Of course. You're sleepy, you're irritable, and you're so angry about this and that, right? Yes. If you find out, Die, it's a face where your eyes pop out because you're angry and you want to vomit blood. What? Not to that extent. I have no reason to be that angry at someone like you. It's insignificant. Ah, really? If it's not that bad, it's just okay. I shrugged my shoulders, thinking that if it was a normal episode, it was just the nature of this dragon and there was no problem. Well, even if it's not a normal anger, I have no intention of leaving. Everything related to dragon beads. That was my promise to Rod. There were many things to ask of this dragon, which was strongly related to the clue to the solution. No. That's it, so go away. The black dragon let out a powerful blow and kicked Rare. If the ground is shocked in this way, wouldn't there be damage equivalent to an earthquake somewhere? So you need to calm down first. Okay, that's about it. That much. When I had no choice but to acknowledge it in order to calm it down, the dragon suddenly started blowing its breath towards me. Dead or go away. That can't be possible. Even if it's just that much, I plan on staying for now. Kwang, breath is rampant. I got very busy deflecting that breath. The dragon, which had been firing its breath wildly for a while, eventually got tired of trying, probably because its mouth was sore, and glared at me. Why don't you die? Why are humans so strong? I know. The dragon glared at me with a cold glare and then turned its back. Then go inside the Rare and crouch. Perhaps because he was tired, his attitude was that he didn't care at all. I sat like that for a few days. Since it was just growling, no information was collected at all. We haven't even been able to talk about the information we need. Good. What is good? Not good. I think it would be better if you died. Would you like to make a bet instead of being too stubborn? Human. How dare you ask me to bet on this insignificant human being? Then the black dragon went berserk and started pounding again. You can do it. There are dragons that lose to insignificant humans. Quang. As soon as he heard those words, the black dragon became enraged and started firing breath and various types of magic. These attacks had enough destructive power to devastate the area in an instant, but I received them all and nullified them. This is a dragon that can't hold back its anger. Why don't you stop and listen to the terms of the bet first and get excited? The dragon quietly glared at me. However, the next line was absurd. What's the bet? I laugh out loud. What is a bet? A bet is a bet, I laughed. Die, 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 die. I waved my hand as I was about to release my breath again. Stop. Calm down. Okay. Well, the dragons might not know. It's human play. It's insignificant. After barely opening up the conversation, he ended up trying to leave again as if he was annoyed. So I pulled out my trump card. So if I lose the bet, y'all get me out of here. The dragon that turned its back looks at me again. That's good. But he still looks frustrated because he doesn't know what a bet is. So I started explaining. So the bet is it's simple. I'm going to cook food for 2 days, and if you eat it, it's my victory. If you don't eat it, you win, okay? The conditions are you stupid? Human. There's no way I could eat food made by humans. He's a funny guy. The dragon heard the conditions and began nodding as if he had already won. Then the bet is settled. Do whatever you want. It's bothering. Lost the battle after that. This guy told me to kill him. But it didn't kill him. And then he proudly stuck to Rare. The guy who never left the Rare even for a moment was acting as if my presence was some kind of cancer. Hoping that this incident would be an excuse to spread information, I came out of the Rare. Operation is food. Chapter 172, Without you, I once heard that there are many gourmets among dragons. It's a race with such a developed sense of taste, but when I took a quick look, it didn't seem to have anything to eat. Even if you eat it, it's almost like swallowing an animal whole. Literally the worst eating habits. So I wandered through the forest with the intention of catching fish with this strategy. There were no living animals roaming around near the lair, perhaps because of its fear. There is not a single fish alive in the valley, nor a single common animal. So I had to come down the forest for a while. There is a rare spot near the summit, but I didn't feel it until I got all the way down to the flat area below the mountain. If so, this area is suitable for animals to live. I started observing the forest to find food ingredients. I hadn't even walked that far when the animals barged their teeth. Krrrrrrrrrrr. A wild animal with spotted markings resembling a leopard attacks me. It was clawing with its claws and drooling profusely as if it was hungry. It's a pass. Carnivores like that don't taste very good. I used attack magic to send the approaching leopard or jaguar away and then attempted to search again. Since that guy was running this way and attacked me earlier, I guess I should trust my carnivore instincts. So I walked in the direction the jaguar was heading. The result is correct. As I walked, I came across a small plain in the thick forest, and there I caught a scene where a pig-like thing was sticking its head into a tree and digging into the ground with its hind feet. Chubby. Even just looking at it, it looks delicious. Wild pig. So wild boar, is this wild Yuva? This is perfect. I found the perfect ingredient to disrupt the dragon's sense of smell and immediately poured magic on it. But damn it. It's good that I caught it, but thinking about it going up to rare again makes me sigh. I feel like I made a useless bet, but I guess I have to open my mind to tell him about my past. Right now, we can't communicate at all. Hoping that this bet would be the spark that would spark conversation, I dismantled only the necessary parts and climbed to the top. The game starts from here. I took out various seasonings from my backpack. Even when traveling alone, it is essential to carry basic cooking utensils. These tools are also essential for this bet to work. The dish to be prepared is yuva galbi. It's also seasoned yuva ribs. I chose it because it was the dish that most stimulated my sense of smell among the dishes I could make in this situation. Using magic, the center of a large stone is carved out, and the yuva ribs are marinated in a sweet and soy sauce-based sauce. Since the meat is very fresh, there is nothing more to be done. Of course, all of this work was taking place right under the dragon's nose. If you want the smell to spread well, you have to do it in front of the nose, so where else can you do it? Even through this series of processes, the black dragon is still crouching as if it has no interest. Let's see how long I won't be that interested. I resumed cooking with a resolve burning in my heart that I would win. Find a flat stone and heat it with a fireball. If you heat a stone to a temperature similar to that of a fireball, there is not much difference from a grill. In particular, heated stones do not cool down well. If you put your hand on it, your hand will get burned. I put the marinated yuva ribs on top of the stone that had reached that temperature. Cheek, the meat began to cook with a delicious sound. As the sweet sauce cooks, it spreads its scent throughout the rare dish. I can't stand it. I am used to this, but this is the first time I've ever smelled a dragon that stimulates my appetite. I glanced at the crouching dragon. The body twitches ever so slightly, but I didn't look back or anything. They are still complaining that they are not interested. Then, let's start the mukbang. Even if I am not, I am still hungry. I picked up the well-cooked yuba ribs with chopsticks. Sauce drips down. I brought the soft-looking meat to my mouth. Oh, melt, melt, melt. Like a crazy person, I expressed my feelings loudly to myself. Really delicious. The quality of the meat looks pretty good. Yum yum. Crunch crunch. I ate yuva ribs like I was a glutton. Still, it continues to bake. There was a lot of sauce on the stone plate, and the smell was wafting everywhere. Tusk, tusk, tusk. I can't believe yuba galbi can be this soft. The chewy taste is excellent, and when you bite into it, the yuva juice bursts out and mixes with the sauce, making it sweet and salty. I wonder if it can be this delicious. Would you like to have a piece of meat? I made a grandiose comment on purpose, but there was still no response. I think I felt something staring at me as I put a large piece of meat in my mouth and chewed it, but this guy is a formidable enemy. There is no movement at all. Should I cook something stronger than this? But it is already dark outside. The deadline is 2 days, so there is still 1 day left. I checked the dragon's condition, but it was crouching down with its mouth tightly closed and its large body curled up with an expression that looked like something was wrong, so I retreated. And night and sleep and morning, I got out of bed and stretched. Then, suddenly, I discovered something unusual. Apparently, grilled meat had been left on the stone. I went fishing just in case. No matter how delicious the cold meat is, it's still worth it, right? However, all the yuva ribs that had been cut into large pieces and grilled had disappeared. All. Eating meat of this size while in dragon form is not a good idea. Did you play polymorph? I have many thoughts. If I had known this would happen, I would have installed a video camera. Of course, I don't have a video camera. First of all, the suspicion is 100, but there is no evidence. You went cleanly. I should have attacked the scene in that state, but I was so relaxed that I fell asleep. Hey, dragon. No reaction. It doesn't budge. I was in a deep sleep. He usually wakes up in the afternoon and curls up quietly with his eyes open. After doing some morning exercise and walking around, I asked the guy who woke up in the afternoon. I ate it. Very bluntly, I didn't eat it. Of course, the answer that came back was a textbook rebuttal. Really? I didn't eat it. That tasteless thing? I didn't eat it, so how do I know it doesn't taste good? At this moment when my feelings became stronger, I shrugged my shoulders. But the grilled meat disappeared. Did you eat because you were hungry while sleeping? Rather, it is a question. No, why do you eat what you have left when you are full? Am I you? This body is this body. Why is this body yours? The dragon turned his head away as if it was annoying to talk to. However, the state of maintaining cool has already been broken. I am confused about something. That's what I decided. If I didn't eat it and you didn't eat it, then someone broke into this rare. Are you so lax? To the extent that other beings come to Dragon's lair? It's a bug. What? There was no cleaning. So it was eaten by small insects that survived even when blooming. So clean it up after you eat. Bugs. The dragon fell silent again. Oh my gosh, even if they accuse me of a crime, how can a bug? It's a bug. The dragon is silent and refuses to say anything else, continuing to insist on the bug theory. That's how it comes out. It doesn't matter. Even if there are people in the world who have never tried it before, it is my dish that you cannot eat just once. To be honest, that's nonsense. Still, given his eating habits, the fact that he couldn't stand the smell and ate it is hopeful. I can't stand it anymore. It was better. Just raid the scene. In any case, on-site arrest is the best way to ensure that no one can escape. The criminal ate all the meat that was left behind. If it wasn't delicious, I would have eaten one and spit it out. This fact is the biggest. In other words, you may want to eat it again. Let me take a look at the final fate of a dragon that once awakened its eyes to delicious food. With a wicked smile on my face, I grabbed Uber again and started grilling it. Cheek! The smell spreads again along with the sound. The dragon started twitching continuously. This is what it means to dig your own grave. Are you full? Let's go to sleep soon. I put all the steaming meat aside, cooled the stone plate with magic, and then lay down and closed my eyes. How are you going to approach it? Yesterday was a long time ago and I wasn't sure, so I thought it would be better to let him taste it first, so I really slept, but today is different. I closed my eyes for a moment. I kept winding it. There is no movement at all for a while. Are you very careful? It smells like that, so you probably won't be able to stand it once you taste it, right? Was it really bad? As I closed my eyes, all kinds of thoughts started to come to mind. That's not possible. You have to win the bet. And this night is the last. I was patient, hoping that I wouldn't have much patience. So many hours. While the battle of wits continued, we finally caught movement. And the movements were very careful, so it's not a dragon's movement. Very light. There was no pounding at all. If you want to move a large body, of course you have to make sound. But it doesn't fly. Well, considering that I couldn't wake up at all yesterday, I guess this guy polymorphed and caught the fish, just as I guessed. I woke up to that very scene. Then I looked at the stone where the meat was gathered. A scene that caught my eye. I couldn't believe it for a moment, because there was a pretty young black-haired girl holding a lot of meat in her hands. It's already in your mouth. There is a lot of sauce around the mouth. Mr. Dragon, did you polymorph? Heh, it's my victory. When I said that, the dragon blinked a few times, then ignored me and started eating the meat. Is it okay if I ignore it? This is a dragon. Wow. Now, excuses that make no sense. Moreover, because my mouth is full of meat, I can't pronounce it properly, and because I am not in a dragon state, it doesn't even have a dignified sound. So are you human? Why this moi? They say it's not a dragon. Aren't you even human? I do it in various ways. I smiled and walked forward. Then the dragon started to back away. Die. He says that and tries to use magic. No, magic has already appeared in my hands. There's meat in your mouth. Black dragon, so I called him and he stood up and looked at me. What? I admitted it now. When I called him by his nickname, he admitted. He was a simple guy. Kayak. Then, for the first time, he broke his cool face and puffed out his cheeks with embarrassment instead of coldness. What? This dragon. Why are you so cute? When I first saw this black dragon in human form, I was taken aback. Chapter 173, you are not there so you're still saying no? The dragon runs away. As it runs away, it returns to its original form. It once again shows off the majesty of a large black dragon. My head hurts from looking at it. The one that ran away stomped back to Rare's nest and curled up. I sleep because I am full. It is completely unmanned after hanging it. Even if I call, there is no answer. The wings shook regularly, as if to show that it was in a state of sleep. Anyway, it's the middle of the night now. Since I am awake, I'll take a look for now. Why not stand up and argue? Anyway, the important thing is that we won. I am glad he fell into the trap. If I had made a mistake, I would have almost lost the bet, because I was about to leave. Of course, it was a trap with a fairly high probability. Heh. They said they would leave if they lost, so it was barely safe. This is one of Rod's 2 requests. You can't turn him into Nagari as soon as he begins to ask for his favor, which gave him new life. A body that cannot leave until information is obtained. I closed my eyes. Since the dragon woke up late, I also rolled around. I slept soundly and opened my eyes. The sun may already be high in the sky and illuminating the world, but since it is not visible from within the rare, it is of no concern. Hey, dragon. Even though it is past time for the dragon to wake up, there is no answer. It's obvious. This is an operation to ignore. He walked in front of the dragon's tail and then retreated again. I returned to my seat, rummaged through my backpack, and took out some corn soup powder. To make corn soup one by one, you need to shell corn kernels, fry vegetables such as onions, and make a roux with stir-fried flour and butter. There is a lot of work to do, but this is a finished product that just needs to be added and boiled. A summoning ritual I discovered while exploring how to return to the original world as soon as I inherited the Lord's mana. As long as I have this magic that allows me to barely take out one modern item a day, I will never starve to death anywhere. I still have a lot of corn soup powder left, which I used for those times when I don't feel like cooking a big meal in the morning. And the reason I am trying to boil this now is because of the smell. The fragrant smell of corn soup. I immediately decided to use that smell as bait and took action. Add water to the stone dug in the center, boil it with a fireball, and then cook the soup. As the fragrant smell of corn soup began to bother my nostrils, I glanced at the black dragon and caught him slowly turning his head. As expected, he is pretending to sleep. The premonition was correct. Well then, shall we go to a mukbang? Slurp hoo-hoo, it's savory and delicious. Then the dragon took the bait. What is that again? What I ate yesterday was definitely better to eat than raw meat. Of course, it's trivial. How can you do that? Thump, thump, thump. He approaches and looks down at me. I slurp the soup out of a teacup in front of him, while acting as if he was eating a delicacies from the mountains and the seas. Oh, it's warm. Corn soup actually warms your body. When I expressed that, I felt an intense gaze. Of course, it's not the brutally murderous gaze you usually see. The end of my gaze was directed towards the corn soup I was eating. You human. Do you think this body will fall prey to something like that? This body lived very well without such things for hundreds of years. I heard it smells nice. Are you good at speaking? I thought you didn't say anything because you kept dying all the time. After listening to the words being spoken, when I pointed it out, the dragon closed its mouth again. He's a funny guy. If you want to eat this, polymorph, in that state you won't get anywhere. And you didn't forget the terms of the bet, right? I won, so I'd like you to admit that you lost and stay in human form for a month. The dragon has no answer. He glares at me again. The curiosity I had about food disappeared, and those dark, murderous eyes began to stare at the back of my head again. Why? If you lose, right? A guy like a dragon is planning to turn away. I do not know. The dragon turned his back again. The back with big wings visible. You have to keep your promise. Or will you not leave even if I lose another bet next time? Another bet. Are you doing it again? Yes. What? Conditions for betting. My victory conditions. It would polymorph into a human in front of me for a month. If you treat me like this in a combative state, I will never be able to get any information from you. I am betting that I might be able to reduce the sense of distance just a little if I stay in a human state. A way to become friends. In order to be able to use it, you have to be in a human state rather than a dragon state. Moreover, in this condition, I have to raise my head every time I speak, which makes my head hurt. Would you like me to leave? Of course. It's bothering. So, if you want me to leave, you shouldn't back down now that you've lost. That way, I won't back off, right? The dragon glares at me again, but soon a strong light flashed around its body. Is it okay? It's annoying to act like an insignificant human being, though. I have no choice but to chase you out. Black Dragon said that while shaking his black hair. I thought about it yesterday, too. Her beauty is different compared to her lively dialogue, especially because the black hair suits him so well. After losing consciousness for a moment, I slapped myself. What do you think about dealing with dragons, you crazy guy? Sniff. Whether I did it or not, the dragon went to the stone where the soup was boiling and started sniffing it. Does it smell good? This is the rare body. Yes, and the bet is off. That too. The items made from this body's rare belong to this body, so give it to me. The guy proudly held out his hand with absurd logic. They say something about human food, but I guess they can't get enough of this delicious smell. Of course, that's what I wanted. I was about to change my mind, so I quickly took out a teacup and poured some soup on it. Completely different from when he was in his dragon state. I take the glass with my small hands. As if he still didn't want to be close to me, as soon as he got the glass, he walked back, leaned against the wall, sat down, and started sniffing again. And then I poured the soup into one mouthful. Quaang, then he jumps up, opens his mouth, and gasps. And then he turns his gaze towards me again. It's a look full of resentment. You bastard, what is this? Hot, my throat is hot. Yurei attacking me. The opponent is a dragon. I repeat that in my mind again. Damn cute. What kind of dragon is doing something so cute? I stopped laughing. Nihuam. He must have seen that laughter, and the top of his head was expelling his breath with an angry face. A mass of highly concentrated energy burst out of the guy's mouth, as if he could use brass even in a human state. Oh my. However, it is nothing compared to the breath of the dragon state. I blocked it easily and served the soup again, and it blew loudly. Now calm down. It's just been boiled, so of course it's hot. This is cool, so it's okay. Eat little by little. Don't pour it all into your mouth like you just did. The dragon came over with a huff and took the soup with a jerk, and then sit at a distance again. He looked at the soup warily and sipped it very cautiously this time. Soon he looks at the soup again with a surprised face. It's a face I like. I sipped the soup slowly and slowly, as if I didn't want to burn my throat like before, but then I ate it all in my mouth because it didn't suit my personality. And whoa, it makes a strange sound and turns its head towards me. Is it delicious? What does it mean to be delicious? Well, if you ask me such a fundamental question, what should I answer? It was hot earlier. Now, it got warmer. The dragon calmly said that and stood up, shaking his head. Do all humans eat this stuff? Well, aren't most people like that? It's rare for a dragon to eat raw food as ignorantly as you, right? I think that's what my mom said. Black Dragon blinked his eyes. From that day on, Black Dragon showed great interest in the food I made. Thanks to this, the vicious voice that was constantly urging me to leave died down a little. It still is. They pour oil into a hole dug into a stone, boil it, add edible grass found near the rare fish, and various animal meats they catch by going downstairs, coat them in frying powder and deep fry them. Then they kneel in front of them and pick them up and eat them, crispy. When the dragon puts fried food in its mouth, a familiar sound comes out. The dragon nods with a satisfied expression. Delicious? I do not know. Even as he says that, his hands don't stop. Let me tell you clearly, the feeling of wanting to eat the same food over and over again means it's delicious. I see. What does that mean? He immediately said that and reached for the fries again. Words and actions are separate. But still, the sense of distance has not decreased. If anything had changed, it was the fact that people were clearly showing a lot of curiosity when it came to food. Well, I am glad if you show curiosity about anything. Wouldn't it be the best way to reduce the distance in this way? Plus, this guy had a lot of cute parts to look at. As soon as I take out some cooking ingredients, they come and eat it. That too secretly while I wasn't looking because I was busy doing something else. Being secretive seemed to be his ultimate pride. When you take out flour to knead dough, it sneaks up and grabs a handful of flour and puts it in its mouth from a distance. Then, with a furious look on his face, he spits it out, scatters the flour in his hand on the floor, and runs over to look at him in protest. Kaang, okay. He lightly fires his breath in protest. It was a breath mixed with flour. If you put salt out, they eat the salt. Quayak nenanum. And then, as expected, he takes out his anger on me, and of course, he doesn't take his anger out on me quietly. I'm delicious. I picked up a handful of sugar similar to salt and ate it. Ah, sweet, sweet, sweet. It's just sweet and delicious. As expected, you're a weird guy to eat things like that. The way you eat is wrong. So pick this up and shake it with both hands, then put your hands together and say a prayer, and then pour it into your mouth. So it's delicious. I am not eating. The dragon turned his head. Black hair flutters. It returns to its own space in the center of the lair while spewing deadly force. But while I was away for a moment, he sneakily approached me. Why do you know that? Because I am watching secretly. He picks up the salt again and gathers it in both hands as I said. Then, he shakes it as if he is praying and begins to look closely at the salt in his hand. And then eat it. Put it in your mouth. Quaya then, a roar filled with strong anger starts to sound like a rare sound. Surely you ate it? Nenuum, I wish you could tell me how to kill you. Kill. Absolutely kill. And then I kill again. Then I shoved a lollipop into my mouth. In anger, the dragon accidentally covers his mouth with a lollipop, and his face grimaces. It's a gift, and I'm going to have dinner, so please don't disturb me. I shrugged, and the dragon went back to his seat and started sucking on the lollipop. The cheeks swell up like a lollipop. One side swells, the other side swells. Oh. Fortunately, peace came for a while due to the very pleasant notice. Chapter 174, you are not there, and several days have passed. What has changed? Not much. This guy's rare has a very monotonous structure. There is a slightly dungeon-like maze at the entrance, and once you enter, you are in the dragon's room. That's it. I am currently living in the corner of the room, but the black dragon prefers the center of the room. Sunlight sometimes enters the center of the rare. From what I've observed, it seems like they like that warmth. Anyway, since it is a dragon rare, it is very wide, and the physical distance from the rare is also great. So the mental distance is at the level of the Pacific Ocean. At least it's a little better than the first time, when I just stood still or stared at him cruelly and told him to die. Still largely ignored. Except that a child who was learning to speak for the first time started showing great interest in food, just as he was saying random things. This is called yuva, grilled pig's trotters, and it's very good for the skin and even chewy. As I grilled the pig's feet, I added the seasoning I made to it and explained the cooking process. Pig's feet itself is not a word used in this world, but this dragon wouldn't know anyway. What are you doing when you get better at things like that? The dragon seemed to have no interest in skin and just skipped what I said. However, he seemed to like the smell and kept sniffing in front of the grilled pig's feet. Anyway, I baked everything. It's hot, so eat with caution. It's definitely more delicious than eating it whole. You are the cook. In what world are subordinates stronger than their masters? Don't stare, just eat that. Food doesn't taste good even if it gets too cold. Take a bite of pig's feet. It's good, great chewy texture. And collagen, I think the seasonings were combined well. Tusk. Black Dragon, who saw that I was eating grilled pig's feet, quietly looked at the pig's feet and then took them to his mouth. Eat well. Eats very well. I feel like my appetite has exploded after eating pork ribs. When I did something to them, they often ate from a distance away, as if they didn't want to be together. I don't know if it was because they didn't want to go back and forth, but anyway, they stayed in front of the stone plate and ate. But can I ask you one thing? There is no answer. He doesn't seem interested. Unlike when it was in its dragon state, the polymorphed humanoid dragon only had its small face fixed on its paws. Anyway, since we had lost some sense of living together to the point where we could eat together, I quietly asked a question. About your mother's incident. As soon as those words were said, the dragon jumped up. Without any hesitation, he throws the yuva bone he was eating at me. And then he really started glaring at me as if I was going to kill him. It was the most powerful kill so far. If there were any other living things around here, they would all have died from the fire that was spewing out right now. A peer that would have already suffocated an ordinary human to death. Did I touch a taboo too hastily? I was just trying my luck. As expected, there was no chin. I decided that I could hear the details of what happened at that time by closing the distance to this point. I don't like you. You are the same as everyone. Get out of my rare right now? It was a terribly cold look. He had already stopped caring about cooking and was breathing very heavily. It blows out its breath wildly. The mana that had been powered up with anger to the point where everything, including stone tablets, disappeared, began to crush the inside of the rare. Die, the ones who killed my mother. Those who insulted their mother. Everyone die. Wait a minute, I didn't really mean to do that. Really, I shouted as I hit the breath, but they didn't even care to listen. Due to the influence of mana, his black hair rose to the top of his head, his eyebrows rose to the point where they could no longer be raised, and he began using all the attack magic he could use. Sorry. I was sorry about this. I have nothing to do with that incident. I asked because I heard something vaguely. Sorry. He bowed his head and apologized, but all he could see was a look in his eyes filled with murder. Then he clenched his hands tightly, trembled, and turned his head away. He walked with long strides, reached his own space, and sat down, hugging his knees. And that situation continued. I couldn't share a single word. At first, it wasn't a good interest, like telling me to die, but at least I was friendly with him, and eventually I developed it to the point where he would still eat my food. Even if we retreat, we have retreated too far. No matter what I tried to say, she completely sealed her mouth. Of course, there are vices that should never be touched by anyone, but how can you get information like this? This guy is probably the only one who knows the incident most clearly. Another problem was that I couldn't give up and leave because it was a request from Rod who had exchanged my heart. A few days pass like that. There is silence in the rare. Dirt falls from the rare ceiling, hood crackle. The dirt and sand lined up. It continues to line up everywhere. Cow, as the rare ceiling vibrates, more dirt and sand fall from the ceiling. Quang, quang, outside of rare. And it is a vibration that cannot come unless someone deliberately aims for a rare item at the top of the mountain and thumps it. If it's an earthquake, it has to shake from the ground. It doesn't make sense for dirt and sand to fall from the ceiling. Quang, it has the potential to completely destroy rare. The falling dirt and sand are getting worse. Black Dragon woke up after 2 days. After curling up quietly without eating or drinking, I finally woke up. As if he had any idea about the shaking ceiling, he started running out of the lair. Of course, I followed along. It's amazing to see such emotional ups and downs. When I went out of lair, there were 2 black dragons sitting on the top of the mountain. Just by looking at him, he has an arrogant expression. Of course, dragons usually all have arrogant expressions, but these guys were arrogant and had a malicious playfulness. The talent for reading the dragon's facial expressions is on full display. So these guys are clearly the reason the ceiling shook. KKKKKKK. The 8 men looked at each other and started giggling, very provocative. Why are you looking like a human? Are you trying to have fun with your topic? KKKKKKK. Isn't that so funny? I know, you have to know the topic. Theme. The dragon on the left kicked the part of the lair ceiling he was stepping on again. The rare is shaking precariously. Perhaps more dirt and sand are falling from the inside. Get away from rare right now. How dare you try my mother's rare? What? Why don't you say it again? On the topic of clan shame. If a mother is a shame to the clan, then her children are naturally a shame as well. No, it's worse. Where are you talking with your face straight? Someone like you shouldn't have been born, so why are you being born? The 2 dragons took turns denying the creature's very existence. Meanwhile, he continued to touch the rare. As if the guy's reaction was funny. Get away from mom right now. As if he couldn't bear it any longer, he fired his breath. However, it seemed difficult to deal with them as they were outnumbered and had not yet reached adulthood. The breath was powerlessly nullified, and the dragon on the left jumped up and crushed its body. It crushes the human-shaped body with its large feet. The soles of the dragon's feet cover its body. Only the face is above the feet. That face glares at the dragons without hesitation. I don't think anyone would say anything if I just destroyed a rare like this, right? The problem in itself is that the rares used by the clan's shame still remain. So, why don't you close your cheeky eyes? So, if my life was spared just because I was the elder's granddaughter, I wouldn't be able to live without it. Tusk. A scene of obvious harassment, and that completely denies everything about him. But this guy was very familiar with this kind of bullying. Even though they trampled on me, I just glared at them. Instead, he gets angry and shouts just at the word mom. Mom is not a disgrace to the clan. Don't be damned. This won't work. Shall I call niece? Let's see if you can make that sound even when niece comes. The guy clenched his mouth tightly. Even more anger appears on his face. Hey, niece is having fun right now. Oh yeah, are you having fun? Rurin, are you alive? Otherwise, I would have experienced hell again. Anyway, niece is niece and I am me, so kneel. I kneel down and ask you not to destroy the rare. Then we can preserve this dirty rare this time too. Or break it. The 2 of us will break it by jumping. Kai kick. And then it just landed on top and it got old and broke. The dragon removed the foot that was trampling on him. If he were human, his body would have already been crushed. Because I was a dragon's skeleton inside, I avoided such a miserable situation. Wouldn't my mind already be a mess? It was so absurd that I couldn't interfere, but now it's time to step forward. I first approached the guy and asked, "Why are you being bullied like this? I have never been bullied. If there's one thing I am thankful for, it's that they answered my question in just a few days." The mouth that had been silent for 2 days finally opened. Yes, This is not harassment. It is a pain that must be accepted as a shame to the clan. Our conclusion is that we should inflict even more pain because the eyes look like that even though they have been suffering for hundreds of years. What else are you? Could it be human? I guess you're a human? The dragons looked at each other and started laughing so hard that the ground shook. I ignored it and grabbed the arm of the fallen black dragon. The slender body became shabby due to the dust, but he slapped my arm away. Don't touch. He staggered to his feet, glared at me, then changed his gaze to glare at the dragons. Close your mouth. Are you really going to kneel? That's all we spent together for a few days. I don't know much about this guy, though. Still, I know that he is not the kind of guy who will bow down so easily. They said they had caused hundreds of years of suffering because they were a shame to their clan. Does this mean that this guy has always been curled up in this dark hideaway, eating uncooked birds just to survive, curled up again to sleep, and endured their harassment? I thought it was okay for my heart to be tightly closed. Is that why you never thought about narrowing the distance like this? Because the door to your heart is so tightly closed. I had roughly heard about the incident involving her mother from the Lord and the Chief. Even if it were true, there would be no need for her to be bullied like this just because she was his daughter. Now that I think about it, I said it was my mom's keepsake. So for him, isn't the rare place like his mother's arms and his last bastion? These dragons hold rares hostage, harass them by threatening to destroy them, and enjoy the reaction. It's mean. It's so mean. Blood pressure rises. Beyond the simple feeling of heartache. The scene where a guy with such strong pride stumbles to get down on his knees to protect his one and only keepsake. I was so annoyed. Phew-ha-ha-ha. Rurin, how dare you treat humans as servants? It's absurd. I want you to know the topic. Is this not going to work? I have to tell Nice and destroy his mind. Shut up, you dirty snout. I boiled and shouted their words. Because I am so annoyed that I can't listen to it anymore. Chapter 175, you are not there, what? What did this human just say? Drin, I thought I told you to shut up. Phew-ha-ha-ha. Oh, my stomach hurts. The two dragons started laughing as if they had lost their minds. If I were to describe that scene in one word, I would say it is laughter that comes from not being able to understand how a bug dares to tell people to shut up. It's really like I can't see it. I really want to kill you, but first, I started by stopping the black-haired dragon that was staggering in front of me. What are you doing to these guys? Don't kneel. Then he looks at me. It might have been like before, but now I have me. If I were alone, I might lose because I was outnumbered, but not now. Above all, I am on your side. I want you to know that. On my side? Okay, on your side. The black dragon looks at me blankly. His eyes still didn't contain any emotion, but they still didn't contain the extreme murder and coldness he showed after mentioning his mother. Well, that's enough for now. I stood in front of him, and I used magic on the black dragons. These guys are honestly a bunch of gum. Extreme flow. Powerful mana exploded in front of them. Kuang, vision becomes blurred due to the residual energy of the explosion. Perhaps surprised by its power, they flew up into the sky with startled faces. Why humans? Die. The two of them seemed to have realized that the magic contained in the attack was unusual despite the topic they had been laughing at the entire time, so they joined forces and fired a breath blow at me. Of course, there is no difference if two people use the breath. I used plasma break against that breath. This magic is most effective when dealing with dragons. Kwawang, their breath was consumed by the plasma break. Powerful particles absorb the breath and explode, and that explosive power attacked the two dragons. The chanting of plasma break was transferred to the fingers, and snap your fingers. Each time this happened, the plasma break continued to activate. The plasma break finally reached their bodies and once again caused a huge explosion. Kwang, their bodies and wings are engulfed in an explosion and set on fire. What is this? You, me. Humans should just wait and die. Even though their wings were burning, they attacked me again. I just snapped my fingers and the plasma break absorbed their breath without any hesitation and then created another huge explosion. I am sorry, but my mana amount exceeds Class 9, so you guys pose no threat whatsoever. You can hear the details from your elders or not. He snapped his fingers again. Quah! Another explosion occurred from the dragon's body. Wow, a scream rings out, so I bounced it again. Another explosion. They started to panic, probably because they felt that their bodies were going to burn to death and I snapped my fingers. Kwaya, kwayang, kwaya. Explosions exploding from all directions. The chain of explosions blew them far into the sky. These are nothing special. Those weak things definitely enjoy tormenting the weak more than themselves. I approached the black-haired dragon who was quietly watching everything. Are you okay? Nod. The guy nodded instead of answering. There is still no significant change in facial expression. Tuk-tuk. I got nervous without realizing it, so I brushed the dust off his clothes. Don't touch my body. Of course, a strong reaction comes back. Then you robbed it. There's a lot of dirt on it. As I shrugged and took my hand away, the dragon glanced down at his clothes. Then, after half-heartedly pretending to open the door, he turned his back and entered the lair. Of course, I went in after him. The guy went to the exact spot where he was crouching and tried to sit down. As expected, I followed along. Even when I look at it, I look a little like a tick right now. Well, that could be possible, because I have a few questions. Curiosity must be resolved. Of course, it would be difficult for her mother to hear the truth about the incident at the moment. So that's not what I'm curious about right now. Do those guys come often? It comes sometimes. I used to come every day. Okay? Nod. I nodded calmly, saying it was nothing, but I can't believe I endured it for so long. And yet, what is the point of speaking like this to someone else? I was getting more concerned. I don't know why, I am so worried. Thank you for answering me again. I didn't really ask that question the other day. I won't ask anymore, so I hope y'all stop ignoring me. There is no answer. But I didn't even say I didn't like it. Is this unspoken affirmation? I told you I was on your side, right? As long as I am stuck with this rare, I am on your side, so if you come again, I'll deal with you together. On my side. Huh. There was nothing like that. Something like that? It's just Mom, on my side. Not a single dragon listened to me, even elders, so there is no one on my side. I am alone. So you're saying I am on your side. The dragon began to look at me quietly. I don't know what's in those eyes. It seems indifferent. Then, just sit on the floor with your knees wrapped around the floor. It doesn't seem like he's lived such an easy life that he believes he's on his side just because he helped him once, so let's just move on. I have a few more questions than that. Fortunately, it is not ignored this time either. He slowly lifted his face and looked at me. It doesn't seem like the help wasn't effective. At least the image of throwing pigs feet away wasn't there anymore. The fact that he looks directly at me clearly states that fact. So, wouldn't it have been better to turn back into a dragon earlier and fight him? Polymorph, I was shocked when I was run over by that guy. What are you talking about? I made a bet with you. Wasn't it you who told me to stay like this for a month? Instead, he shouts in an even more absurd tone. It was a very unfair voice. Of course, it's true that I made a bet. I didn't know it would be protected that well. I thought that the story of his mother was brought up in a hurry, and the relationship became completely hostile and everything broke down, but I guess that wasn't the case. Does that mean you will protect what you said? It did. Sorry. That's right. Haha. Anyway, are you going to sleep like that? In this world, sleeping is the best. You don't even know that. You're stupid. As the dragon said that, he tried to curl up and lie down. I grabbed the dragon's slender wrist and led it to the corner of the lair. Sloppy. The dragon that was being dragged in, probably in a panic, came to its senses and poofed, and he slapped my arm away, but it was already my home in the corner of lair. I took out a mirror from my backpack, and I put it in the guy's hand. The dragon looks at me with a face asking what this is. Of course, there is no mirror in this rare. Looking at those dragons earlier, and looking at other dragons so far, you seem to be quite beautiful even in your dragon form, but of course you are also beautiful in your human form now. Have you ever seen yourself? He still looks like he's wondering what nonsense he's talking about, but then looks at the mirror I gave him. Your own face must have been reflected. Mom showed me this once. Okay? However, how about now? It's my face. Yes, you have a pretty face. The dragon quietly looks at me again. However, I am not glaring at him with the intent to kill him like before. But what about now? That pretty face has become dirty, because of those guys earlier. So look in the mirror and wipe it off. You probably don't want me to do it for you, so try it yourself. Pretty face? Okay. The guy looked at the mirror again. I put a wet towel on his hand. Wipe the dust off with that. No, like this. I was getting frustrated, so I took the towel again and gently wiped my face. What are you trying to tell me not to touch? Eyebrows raised. I thought the reaction was like that again, so I hit the player. You didn't touch it? Isn't it okay if I don't touch it? When I hit the player, the dragon puffed out his cheeks as if he was speechless. He said he was shocked that his actions were being read. It feels strange to ask now, but what is your name? Ah, I am Elysian. You can feel free to call me El. I didn't ask that. You are just you, and I hope you get out quickly. That's too much. Well, I hope you remember anyway, because there may come a day when you call my name. That day will never come. What are you talking about? The dragon shook his head. And then I walked back holding the mirror in my hand, where I always sleep. Of course, I know his name, but we never made a statement. If he doesn't tell you his name, I don't think he truly knows. But that's when I think that because they have turned their backs on me, they still don't even allow my name. The guy was walking and stopped in the middle, and then he mutters quietly in an audible voice, I am Rurin. Without saying that, I walked back and lay down. Chapter 176. You are not there, hey Lurin. Don't call me that, be impertinent. To call me great being, call it with respect, do you understand? Lurin, I told you not to call me that, be impertinent, so cocky. Lurin, with her arms crossed, glares at me, disgusted by my name being called. But I had no intention of stopping. Lurin, Q, I hate it, I truly hated it. Eyebrows rise sky high. The change in facial expression is slightly funny. Lurin, 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 be impertinent, be impertinent, be impertinent, be impertinent, be impertinent. I called Lurin 4 times and she got cocky and called me 5 times. 4 Lulin and 5 cheeks. Then let's add some seasoning there. I get it, okay. Then let me change it, great being, be impertinent. Even though I called it whatever I wanted, it was still arrogant. Of course, I made a mistake thinking that I was calling him Lurin again. That's my intention too. Oh, really? People shouldn't be arrogant. I called him a great being and he got arrogant, so Lurin. I counterattacked again with Lurin. However, the call that he was arrogant did not come back. I was so angry that I couldn't speak. My mouth is wide open and my hands are shaking. It looks like anything could fit in that mouth. What we ended up getting was an angry dragon. You really make me angry. Is it really that bad? Yes, why don't I sing for you? It's a pretty name, so I keep wanting to call it that. That's right. Mom also said she was pretty. Yes. They said my father, who died before I was born, built it for me. Okay, therefore, so don't call me something like you. I understand, that's right, Lurin, Nenuum, I'm going to tear it up. Tear it. Don't tear it up and call me El. Then I won't call you Rurin. In front of the angry dragon again, I shrugged my shoulders with a very calm expression and then subtly said my name. It's insignificant. Then the reaction came back as expected. I guess I don't feel like arguing anymore, so I just turn away. Oh, so you keep calling me? From the moment this guy said Lurin out of his mouth, Lulin is Lulin. It was no longer Black Dragon or this guy, but Lurin. Lurin, not a dragon. I don't want to worry about race. A great being? Dragon? I hated it all. I just want to treat this guy as a single entity called Lurin, so I call him Lurin. Thanks to this, even now, despite receiving all kinds of glares, I am still firmly keeping Lurin in my mouth. Anyway, since you're in human form, the fear you emit has almost disappeared, so you can see a lot of animals. Right now, Lulin and I were walking down the mountain from Lair. This is Lulin, who has been curled up in a rare place for hundreds of years. I wanted to let this guy, who had lived such a dark life and believed that the best thing to do was curl up and sleep, know the feeling of joy. Even if you can't go there, it will be enough to change your mood just by walking around with nature in your eyes instead of just being stuck in a room like a junkie. I wanted to do that, a change of mood. After hearing about this guy's past, I somehow got that feeling. Of course, it is true that since her mother is dead, the purpose is to solve Rod's homework by listening to information that only she knows now. But even without that, I became interested in this lonely guy. Is that interest sympathy? I don't know, it's like I want to call this guy Lurin even though I hate him so much. I want to let the guy who thinks dark rares are everything in the world know that this world is very wide. I don't want to attach a variety of things to that feeling. So I took Rurin outside. Of course, there is no way this dragon would obediently follow the suggestion to go out for a while. If you say that, what you are looking at is not the outside world, but Lurin's murderous eyes. But there are many ways. Because humans are animals that use their heads. Haha, let's go outside. There is so much fun out there. Hate, y'all sleep well. Let's not do that and go out. Hate, you get out, don't come back again. Lurin, don't call me that. This is Lulin's usual reaction. Take action here. What does Lulin want most? That wish is fully contained in the conversation. Lulin wants me to disappear from Rare, so you should use it. I've already thrown in a bet before. If I win the bet, I leave. Since he clearly knows that fact, he uses a bet to call him out. That's the operation. Of course, if you lose the bet, you have to leave Rare, so it's a tightrope walk, but it's okay. Isn't it okay to just not pay attention? So I approached it this way. Then do you want to go out and bet? Why are you making that face when you say, let's go out and make a bet? As if I heard something I couldn't hear. I never did that. Then let's go out, same as before. If you win, I'll leave. It's okay to go out because of that, right? There is no particular betting distance within Rare. Do you have to do it? What? At this moment, Lulin let out a strange sound with a slightly subtle expression. No, I get it. Of course, I immediately changed my words and followed him. As a result, I am going down the mountain and enjoying nature. And when we go back to the initial situation, animals appeared everywhere going down the mountain. Because the number of piers had decreased, animals were approaching the mountainside. In the human condition, peering seems to be naturally restrained, perhaps for entertainment. To the point where you can't feel your peer unless you make eye contact. And I heard that after polymorphing an adult dragon, it can be adjusted to the point where it cannot sense its peer even when making eye contact. The sky is blue, the forest is dense. When I came all the way down the mountain to look for ingredients, I discovered a lake. So our destination this time is the lake. The lake below the mountain sparkles in the sun. Such a peaceful scenery. I don't know if she noticed the scenery or not, but Rurin followed me quietly. When I arrived at the sandy beach in front of the lake, I took out my fishing rod. Summoning magic is very useful. So what's the bet? How far are you going? Stop going. Sleepy. What are you sleepy about again? The patience of the dragon that had been silently following explodes. Why is this guy so sleepy after just waking up? Anyway, we're already here, so stop staring. Doesn't it hurt your eyes if you stare at me like that? Nod. Okay, I am sure it won't hurt. Would your eyes hurt if a dragon glared at someone? What are you doing here? Just wait a little while. It's a bet, so come and sit next to me. I patted the seat next to me and said, and in response to the word bet, he trudged over and sat down with his mouth clenched. I pointed her to the lakeside scenery. Now that you're seated, let's take a look around. Sparkling lake, flying bird, it's so peaceful. The gentle breeze feels good too. How is the scenery? If you enjoy the scenery like this instead of just focusing on rare things, you will feel at ease. Lulin's hair is blowing in the wind. If you don't want to bet, I'll go back. But the dragon didn't react at all, probably because his emotions had dried up. The sight of him sitting by the lakeside and blinking his eyes is just like a picture. Shall we catch some fish first and then make a bet? Because I am hungry. What are you eating? Fortunately, the only thing that responds positively is eating. After throwing away the pig's trotters, he didn't eat food for a while, but after chasing away the dragons, he stopped ignoring me, so he naturally showed interest in all the dishes I made again, just like before. Yes, eating, that's not bad. This time, I nodded in the affirmative, so I cast a fishing rod at the lakeside to get ingredients. The bait is an earthworm. When Rurin heard that she was eating, she quietly focused on this without saying a word. Sniff and put your nose to it. It always smells delicious when cooking, so I think I sniffed it consciously, but it's rare that the smell wafts away while I am still in the process of preparing the ingredients. He looked disappointed when he soon realized that there was no smell coming from me. Fortunately, the fishing rod caught a bite right away. Do you call this half water and half meat? Are you going to eat that? What? Lulin quickly picked up the fish he caught and ate it in one gulp. You probably didn't feel that fishing with a fishing rod was cooking, did you? The response came immediately. The fish I had taken in one bite was crushed and spat out as if it had been ground up in the dragon's grinder. Corruption, not delicious. You're giving me something like this. It's not. You ate it, right? Eating raw is your specialty, not mine. There is nothing I can do for you if you look at me like I was fooled. This guy already changed the fish. I had no choice but to swallow anger-quenching candy to seal my twitching lips. He huffed, chewed the candy, and finally calmed down. You know, Rurin, don't pour it on me. If you talk while sucking on candy, I won't understand. It's sour. Sit peacefully by the lake like this and fish, and you spit out the fish. When you look at it later, it can all become memories. So why not cherish it a little more? What nonsense is there? No, Hio soy must be nonsense. It was definitely nonsense. It's cringy. Okay, so I decided to just make a bet. The plan for today is to close my mouth to win quickly and make a bet, and then enjoy this piece a little more and then eat some grilled fish and go home. Now take this fishing rod. I handed Rurin the other fishing rod. This is the bet. What bet? Can I hit you with this? There can be no such bet, right? Then are you going to eat this? I don't eat things like this. Hey, even if you look at the fishing rod with disgust. Stop talking nonsense and let's catch a fish with it. Whoever catches more wins. What is that? What a bet. That tasteless guy from earlier? That's because I ate it raw. Anyway, if you win, you leave. Instead, if I win, well, I had something in mind about that. It will probably be difficult right now to reduce the distance between me and Rurin in my heart. I believe that if you approach slowly and slowly like this, there will be a day when you will open your heart. Then, naturally, we will be able to hear about past events related to her mother. So, if that was not possible right away, I wanted to at least reduce the distance within the rare. Come sleep next to me. I don't mind sleeping curled up, but sleeping on either side of that wide lair is a bit weird, right? There is such a thing as an appropriate distance. Sleep about 5 meters away from me, from now on. Still, since men and women are different, they are too close. But the appropriate distance, which is not too far, would be about 5 million. It's almost over 100 million now. What is that? Well, just for a month. Why do you do everything for a month? I guess that's an appropriate amount of time, neither too short nor too long, right? I'll win anyway and y'all disappear, so it doesn't matter. Chapter 177, You are not there, Rurin assured, grabbing the fishing rod. How to use you wouldn't know, would you? You don't have to know that. This body is a dragon. Don't you keep forgetting who this body is. I know very well that it's a dragon, but do you really not need to teach me? The dragon swings the fishing rod back and forth. Buong buong, a fishing rod is not a rod. The guy's expression became strange as he touched the handle that reels in the fishing line. As expected, a question mark appeared on his face. But pride is great. Perhaps because he said he didn't need it, he couldn't even ask for information, so he just pouted his mouth, puffed out his cheeks, and continued to rattle his fishing rod. It seems like he's just imitating the scene where I threw the fishing line to the lakeside and made the fishing rod flutter. As it was, the betting couldn't even begin, so I slowly approached and grabbed the swinging fishing rod from behind. However, the posture unintentionally became a back hug. A sudden back hug. What is it, Nenham? Float away. Lulin must have been startled and turned around to face me, not on purpose. I was just trying to demonstrate how to use the fishing rod by holding it from behind, but Lulin suddenly turned around and I lost my balance. It's also my fault that I was surprised. Anyway, due to the complex process, I fell backwards and Rurin also dived to the floor. Rurin had turned backwards, so she was facing me and was stacked on top of me. Thanks to the sand on the lakeshore, I didn't feel any pain, but the problem was that he was on top of me. The guy looked down at me. The eyes are sunken. Those eyes are so cold. He must be angry that he was in a hugging position from behind. And then he moved his hand. Bring your hand to my neck. Nenuum, didn't I tell you not to touch my body? But hugging? Do you really have to die? Besides my mom, the only person who can touch my body is my husband. Husband? Words that absolutely did not go well with this guy came out of my mouth. Did you have a husband? Does not exist. Something like that. It will never happen in my lifetime. Is that so? Then what happened? Yes, therefore, Rurin put her hands around my neck. It gives me strength. I began to feel the strength of my grip little by little. If you strangle me, you will die. It's the easiest way to kill. Lurin's palm touching her neck is as warm as the spring sunlight, but the words and actions she utters are as cold as the ice of the North Pole. What about your eyes? There's nothing to stare at like that, right? I am sad too. I tried to say that, but I couldn't. Eyes and gazes intersect. I looked at Lulin and Lulin glared at me. The palm that touched my neck was not strong yet. The wind blows by the lakeside. Lurin's long hair also swayed gently. A woman with black hair who climbed on top of me and tried to strangle me. Of course, if you try to get out of this state, you can do whatever you want. But it didn't move still. Should I really strangle you? My neck was so strong that I could actually die. I wonder if the warm palm that holds my neck is really going to strangle me, threatening to kill me. I was somehow curious about that fact. I wanted to check if he was still seriously trying to kill me, so I stayed still. There is such a thing as feeling. It has definitely changed since the first time we met. These days, though, I don't exude the same vigor as I did the first time. The strongest moment of her life was when she recklessly brought up the story about her mother, but he forgave me for that. Choking him here would only mean that he didn't forgive and that he still harbors resentment about what happened. That's why I didn't protest and just gazed at Lurin's pure white arms. Lurin slightly tilted her head and asked if that was strange. Why are you standing still? Do you want to die? Are you strangling me? Then you die. It's an absurd question. I don't think that's a line someone who strangled would say. I asked back with that thought intact. Then why aren't you sleeping? No answer comes back, so I also answered silently. A sudden silence fills the lakeside. The silence continued for several minutes. Lulin didn't let go of my neck, and I just quietly looked into her eyes. I was the one who broke the silence. But it can't stay like this forever. If you're not going to kill me, let it go. I will kill you. Like you not required. Because it's your fault for not disappearing from Rare. Okay, but why aren't you giving me strength? Contrary to what he said, the hand still holding his neck was just warm. It wasn't causing me any pain. Rurin suddenly gives a squeak and gives strength. Cough, cluck. Because I touched her uvula, she started coughing, and at the sound of the cough, Rurin suddenly took her hand away and stood up. Looks surprised at something. But now my arm hurts, and since I have to make that trivial bet, I'll just look at it for now. He said that while turning his back, so I stood up too, and then I bent down. I should say hello to you for saving my life. Hee hee. Is that so? Then thank you for saving my life. Should I say hello? You don't have to, it's insignificant, but don't come any closer. Then I will really kill you. That's a bit unfair. Noisy, the atmosphere was just strange. And this guy, I have no idea about this guy. There is no use in whining. So teach me. I saved your life, so repay me. After falling down, fortunately, he started asking how to use the fishing rod. Still bouncing around, while swinging. I think he liked it a little because the fishing rod was elastic. To avoid making the same mistake as before, I quietly taught him how to use the fishing rod. Actually showing it was the fastest. Now that all the preliminary work has been completed, it's time for the real showdown. Okay, now let's get started. This is the bait I told you to put on the fishing line earlier, he said while handing the earthworm over to Rurin. Rurin looked at the wriggling earthworm and stretched out her hand out of curiosity. Are those guys eating this? Huh, fish like earthworms. So, if you attach it to a fish and catch it, the fish will think it is going to eat it, so it will rush in and get caught on the fishing rod. Ho-oh, is this so delicious that you risk your life? I handed the earthworm into Rurin's outstretched hand. Rurin, who was examining the earthworm in her hand, took it to her mouth without any hesitation. Ate. When I said that fish eat, I eat too. Without even a moment to stop it, the earthworm was pulverized in Rurin's mouth. No, only fish eat that, not for us to eat. I'm not sure. It seems savory. It's not delicious. Oh, really? A dragon that eats earthworms. Besides, the whole fish I chewed earlier was vomited, so this seems to be okay. I can't believe you're suing me. Well, I know that things like earthworms have a savory taste because they are chunks of protein. Actually, it doesn't have a strong fishy smell, so maybe it's okay. If you eat raw fish, you are eating it raw. But earlier, Rurin just put the whole bone in her mouth. Moreover, the freshwater fish from these lakes are not for raw fish. In other words, the fishy smell is much worse. It smells like earthworms rather than fishy smells. Then that's enough. There was no need to say what kind of creature an earthworm was. There's no need to do something pointless. I turned my head away from the dragon that ate the earthworm and cast my fishing rod to the shore of the lake. Starting from now, whoever catches the most until the hourglass runs out wins. I took out the hourglass that took about 20 minutes to empty from my backpack and set it on the bottom of the lake. Everything is set up. It doesn't matter what. Lulin also threw the fishing rod with a confident face. This is my second bet with Rurin. The first bet was my win. Of course, I have no intention of losing this time either. The fish on the lakeside were easily caught. It feels like an artificial fishing pond. Do you call this half water and half meat? Why not me? Rurin loses his temper while looking at the empty fishing rod. Listen to that. I can't hear you. Did you get caught? No, it looks like a stone, but did it get caught? In the end, I stopped talking and looked at the condition of Rurin's fishing rod, then returned and sat down again. Immediately afterwards, an exclamation was heard from Rurin, who had successfully cast the fishing line. Oh. Rurin catches a fish as if it's amazing. Oot! Soon after, he got the fish again with a curious expression. They are stupid. He catches the fish again while expressing sentiments that make the fish look like an idiot. Before I knew it, the amount of fish I had caught was getting closer and closer. My guess is that the gap widened in the beginning when Rurin wasn't used to the fishing rod, so I still have a lot of people. But a dragon is a dragon. Because I learn everything quickly, my speed is getting faster. I have no intention of leaving Rulin's lair anytime soon. But if we keep going like this, we will catch up. That's not possible. We need to win overwhelmingly. It's a little bit cruel, but we have to do something at this point. I have no intention of playing purely while the betting conditions include leave from rare, because I can't leave. All of this is an effort to inform people who are living in the corner of their room, or rather living in a rare corner, about the world, so please understand even if it is unfair. Lurin's mother in heaven. Even if I do something mean, want that guy's mother like it. With that wish in mind, we rationalized our actions and began the operation. The strategy is like this. Very simple. First, let go of the fishing rod. It stands up after being put on hold. Then, I widen the distance and approach the dragon who is fishing. The dragon is currently absorbed in fishing. Looks like fun. I approached right next to it, but there was no response. This is almost 90 success. For the last 10, just gently tap Lulin's forearm with one finger. Then the response comes immediately. Nenuum, how many times has this body told you not to touch it? Kaya, it's a success. Sparks fly from the eyes. Okay, are you angry? Of course I'm angry. Okay, that's it. I shrugged my shoulders and returned to my seat. I felt Lurin's intense gaze. It feels like sparks are crackling. The hourglass is still falling. What if you get angry? Pier is leaking. Hidden pier leaks out. When dragon fear flows out, normal creatures tremble in fear and hide. In other words, no fish are caught. When in polymorph state, you have to make eye contact to feel a little fear. That's true by human standards. But when you're angry, it's a different story. Pier is leaking, so all the fish run away and you can't catch anymore. Of course, I can't catch it either. But that's the blind spot. If I can't catch both, I, who am currently winning, will win. Anyone can see that this is a surefire way to win. Haha. And after about 5 minutes, all the hourglasses fell. Why can't I get caught all of a sudden? Rurin emits a different kind of anger. Chapter 178, You Are Not There, Time is Up. Let go of the fishing rod, dragon, haha. I approached her and started counting fish. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hee, it's my victory. When I announced victory, Lulin jumped up, leaving his fishing rod on the ground. Of course they will disobey and cause an uproar, right? I noticed something that stung a little. Are you going to take it off? Are you going to ask us to do it again? While I was thinking of a number of possible scenarios and planning a countermeasure, the guy turned around and started walking towards the rare. I am going back, and the words spoken are very cool. The remaining space was filled with caught fish and fishing rods. That guy admits defeat so easily. Counting cases and preparedness measures were all useless. Rather, it is vain. Well, of course this is better there. Anyway, I won because I won, so there was no need to leave. I took the fish I had caught with the intention of grilling it and eating it, and followed Lurin. Even in rare, Lurin doesn't say much. Seeing as he didn't ask them to leave, it was clear that he had admitted defeat, so after preparing dinner, we had a fish party. So night came. Nighttime means it's time to sleep, and that means it's time to apply the winning conditions obtained from winning the bet. Rurin is still curled up in her nest, far away from me, trying to sleep. That's not possible. Even if it hurts, victory is victory. You have to get what you get. Lurin, you didn't forget that you lost the bet, right? Even if you look from afar, you can see the arrogant, frowning face at a glance. But it's no use. Victory is victory. Under the noble mission of reducing the distance, I shouted loudly. Do you want to come this way, or should I go? Of course there is no answer. I didn't even expect an answer. The answer is even stranger, so it's ultimately the latter. There is no way the dragon would come to a corner like this, so I will move it. I walked with my backpack to the center of the lair where Rurin's nest was. Then, he started unpacking his luggage about 5 meters away from where Lurin usually lays down. I guess the distance has become much closer than the original 100 million away. I could feel the dragon's eyes watching me as I carried my luggage. Why? What's wrong? I won. When I confidently appealed, he quickly turned his head and left a comment. Annoying. Then he curls up and closes his eyes. In any case, there is no one telling you to go back to the corner. In other words, he seemed to accept the outcome of the bet. My face was almost like a ha-ho mask, distorted and didn't seem to straighten up. Open your closed eyes. It's not refreshing. Actually, I am not that used to sleeping in a rare room yet, even though a considerable amount of time has already passed since I sat here. Should we bring in a bed? My body feels very heavy, especially the stomach. It's not like I particularly overdid the abdominal exercises. Is it because of how I feel while sleeping? I rolled my eyes at the strangely different state of my body than usual and only moved my head to understand the situation. There was nothing wrong with my body. The identity of the dullness was the feeling of weight. As I looked towards the ship, I was astonished at the sight that came into view. 5 million is still not an extremely close distance. It was a distance that could not be called co-sleeping. I definitely slept with that much distance between me. I didn't move when I saw my backpack right next to me. That's for sure. The thing that moved was the dragon. The humanoid dragon short started sleeping 5 meters away, and before I knew it, he was sleeping peacefully with his head on my stomach as a pillow. Her long hair was flowing all over my body, and her expression looked very comfortable. Hey dragon, there is no answer. This is natural since it is a dragon that never wakes up all at once. Hey dragon, Rurin, Rurin, Kaa, you're noisy, you pillow. I kept calling him and he started struggling, shouting Kaa. Then he laid his face sideways and fell asleep again. I can't even open my eyes. Isn't this too harsh? I had no choice but to get up. Lurin's body slowly moves down towards my legs. What? Stay still, be impertinent. On the topic of hard pillows, I can't believe I'm being arrogant when I move my body. Rurin stood up, shaking her head off the ground, then trudged over again and lay down where she had originally been sleeping. It's unusual for you to sleep on my stomach. Since when? There was no sign of it until I fell asleep. Well, that's a good thing, but what a hard pillow. I felt my stomach, it's hard. If hard means abdominal muscles, isn't that better than loose belly fat? Now wrap it like this and eat it like this. Like this? Oh, like that. I am recreating lettuce wrap using herbs I found nearby. What is being grilled on a stone plate is none other than wild uvago, which is most common near the lakeside. No, do you put that much meat in it? This is delicious. Lulin piled the herbs and meat one by one. A piece of meat, 2 pieces of meat, put 3 pieces of meat on the floor. Pile the meat on top of it. It's a meat tower. Lulin's eyes as he builds the meat tower are very serious. It is comparable to the seriousness of a commander with tens of thousands of troops in front of him. Is not it? Rather than that, what about the level of concentration shown when building a tower with matches? Build the tower carefully. Then I touched it wrongly and the tower collapsed. Quack. Then, after accidentally yelling at me and eating all the towers I worked so hard on, they start building the tower again. Is there any meaning to building a tower? I think it's better to just eat it. If you really want to eat it with lettuce wrap, I have nothing to say. Besides, does that fit in one mouth? The rebuilt pagoda is a whopping 10-story Gogi Buddha pagoda. I asked with curiosity. Can you eat that? It's no big deal. Lulin spread out his chest and nodded. Of course, it is no longer meat Sam. It's just a meat tower placed on herb leaves. This herb has little bitterness and has a texture similar to lettuce. But only when the ratio is like that does it matter what the texture is. Lulin put the meat top in one mouth. Wagyu, and chew. It's amazing just to see that thing fit into that small mouth, but my mouth becomes empty in an instant as if there's some kind of high-speed shredder in my throat. It's good. In the meantime, Lulin has been able to use the word delicious appropriately. If you can digest it, I won't criticize you for eating it in a pile, but you should still try a proper Sam. Try this. This is a proper Sam. I wrapped an ordinary Sam and handed it over to Rurin, who was trying to rebuild the meat tower. Rurin shakes her head and says, "It's poor. Try it and judge for yourself." Rurin stares at the wrap I gave her and eventually opens her hand to receive the wrap, and immediately gulp, yum, chew a few times and swallow. Quack, and explosion. Of course, I digress. Heh. I grilled the meat again without any hesitation. Nenuum, what did you put in? Spicy. No comment. No way, I am fine. Die, you bastards die. If you're going to die, then who cooks this kind of meat for you? Now eat, huh? While angry, he eats the cooked meat. Since we are grilling various parts of Yuva, there is no time to rest. The guy was immersed in meat, almost to the level of a meat addict. Oh, this is not it. So you. How dare you do something like that, you're feeding me? Now this is a delicious part. Is that so? Yes, it's chewy. Rurin chews the meat frantically again. After I finished eating, I started to wonder if I had any more thoughts. Right, you. That spicy thing from earlier. Come on, there's a lot of meat. I see. Yum, it's good. In the end, the spicy Sam attack that had been unleashed a moment ago was slowly forgotten in Lurin's brain. After eating the meat, I lay down on the lair and looked at the ceiling. It's already been a month since I've been living at Rare, and there hasn't been any significant change in my relationship. One thing I didn't mention to Rurin is that the bet's expiration date was clearly 1 month, but he hasn't returned to his dragon form. And the distance between sleeping and daily life has not returned to the 100 million distance it used to be. Our distance is still 5 million even after a month has passed, which is the period of time for the bet. And when you sleep, the distance becomes 0. From that day on, he was still using my stomach as a pillow. Why are you using my stomach as a pillow? Because it's softer than the ground. Sleeping as a human is quite uncomfortable. If I were my original self, there would be no such thing. It's all because of you, so you're a pillow. If you ask, you will get this answer. Because of that, my life as a pillow was solidified. Whoa, I am full. I ate less than the guy who ate a tower of meat, but I still overate. Lulin's human form is just a tiny thing compared to when he was a dragon, but it's surprising why he eats so much. Is the stomach that of a dragon? Knock. Huh. As I was rolling around like that, water drops fell from the ceiling. It was muddy water full of dirt. Knock. Smart. At first it was just a drop. The number is gradually increasing. It falls on the cheek, the back of the hand, and the top of the head. Rurin, too, was lying down with a face full of satiety, probably hit by the water droplets, then got up and looked at the ceiling. Knock. Muddy water fell on Lulin's forehead. Huya. Cold. With a surprised look in his eyes, he wipes his forehead and looks at the ceiling again. Water falling from the ceiling. Then there is only one conclusion. Is there a water leak? Water continues to leak from a certain area of the ceiling and drips to the floor. Rurin looked at the ceiling and then at me with a puzzled expression. If water is leaking, it means that the rare ceiling is faulty. Directly above Lair is the summit of the mountain. This rare is made by leaving the top of the mountain and carving the bottom. That means you have no choice but to go up and take a look. I spoke to the dragon. Let's go upstairs first. If you go up, can you find out why it's like this? Yes, that's right. When I nodded and went out to the entrance of the lair, heavy rain was falling. Shoot. It's not surprising because leaking water means it's raining. Otherwise, no matter how broken the ceiling is, water will not fall. The amount of rain is significant. Rurin followed behind, moving into the rain with a face full of worry. The first thing the rain does is wet Rurin's head. I followed Lulin. The cold rain soaks your clothes in an instant. I reached the top of the mountain feeling like I was taking a shower. Rurin was dazed and didn't know what to do while being hit by the rain. His usual appearance is nowhere to be found. Chapter 179, You Are Not There. Rare to Rurin. From what I've seen so far, Rurin almost identifies this rare as her mother. They consider staying in the rare to be staying in their mother's arms, because he is the one who finds sleeping in those arms the greatest happiness. If it's raining, doesn't that mean the rare is broken? I've never had anything like this before. I guess that's possible. But for now, calm down. I'll find out. Although he is a dragon, he is just a hatchling that has not yet reached adulthood. Also, I have no worldly experience. What she heard from her mother is all she knows about the world. From then on, I just stayed in rare. If I had to choose one more thing I would know, it would be this rare and the constant harassment from his compatriots. So I just stood there blankly, embarrassed and crying. I looked around on Rurin's behalf. He just said that there has never been a water leak before, but the water is leaking. If so, there is one thing I can guess. 2 black dragons that visited the rare before. That's because they ran wild on the top of this mountain. If you think about the dirt and sand falling from the ceiling, that is the cause of the water leak. Other dragons have probably done the same thing so far, and no matter how strong a rare is made, if the same damage is accumulated, it can suffer. Considering that possibility, I ran to the place where the dragons were rampaging. Shoot, the rain gets stronger. And the prediction was correct. The cause was quickly discovered. Rurin, this way. I made a gesture and the guy came running towards me. And then he lay down next to me in the same position as me, with his knees on the ground. Look here, because of those guys back then, and because of the accumulated damage from before, the roof of the lair beneath the ground around here has caved in. The ceiling is partially broken, but dirt covers it, so I think the water is just dripping. Hate, I don't like that. It's the only thing my mom passed down to me. My mother, who left me behind, is the only one left behind, but why? The complexion is pale. I tremble lightly. Even when he was bullied, even when his body was trampled, and even when he was told to kneel, the guy whose expression didn't change at all had tears in his eyes when he heard that rare was falling apart. falling rain. Even though it completely wet her hair and the water ran down her face. I felt like I could somehow distinguish between the cold raindrops falling down and the hot tears welling up around Rurin's eyes. It's still okay. I am actually glad I found out before they came and started pounding me once more. After checking that, I opened my mouth in Lurin's ear. Calm down, Lurin, it's still okay. Are you sure? Okay, it's very precious, isn't it? Precious. It is more precious than anything else. It's the only thing my mom left me. Therefore, I guess so. You don't know. Everyone cursed and harassed me, but the reason I was able to endure it was because I was with the rare that my mother left me. Therefore. Okay, I don't know, you may not know the pain you suffered, but there is one thing I know. What do you know? Rurin looked at me with tears in her eyes. I nodded and spoke emphatically. It's important to you, so let's protect it. Let's protect it together. That's okay, so stop crying, you idiot. That is really okay, because I am on your side. Took my hand, I wiped the corners of Lulin's eyes that were blending with the rain with my hands. It may have been meaningless in a rainy situation like this, but it still brought tears to my eyes. The heat before mixing with the cold raindrops touches my fingers. So don't cry. Isn't it so pitiful to cry in the rain? Don't touch. Can't you just put your head on my stomach and wipe away my tears while I sleep? That's because it's a pillow. Now these are your hands. It's an unknown standard. If you don't want to be touched like that, don't whine. Lulin pursed his lips. The anger that had surged upon hearing that rares could be fixed has subsided significantly. Can you really fix it? Isn't it leaking? Huh, let's repair it right away. Then forgive me for calling you an idiot earlier. And I hope you don't cry. I get it, I don't cry. Lurin spoke bravely and wiped her eyes with her own hands. The courage that blooms in that pitiful appearance is beautiful. Why? The more we spend together, the more I want to watch this guy. I feel like I want to protect it. Why? Anyway, I started working. The rain continues to fall. Work continued on top of that. Silently. The first thing to do is to dig out all the dirt from the area where the rare was broken. Lulin and I continued the work in silence. Even though the rain continued to take away the body heat from both of us, we continued to work patiently. In the meantime, Lurin broke the silence and opened her mouth. But why are you protecting us together? Huh, everyone criticizes Mom. My mother said it was a disgrace to the family. Everyone points fingers. I am a being that should not have been born. A dirty being. But why? Why are you looking at your mother's rare? Didn't you just say that? Lulin tilted his head as if asking what that meant. That's because I am on your side. On my side? I am on your side, so of course I am also on your mom's side. I don't care what your mom did. But I heard about it as we already ate together, slept together, and stayed together. Oh, of course you might not anyway. It was like that. But what does it matter what people who don't know much are talking about? Even if it is true that your mother is bad, I am on your mother's side because I decided to be on your side. So we will fight together. That's strange. I'm alone. What are you talking about? You're not alone now, right? We're still staying together. Lulin closed his mouth. I just kept working again. Soon the broken part of the rare came into view. Fortunately, it's not that extensive. Tinkering is possible. Lurin, can you find a stone of this size? You mean a stone? Okay. Lurin, who had been silent after saying that we were staying together, nodded at me and started moving around. This much? Yeah, that much. Lurin immediately picks up the stone. It's a girl business. He then returned with a stone 3 times the size of my face. I lifted the stone, basalt material. This is the stone I want. I placed the stone on the broken part of the rare. Then, he burned the stone using ultra-high temperature class 8 fire magic that melts everything. Temperatures hotter than lava melt the stone into a mushy liquid. And if you leave it alone after using cold magic at that very moment, the lava gradually cools down with cold rain and continues to generate smoke. The stone melted and stuck to the broken part and then hardened. When a chunk of stone exploded from a volcanic eruption falls to the ground, it solidifies in this way. I used that principle. Similar work was continued to completely attach stones to all parts of the rare. The broken part was repaired by melting stones, but this is not perfect. It is best to melt the metal on top of it, spread it out, and then cover it with soil. If you do this and ask the dwarves to repair it later, it won't break down in succession. What's the matter? Because it's amazing? Oh no. What do you mean by trying to admit it and then saying no? Anyway, first aid is done, so let's go down. It's cold because of the rain. Nod. Rurin, who was staring at me blankly, nodded obediently and followed behind me. Still, I was so worried that I kept stopping and looking back all the way down. That rainy day, the guy first talked about his mother. However, because his attitude was still the same, he did not want to hastily break the relationship he had barely built. Of course, the homework Rod asked for is important, so I am looking at the gap, but I plan to approach it slowly and slowly. So wait for your time. And my life with Rurin gradually became deeply embedded in my heart. After coming to this world, I was no different from being alone. It's not that I didn't have subordinates and friends, but there was no one I cared about enough to tell my true feelings. He, too, is a lonely being in this world. I am also a lonely being who came into this world alone. For some reason, Lulin didn't seem like a stranger to me because of that. Time goes by quickly. When the weather was nice, I used the bet as an excuse to drag Lulin outside. It's not a big deal, but it's important to be active. There is a big difference between just curling up and walking around nature. And before I knew it, Lurin started to be dragged out as if it wasn't even a bother to argue with him. And that fact is a secret that only Lulin does not realize, so he does not dare to reveal it. This is delicious. Let's pick them all. Is that so? If you do that, that's it. T-Danda. When he wanders around and finds a fruit with excellent sweetness, he moves his hand as if competing with Lurin. It's not just fruits. There are many herbs with different flavors that you can eat. During the war, when we were isolated for more than a month in the mountains and wandering around looking for food, the soldiers, including me, ate these wild plants while learning firsthand what we could and could not eat. So it is strong in this type of botany. It is not something I saw or heard somewhere, but something I learned by risking my life, so it is not easily forgotten. This thin wild grass in front of you has a delicious taste. If you mix it with the fruit you picked earlier to make pasta, it is an ingredient that can become wild pasta. When you peel the yellow fruit, the slightly hard flesh comes out. It feels a bit like a tomato, but also like an almond, so if you fry it with the wild herbs from before and then add garlic, it becomes a not bad meal. Come here. Where are you going? Give it to me and go. Hungry. If you want to eat, come along. Stand there. I ran with a capelle containing cooked pasta. I'm not saying that we should suddenly try to catch me. This isn't any kind of beach. If you go straight this way, you will come to a cliff. The cliff was made up of huge, strangely shaped rocks, and a valley flowed beneath it, which flowed down to the plains in the distance, making the scenery very beautiful. Enjoy pasta while sitting on top of that cliff. It's tasteful, right? Now take it. Since I didn't bring a bowl, let's eat half each. Sit here, hungry, hungry. Isn't it your daily routine to sleep without eating anything? Then you said you went hunting when you really didn't have enough energy to sleep? That's right, but it's strange these days. This is all because of you. And there was one more thing that changed here. The title you instead of your guy has become a little softer. Of course, when I am angry, I still call it you. Okay? Did you change because of me? Is that good? So you are my subordinate who cooks. Give it to me. Unbelievable. No way. It was rushing towards the pot, so I put my hand to my forehead to stop it, but my hand just swung back and forth. How about the scenery? Sight, landscape is landscape. When I fly in the sky, I get tired of seeing the same scenery. Is that so? Still, I've probably never eaten at a place like this. Now eat slowly, while enjoying the scenery. This is called a picnic. Hey, my kun. But in the end, Rurin ignores the picnic or the scenery and is obsessed with pot. Moreover, I inhaled all the pasta in the pot into my mouth. Hey, what should I do if I put all of mine in one bite? Wagyu wagyu wagyu. A dragon that moves its mouth wildly, pretending not to notice. Spit it out. Open your mouth, spit out mine. Dragon, sour, don't stop. This is my recent daily life. Still never had a smile on my face. Don't laugh, but. Regardless of whether it was Rod's homework or sympathy for Lulin, this itself was enjoyable. Chapter 180, You Are Not There, I Woke Up from Sleep. The rare ceiling welcomes Lurin. It is an unchanging landscape. However, the feel of my hair did not change. This is not a pillow I have used recently. It wasn't a pillow, it was a hard floor. Rares were not created with consideration for polymorphing into humans. It's comfortable to sleep curled up in your huge body. That's how Rare's structure is built. Therefore, it was true that sleeping in human form was a bit uncomfortable. But it has become easier recently. It became strangely comfortable. That's because pillows were created. You bastard, why is the pillow moving? Lurin stood up suddenly, and I looked around. But there is no pillow. Where did you go? I muttered to myself into the air. Of course, there was no answer. Lulin stood still and blinked. He hummed and tilted his head slightly. I tilted it back and forth and took a spin around the rare. But there wasn't. Not in rare. Where did we go on the subject of pillows? Does not exist. Does not exist. Does not exist. Lulin stepped out of the lair without realizing it. Rare, so I went to the top of the mountain. But there wasn't. It's so dark that only the wind welcomes you. Lulin went down the mountain while looking around. I always stopped by the cliffside where I often ate. There were no pillows even where we used to pick fruit and play. I was irritated, but I kept walking. There are no pillows at the lakeside either. There were no pillows even where we were fishing. Look around the lakeside. Even when you go to a cliff, look around. I looked around at all the places I went to with Elle, but she wasn't there. The figure was not visible. Rurin was angry and released polymorph. I went back to Dragon after a long time and flew up, gaze at meaningless scenery. There are many dragons nearby, so large mana can be felt in many places. It was not possible to determine which one was Elle's. This is because Rurin did not yet have a detailed understanding of the unique flow of Elle's mana. In the end, it came back to rare. After landing, Rurin unconsciously returned to her human form. Lulin's natural form is a dragon. That should be the most comfortable. Rurin entered the rare, her black hair flowing. The reason his long hair was flying was because he was jumping all over the place. Look around, look around. Rurin returned to the lair and looked around again. But there isn't. Does not exist. Does not exist. No, 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 no. There were no pillows. Lulin became increasingly irritated. I don't know why I'm getting irritated. But all of a sudden, I got annoyed. An unknown anger welled up inside my heart. I felt somewhat frustrated and had to take a deep breath. Then he shook his head. The only thing that happened was that the pillow was gone. It doesn't mean much. Yes, there is none. And the only thing is that the pillow suddenly disappeared without saying a word. Now that the pillow is gone, it becomes hard when I sleep. Yeah, that's just inconvenient. Lulin nodded, thinking yes. But when you go back to Dragon, those inconveniences disappear in the first place. Without realizing the weakness of her logic, Lulin began biting her nails. I sat down on the floor. Then it happened. As I repeated this, time passed by. A great emptiness and a sense of loss that I don't know what it is comes to me. Just like when I sent my mom away. No. In the end, I got up again and spun Lair around. Filled with anxiety of some unknown nature, I went outside again and looked around the same way. Then he ran back into the lair and sat down with his shoulders even more slumped than before. I felt hungry, but surprisingly, I had no appetite at all, even though it's time to make such a fuss about serving food. Annoying. Once it appears, it never stays still. Once again, I muttered quietly without realizing it. Rurin, at that time, a voice was heard outside the lair. It is a voice calling to oneself. Lulin was startled and ran outside. I told you not to call pillow names like that, so you called me that? Even though I thought that would never happen, my face was much brighter than before. But what was in front of Lulin was not a pillow. Not human. Bring that human. That guy has the heart of a lord or something. The elder told me not to touch it, but I can't. The wings that got burned that time still hurt. Yes. The power is different this time. The power is loud. 4 black dragons. New faces were flying from the sky. Reinforcement troops. The dragons who came for revenge laugh. Lurin's brightened face suddenly darkened. It's as if the past is unreal. In the end, he returned to his own dark and dark reality. That's what I thought. One day he suddenly appeared. On your side. The human who said that. A person who kept getting on my nerves by bothering me about everything. Bad guy? He's a bad guy. What's on my side? Why are you looking so sullen? Making that kind of facial expression is itself evidence of shame. Evidence. The dragon approached and tried to step on Lulin again. Lulin did nothing, because I didn't feel like doing anything. Because of that, what flew at her was the dragon's giant paw. Kwang, Rurin grimaced as pain rang through her bones. It seems stupid. After all, sleep is the best. Rurin suddenly wanted to sleep, so I closed my eyes. Trapped under the soles of the dragon's feet. Are dragon feet delicious too? Like pig's feet? Right then, the voice I heard. I was mistaken because it was far away and rare, but not this time. It was definitely a familiar voice. Lulin suddenly fell asleep. At the same time, the huge sense of loss disappeared and I felt relieved. Lulin couldn't figure out why that was the case. You showed up. Human? The stupid-looking dragons shouted with their mouths together. Want your elders tell you not to fool me? Shut up. The dragon's breath spurts out. Quagwagwagwang, they are annoying guys. There is absolutely no development with such villains. Is it a tradition that has been going on since time immemorial? All of the breath exploded in the air. 4 or so is still not a problem. But you can't kill it. We can't start a war with all black dragons right now. In that sense, I met with the elder today and asked him to stop those guys from fooling around. I can't stand it anymore. Quagwagwagwang, the mana I sprayed created a chain of explosions in front of the dragons. Those whose breath was nullified in one blow opened their mouths wide again in confusion. I fed it a blast into that big mouth. An explosion occurs. Then, he used plasma break again and turned their bodies into a ball of flame. The breath that flies again explodes in the air by snapping your fingers. The dragons were caught in the flames and flew up into the sky, twisting their bodies like fluttering fish that had just been caught. Quang, Quang, Quang Nenuum, wow, it's hot. Hey, this is a different story. Kayak, stop it. Hot, human. Quang, he didn't listen and exploded again. The dragon's left wing, which opened its mouth, burned even more intensely. It's a damn retreat. Retreat? They fled with their burning bodies in search of water. I just came here to tell them to crack down on it, so I guess they can't get away with it anymore. Even the Black Dragon clan doesn't have any intention of fighting me right now. Since they are currently busy with other things, I understand that their relationship with the Red Dragon has become strained. Are you okay? Did they threaten you with Rare again? I woke up Lulin. The line that will come right back is don't touch my body. I thought it was, but it wasn't. Just stare at me quietly. Bad pillow. Huh, no. Rurin turned around and entered the lair as usual. The reaction was colder today. I just came because the elder called me in the morning. What is this? It's called alcohol. Alcohol? Fry the yuva meat. Fried food with beer. Since I don't have palink, I can't make chicken, so it's yuva meat. Cut the yuva sirloin into long strips, make batter, and fry it. If you fry it like this, it's actually close to sweet and sour pork. It is delicious when eaten with salt. Of course, the batter is poor, so the original visual appearance of sweet and sour pork does not come out. I didn't have time to worry about anything else because I was busy drinking beer. There are strict limits to summons. Eat fried meat and drink beer. Rurin looks at me and then looks at the beer. And he followed me and drank beer. Oh, it's cool. Yes. Lulin started drinking beer with a satisfied look on his face, and I followed suit, so a drinking party soon broke out. How about this? You drink beer well, so you want to drink soju as well? I took out my secret weapon, soju, and placed it in front of Rurin. Rurin looks at it curiously. It's green. This guy. Oh, it's just that the bottle is green. The inside is colorless. Damn, I poured soju in front of Rurin and passed it. Is it water? Rurin took the soju and drank it without any doubt. And then he frowned slightly. Right. Okay. I don't know about beer, but is soju too much? But it's delicious. You say it's bitter, but it's delicious. Rurin started drinking soju and beer alternately. My face became increasingly red. In the end, it all gets boring. What kind of dragon is this? I heard that there are many dragon lovers. The dragon lord was also a lover. Naturally, it is very resistant to alcohol. But this guy... I started to sag due to the soju. I am already out of my mind. It appears that only beer can be consumed. Hey Lulin, Nihuam, it's a pillow, pillow. Unexpectedly, he hugged me and patted my stomach. You told me not to touch you like that, but then you hugged me first. Pillow guy. Why did you suddenly disappear before? Do you know how annoying I am? I am me. I can't tell you how annoying I am. The drunken middle-aged man started repeating the same words. However, I do not miss the important lines hidden in the repetition. By disappearing, do you mean when you went out for a while because of the elder? Were you annoyed because you didn't show it at all? Are you really annoyed? That's right. I am so annoyed. Annoyed if you're going to make my pillow. It shouldn't disappear like that again. Do you understand? Answer me. Pillow, okay, I guess I understand. Are you too drunk? Stop patting my stomach and lie down for a bit. It's cold. I'm going to drink more. This makes me feel uncomfortable. When I am with you, I feel anxious. This time, Lulin spoke an important line. Really? When I asked him again to confirm, he started throwing up. Ooh. The drunken jokes are so serious that you can't even tell if they're a really serious or if you're a completely out of your mind. Chapter 181 Without You a Dragon is so weak to alcohol. After patting his back, he laid him back on the floor. I was completely wrong. Dragons do not live on alcohol like dwarves. Rather, they are a race that enjoys drinking with dignity. So I recommended it because I thought dragons are strong against alcohol, but it was a failure. Nenum, why again? Lie down for a bit. Stop stumbling. Rurin stumbled and fell in front of me. I didn't mean to, but I ended up hugging Rurin in front of me, and Rurin looked up at me. There is no prohibition against touching. I heard you can't do anything except your husband. Really, is it my pion? Really, oh, is it my pion? My tongue is twisted and my pronunciation is messed up. It's amazing that I can still understand it, though. I am on your side. Is that so? I've told you so many times over the past 2 months, but you still don't believe me. My pion, it's my favorite. You are strange, but it's my favorite, really. How many times do you use the word really? A typical characteristic of drunk people is repeating what they said endlessly. It's absolutely not okay to pretend to be drunk. Really? Lurin, aren't you going to betray me? Don't betray me. Of course. Okay, 9 Gororong. The dragon who was talking about betrayal had already fallen asleep. And when I woke up and couldn't remember anything, it resembled a very common scene at a company dinner. Another few months passed like that. Life is the same. It's windy and rainy, we eat together and sleep together. Rather, it was a good day because it was ordinary. Dragons appeared again. Black Dragon. It's a guy named Drin and his colleagues who have been harassing Lulin from the beginning. When you defeat him, he appears periodically like a local gangster who shows up with more friends. This time, I made a lot of noise and came out, and surprisingly, they didn't bring more dragons. No, that wouldn't be possible. However, I glared at them, wondering what they meant by just the 2 of us. Then they also point at Lurin and laugh. KQQ, your expression is so proud. Noisy, I will kill you someday. Someday, when I become stronger. That day will never come. Lurin, have you finally come to your senses? Didn't you hear what your elders said? Don't come here, I heard. Oh yeah? Then, even if I kill you this time, it's in self-defense. I started popping the plasma. Powerful mana gathers around me. Then the dragons flapped their wings with a puzzled expression. Wait a minute, I know your skills. I didn't come here to fight. Is that so? Yeah, whatever. The 2 dragons were giggling as they looked at each other. Then he ignores me and speaks condescendingly to Rurin the whole time. Lurin, do you think the guy next to him is on your side? I know. Where's the same side for a dirty bastard like you? No matter how insignificant a human being is, there is no such thing. There is none. Lurin, heh, isn't that right, Lurin? One of the dragons held his stomach and started giggling. It's like they can't see it at all. Thinking that I should burn it down, I took a step forward. You didn't come here to fight, so you came to die? Wait a moment, human, we are just talking to Rurin. I don't like it. I have nothing to say. Then Lurin also glared at them and screamed. No, I knew that they were the ones who destroyed the rare, so I had a strong spirit from the beginning. Of course, I want to kill those guys, but I wonder if they attack first. If I attack first, a serious situation will arise in the Black Dragon's territory. No matter how much I do, I can't deal with all of them. There are only about 10 that can be defeated at once. The Elder has asked me to do something, so this is something the Elder has to solve, and I am just at the moment thinking that I should kick these guys out and argue with the Elder one more time. Do you know what that person's intentions are? The reason I approached a dragon like you in the first place was because of your mother's dirty deeds. He said he came to the Elder and asked about it before he met you. Well, you must be interested in dragon beads. So I am just using you for the dragon orbs. Team up with the Elder, team up with other dragons. Do you understand? I guess I was tricked into staying with that guy because he said something treacherous, haha. That's what you look like. Isn't that right, Drin? Okay, that is correct. Lulin glared at them with the intention of shooting his breath, but then stopped. Then he turned his young gaze away from the dragon. The person the gaze was directed at was me. I used my mana to deal with those guys first. Quaya. A huge explosion occurred where they were standing, sending them fluttering and flying high into the sky. Ouch, the power of this one rod is strong. Sheesh. Well, since I made Rurin aware of my situation, shall I go back? Of course. I'll see you when niece comes back, Lurin. Of course, I have no intention of spending it kindly. Plasma breaks explode all over their path. Ka. So let's jump a little faster. My wings are burning, it's so hot it's killing me. The 2 dragons roared and ran away. Is tormenting Rurin the only joy in life? Besides, I'm embarrassed to say such nonsense. Yurei not a snitch, but Yurei telling me everything. Are you saying Yurei going to torture Rurin by giving her mental trauma? If that's the goal, the problem is that it seems to have worked well. Of course, the reason I came to Rurin in the first place was to hear from Lulin, who would know the details of the incident most clearly, for Rod's homework. It doesn't change the fact that I still have to listen to it now. You may not know it at first, but there's no way you could have stayed with Lulin for several months just because of that. But Lulin ignored me. He turned his back and started walking towards the lair without saying a word. I think he glanced at me and gave me a cold gaze that took my breath away. Rurin, Rurin, I shouted, holding Lurin's wrist as she walked. Do not touch. Rurin, you sure don't believe what they say, do you? Then isn't it? Rurin let out a cold sigh without turning her head towards me. The cold seeps deep into my bones, like drinking ice water from the freezer. I am not stupid. No, it's not like that. What is it? I guess the reason I fell for the dragon's words was because I was hasty in bringing up the story of her mother. I think that served as a point of reference. What are you planning with the elder? Neither the elders nor my fellow countrymen are on my side. So there is no way you, the guy who was fooling around with them, is on my side. You're fooling me. You're fooling me. You said you wouldn't betray it's the same as the other guys. No, it's worse. No, I've never done anything with the elder. I've asked a few questions. Now that you are talking about your relationship with the elder, then the elder came here. Did the elder send you? That's well, to put it bluntly, it's true. Is it because of the dragon beads that you too? Because of that, is it all because of the dragon beads that you cook for me? Mom said that. Because of that, countless dragons die, because of the greed to get it. You, wait for a sec. Rurin. I stopped in front of Rurin, who was saying something incomprehensible. And then he looked straight into Lulin's eyes. Do you really think that? Do you really think I stayed by your side like this just to take advantage of you? If that were the case, there would have been many other ways. I just want you to. I want to watch and protect everything about Rurin. It is true that I have many different emotions. A relationship where you feel a sense of kinship. Just like a younger sister. However, even if I say ambiguous words that even I don't know well, I can't even get my head around it. What do you mean? First of all, I changed my mind. Anyway, think about it carefully. Okay, let's make a bet so that you can decide after thinking about it calmly. It's the last bet. Hate, you said with your own mouth that the elder sent you. Listen, I'll be honest. It's true that the reason I first came to see you was because of your mother's work. But it's not for the reason you think. It was a request from the Dragon Lord involved in that incident, and it was also a way to restore your mother's honor. I didn't explain it to you in advance because I thought you wouldn't believe it like you do now, but please believe me. And even if it wasn't for that reason, it was fun being with you. Wasn't it you? Was it really that annoying? No. If it felt like you were just bothering me until the end, I would have left already. I just have to get that information from somewhere else. I became passionate without realizing it. Lulin just blinked. No response whatsoever. First, I took a deep breath and continued speaking. So it's a bet. Think of it as your last bet. I'll wait by the lake until dawn. If you don't come, it's your victory. I am leaving. If you come, it's my victory. Then I won't leave. Rurin did not answer. He didn't even nod his head. But I said everything I had to say. There is nothing more to say here. If it doesn't come, it means that the time we spent so far has no meaning. It went into Rare. I packed my luggage. I carried my backpack and headed out to Rare. Lulin stood still and said nothing, so I walked without saying anything. To the lakeside. Since I've been here since the afternoon, quite a bit of time has already passed. The deadline is early morning. Yes, it is dawn now. The satellites of this world are very similar to the moon. It was now shining at a size similar to the full moon. No, it's a little bigger than the full moon. It's as big as witnessing a supermoon. A satellite of this unnamed planet. Earth's satellite is the moon. The light of a similar satellite shines softly on the lakeside. A group of lights splitting the darkness dazzles the eyes. There is still no sign of the black dragon. Even the human figure. Also the appearance of a dragon. The guy who said he hadn't smiled in hundreds of years had never smiled at me either. I had a small wish to make that face smile. He's a stubborn guy. Are you really thinking of not showing up? I looked around. There is no pretense of animal popularity. Soon the world before my eyes becomes very quiet. When I look at the calm lakeside, I feel like I am going to be sucked in. I couldn't sleep. Time continues to pass. In this darkness that is not that dark due to the light of the round moon floating in the sky. I was quietly killing time. Dawn is fading away. When the sun rises and morning comes, the chirping sound of birds came to the calm lakeside at dawn. Chapter 182. Without you, I wait forever for a being that never comes, and then I become a dead stone. Something made me laugh. What were the months I spent here like? A self-mocking laugh that comes from that thought. I got up from my seat. He was a dragon who didn't wake up in the morning, although he held out until morning as if he still had regrets. It doesn't make sense that a guy who sleeps a lot hasn't slept yet. If you're going to show up, you should have already shown up. Now is the time to destroy Dreamland. I got up from my seat. I walked to the other side of the lake instead of Rare. Rurin crouched quietly. Rare is quiet. It hasn't been this quiet since I came to live, but solitude is good. Rurin thought so. What suits you is solitude. But he immediately shook his head. I hated it. Yeah, I don't like it. Hate. Will this loneliness continue? Even though this was something that had happened for hundreds of years, Rurin stood up immediately. But he crouched again. Time passes. Lulin couldn't get up and take a step. Stand up and crouch again and repeat. Suddenly Elle's smiling face came to mind. I remembered the image of him fixing a leash in the rain. Let's protect it together. The face that said that came to mind. Rurin was overcome by an emotion she didn't know what it was when she saw him fixing the rare item next to her. It was warm. The raindrops were cold, but my heart was warm. Weird. The warmth I felt when I was with my mom. There was a stirring in my heart that I had not felt at that time. Elle, who heals Lair in the rain and says that her mother is on her side, no matter what dragon. Rurin couldn't take her eyes off him. I felt this same feeling back then. Even when Elle disappeared for a while, it was the same as it is now. No, different. If everything is a lie, aren't the feelings you felt at that time also a lie? Is everything a lie? I said no. Elle said no. He said he would not betray, but he said that the elder had sent him. And yet no. In fact, I even remembered what happened when I was drunk. From then on, Lulin had already accepted Elle. But what if it was all a lie? I thought I could never forgive. Lulin crouched even further. Although it was a dragon, it curled up in a position that was very similar to the position a fetus curls up in a human mother's body. Spend the night with your eyes open. Time passes. A sleepless night has come for Rurin, who knows nothing but sleep. Rurin lay down and got up again, just like last time. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that Rare was very quiet and empty. He said he did not betray him. He said the meaning was different. At the end, the words Elle had spoken passionately came back to me. Hate. Scary. The feeling of not wanting to be alone again spread within Lulin. I will protect you together, because I am on your side. Lulin started running, but it was already broad daylight outside. Dragons live for a long time. That's normal. That is why we are ignorant in a split second. Lulin didn't even realize that it was already morning, arrived at the lakeside. Elle was nowhere to be seen. Even if you look around, you can't see anything. The sunlight on the lakeside sparkles and creates a halo in the eyes. Hate, hate, hate. Do you like solitude? No, that's not it. Hate. I hate being alone, because Elle told me. For some reason, I liked the sound of Elle's heartbeat when he fell asleep on his stomach. Why not? Where did you go? Where have you gone? Rurin shouted. An echo rings out, but there was no answer back. Then you can go back to that solitude again. That's it. As expected, that guy is a traitor. I can't wait for this long. Lulin clenched his fists as he thought so. Another 100 years pass by, if you pass by like that again. In such emptiness? Hate, hate. Lulin turned around. I planned to fly up to the sky, find Elle, and give her breath. But the moment I turned around, I was startled and took a step back, because Elle was standing there. Why, yes, you. I was sleepy and wanted to sleep here in the warm sunlight, but you came. But isn't it too late? It's almost noon, let alone dawn. I do not know, I don't know, okay. So who won the bet? I am you. Lulin swallowed back his own words. He looked at Elle in silence, but then opened his mouth again. Lost. I hate to admit it, but I lost this bet. If you lose, cannot help it. That's it, okay? Did I win? Don't you say so. Bad guy, Lulin huffed and raised his hand. Elle thought it was rather cute. By the way, isn't this the first time I've innocently admitted to losing a bet? I once accepted it without saying anything, but I lost. It was the first time that I had declared this with certainty. So are you still here? Well, that's right. I plan to stay for a while, then that's it. But are you really in the same relationship as the elder? If it's a lie, I am really going to kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I will kill you. If I can't kill it, I'll kill myself for being deceived. Don't kill me, idiot, because it's not. Why am I hanging out with such an old-fashioned old man? Elle crouched down and was at eye level with Rurin. I am on your side. It's not about the elders. When I get back to Lair, I'll tell you the details of what happened with the Dragon Lord. Is that so? Huh, okay then. However, there's one more thing I'd like to ask. What? Are you always on my side? What is it? Always? Even if I eat everything you eat? Hey, that's a bit, I lied. Now, no, okay, let's just say so. I am always on your side. That then forever? Yeah, you're a comfortable. Forever. Is that so? You're a stupid. You're a such an idiot for asking. Let's go back to Rare. I suddenly feel sleepy, okay? Yes. Come quickly, girl. Rurin said that and walked forward, her black hair flowing. But I'll realize something was strange. Is something really strange? I frowned slightly and then realized. Not you, but you. Lulin called you. Rurin, why mom? The small dragon asked back from the arms of the large dragon. The eyes of the large dragon looking at the small dragon were full of love. Y'all be paired up with someone too, right? Match, that's right. Like mom and dad, I do not know. So, heh. Mom called dad you, I wonder what we will call Rurin. I am going to call you the same thing as mom. Okay? After all, she is her mother's daughter. The small dragon nodded his head strongly. From then on, the little dragon thought, Mom is the best in the world. So, he said he would do the same thing as his mother. Of course, there have been numerous incidents since then. After getting caught up in the dragon war and the rare being destroyed, he stays with the frustrated Rurin and then gets involved in the war in earnest. After receiving a request from an elder to help the black dragon survive, I went to the capital and got caught up in the war again. There are countless stories with Rurin left, but it was probably from the lakeside where Rurin first called you that Rurin began to open her heart, right? But I didn't laugh for a while after that. The shadows and darkness in Rurin's heart had not allowed her to smile even then, although seeing Rurin's first smile was another event. Hee. Anyway, I'll go out and come back. I return the note to its original place. Let's take a look and see where he plans to go. When I thought about the past, I was reminded of all the hardships I had gone through to win this guy's heart, and my sense of fun arose. After gently poking Rurin on the cheek, he ran away from the restaurant. This will probably happen right away. Lulin hates people touching him the most. In the past, he hated being touched by me. I yelled at him not to touch it 18 times. Of course, I am fine right now. Rather, I like skinship. Many things have changed over those long years. Anyway, I ran out of the restaurant and hid nearby. Soon Lulin's mana disappears, the sign of mana disappearing into the distance. I shrugged my shoulders. So is it like this? I am annoyed that you keep leaving me alone. So you're telling me to get annoyed too? I went back to the restaurant. Only a note remains. Yes, if you saw this note without knowing anything, you might have been a little confused. Just like the last kiss rejection incident. And after a while, yay, Rurin appeared shouting, so if I get agitated here, will I lose? It's hard to move since morning. What are you doing? Instead, I pretended to yawn and stretched. What? Rurin then bursts into tears and embarrassment. It's really rare for this guy to get upset. Is this something that will cause so much trouble? I asked, rather confused. What's wrong, Rurin? What the hell? What? What? Why are you so calm? Why, yes, what are you talking about? First, I hugged Lulin. For some reason, my whole body was shaking, so I couldn't just leave it alone. Why on earth are you crying? I wasn't crying. I am a dragon. There's no way I'm crying. No, I don't think crying has much to do with dragons. By the way, do you know what, Rurin? I do not know. I am angry right now, so I don't know anything. Okay? Then that's it. I released her from my arms and turned my back on her. The ring hasn't been made yet. I can't plug it in yet. But the reason for that reaction? Is it because of my reaction? Because you weren't that surprised even though you were gone. Enough to cry because of that? What happened? Nothing happened. I said I was angry. Rurin comes in front of me and raises her eyebrows again. I hugged Rurin again. In that case, I have to lose. I don't think there's anything good about winning here. I whispered quietly while hugging him. Of course it wouldn't work without you. Like before, if it's not a joke and it really disappears, it might destroy the world. I am angry. When I hugged him, Rurin, who was moving her body, froze in place. Actually, it would be okay if you put a ring on it right here. Damn dwarf. No, even if it's not a damn thing, it's true that it doesn't make sense to do the work in one day, so there's nothing we can do about it. Jaya. And then he kissed Rurin's lips. Luckily, Rurin seems to have calmed down as well, putting her hands behind her back and hugging me tightly. The dragon that was dying to die is now by my side. Me too. If you disappear, I will destroy the world. The world that hides you must disappear. Okay? First of all, I want you to find it and destroy it. Really? Think about it. When I parted my lips, Rurin smiled brightly. The crying face suddenly disappeared. Chapter 183. Sweet, what is this? Rurin asked, lying on the table like laundry. I would say the only difference from laundry is that the legs move back and forth. I was doing some renovations to the restaurant. This is because suddenly there is a service I want to do. Since I had prepared a special meal, I thought I would like to feed it to some friends. That's why I am overwhelmed with preparations from the morning. So there was no business today. There is just an evaluation session for new dishes. Lurin, don't hang out there. I have something to tell you, so come down. What are you going to order? Hate. What do you hate again? Your expression tells me that you are going to do something troublesome, so I don't like it. How did you know it was going to be such a hassle? Since when did you start reading other people's facial expressions like this? Has useless technology increased? Rurin is lying on her stomach on the table. The reason it looks like there is laundry hanging out is because the legs and face are hanging out of the table. I went to Lurin's face, squatted down, and brought it to eye level. Lurin raises her head from her bowed position. Don't say things like that and just go home. Princess, I faced Lulin's lips directly. It's desirable, although it is slightly curled up to indicate annoyance. Rurin closed her eyes tightly, as if she was embarrassed and probably expected something. Ears turned slightly red. The habit of my ears turning red when I touch them or kiss them has not improved. Is it impossible to get better because it's a habit? It's the same too. After convincing himself, he tickled Rurin, who was hoping for a kiss. He unexpectedly moved his hand to his side and tickled him furiously. What is poo ha 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 ha. Rurin sprawled out on the table and started turning over. Thanks to this, I picked up Lulin's body from the danger of falling to the floor. Then, he sits him down on the table again and starts tickling him with a serial device. I told you not to look for food if you don't work. How can you kiss while not running any errands? Ha ha ha, stop it. Go 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 love few ha 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 ha. Then would you like to go? Ooh, just too much, girl. Ha ha ha, I understand. Honestly, you just need to get out of my arms. I can use teleportation, but I still wonder why I am still being tickled. Anyway, Lulin nodded. But, of course, when you visit, you have to have something. That's how it should be. What was your purpose? We are here. It's an invitation. Just turn this around. There's no need to talk nonsense, just give an invitation and come. It's all written there. Last time, I asked him to visit the market, and it was somewhat successful. I did bring Sally as a bonus, though. This is part 2, because everyone who receives this invitation knows about Lurin's uniqueness. Hugh, I hate it when I don't have anything. It'll just be hanging out next to you. It's bothering. I am the happiest lying next to you. It's a bit hard to do as you say, but it's okay. It'll do something nice for you when you come back. Good things. What, is it a bitch? Is it a kiss? Have you ever heard of a sweeter kiss than that? Sweet kiss? Ho, Lulin jumped off the table and landed, his eyes shining. He looks at me with eyes full of curiosity. What is that? Kissing is good, but it's sweet. That's not it. Sometimes it tastes like lip balm. There is such a thing. If you're a curious come by, I won't be fooled. Really? No, I am being deceived. Because I am a pitiful dragon who is only deceived by you. Hey, don't say anything that will misunderstand if anyone hears it. He grabbed the dragon's mouth and stretched it out. Where are you talking nonsense? A feudua. Anyway, can I go see these guys? You know all the places, right? Of course. Hi, as you may know, teleportation is prohibited. Magic is also prohibited. Please refrain from blooming. There's a scab in my ear, I know that much. You're all good, but you nag too much. A lot of nagging, wow. Sick. After complaining so much, this time I punched him in the temple. Bye, this body is a sad dragon. Lulin said that and trudged out of the restaurant. What on earth is a sweet kiss? Lulin's eyes began to spin. My mind is full of curiosity. OMG, what is that? Even if I shout to myself, there is no answer. I like sweet things. It was a taste that I had liked since the time I'll put candy in Lurin's mouth when she knew nothing. However, kiss and sweetness combined, that's foul, it's against the rules, but I'm curious. Lulin's mind was filled with chaos and destruction with this thought. When did you all come down? I looked back. I see a hill. The city of Grey is already in front of you. Teleportation was not used. As I was thinking about sweet kisses, I found myself in the city as if I had used teleportation. It doesn't matter. Lululala. Lurin looked at the invitation in her hand. First of all, it is the most familiar place. I don't really want to go there because it's an annoying place, but I can't help it. Rurin walked quickly and arrived in front of Alina's clinic. It's quiet for some reason. Rurin opens the door, I opened it and shouted loudly. Come here, there were no patients in the clinic. There is only Alina. Alina and Rurin's eyes met. Thanks to this, I was startled and screamed. Ah! There was a reason why this good elf screamed just at seeing Rurin. In Alina's hand was a pink jewel. Alina was staring blankly at the jewels as there were no customers. I am not the type of person who likes jewelry, but for some reason I really liked the gemstone I received as a gift. However, there was a promise to Rurin not to be found out. This is what caused Alina's surprise and the reason for her screams. Alina dropped the jewel to the floor, then he kicked it and sent it into the corner, so that Rurin doesn't find it. Why are you yelling and making a fuss? Rurin walked up to me and tilted his head. His eyes were full of doubts about the elf who was behaving strangely. If I were to compare those eyes, they would be like the eyes of a predator facing its prey. Alina, on the other hand, has eyes like a fawn. Those pitiful eyes that are so scared of something that they become even more cautious. Oh no, that's what it is. I was thinking about something else. It seemed like something was shining. It was a pretty color. So it's magic. There is such a light among recovery magic. Is that so? I don't know much about recovery magic. Rurin nodded as if something had happened. Suddenly, the inner door opened. A red-haired woman appeared. It's Serena. Alina, no matter how much I think about it, it seems like it's bigger for you. Woo-woo-whoop. Alina ran towards Serena as if she were flying. I dared to close the dragon's mouth. This would have been unthinkable if it were the old Alina, but recently, due to Elle, that sense has been dulled a bit. Would you say that he is an elf who has lost his fear? Of course, that doesn't mean I am arrogant. Given Alina's personality, something like that couldn't happen. I was still afraid of dragons and held them in high esteem, but this time was different. Because this is what Elle asked me to do. Irama ikai. Serena muttered through her blocked mouth. Alina started to sweat, because it is a very difficult situation. What are you guys doing? It looks fun. Rurin runs over and covers Serena's ears, and I blocked my eyes. A dragon without a mouth, ears, or eyes. How funny, heh. What's funny? These. Serena used her strength to remove Alina's hand and threw Rurin on her back. Puahahaha. Rurin laughs and spins in the air, landing lightly on the ground. How dare you throw me? Hood crackle. Because of that somersault, the invitation that Elle had entrusted to him fell to the floor. Rurin squatted down in surprise. The face is crying. Why is everything running out? This is all because of you. While I was picking up the invitation with a sigh, I didn't forget to point my finger at Serena. Serena just ignores that familiar scene. Instead, he grabbed Alina's ears with both hands and squeezed them. Why are you covering Alina's mouth? Oh no, that's why I kept it a secret, do it. Alina approached Serena's ear, who was holding her ear, and whispered desperately. Serena frowns and straightens her expression and shakes her head. Anyway, I hear that guy listens well. Rurin picked up all the invitations and then stood up and spun around. What are you guys doing sticking around? They are strange guys. I am leaving because that guy is the one who leaked this and it's annoying. Rurin leaves without looking back. After looking at Rulin's back and completely disappearing from sight, Serena said with a puzzled expression. So what did that guy come for? Is that so? Alina also blinked with an unreadable expression on her face. Iced coffee, but he soon came to his senses and knelt down, in search of the precious jewel that had been kicked away. Because I went all the way to the corner of the table, my blonde hair was covered in dust when I came out to find the jewelry. I found it. Haha. After saying that, he brushed off the dust that was on his jewelry more than his own head. While blowing, I forgot. Alina is sitting on the floor cleaning her jewelry. In that very situation, Rurin reappeared. Alina swallowed her cries and threw the precious jewels she had been removing back to the corner of the table and looked at Rurin. And again, are you here? My mouth is smiling, but inside I am crying. Jewelry. Serena witnessed the scene and clutched her stomach. I thought I was putting on a show while trying to keep a secret. I forgot what I came here for. Take this. Elf, Rurin, who had been distracted by Serena and was unable to deliver the invitation, resurfaced on the way and ran to her, and at this moment, she achieved her goal. But it seems like a pretty light sparkled again just now. No, I was injured and had to use healing magic. Recovery magic? Did that idiot hit you and hurt you? Anyway, the red guys are violent. It's violent. Oh no, that's not it. What? There's nothing the little guy can't say. Who is this kid? Two dragons about to start fighting. Alina desperately held on to Serena's legs. I know the situation, so I asked them to please bear with me. So this time, Alina tried to change the subject by bringing the invitation in front of Lulin. But what is this? I don't know. It seems like an invitation to develop and present a new dish. Come to think of it, this body is busy. As if she had no time to fight with Serena or the like, Rurin finally remembered her true goal, a sweet kiss, and ran out of the clinic. Chapter 184 Sweet Things Come Here. I don't know where I learned this, but recently, when Lulin storms in somewhere, he says, come here. I enjoyed using that word. That's why, even in front of Yeonju Castle, he put his arms around his waist and made the same yelling as always. There was only one invitation left in my hand. This is the final destination. Strictly speaking, I did not hold the invitation in my hand because it was pinned to my waist. What was it? So, is he there? Alina is an elf and Serena is red. No, it is extremely rare to even call it red. Usually it was almost an insult. There was no way that Lulin would remember the names of Greg and Verna. At least the fact that Rulin even remembers its existence is a great thing in itself. However, this kind of yelling seemed very unfamiliar to someone seeing it for the first time. The lord there was called that bastard. Moreover, it is right in front of the guards. Naturally, the new guard who witnessed the scene frowned and raised his voice. This is outrageous. This is Yeonju Castle, ha ha ha, but the riot was stopped midway. The senior guard next to him pulled the ear of the new guard. You bastard, stay still? Yes. Why senior, tusk. Among the people entering and exiting the Yeonju Castle, there are some who should not even be inspected. He is one of them. The senior guard is disgusted and begins to scold the new guard. There was a guard who blocked Lulin's path and suffered great harm. The senior guard shook his head as he thought about what happened then. Especially, you must never touch it. That's absolutely it. If you try to throw someone out by grabbing their shoulders or touching their arms, disaster will happen. Disaster. Don't touch my body. The senior guard continued to shake his head, recalling his fellow guard who had flown away. Well, I received treatment right away at the clinic in front of me, so my life wasn't in danger. But if you get hurt, it's only you who gets hurt. Yes, who the hell are you? SHH, just accept it. Don't try to find out who I am. I just know that it is a secret of secrets that is passed down only to the workers of the Yeonju Castle. All you have to do is say that something like that exists and say hello. After all, it is a strict order given by the Lord himself. I am sorry for not knowing. A strict order issued by the Lord himself. The gravity of the order given directly by the Lord was like heaven to the soldiers of Yeonju Castle. The new guard bowed his head towards Rurin with a tired face, even breaking into a cold sweat. But Lulin was not interested at all. The veteran guard blocked the newcomer's mouth in the middle, and the only thing in Lurin's mind at the moment was a sweet kiss. To put it simply, since I was thinking about something else, the new guard could be said to be lucky. Then he came to his senses and opened his mouth again. So I said, where is he? 8 I am going in person. Get out of the way, this body is busy. Yes. Please come in. The senior guard hurriedly moved out of the way and let Rurin into the Lord's castle. After that, Lulin was not stopped by the soldiers and soon entered the lobby on the first floor of the Lord's castle. Lulin, then the butler on the first floor recognized Rurin and came running. Who are you? Do you know this body? Rather, bring that little boy. I have to give you this. Rurin took out an invitation from her belt and waved it. What Rurin remembers are the gray boy and Verna. Not just anyone can remain in Lulin's memory. Lulin, who obviously did not recognize the butler, called out to the gray boy. But the gray boy is not in the castle now. Rurin quickly figured out who she was looking for, but if the problem is that there is no one she is looking for, that is a problem. However, the head deacon's conclusion as he looked at his master who had been entangled with Elle was that it was not a good idea for him to reveal that fact. It's not something you can handle on your own. Would you like to wait a moment? That's why the deacon shouted loudly and ran hurriedly. When the boy is not present, the highest-ranking person in the castle is, of course, Verna. This was an action that came about because I thought that I should show proper respect. Thanks to this, Verna received the news and hurriedly followed the butler down to the first floor. Then he immediately found Lulin and shouted happily, "Oh my, Rurin!" The butler's actions were right. If the butler said that the master wasn't there, there was a 100 chance that he would get on Rurin's nerves. However, because Verna was called, the human in her memories arrived, and Rurin nodded as if she was satisfied. Yes, this is the body. So take this? Yes, what is this? Verna opened her hand and received the invitation. Since I received it, I thought I had to answer something, so I read it briefly to understand the general content and then answered. Oh my goodness, Elnim invited you? I don't know. Anyway, since I told you that, this body is going. You are a precious guest who came here. Verna thought it would be rude to send it away without any treatment, so she made a suggestion to Rurin. Oh my, Rurin, you came all the way here. How about a cup of tea? Oh, that's right, I've brought in a snack called Wangsheng Marnium, which is a specialty of the southern village. Would you like to try it? What is that strange name? Inno, right? I thought so too, but this was actually quite delicious. Verna swallowed her saliva while making the gestures and actions of a dessert fanatic. I'm curious, but today is enough. This body must go. Lulin's heart was slightly shaken by the longing for something delicious, but her curiosity about the sweet kiss was much greater than that, so she turned around. Verna, feeling regretful, took out her final weapon. And this time I wrote a new song for Legana. I think Elle will like it if you learn it. How do you feel? Huh, Elle's favorite song. I want to learn that. When you hit Legana, Elle strangely becomes about 50 friendlier. Because Lurin felt that fact, she became a little interested. Good night, try it quickly, because you can follow along quickly. In the end, Lurin spun her body around again in the direction of the exit. Oh, this is definitely... Yes, give it to Elle. I'm sure y'all like it. I think so too. It's a beautiful song. This thing called Legana is amazing. It seems like emotions can really move things. Yes, I also think that's Legana's biggest charm. Now, try this too. Lulin, who was concentrating on Legana's performance, eventually forgot about the sweet kiss for a moment and sat down on the soft sofa and picked up a snack called Marnium that Verna recommended. Who? The guazin is made by kneading 10 types of grains grown in a southern village, baked, and sprinkled with a sweet powder called mekar, a specialty of the village, on top, making it very delicious. It's a slightly larger crystal than sugar, but it has a good chew. Odak. Lulin nodded and started chewing the snack. Indeed, it tasted just as Verna described. Although it didn't feel that sweet due to the nuttiness of the grain, it had a unique sweetness. It's not even sweet, but a savory sweetness. And the slightly jelly-like texture of mekar is the most attractive part of this snack. Lurin, who was slightly pleased, gave an order to Verna. Give me more of this. I want to make Elle eat too. That's natural. I will instruct you to pack it up right away. Hehe, go ahead. Lurin raised the corners of her mouth, satisfied with Verna's treatment. Lurin, but why don't you have a ring? I thought they were a good couple. In that very situation, Verna looked at Lurin's finger and asked the question she had been curious about. Ring? It's a wedding ring. This is what I have in my hand. Then Verna opened her hand and showed the wedding ring shining on her finger. Oh, you mean jewels? Hee, I have a lot too. Lurin flipped her hair to reveal a sparkling diamond earring under her ear. This is what Elle gave me. These are pretty earrings. And, this time, he took out the thin necklace he was wearing around his neck and showed it off. This too is a gem. It's been quite a while since Elle gave this to me. Lurin then showed his wrist to Verna one last time. It was said that this pure gold bracelet was also carefully crafted by the dwarves. Oh my, they're also pretty. Yes. And there are more to rare. The jewel given to me by Elle is shining brightly. In the past, there was nothing in Mom's rare, but Elle prepared it so that it should not be underestimated. Hi. Lurin's boastful voice is that of a girl in love. Thanks to this, I realized that I had accidentally said the word rare and quickly put my hand to my mouth. However, Verna also does not have a lot of common sense about the world, especially when it comes to terms of other races. The question of why there was no ring when I received so many jewels rather than rare ones was only amplified. But Lulin, why isn't there a ring? Is that thing you're wearing on your finger a ring? It's pretty, but I already got a lot, so I don't need that ring. Yes. Verna's pupils widen. What does this mean? Could it be that wizards don't know the meaning of the ring? Are you only studying magic? Verna made a strange misunderstanding and became motivated to teach him the meaning of the ring. Lurin, please listen carefully. What are you listening to? I don't know what wizards are like, but ordinary people pledge eternal love by sharing rings with each other. That soon develops into marriage. So, unlike earrings or necklaces, a ring worn on a finger has a slightly greater meaning. I guess it's proof of a married couple. A pledge of love? Yes. I am holding on to this ring that my husband gave me, thinking of myself as a replacement for my husband who has fallen for a long time. All humans, the Emperor, you, and the others. Yes, rings are everyone's custom. But why am I not there? Rurin turned her gaze to her fingers. Ooh, and soon I became tearful. I am going back. He got up straight away, clenched his mouth, and left Yeonju Castle. Rather than just a sweet kiss, Lulin's mind was already filled with questions about why he didn't give her a ring as a token of love when she gave him all the other jewelry. Unable to bear it, Lulin used teleportation as soon as he left the Lord's castle. Lurin arrived in front of the restaurant in an instant and stormed into the restaurant. Yaus! And then he called out loudly. The eyes are already full of disappointment. No, I even felt anxious. Chapter 185. Sweet things. Have you sent out all the invitations? I ordered him to run an errand, and he came back pretty quickly. I didn't even chase it today. I thought there wouldn't be any problem since Lurin had written everything on the invitation without any need for explanation, and it seemed like the Lord Castle had already gotten used to the way Lurin was treated. Rurin entered the restaurant and advanced right in front of me. It was an unstoppable advance. You calling me with a loud voice. However, I was concerned that his voice was shaking slightly. OMG, why is your expression so messed up? I think I've seen this face twice in the past. I definitely remember the look on Lulin's face that rainy night when he realized that rain was leaking into the rare where he used to live. In other words, it is the expression you see when you lose something precious. No, what is this? I just ordered him to run a simple errand, but why did he come back a mess? What's wrong with your expression? I asked Rurin with that feeling in mind. My facial expression is always like this. However, Lurin instead gets angry and shouts. No, it's not like that. Our Rurin's original facial expression is a smiling face that says, Hihai, you. I don't need this. But before I can finish speaking, Rurin suddenly starts taking the earrings out of her ears. Suddenly, I accepted the earrings Lulin held out. Then he took off the other earring and popped it in front of me. I held it out. I have no idea what the situation is. Could it be said that something is going on? What are you? What's wrong? These are the earrings I really liked. You always wear it. You don't need this either. This time, he even took off his necklace and held it out in front of me. Take it. Not required. When I didn't take it, he kept holding the necklace out in front of me again with his mouth full of expression. Her eyebrows were raised and she looked like she was going to cry if she didn't get it quickly, so she took the necklace for now. Then, this time, he starts taking off the bracelet. I'll be amazed. Give this back too. And I don't need all the rare treasures. I'm going to return all the gifts you gave me with your mouth pouting and a completely sullen expression on your face. Isn't this the way normal lovers announce their breakup? Rurin is telling me to break up. To say that, he had a look full of resentment, as if everything was my fault, and a face that looked like it was about to cry, like a dam full of water before it bursts. Are they trying to do something strange like the kiss rejection incident? But the expression on his face is so different from before that he looks like he's going to cry sincerely. I need some hint. In the current situation, I don't know the cause, so I started looking into Lulin. What do you mean by giving back everything you gave me? Are you going to break up with me? It is you. You really don't like me. You are a human. If you didn't give me anything at all, I wouldn't know, even earrings. Necklace too. You gave me a bracelet, but why didn't you give me a token of love? Doesn't that mean you don't like me? It means I don't love you. So there's no need for all that. A token of love? I guess this token of love is the core of this problem. Lurin then did not refute, but nodded strongly with her mouth pouted, and a face that looked as if she was biting the inside of her mouth with her teeth. Nod, 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 nod. The nodding continued continuously. It is an infinite repetition of nods. The more he did it, the more his face looked like he was going to cry. A dam about to overflow. This is the dam just before the flood. It must be just before a flood warning is issued. I will forgive you even now if you give me a token of your love. I don't need any of the rares or treasures you gave me. Just give me that. Just give me that and I'll forgive you. A token of love. Show your love by returning earrings, necklaces, and bracelets. Suddenly, a flash came to my mind. Summarizing the situation so far, only one thing comes to mind. It's a token of love. Are you really talking about a ring? I don't know where I heard it, but asking for a token of love while removing all necklaces and earrings seems clear to refer to items that have a stronger meaning of love than necklaces or earrings. And that thought was correct, because Lurin's body was shaking. Moreover, he is fidgeting and even twisting his feet. Even though I said this, I was clearly showing my feelings as to what I would do if I didn't give him a token of my love. Unlike before, the expression has become much easier to understand. Good. First, the cause was found. I am really embarrassed by the coincidence of Rurin suddenly finding out about the ring's meaning when I'm trying to plan an event by preparing a ring, but I just have to accept it. Of course, he had no idea that I had already prepared a ring for him. If you knew that, you wouldn't be looking at me with such resentment, with a face where the world has collapsed. What kind of timing is this? Did you know? I wish I knew. You are. In the end, Rurin seems to have become anxious in the other direction and starts shouting again. The fact that he knew but didn't give it to her meant that he didn't love her, and his eyes began to water. Finally, the dam overflowed. That won't work. Even though the situation is sudden, I have no intention of making her cry, so I refuted it right away. Of course, a ring is a token of love, and even if you are not married, you can wear it as a couple ring, but I wanted to give Rurin the best ring as a gift, so I am just a little late, right? It's not that I didn't give it to you even though I knew about it. It's just that it took time to prepare. As I spoke, wiping away the tears from my eyes with the back of my hand, Rurin asked back with a smile, wondering if I had luckily interpreted it positively. Is that something like that? Is that really true? Okay, don't misunderstand. It's nonsense to say that I didn't like you even though I knew it. I just wanted to give you the best token in the world. But you said it was a token of love. It was said to be a pledge of love, so I don't want to wait. Even if it's not the best, whatever you give is the best. Anything goes, so I want it. Why not? It seemed like he really wanted a token of his love. Well, you can guess Lulin's state of mind just by looking at the fact that he doesn't need all the other treasures. It's not a romantic situation, but there's nothing you can do about it. If we ignore it like this, there will be an uproar. Okay, just wait a moment. I get it. As soon as he announced his intention to give it to her, he bravely wiped away his tears. The black eyes began to sparkle. It may look more like that because there are a few tears in my eyes. I went to the kitchen and then came back to Lulin and held her hand. Huh, Rurin reacts. I ignored it and pulled Lulin's hand toward me, just like the pose seen in England when nobles kiss the back of the queen's hand. Ruler. It's a ring, and in Lulin's hand, he took something similar to a silver ring that he had taken from the kitchen. Rurin has thin fingers, so the silver ring-like ring I put on her fit easily on her fingers. Is this a ring? Yes. Is this a token of love? Yes, it's true that I like you, so it's a sign of love. When I acknowledge this by stroking the back of Rurin's head, she immediately starts laughing. I see. Hee, that's it. I forgive you all because I gave it to you now. All the resentful eyes and feelings of disappointment seem to have disappeared. Even forgiveness. But soon Rurin took a closer look at something silver on her finger. Then he tilted his head slightly. But you, I think I've seen this guy somewhere before. Did you get caught? It's natural to get caught, but you got caught quickly. Could it be an illusion? You found out about the ring today, so when are you going to see it? Is it? But I'm sure I've seen it before. Even before, did you drink beer earlier? How did you know? Lulin was startled and took a step back. I did a good job of not getting caught. How did you know? That's the expression. Drinking alcohol before business ends is prohibited. Beer after work. This isn't the first time I've warned you. Well, now is not the time to discuss that. Let's stop joking and get to the real deal. That's actually this. What is that? Actually, this is the remains of a beer can. I brought a can of beer and actually showed it to him. There will probably be chaos again. But this is a hastily made event, to completely lower expectations before giving a real ring. If you open a beer can like this, that's what comes out. What? Was the ring made of beer? Rurin shouted with a very surprised face. Maybe so, Yao Yi, I'm not stupid. Lulin suddenly rushed towards me. He sticks his head in and tries to headbutt me in the stomach. The face became tearful again. Well, it's as expected, so I am not surprised. The emotional changes from laughing to crying are incredible. In Rurin's poor family, they used that to replace a ring. You say it was used as a replacement until you could buy a real ring? Really? Are we that poor? Yeah, well, I've been spending a lot of money on various things lately. The same goes for rare maintenance costs. So, didn't you say that you don't need rares or anything? And if that's the case, this is okay too. As long as it has the meaning of a token of love. Fool, is that possible? Are we rich? As soon as she said those words, Lulin's face turned into a crucible of chaos. So, before making a fuss again, I clasped Rurin's hand. I went down to lair with the overweight Rurin in tow. The destination is the bedroom. How? Lurin's voice can be heard asking why. But he didn't answer and soon arrived in the bedroom. Hibern flowers are blooming in the bedroom. Would you say that you can feel Celi's will every time it shines softly? So, I want to make an important vow in front of Hibern flowers. I sat down on the bed and pulled Rurin in front of me. Rurin was sitting in front of me in a back hug position, with me behind me. And then he took out the ridiculous remains of the beer can from Lulin's hand. Why? When Rurin tried to struggle, probably because she didn't like the idea of her ring being taken away, I immediately tried to give her a stronger back hug. Rurin's warm back presses against my chest. It's not a K-kook that faces each other, but this is a K-kook anyway. Actually, I feel like Lulin likes this side a little more. What happened to the token of love? Is that a lie? This is the time. I lifted Lulin's hand from behind. And the real ring he had been hiding was a pink diamond ring that he had recently made by having a dwarf craft it from a pink diamond stone. He took out the pink diamond ring from his left hand and put it on Rurin's hand. A pink diamond ring fits Lulin's hand as if it were a part of her body from the beginning. I am satisfied. It's rewarding to secretly imitate Lurin's fingers. What is this? Lulin was very embarrassed, but the voice was a little excited. Well, it's a ring filled with true love. It's made from pink diamonds, which are rare in the world. Of course, I had planned to make the wedding ring a black diamond that perfectly matches the image of the black dragon, which may be the only one in the world, but I haven't been able to get it yet, so I can't talk about it yet. The color is pretty. Rurin stood up and turned around. I'm glad that's the case. It's really pretty. Is this a ring? Is this a real ring? That's not a ring. This is a real ring. Then I won't take it out until I die, he. As Rurin touched the ring, she began to shout loudly with the happiest face in the world. Okay. Instead, a sweet kiss is the next opportunity. You can't get everything in the world at once. I came up to the restaurant, leaving Rurin behind, who couldn't take her eyes off the ring. He unexpectedly gave me the ring sooner than expected. One of the few days that didn't go as I expected. Today was one of those days. Chapter 186 Cooking Competition Lulin has recently become a hobby of sprawling out on the table, raising his palms towards the ceiling, looking at the rings and smiling. All of her earrings, necklaces, and bracelets are placed on top of the Hibern flowers in her bedroom, and she only cares about the ring. Why does it feel like the ring reflecting the sunlight turns the restaurant pink? It has become a pink restaurant. The ring you gave me, Rurin looked and giggled, and even hummed a song, completely absorbed in the ring. It makes me feel good to see that he likes me, but the more I do that, the more problems there are with the restaurant being shut down. Rurin, he keeps humming, so there is no answer even when I call him. Just this guy. Yumma Lulin, what? I called him about 10 times and he barely responded. Even that is full of frustration. It's opening time soon, so get up. Ring, it's opening hours. What kind of ring is this? Ring, haha. He raises his body from the table and presents the ring to me, holding it out to me. What are you saying? Is this a baby whose only word is ring? So get up and wipe the table. You can't let a dishcloth touch the ring. I'm going to drink beer over there. Then he shook his head, stretched out his index finger, and waved it from side to side. Tusk is the movement of the fingers that is often used when making a sound. What? I have to say something that makes sense. Then, did you wear gloves? Then I can't see the ring. I don't like that. You should see the ring. He hides his hands behind his back and takes a defensive stance as if that is absolutely not possible. Oh my, you also have a good excuse. Otherwise, you just hug me tight. Jayasuwak, all business. Then I forgive you even if I can't see the ring. You're laughing. From what I've heard, it's the height of laziness. Can I do business if I hug him tightly? It's not funny, but what are you saying? He gave me a ring and said I loved him. It doesn't matter. I look at the ring because it is pretty. Yum. Even if you mistreat them, in the end it's a battle of victory. I just look at the ring and laugh, haha. Okay, good. If you go that far, I'll follow your opinion. You mean as long as the ring is visible but doesn't touch the dishcloth? Hehehe. Well, that's right. I nod half-heartedly while looking at the ring. Stupid guy, don't look down on modern culture. There are suitable items. I immediately used mana to summon plastic gloves from Hyundai. Yes, this is all you need. Hehe. I grabbed the summoned plastic glove pack. I roughly opened the packaging of the plastic gloves and picked them up one by one. And in that state, he walked to the table where Rurin was lined up. "What is it?" Rurin started to show caution at what she was seeing for the first time, so I snatched her palm. And then he personally started putting plastic gloves on me. What is this guy? I was extremely alert and tried to pull my hand away, but it was no use. Ignoring him, he put a plastic glove on the other hand, wearing the ring. And then he placed the dishcloth on his palm. Huh, what's wrong? Now there are no complaints, right? Doesn't it fit the conditions you mentioned? Why is this like this? I see a ring, it's a glove, but you can see the ring. Annoying. Heh, it's my victory. Hurry up and get to work. Ooh, unbelievable. Stop staring at the plastic gloves. Quickly wipe the table. Wipe thoroughly. Especially the table you were lying on. In the end, Rurin, who was drooping, trudged over and started wiping the table, while continuing to use one plastic glove per step and one glare. This guy must disappear. Tight. Give me strength. Cleanly. If you apply too much force, it will break. Oh, you can't do that. Then calm down and apply some effort. Got it. I don't know what I don't know. You're doing well, it's nice to see you working. I shrugged and resumed preparing the food. Lurulul. Is there? Elysian? Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a customer came into the restaurant. No, an acquaintance came in. Oh, Lulin, how are you? He's a guy who learned human language strangely and has a very strange way of speaking. He's one of my old colleagues that I haven't seen in a long time. He was a close friend, and he was also the dwarf who made all the items in this restaurant. The same goes for this iron plate, which is a must-have for restaurants. He went on a trip and disappeared, saying he was enjoying the peaceful world, and then he said what happened. You can't see me near it, but you can only see Rurin. Oh, were you there? So it's been a while. Are you okay? Ha, isn't this dwarf's strength being strong? You're safe, I guess that's right. Oh, Rurin, isn't this workmanship pretty good? The dwarf walked into the restaurant without hesitation and waved at me. Then he noticed the ring on Lulin's hand and touched it. Ah, this is not it, because of the workmanship. And then he looks at Rurin in a cold sweat, probably remembering an old trauma. Do not touch, the pudgy bastard of the earth. Foo-uck, quadding dang dang tang tang, bang bang bang. With a loud noise, the dwarf flew out of the restaurant. Rurin, but since you're wearing gloves, it's definitely not touching your skin, right? Oh, really? I still hate it. Perhaps because he felt it was the right time, he shook his head as he took off his plastic gloves. Oh my gosh, Mr. Rurin, this and this are still the same. That dwarf doesn't know that Rurin is a dragon. If I knew that, I would never have done something like that while yelling at Rurin. All I know is that he is a strong wizard. You're still tiny. Rurin also seems to clearly remember this dwarf. Well, if you have a strong memory and forget it, that is also abnormal. Ha, our species is originally small. Thump, thump, thump. The dwarf arrived in front of the iron plate with a bright smile on his face. As expected, Elysian, I used it neatly, but I think it needs some repairs. Would you mind coming out for a moment? Ah, really? These are the words of the dwarf who made the iron plate. When they told me they would provide after-sales service, I immediately got out of the way. Then the dwarf takes out various tools that are wrapped around his body and starts pounding them. Before I knew it, Rurin had run to a corner and was drinking beer while looking at me and the ring. The action is really fast. The business hasn't even started yet, but did you decide that since there were dwarves there, you wouldn't be able to scold them? My thoughts are getting weaker. Boom, boom, boom. The dwarf began wiping his sweat as if he had quickly organized his work. Y'all probably faint if you find out that there's a new rare in the basement. In fact, the original plan was to explain Lurin's identity to this dwarf and entrust him with the construction of the lair. But I couldn't find it, so I asked the dwarves of Millirek, which was on the verge of extinction. It was repaired like new. Ha, thank you for that. As expected, the color is different since the dwarves repaired it. Haha, it's obvious. No need for repayment. Instead, please cook something that goes well with this drink. Okay. Did you find any good alcohol? The dwarf sat down at the bar table in front of the iron plate and put down the liquor bottle he was wearing on the table with a very confident expression. Yes, what this is Irian, the famous silk that is the hardest to find even in the center of the continent. Come on, it is one of the most famous liquors in the world, drunk without any concept of aging. Myeonju is famous for its elegant flowery scent. Irian, is that really true? As soon as I heard the name of the drink, I held out my glass. This is because Irian is a liquor that must be tasted first, whether in business or in anything else. Then the dwarf smiled cheerfully and poured silk liquor into the glass. Well, congratulations on our long-awaited reunion. Congratulations on the dwarf's well-being. I lightly toasted and raised the glass to my mouth. Oh, this scent. Pass this neck. And the taste of this flower spreads throughout your body. Us, being intoxicated with the scent of flowers is exactly what they say about this drink. Okay, I'll grill the freshest yuca's tongue that came in today on the iron plate you prepared. Oh, yuca's tongue? Yuca's tongue. So, grilled beef tongue. It's a tongue, so if you slice it thinly, grill it on an iron plate, sprinkle some green onions, lemon juice, and salt and eat it, it's a dish that goes perfectly with this drink. Haha. For a moment. It's opening time soon. Can I do this? I don't know. Now eat as much as you want. I am shooting. When I went over to Irian and shouted, the dwarf laughed and took my hand. And Lulin also appeared from behind. He was already showing interest when I brought out the alcohol, but perhaps because of the dwarf, he didn't come to my side. But when they started grilling the beef tongue, he couldn't resist and came out. Sniff, I want to drink that drink too. I reached for the gourd, sniffing the scent of flowers. Lurin, stop. That's not allowed. The alcohol is strong. If you eat it, you can't because y'all get drunk and nauseous again. It smells good, but why is it strong? When you taste it. If you're a drunk, you won't notice if the ring on your hand disappears, right? Behave shamefully. Eat meat instead. Ruler, Lurin grumbles. I covered that grumbling mouth with grilled beef tongue, blocking the dragon's tongue with Yuka's tongue. Isn't it great? Oh, this is delicious. Chewy. After the chewy texture, the taste of something melting in your mouth is amazing. It feels completely different from normal Yukazel. Yes. Sprinkle a lot of Lurin lemon juice. Okay. Like that. Lurin's anticipation seemed to have grown at the dwarf's reaction, and he began chewing the grilled beef tongue that was in his mouth. Ooh, an exclamation rings out. I mean, I liked it. So soon the storm began. By the way, Elysian. Actually, the reason I came here like this is because I have a favor to ask. Ask. What does it mean that a dwarf of the world has a favor to ask? Do you remember that boy who helped me during the war when I had trouble knowing geography? I remember that. There was an area where there was a large-scale battle in the process of driving out the monsters. At that time, there was a boy who risked his life to guide me through the geography, even though it was very dangerous to use all his might. My credo is to remember those who helped me even after death. Even if you forget your enemies, you must remember your benefactors. So I remember. He was a grateful boy. I had a chance to go there while traveling around the continent. That Hat's restaurant seems to be having a very difficult time recently. How do you feel? It's a little help. Is it that difficult? Exactly. I wasn't the kid who always helped out at my mother's small restaurant. It did. I clearly remember the dwarves causing an uproar in that restaurant. Forget about that. Anyway, if you ever stop by that village, please stop by, because you're so knowledgeable about cooking. I have no idea. The dwarf scratched his head, ate the grilled beef tongue, and drank again. Nirip is a good-natured dwarf who has a very just personality and a manly personality. Perhaps the reason he came to see me today was because he felt sorry for the boy who was not doing well. Okay, whatever. Why don't you just leave that to me and settle down? Settling down. Why can't this dwarf with his evil spirit settle down? Elshin, you settled down there because you have a wife, but I don't have a wife. My wife. Not yet, not yet. This hasn't developed much. Phew-ha-ha-ha. The dwarf's laughter spread, because I never admitted it before. A lot has changed since I settled in here at the restaurant. Lurin, who was eating grilled beef tongue with excitement like a dwarf, suddenly joined in and started laughing. That's right. It's my wife. You still have to stop eating. My share is getting smaller. The dragon and the dwarf began to fight for the cow's tongue. What the? Well, it's a peaceful scene. A happy scene, I guess. Chapter 187 Cooking Competition. Was it like this? I used the teleport nearby, but perhaps it's been a while since I've been here and I have no sense of direction. I can't help it because it happens because the place Rurin imagines is different from the place I think of. I am Rurin. In the meantime, Lurin moves around me, humming and then singing. What are you doing? This is a song about the emergence of this body. I am in a new place, so I am making myself known. I asked him to stop, but the answer I got was even more absurd. I've been here before, so you can teleport to a new place? I am Rurin, this ring is also Rurin. Then he chewed it and started spinning again with his hands outstretched towards the sunlight. I don't know when my love for that ring will end. It moves around and around me so much that it makes me dizzy. I just ignored it and looked around to find my way again. The reason I am wandering here now is because of Nirup's words. If I didn't know, I had no choice but to stop by because the boy who helped me needed help. Lurin. What? Shall we fly? Fly? I have no magic. The only creatures whose bodies float in the air are those created in that way. So to fly, you have to be a dragon. It's been a while since I transformed myself. What are you talking about? Lurin's face turned bright red and she was so scared that she jumped up and took a step back. You hate it that much? The response is amazing. Am I angry? Are you already angry? Of course, if you actually become a dragon here, there will be an uproar. So of course it's a joke. He shrugged his shoulders and patted Lulin on the back. All right, I am kidding. Joke. But Lulin has already turned his head away. You go too far sometimes. We demand improvement. He shouted and even puffed out his cheeks. The expression on his face is as if he doesn't know why he doesn't want to become a dragon. I know, so calm down. My cheeks are going to burst. Besides, if you become a dragon in a place like this, the village will be terrified, so it's nonsense in the first place. I do not know. The king was upset. However, if you leave it alone, it will resolve itself naturally. If you're really upset, instead of puffing out your cheeks, you make a blank expression. So I left Rurin behind and focused on the direction again. If you don't know, it's better to go down the mountain and find it. That's the best solution if you get lost in the mountains. I made that decision and walked blindly, holding Lurin's hand and dragging her along. As I do so, a somewhat familiar landscape catches my eye. I think there was a battle near here before. It definitely looks familiar. So are we on the right track? Lurin, I think I came to the right place, What are you doing? Lurin was doing something strange again. So when I ask, he answers in a voice filled with various emotions. Something strange fell on my hand and my ring. He took the ring out of his hand to see if something was on it and started wiping it with the hem of his clothes. Are we done now? After a while, he picks up the ring and holds it up to the sunlight with a tearful expression on his face. If something fell from the sky on a clear day like this, it would be bird poop. I am sure it was, but I didn't mention it. It would have been nice if Rurin's misfortune had ended there. He said he was going to attack me for making things worse, but this time, a bird suddenly flew up and took off with the ring in its mouth. Quack! Of course, Lulin was angry. No matter how much this body hasn't been letting out its peers at all recently, how dare you dare say such a thing? Foo woo 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 woo. Lulin blew out breath from his mouth. But the bird had already flown away. Stand there, a hate bloom. Thanks to the pier, other birds around them start to run away in fear, and soon the mountain becomes complete chaos. Ho ho. Rurin blinked in bewilderment, but then started running and chasing the bird, probably because he thought it would be better to catch it with magic rather than flying. However, he is very passive in using magic, perhaps because he calculated that if he mismatched the ring and dropped it from his mouth, it would be more difficult to find. It's an embarrassing situation. I followed Lulin. I finally came to a place I thought I knew, but I had to go the other way. I can't live. Lurin, how far has this guy gone? As I chased after him for a while, I could barely see Lurin in front of me. Lurin was holding the bird on her knees, and then he was strangling the bird. It must have seen me come, so it jumped up, picked up the bird, and ran towards me. Yao Yi, that bird is similar to the pheasant, which boasts a huge population in this area. The bird Lurin was carrying was pierced by an arrow. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like he caught it with his breath. Since it was pierced by an arrow, it means that Rurin did not catch it. This guy ate my ring. Lurin complained with a face that looked like she was about to cry. Of course it doesn't have to be that way. It would be a relief if a bird ate it. If you've eaten it, just take it out. Calm down. It's actually easier to find since it didn't fall in the forest. That's true. Lurin held the bird very dearly. This is a very rare scene where Rurin holds something dearly. Of all living things other than jewels, am I the only one who has ever been held in Lulin's arms? Am I jealous of a dead bird? That I hunted it. Meanwhile, a man holding an arrow trudged over and spoke carefully to us. I looked up at the man. Looks very familiar. By any chance, General? He calls me with a surprised face, probably the same way. So I pointed at him too. That time, you're right? Yes, directions then this is Durin. That's right, this guy. A long time, I was more fortunate to have run this way. Now that I have found the person I was looking for, my wandering is over. Really? You're quite tall? Yes, because it's been a long time since I grew up. I am now at the age where I will soon become an adult. It's natural to grow up. I nodded and smiled. Oh, don't worry, I will return that bird right away. Rather, would you please guide me home first? Oh, of course. Durin also nodded vigorously. The restaurant is simple. Durin's mother, Viscera, said that she lost her husband during the war and raised Durin alone. This is not unusual considering the number of lives lost on the battlefield at that time, especially this area, which was in the middle of a war. And I am cutting open the stomach of this bird that looks like a pheasant, and they call it Ma. He's got a face that says he's going to cry loudly if I don't take off the ring first. Oh, it was here. As we dismantled it, we quickly found the diamond. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have been confused with another bird. I heard your eyes are good. No, since it's a dragon, it's natural for it to have good eyes. Since Rurin hasn't been a dragon lately, there are definitely times when I think she's just a human. This guy is definitely a dragon. Well, it doesn't really matter whether we are humans or dragons. Anyway, once the ring was found, Rurin started going wild in a different way. Ooh, give it to me. In an instant, he snatches the ring from my hand at the speed of light, sits down, and starts squirting out water to wash the ring. After I wash it, I will never take it out of my hand again, while making a firm promise. So I just left it and came out of the kitchen and said hello again to the mother and son who were looking at me with a confused expression. Anyway, how have you been? At that time, when his young son was about to do something dangerous, Viceroy was the person who nodded and told him to take revenge on them since they were the ones who took his father away. Yes, I was thinking about what I could do with the gold coins I was given to spend, and since I was most confident in cooking, I opened a restaurant. Thank you again for that time. No, that was a reasonable price to pay, but please sit down. Durin, you too? Yes. As soon as the two of us sat down, I quietly revealed my purpose for coming here. I have to get to the point, because I can't just say hello forever. Actually, I think a dwarf visited here, but I was worried so I stopped by after a long time. Is that so? I am sorry. Viceroy suddenly nodded with a surprised expression. He seemed sorry for bringing me here, so I changed my words a little. Because I don't want to burden you for no reason. No, I stopped by for the sake of coming here because I had work to do, so I don't have to be sorry. Please take a seat. I see. But General, they called me General. Since he was the general commander of the military when I met them, it was a natural title, but now it is very uncomfortable. Oh, now that I am retired, can you call me El? Wow, really? Are you retired? Yes, because peace has come. After that, I actually started running a restaurant. What are you doing hiding it? To be honest, when I mentioned the restaurant, the mother and son jumped up with a surprised look on their faces. Yes. Now, General, do you want a restaurant? I don't run a great restaurant so I can tell other people what to do, but I stopped by because I thought we might come up with a good solution if we put our heads together. That's right, thank you. Viscera bowed his head once again. El, that's actually. It is true that business has been going down at all recently. There was a time when business was pretty good suddenly. Durin then began to speak frankly about the current situation, even though Viscera shook his head. Yes, I heard that too. Let's think of a solution together. Isn't 3 better than 2? There are 3, not counting the one dragon that is only in the ring. How serious is the situation recently? I thought Durin would be more honest than Viscera, so I asked the boy, and the answer came back right away. Not at all. General, no, El? At all? Yes. Actually, there was a restaurant open in front with the same menu as ours, but since it is run by a large commercial company, it seems like it is losing all its customers. Durin wasn't the only one to hear about this situation, so this time I looked at Viceroy and asked, "Is that so?" Then finally, Viceroy began to speak honestly. Yes. Actually, the taste is similar, but the price is much cheaper than ours. If we lower the price further, we will actually be at a loss. The situation certainly looked very bad, just as Nirap had said. Excuse me, but what is the main course? If it were a normal restaurant, it wouldn't be doing a reckless business like me, just selling dishes it doesn't like. Oh, that's noodles made with ma eggs and wheat flour, a traditional village food, in ma broth. Then, is there a competing restaurant? Yes, we are selling the same noodles. Can you give me a taste? There is a saying that seeing is worth seeing. Of course, look at my mind. Viceroy said that and hurried into the kitchen. As if crossing paths with Viceroy, Rurin comes out of the kitchen and sits next to me. He looked satisfied as he put the ring on his hand again. By the way, do you always get the ingredients yourself? Yes, because that's the best way. Mata is all over the mountain behind, so it would be best to catch it yourself. You asked a useless question. Anyway, this means that the ingredients are very fresh. Of course, the same goes for the other person as well. Chapter 188 Cooking Competition L. This is Ma noodles. Oh, thank you. It smells good. It didn't take long for Viscera to come out with 2 bowls of noodles. Rurin looks at the noodles in front of her and looks at me. Then he sniffed and said, "What is this? Are you eating it?" "Huh, it's noodles. Of course you eat it." He put a fork in his hand and I picked up chopsticks. However, Rurin just pokes the noodles with a fork and doesn't seem to like it. First, I inhaled the noodles. Slurp. Not bad. However, the unique smell of mossy may be slightly repulsive, but the smell is quite acceptable. It tastes great. Moreover, I heard that people in this region actually enjoy this smell, so this is not a negative. This isn't a particularly touristy place, so the unique smell shouldn't be a problem at all. Like Korea's Cheonggukjang or Japan's natto, and the noodles are okay too. However, to be honest, it was a dish that could be made in any restaurant. There is no special feature at all. It was the traditional food of this region. If so, they have no choice but to lose out in price competition. At this rate, I had to buy a hunting license from my lord to catch a mossy, but next year I couldn't even buy one. Then I have to close the restaurant. When I said I would help, Durin groaned and lowered his head. So I answered while holding Durin's shoulder. "It's okay, we'll get our customers back somehow, so don't worry." Then he turned his gaze to Viscera. "You just need to change your thinking a little bit. Let's bring back customers by giving the dish something special." What a thing! There is something called chicken shabu shabu. Even noodles with the same ingredients can become popular if the way of eating them and the taste are a little different. So the method to try is shabu shabu. I don't like this. Rurin frowned while chewing the noodles in her mouth as if she didn't like the taste. That's all there is here. As you eat it, you get used to the smell. Eat a lot. It's better than starving. Yuwa. He made a groaning sound, but he was so hungry that he forced himself to slurp up the noodles. "I'll cook you something delicious later tonight, so eat in moderation." I whispered in his ear so that no one could hear him, and as he listened, he nodded strongly with a happy face. "I'll show you a dish later. First, after doing some market research. Anyway, we will help you in every way, so don't worry too much." When I said that, the hat looked at me and nodded at the same time. I may not know his cooking skills, but since he was the one who led the war to victory, his eyes were filled with absolute trust and the expectation that everything would be great. After eating noodles, I went out to the village with Lulin to conduct market research. It is a medium-sized city. It is neither that big nor that small. 5 villages were gathered around the central Yeonju castle. As I walked forward, I came across the exact restaurant Durin had mentioned. It is a 2-story restaurant. Since the distance is not that great, selling the same traditional dish, noodles, has a huge impact. So of course there is no chance of winning if the dishes are the same. "Welcome, there are 2. Is this seat taken?" At first glance, it looked like there were no seats on the first floor, so when I asked, the waiter pointed to the second floor and gave me a sales smile. "There are no seats on the first floor. Would you like to go up to the second floor?" "Yes, of course." Although it is a 2-story restaurant, the first floor is not that huge. Of course, the fact that the place is full means that business is doing well. Everyone is eating noodles, and occasionally you can see someone eating steamed rice. It is in this northern region that there are many birds such as pheasants, making it easy to obtain eggs, so noodle dishes using wheat flour were developed. In other villages in this region, bread is also a traditional food. On the other hand, the southern region uses rice as its staple food. It's as if the earth has developed into wheat farming in the west and eating rice in the east. Gray City is located in the center, so it is a mixture of many things. Lurin complained that she had eaten something strange and started playing with the ring again, dragging Lurin with her to this restaurant. He hasn't raised his head even once, but when I let him sit down, he suddenly raises his head and looks around. It seems he was barely aware that the environment had changed when he was brought from standing to sitting on a chair. "Hot, where are we again? Did we teleport? What are you talking about? Did you see me use teleportation? Then what is it? Has the restaurant grown? I moved. Movement. What nonsense are you talking about? Come to your senses. Stop looking at the ring and look at me instead." "Me, you, no," the words came out in vain again. He immediately denied what he had just said. "No, okay, anyway, come to your senses." Huh, but Lulin's eyes changed. "Take your eyes off the ring." And then he started seeing me. I am sitting right next to him, but he turns around and looks at me intently. I don't even blink. "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?" "I am looking at you." "Cancel what I said earlier. Sit up straight." "Huh, I get it." Hearing my words, he sits back down towards the table. But this time, he rests his chin and turns his head to look at me. Oh my, let's quit it. Here's the menu. Meanwhile, the waiter brought out the menu. Hospitality for guests is just right, neither too excessive nor too rude. I forced myself to ignore Rurin's gaze and looked at the menu. Let's analyze the price in question. The price of these noodles is definitely a little cheaper. When they come together little by little, they become a mountain. For people whose staple food is noodles, that little bit can seem like a big deal. In particular, there is a mine on the mountain behind that mine's iron, the material for swords, so it seems like there are a lot of people who get their meals here. And for them, cheaper is the best. The reason there are so many people on the first floor at this time is because of the mine. It was an abandoned mine during the war, but now it is a time of peace. Let's check the taste first. The menu was more diverse than Viscera's restaurant. It is a regional characteristic. Ma noodles, ma steamed, ma dishes are all unique. Then 2 bowls of noodles, please, thank you. The waiter took the menu. Stare. And Rurin is still looking at me. You said I can stop looking at Lulin? You asked me to see it, so I will. Isn't this the first time you've asked me to look at it first? From the beginning, I only see you. But sometimes I watched it secretly. But it's amazing that they ask me to look at it so openly. Oh yeah, I am saying this, but I can't say anything. Sometimes it's even cute that I watched it secretly. Okay then, feel free to watch as much as you want. I get it. Hi, stare. Rurin's gaze stares at me again. It's not a glare, it's a soft gaze like a warm breeze blowing. Did you clean the floor? Yes, Mom. Do your best. Well done. It's ridiculous that the restaurant is dirty. I heard a conversation that bothered me, so I went down to the first floor and saw a woman who looked to be in her early to mid-20s giving instructions to restaurant employees. Are you the boss? Cooking speed is also fast. Soon another waiter brought noodles, so I immediately asked what I was curious about. Is that person on the first floor over there the boss? You are the store manager. Strictly speaking, the boss is the store manager's father. Oh, I see. No wonder. Why are you asking that? Oh, it's nothing special. I think it's amazing that someone so young is the owner of such a large restaurant. You sure are amazing. Then enjoy your meal. The waiter left the noodles and disappeared. Steam rises. The smell was almost similar to Viscera's. Let's taste it. I don't eat this. He sniffed without taking his eyes off me. Then he frowned. Okay, well, since I just ate, I don't think I'd want to eat the same thing again. I feel full just by looking at you. The soup is not hot, but the gaze is hot. Anyway, I tried to ignore it again and slurped down the noodles. The noodles are good. Good soup. There is almost no difference from Viscera's cooking. The noodles here are made in large quantities, so they are slightly less chewy, but it's not enough to be a concern, so it certainly won't affect business. Let's taste the soup. Even the slightly unique smell of the soup is the same. Also, what is the solution? What is the solution? Why are you repeating this again? If you've finished eating, let's go. I don't really like that smell. Rurin declares once again that she hates moss. But I refused. Where are you going? I ate 2 bowls of noodles and I was so full that I was dying. Let's go. I am so full I can't move. What? Then teleport. Let's go back to Rare. No, we have to go to Viscera's restaurant. How can I go back when I haven't done anything yet? What? Aren't you going home today? Rurin frowned again, showing that she didn't like that at all. I am so full that I can't move. Oh, my stomach. Then Rurin jumped down from the chair, grabbed my arm, and brought her face close to me. Isn't that stomach my pillow? It's cute to see you after such a long time. Huh. When I briefly exposed my stomach, strange noises came back. And your lips are cute too. Hi. Rurin still doesn't engage in strong skinship, but she handles light grabbing of the arm with ease. But today, he brought his face closer and put his finger to my mouth while giggling. Why the hands? Soon Lulin's finger touches my lips. I have no idea what the intention was. What are you doing? I buried this, so it was cute. But they give it away, because it's a bit funny. I don't want other humans to laugh at you. Oh, really? What? The piece that Rurin took off is a garnish for the noodles. Did you get all of that buried? Me too, I don't want to move, so I ask questions about everything. I'll carry you. What? Do you hear auditory hallucinations? What did I just hear? Really? When asked again, Rurin nodded strongly. Okay. In that case, without hesitation, let's go back to that small restaurant from earlier. Teleportation is not allowed? Get on my back. Lulin turned his back. He was carried on Lulin's back. I've been with Lulin for quite a while, but today is the first time I've been piggybacked on this guy's back. My back is warm. However, it is no secret that my feet began to drag due to Lulin's short stature. It is no secret that attention was focused upon going down to the first floor. Isn't it heavy? What do you think of me? I am as light as a feather. Oh yeah, as much as a feather? What else can I say? Of course, my weight is felt by the dragon. Feathers, but what's going on? After you said you'd give me a piggyback ride first? Of course, of course. There is such a thing. Rurin did not answer. This time, I have absolutely no idea about Rurin's psychology. What is there? Chapter 189 Cooking Competition Ma Shabu Shabu. Oh, that, my dear, is nothing compared to that. Lurin's mouth is full of meat. In the case of Rurin, the problem is the smell. So, like modern water parsley, various herbs were added here. The meat is cooked right away and dipped in a special sauce. It is a sauce with a sweet and sour yet savory flavor. The main ingredient is Montan mushrooms. Montan mushrooms work really well in sauces and other soup dishes. Montan mushrooms grow here too. I'll tell you how to get it. This is awesome. Viscera nodded vigorously. I'm taking notes of everything I say. It's special, right? It could easily become a famous dish in this region. What you said is correct. I just changed the method, but it's something fun and delicious. The hat was very excited. It looks like he likes it. If so, there is no problem. From now on, all you have to do is sell this. You eat the meat first and then add the noodles later, which is very different from the way you eat meat. That's right. I think this sauce is especially great. It's a revolution to bring so many different flavors to the monotonous ma meat. Durin began to praise with foam at the mouth. Since I didn't develop the dish itself, this is just shameful praise. Still, in this town, noodles have the same meaning as rice in Korea, so I have a positive expectation that it will be popular and popular. This is especially true since the shabu shabu itself is simply an application of something that has already been verified. It is important that it has already been verified in modern times, so this dish has a very high chance of success. Rather, the problem lies somewhere else entirely. A competing restaurant not far away is actually the biggest problem and variable. Since they sell the same type of food, they will definitely fight back. This can be a problem, especially after I have completely taught you how to cook and leave. Gangsters can be mobilized to obtain recipes, and restaurants can be oppressed by force. Since I heard that it is a restaurant run by a local person, several things come to mind. So even if this dish is successful, there are still problems to solve. However, I have no intention of doing the same thing they might think of, which is to press with force. In this case, since it is a competition between restaurants, it means defeating the enemy with food and customers. If there were no competing restaurants, all you had to do was teach them how to cook. No, if it weren't for them, there wouldn't have been a need to come to help like this. I have no intention of leaving my benefactor alone. And actually, there are many ways. All you have to do is solve it step by step. Forget about competing restaurants for now. The first thing to do is to divert the customers who have completely stopped walking. Should we try to force customers to come and then wait for word of mouth? Of course, coercion here is not coercion by force. The new menu items, ma shabu shabu and ma dumplings, will take care of the word of mouth. I was confident there. However, when it comes to having guests come, you have to be prepared to lose a little money. In fact, this was something Durin and Viscera had to decide on their own. The problem is the customers. It may cost a little, but I think of it as an investment and treat customers for free for one day. Free? Yes. Do you have the money to survive even if you spend it? Yes. I still have some of the money you gave me back then, just in case something happens. Oh, really? Yes. Fortunately, there were times when the restaurant was doing well, so I was able to save it, but of course, if things continue like this, the money will run out quickly. I will follow Elle's words. All right. Then let's do it? Yes. The hats nodded at the same time in agreement with what I meant. So the next day, I handed the stack of paper prepared by Rare to Durin. There are 30 pieces of paper with the message that it is free if you bring this paper. About 30 people are enough. It's not clear where this is being distributed. Durin, take this. What is this? Even if you hold a free event, people will know so they can come, right? As expected, no one will come as it is now. I think so. So I'm going to spread it out and let people know. Let's go to the front of the mine just in time for the workers to leave work. Ah, there are enough people there. Yeah, I guess so. But will those people really come to the restaurant? No one likes free stuff. If it doesn't taste good, just leave. Oh, I see. Yes. Hurry up and get ready. Tell your mother, too. All right. The answer is always courageous. So I went up to the mine with Durin. Lurin clearly looks annoyed, but that doesn't mean she won't come. I made Rurin sit on the rock. Lurin, sit here. Then he clearly shows his displeasure. Not funny. What's not fun, not funny, boring, you are so boring these days, so we ask for improvement. Okay, a great idea occurred to me. How about giving it away and killing everyone who didn't get it? That might be a little fun. Lurin jumps up from the rock and laughs as if she came up with an incredibly good idea. What kind of bloodthirsty dragon are you? You're talking nonsense. I didn't receive the paper you personally handed out, so I think you should kill me. Dragon, please sit quietly before I get scolded. Haha, you're doing this too much. What are you doing again? Ignoring Lulin's absurd ambitions for fun, he and Durin began distributing leaflets. We put a lot of effort into the fact that it was free. It's big. Haha. Isn't it nice that it stands out so clearly? The reactions are also dramatic. What is this? This is Viceroy Restaurant. We have prepared a limited-time free meal today. You mean it's free? Yes, just eat it and leave. It's like an event where we develop a new menu. Well, it's not that different from the existing Ma noodles. Really? If that's the case, there's nothing you can't do. Hey, how are you? They say it's free. Just by saving the cost of one meal, you can drink 3 more bottles of alcohol, man. Of course I should go. Is that so? The reaction from people coming out of the mine was mostly favorable. Chapter 190 Cooking Competition. Where have we been so far? Of course, I come home and sleep. Nothing has changed. Viscera and Durin also close the restaurant and return home. So we just go back. I get off work at night. That is the obvious truth. There is also super convenient transportation equipment, so there is no need to go through any hardships while traveling abroad. My restaurant on the hill is an independent business, so it doesn't matter. This is a restaurant I open to do as I please. I am expressing my feelings by not having a fixed menu. If there is no fixed menu, there are cases where I make the food the customer wants, but in my case, I make the food I want. Haha, lie down on the bed. It's fluffy. After all, you should sleep at home. It is the truth. Serious. Ham. I yawned. Even though I don't think I was that tired, I yawn. We promoted it, and now all we have to do is hope that customers will come, and Viceroy has started to do all the cooking, so all I can do is watch, and from tomorrow onwards, there will be nothing to do at Viceroy's restaurant. There are still problems on the other side. Of course, that's something I don't even need to approach first. If you remember the girl from the competing restaurant that you briefly saw at that time, she didn't seem like the type to just quietly back down, so she would react first on her own. So there's nothing special. I buried my face in the pillow. Fluffy, my face gets stuck in the pillow. I don't want to think about anything. It would be nice to sleep like this. Just as I was about to close my eyes, a sonorous voice struck my ears. I immediately reacted by turning around to the feeling that something was falling. You, huh? The identity of the voice was, of course, Lulin, soggy, wet hair. Standing in front of me, dripping water. Washed is good. What I washed. Yes, I'm wearing a proper towel, but I don't know why I didn't dry my hair. Hey, why is your hair like that? We are here. What's here? Towel. He holds it out to me and brings a chair and sits down in front of the bed. In other words, it is a silent command to dry your hair. It's actually reassuring to see that he hasn't changed. I was a little surprised that she suddenly gave me a piggyback ride and said that I was cute, something she never said before, but she was still the same Lulin. If you ask me to stop you, I have to stop you. Come to think of it, this guy's hair has gotten a lot better recently. Especially when I was staying at Lulin's mother's rare. That is, when I was staying in the mountains, I washed my hair roughly, so there was a time when I had hair like dog hair that had been bleached several times, but now it's silky. Is this a feeling of unprecedented times? Do you like the change in shampoo? That's good. I think it's better than the old one. It smells good, but it's a bit slippery. Is it? I thought it had just the right slipperiness. Well, this kind of conversation is possible. It is now possible to determine the grade of shampoo. Suck. He is very calm when I brush his head. Just leave your body quietly. Her long hair falls over her small shoulders. The feeling of the hair touching my hand is somehow itchy. It's a friendly feeling. Okay, that's it. Now that I've removed some of the moisture, I dry my hair with the magic of the wind. This is when your head starts dancing. Ha. At times like that, Lurin smiles happily. What makes it tickle when the wind hits your head? Yuahihi puahaha? It tickles. Puahaha, I like making sounds like this. After drying off, I throw away the towel and lie down on the bed again, and Rurin turns her head and looks down at me. Well, usually I end the day by jumping into this state and sleeping. You. But Lulin started acting unexpectedly again. Yes. Suddenly he comes up on top of me and looks down at me. The hair I had just dried fell down and touched my face. Rurin just looked at me from that distance, with the end of her hair tickling my cheek. Not moving. What's the matter? There was nothing to say, so I tried to break the silence, but there was no answer. Then, after a while, he barely opened his mouth, slightly pouting. I give you a massage. What? And the line Lulin said was so unrealistic that I ended up screaming. Why are you yelling at me? Rurin immediately puffed out her cheeks. This is the expression you usually see when you don't like something. But what about me? I don't know what the words mean. No, I am just surprised. Are you really giving me a massage? Really? Anyway, what is it? Yes, that's right. You look tired, so give me a massage. Is that so? Then what? In any case, it is an incredibly rare opportunity. I quickly turned around and lay down. Then, please help me with my shoulders and back. Annoying. What are you annoyed about? Suddenly, they said they would do it first. There is such a thing. What is it really? I will do it anyway. Is it here? This shoulder? That's right. Good. Then, Lurin's fingers came up to my shoulder. I feel thin fingers. And soon, Rurin gives strength. Is it cool? No, wait. I screamed. I have no choice but to give up. If you massage it this hard, of course you will scream. I felt a thin finger and wondered what kind of power was so strong. Yumma. I'll stop and break my shoulder. Hate. I don't know what helped me. Wait, why are you there again? I feel like my shoulder is going to fall off. Wait a minute, Rurin, be gentle. Gently relax and relax. Why am I so skinny? What? Continue. Because you asked me to do it. Wait a minute. Yumma. When I screamed again, Rurin barely let go. I quickly got up and turned around to protect myself from further assault. Rurin looked at me for a moment. I am sleeping. I suddenly turned my head and fell into the blanket. What on earth? You say something you've never said in your life, and then they try to break your shoulder and say you're sleeping now. Even though nothing seemed to have changed, there was something odd about it. This is strange, Rurin. Something is slightly strange. Everything from saying he was cute, saying he would give me a piggyback ride, saying he would give me a massage, then torturing him and then falling asleep. Weird. Why? It's been strange these days. Why has the number of customers decreased so drastically? Isn't this the time when the first floor should be full? It seems so. President, why are you so carefree? You mean I can go back to my father at any time? Is that possible? Horai sweat dropped as Lysant interrogated him. Lysant shouted, glaring even more harshly at Horai. Bring the sales ledger right now. All right, please wait. Horai ran upright and brought the ledger with him. It is a competitor restaurant to Viceroy Restaurant and the place that Elle had already looked into. Lysant, the owner of this restaurant called Merle, looked at the ledger while biting his lip. After examining the ledger until the end, Lysant's complexion became increasingly pale and eventually exploded. Horai felt like running away. He slowly took a step back, but their eyes met and Horai froze. What on earth is this? Sales had plummeted 3 days ago, and yesterday it was a quarter of the usual sales. Not in half, but in 4 pieces. Wait, does this make sense? This is a situation that cannot be understood through common sense. I can't believe sales have plummeted so much in such a short period of time. It was an event that could not have occurred without some kind of disaster or war occurring. While I was visiting my parents' house, what the hell happened? Horai. I am sorry. Horai quickly lowered his head. This is because I couldn't speak properly with frosty eyes in front of me. Is that the customer service? What have you done? Or taste? How did they throw away the taste in the meantime? Lysant, perhaps frustrated with Horai's answer, rushed into the kitchen. After making a fuss in the kitchen for a while, he held out a bowl of noodles in front of Horai and shouted, "It tastes the same." "Same. No problem. Then what is the cause? Is there a new restaurant? I didn't see a restaurant like that on my way to work." That. Of course, Horai had been here all along, so he knew the cause well. If they found out the truth, they would cause even more trouble, so thinking about how to explain it made my stomach ache. But that doesn't mean it can be hidden. It's not something that can be hidden. Horai held his left stomach with one hand and opened his mouth. What is that? What on earth? Customers have started flocking to Viceroy Restaurant recently. What? For a moment, Lysant did not understand what Horai said and just blinked. Everything. Are you talking about that failed Viceroy Restaurant? At that restaurant, a customer. Yes, that's right. What on earth is that? Lysant stormed out of the restaurant without listening to Horai's answer, because I thought it was best to see it with my own eyes. Quadding, However, I was in too much of a hurry and fell down the stairs while coming down the restaurant with that momentum. There was blood on his knees, but he didn't care and limped towards the Viceroy restaurant. Because of his incredible persistence, Horai was momentarily dazed, but soon ran after Lysant. "Boss, wait a minute. You're bleeding. Is that the problem?" And eventually, Lysant arrived in front of Viscera restaurant, and he opened his mouth in surprise. It is astounding itself. "What is that? Are you waiting in line now? Line up." That's right. It was very easy to compete if the noodles were the same, but I think that's what happened when we started selling special dishes. New menu, joy, that was it after all. Then we'll make a new menu too, okay? And pack that food right away. I need to taste it. You need to know what they're selling. Lysant gave that order and limped back to Merle. After waiting in line, Horai was put in the position of having to quietly take out food. And after a while, Lysant, who tried the new menu of Viceroy restaurant bought by Horai with the chef, started shaking again. "What's this? It's delicious, it's delicious. Why can't we make something like this? That thing." Of course, the chef scratched the back of his head and avoided Lysant's gaze with an embarrassed look on his face. "Make a new menu right now. They are paying so much, but what on earth is this?" "Oh, I understand. Lysant's father is a person with great influence in this area. If you get fired, you won't be able to get a job around here." The chef and kitchen staff returned to the kitchen with sad faces. Of course, the relationship between Lysant and the subject, his father. It was obedience that came from not knowing the inside story at all. Chapter 191 Cooking Competition, however, as a few days passed, instead of creating a new menu, sales gradually decreased and reached a serious level. Lysant frothed at the mouth and collapsed. It was anemic. I hate it. No, I can't lose like this. As it is. It can't go on like this, right? Right, Horai? Yes. Yes. But we can't even win like this. Moreover, it seems that this recipe uses ingredients that are not found in our region, so it may not be easy to follow. The new menu doesn't come out that quickly. President, give up on this. Horai, are you saying that now? Oh no, sorry, I have to defeat my father. This time, Lysant looked at Horai with an earnest look on his face. So tell me honestly, why is that restaurant doing so well? How did they suddenly develop a menu like that? It would have been absolutely impossible for Viceroy. Is my analysis wrong? That's not it. It looks like someone has been newly hired from overseas. I think it was that person's influence. Out of town? Yes, I guess you had some money saved somewhere. Yes, that's why you probably hired someone. What is that? What, was it something like that? Then isn't it simple, President? Horai was taken aback, but Lysant looked like he had found the answer and confidently gave the command. Go and hire that person right now. They say they will pay you 2 or 3 times the salary you are currently receiving at Viceroy restaurant. Okay, but boss, that's too much money. Lysant approached Horai with an expression as if he was going to eat him. Why don't you understand that? Anyway, if we take that person out and make the same dish, we'll be the ones who win in the end. Okay, I'm going to use my pocket money to cover my immediate expenses, so I'm telling you to bring me here somehow. Oh, I understand. I can't do it because it's an order. Horai had no choice but to go scouting. If you work at Merle, I will give you twice the salary you get here. A man who introduced himself as Horai began to tell a story in secret. This is what they say. They took advantage of the time they were out of town to approach and do it. It's so obvious, but I am actually glad because it was an approach I had been waiting for. I confirmed that the woman I saw at that restaurant went to the restaurant, and I knew something would come soon, but I never thought it would be this blunt. That, as expected, it will be difficult. Then how about 3 times that? 3 times as much? Of course it is. I knew, but I also received orders from my superiors. No, I will work. 3 times that would be nice. Yes. When I agreed, Horai blinked in confusion and surprise. The expression is that it is an exception. Did you get any information that Rurin and I seem to know each other? It's okay. I am willing to work. Thank you for that. Haha. Horai was so embarrassed that he took out a handkerchief and started wiping his cheek. The face is covered in a sense of discomfort, but the corners of the mouth are in a forced smile. Then since when? Since when? There's no need to take too long. I will go to work there starting today. Yes, is that true? Then we thank you. Horai, barely able to control his expression, lowered his head. Get the chef out. Well, up to this point, we are barely within the boundaries of competition. I shrugged my shoulders again and smiled at Horai. I expected it because it teleported towards the mountain and approached me on the way to the restaurant. Then I will go first and report this to the boss. Are you really going to come right away? Yes, exactly. All right. In disbelief, Horai checked a few more times before disappearing into the distance. So I moved to Merli instead of Viceroy restaurant. I don't forget to inform my companion of that fact. Did you hear, Rurin? I am going to that restaurant today. Of course, the companion remains silent. It is morning now. There's no way Rurin can be active in the morning. I changed my clothes, combed my hair, and barely woke him up and teleported away. After that, I just kept sleeping on my back. I called just in case, but all I heard was a loud sound, so I just walked towards the Merli restaurant. I have already conveyed my plan to Viceroy restaurant, so there is no problem. I went in front of Merli and found Horai waiting at the door with the woman I saw at the time. Hello. So I said hello. The woman looked at Rurin on her back and asked a question with a puzzled look on her face. But who is the woman behind that? You don't have to worry about this guy. Rather, thank you for hiring me. That's right, 3 times the salary. I heard you said you would work for 3 times our chef's salary? Yes. Well, it's a little different, but that's okay. Well then, y'all have to work that much. Work is great, but before that, who are you? Please introduce yourself. Oh, I see. Sorry, my name is Lysant. He's the boss here, IML. Nice to meet you. Lysant was a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s, with short hair and a round face. Well, it's not that important. I nodded slightly and confidently entered the restaurant. Lysant and Horai come in after them. So as expected, I confidently asked, are there no beds here? I wish there was some space for this guy to lie down. In that case, there is a break room for employees. Then can you guide me? Oh, so it's this way. It looked like he had something to say, but for now, Lysant took the lead. Horai followed suit, and the restaurant employees looked at me strangely. I was full of caution. If it were natural, it would be a natural reaction. The lounge that Lysant showed me around was pretty good. There are beds, chairs, everything you need. I am using the bed over there. It's a place where I sometimes rest when I am too tired, so it's clean. Oh, that's nice, thank you. I smiled softly and then put Rurin down on the bed. Gorlong, gorlong. The time is now only 10 o'clock in the morning. It's so natural that he doesn't want to wake up, so I don't even bother waking him up. At least I am proud of the fact that he put me on my back and forced me to use teleportation while he was sleeping while rubbing his eyes. I was a little worried that if I used magic while dozing, I would fly to a completely wrong place. But surprisingly, I succeeded in teleporting to a very precise point. Let me see, then it will be lunchtime soon? Of course. I decided to give you 3 times as much, so I hope you work hard. Well, I don't know, it's lunch. Sorry, but I am going to rest for a bit. I took a chair left in the corner and placed it in front of the bed, sat on it and stretched out my legs on the bed. What are you doing? What kind of nonsense is that? Get to work now. Right now it's break time, so that won't work. Sorry. What's wrong? I asked you to leave in a low posture. President? I continued to smile and spoke clearly to Lysant. Then shall we go back? What do you mean, going back? I mean, are you going back to Viscera restaurant? Now that I think about it, I was thinking of trying another new menu starting today. What do you think? Shall we go? When I attacked his weak point, Lysant began to look at me with an expression that he had managed to calm down, shaking with anger that had risen to the top of his head. There will be no choice. In this situation, unless you use the power of the company to destroy Viceroy restaurant, you know very well that there will be no answer if I go back. Great. Rest. I'll be back later. Then you must work after resting. All right, if you feel like it. I answered with a smile. I spoke very softly if I felt like it. Haha. Anyway, Lysant turned around and stomped away. It was good up to that point, but then I tripped and fell straight down in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, he then fell asleep in silence for a while, then got up and scratched his head. I was checking to see if there was any dust on the floor. There is no dust. I cleaned it yesterday. Without even asking, he shouted that and left, slamming the door behind him. President? Horai followed him out. All I can say is that she's a really crazy girl. Well, that's right. She can't let me go. It seems like he knows full well that if I go back to Viscera restaurant, he will be the one losing out. So let's take a look at that woman first. Hate. In the meantime, I could hear Rurin talking in her sleep. I am making an impression. I have no idea what I dislike so much. What on earth is that guy? It's amazing. Boss, then why are you holding back? As Lysant came out alone and started fussing wildly, Horai asked a question with a face full of doubts. This is because it was very surprising to see Lysant's usual personality. If you let me go, y'all go back to Viceroy like that man said. That might seem like it, but do you know what sales were like yesterday? Do you still hear this sound when you see that? That's true, but Lysant went on a rampage and started reorganizing the store. Even though it looked like this, the store was well organized. From the most basic cleanliness to the employees' demeanor and etiquette shown to customers, and the cleanliness and taste of the kitchen. I was full of the desire to pay attention and be recognized, and things were actually going well, but everything fell apart overnight. It shouldn't be like this. Lysant bit his lip. As long as Lysant's heart is occupied by such a strong desire to never acknowledge his unjust death for his mother, it is something he can never give up. But the more I did it, the more anxious I became. The more I hated the man who ruined things, the more I hated him. I do not like it. It looks like he's trying to use his situation to threaten me, but it's not going to work. Something like that? I will definitely show off 3 times the salary. I mumbled to myself like that and lost my temper, and then, whoa, I ended up hitting my head on a pillar. And due to the impact, the bucket of water that had been placed on the second floor to wash the stairs fell on Lysant's head. What is this? In an instant, Lysant looked like a mouse that had been hit by water. The moment he moved his feet, he slipped and landed on his buttocks because of the water. A set of 3 bad luck items. Or should I say that it was a disaster that occurred while I was walking in a wobbly manner. What is this? I really hate it. And shouted at the ceiling. It's still closing time, so there's no problem. That too is a calculated shout. After that, he ran to his own small house right in front of the restaurant. When we returned to the restaurant, it was already lunchtime. But the inside of the restaurant is very deserted. In fact, this lunch hour is the time when miners visit most. Since many miners have families who go home after work to eat, lunchtime can be said to be the most popular time. And in fact, it was at this time that the first floor was full. The first floor seemed even more deserted than yesterday. Horai, is that man still resting? Yes, I've never left the break room. The answer made Lysant so frustrated that he even had tears in his eyes. This whole situation. Chapter 192 Cooking Competition. Boss, it's difficult to keep going like this. He said so. Okay, please keep it that way. A little more. Okay. I just got up and hugged Lulin, who was in low pressure, from behind and urged her to use magic. Lysant and Horai left the restaurant and started talking about something secret, so of course they overheard it. Of course, the offering was porridge. I just woke up and there was low pressure. Where did you learn that word? We have to win. The problem is not with Viceroy Restaurant, but it has to beat the main branch, let alone the main branch. Recently, business at Viceroy Restaurant is getting better and better. Boss, I said it before, but if it weren't for Viceroy Restaurant, it would have been worth doing with the main branch since it was in a special situation like a mine. In fact, it was a situation that followed very closely. Therefore, is there any good way? I said, I don't like that guy. Why are you talking so long? I know, it's a long time. Anyway, this is an important part, so keep going. I understand. More, it's okay to be crushed. No, it shouldn't be crushed. Anyway, he started talking again. So, as I said last time, there are many ways to destroy Viceroy Restaurant from behind using the power of the company or to disrupt business. It's important to win right now. Didn't you tell me before that you didn't like that? It is natural that the larger one wins, because I have enough capital. It's good to make the most of that capital. Hiring chefs to work in places with higher wages is a natural competition. It's okay, even if it's mean. However, ignoring competition entirely and solving problems with completely different forces is absolutely not competition. So if I win, my mom won't like it. I don't know about that, but the important thing is that we don't have much time. As it is. He said that, but his voice was pitchless as if he was reading a book. Okay. Is it because even if things fail, Horai can just go to another restaurant affiliated with Leon Trading Company? I am going to him right away. I'm going to make it work somehow. He said, okay? Then I'll be back soon. Then you can't just roll around hugging Rurin like this. Should I show my dignity? Ooh yick, why are you falling? Lulin shouted with a displeased look in his eyes, but I shushed him. After shouting, he went back to his chair and maintained his usual sabotage status. Yeah, whatever. If you have capital, it is natural to use it. The same goes for scouting me. The most despicable thing is not the competition in front, but the competition behind the scenes, such as hitting someone or something like that. The way of thinking is that of a woman I like. In fact, the original purpose was to slow down the business and then purchase the restaurant at a much higher price than the market price. When the competition disappears, I rent this place cheaply to Viceroy and Rurin and let them run it. Then the size of the store will be larger, so prices can be lowered accordingly. But if you're the right person, you can find a win-win way. First, let's observe a little more. What is it? What is it? What are you doing? If you get paid, you work, wake up. At lunchtime, Lysant came again and started shouting. The force felt like it could pierce the sky, but because there were customers, the voice was very quiet. I like that. Still, it is true that he clearly has the awareness that he is the owner of the restaurant and the basic mindset that he must not disturb the customers' meals. If the target person was her father, I thought she was just a young woman who didn't know such basic facts and didn't know anything about the world. But the state of the restaurant seemed to indicate that there was something going on. I haven't received the money yet. What are you saying? Hooray. Give this person money right away. Yes, hurry, but the boss said he would pay separately from his own pocket, so I didn't prepare anything. License words were interrupted. Pocket, that's right, I said that. Of course, wages have to be paid on payday, right? Cold sweat is running down my forehead. Do you have no money? You say she's the target's daughter? Well, that's usually the case. I didn't say a word to ask for anything right away. Okay, that's it. Ho ho. Lysant scratched the back of his head. You can tell at a glance that a crisis has come to that separate pocket. But actually, things like salary don't matter at all. Should I say it's the same problem? Anyway, if you decide to work, you have to work. What are you doing? It's already lunch. Has it happened already? It's all you. You're not like the former boss. So I work, please work. Well, I don't like it. What? Did I speak too firmly? Well then, let me say it once more firmly. I said no. Our Rurin is still sleeping too. As I spoke while stroking Lurin's head, Lysant looked at Lulin. Despite all this noise, our dragon is sleeping really well. I turned my head again and looked at Lysant. Lysant also looks at me again. Then at least give me the recipe for the new menu. It doesn't matter if it's the same or different. Oh, you mean that? Yes, that one. Lysant snorted and took a step closer to me, with a look on his face that said he would just put up with it for now. I forgot. It's a big problem because my head hasn't been feeling well lately. When I spoke firmly, Lysant began to tremble. I felt a little sad, but my benefactor is Rurin, not Lysant. Of course, I plan to find out about Lysant's situation as well. If there are any different circumstances, we may change the policy. Just then, the lounge door suddenly burst open. President? Someone came from my hometown. It seems like the master is calling. It was Horai who interrupted the conversation. Then Lysant, who was shaking, turned his head with a very surprised face. You called me? I went there a few days ago. Perhaps you know the circumstances of the store? At Horai's answer, Lysant turned around and ran out, biting his lip with a visibly angry expression. It seemed like the target person called my father, but for some reason, his face was about 10,000 light years away from joy. CEO, did you call me? Lysant, who rode a carriage for a month, bowed his head to Leon Saint, the representative of the Leon Company, a merchant who dominates the commercial area of the northern city of the empire. That was Leon. Okay, I called. Apparently a few days ago you said you would give me more time. Why? Unlike at the restaurant, Lysant couldn't even speak properly. My clenched fist was also shaking, not because I was angry, but because I was scared. I recently heard about the state of the restaurant. I found out something I most didn't want people to know. Thanks to that, Lysant's face instantly turned into despair. That's that. What should I answer? But I couldn't do it. Because it's true. As promised, never set foot in Liger again. Do you understand? That father, please give me a chance. Who gave you permission to call me father? Oh, I am sorry. That is, I gave it a chance. But you didn't take advantage of it. This situation is obvious to anyone. Lysant's body collapsed at that declaration. The man in front of me is clearly my father, but I couldn't call him father. Of course, I never thought of him as my father. Such a heartless person. This is a man who abandoned his mother and himself. However, the reason he comes and behaves servilely is simply because of his mother's last wish. Lysant's mother wanted Lysant to be accepted by this man. That was the will my mother made while holding my hand. So Lysant had no choice but to run in a straight line, to be recognized. However, this man did not acknowledge himself or his mother. He told me to become his successor in order to make him acknowledge me. He said he would give me a chance. He said it in a patronizing way. It was unfortunate, but I had no choice but to take the opportunity. I had no choice but to keep a low profile until I heard from this man that he would not only acknowledge me as his daughter, but also acknowledge my abilities and see me as a member of the Leon family. Because that was the way to realize his mother's wish and his own wish: revenge. This man, who abandoned himself and his mother, makes him accept himself. Her mother just wanted to be recognized as her daughter, but Rysant was different. I wanted to show my ability and be recognized as a successor. In order to do so, I studied and studied before setting foot in Ruinga and gained experience by doing numerous things. He becomes the successor and abandons this man the moment he needs him. That was the revenge Lysant dreamed of, revenge for herself and her mother who had been abandoned. So, the opportunity that Lysant received was to run Merli and raise sales similar to the Merli main store in Loudon, the next city where Lowen's head office is located. The result was the worst, but I couldn't give up like this. Never, even if it's because the time I spent vowing revenge was a waste. I also remembered my mother's last appearance. Be recognized, be recognized. What do you mean by being recognized like that? Mother, from a man like this? I ignored the voice of my heart and prayed again. Sorry, but there is still time. I also found a good cook. Now all that remains is to get ahead. Therefore, there is certainly time left, but is it really worth it? When you made a branch successful before, you said you had what it takes. I haven't failed yet. Saint started smoothing his beard as he spoke, recalling the previous test before receiving Merli. I definitely liked the resourcefulness shown at that time. That's why I was entrusted with the Merli branch. You know that a festival will be held here in Rodden City soon, right? Yes, that's it. Show your abilities there. If you say ability. I wasn't planning on letting you participate, but since I said it myself, I'll give you one more chance. This is the greatest field of competition in determining a successor. Open a store with a chef of your own choosing. I will do the same to the other guys. However, this is not something that can be done just because the food is delicious. Location selection, time zone, customer preference, everything about management is included. Compete and win. Is that really true? I don't want to say it again. Go away. And if you fall from here, just leave. Lysant could say nothing more. Saint turned around and didn't look at Lysant even once, which made Lysant feel even colder. Chapter 193 Cooking Competition. My ears hurt. Do your ears hurt from overhearing that? I followed Rysant to the roof of Leon Trading Company. Rurin did a solid job. Of course, Lysant cannot know that fact. Of course he came back faster than that woman. By now, I am sure he's so pissed he's going to rush in. But, as expected, she had her own circumstances. I can't even call my father father, and it seems like there's some kind of competition between him and me. I don't know if y'all tell me that. I thought I would help you if you told me the truth. Anyway, it is true that my appearance completely disrupted her affairs. So, isn't it best for everyone to win? As long as Viceroy Restaurant prospers and she, who suffered damage as a result, is satisfied with the outcome. In fact, there are several reasons why they agreed to hire the chef from the beginning and went to this restaurant to sabotage business. The biggest reason is to see what kind of person the owner is. Observation from outside the restaurant has its limits. However, if you work hard, there is no need to rush, so you do not reveal your true self. Because I need to know what I saw, I can be confident that Viceroy Restaurant will be safe in the future. Well, as a result, as I said, I fully realized that I was not a bad person. Following the hiring of the chef, he had planned to take over the restaurant as planned, such as hiring a gangster to ruin Viceroy Restaurant or carrying out various dark behind-the-scenes operations on the back of Leon Trading Company. But since he did not, he changed his mind. Moreover, it seems that the true owner of this restaurant is Leon Trading Company, and Lysant, who was harmed by the success of Viceroy Restaurant, had special circumstances. I knew everything that was going on. Everything that needs to be investigated has been investigated, so the sabotage is over. Thump, thump, thump. Hey, as expected, Lysant arrived. I kick down the break room door and fall down again. Whoa. Why does this woman fall so easily? He didn't even scream because he was so embarrassed. He just stood up with tears in his eyes and his forehead turning bright red. And then he comes walking towards me again. Here you are. It's 1 month's salary. Then he passed a wad of money in front of me. I got paid, so now I work. I have to go to the festival in a few days. I work. Yes, please work, you gave me money. He shouted as he saw me still hanging out. Nothing seems to have changed, but it somehow feels like my eyes are crying. The reason why I can't call my father father and why I have to overcome it like that. What is that? And did you finally decide to go out with me? Yes. How do you do that? Well, I know some people at Leon Trading Company. Is there anyone who knows? It was just a lie, but Lysant, who was in a situation where he had no time to think about many things, must have believed it. His face hardened. I can't help it because your cooking is the most original. Besides, I hired him, so it was a natural choice. Isn't that right? That's an honor, but do you really want to do the job? If you're not going to work sincerely, just disappear. I will find another way somehow. No. From now on, I will work sincerely. No matter how important other factors are, as long as it is a restaurant, the originality and taste of the food cannot be ignored. Especially if it's a festival, if you just serve the noodles you always eat, no matter how great the other elements are, what's the point? So I will be helpful. Aren't you too confident? Well, I think it tastes great. Lysant's eyes began to roll. He looks like he is thinking about what to do. It seemed like they thought it was suspicious that I had to explain it properly. Are you a spy for Leon? Did she come to that conclusion in the end? It can't be. It seems like the festival is just around the corner. But if you don't trust the chef, isn't it time to close your eyes and take a gamble? Finding a new chef again is like picking a star in the sky. Other children who want to be recognized by their father have already searched for all the nearby chefs. That's right. Besides, the current chef is from Ruin anyway, so it's no use. All right. She must have been thinking about what I said, and with a prickly expression, she finally began to open her mouth. About his own personal revenge. Her father, who abandoned her, has no choice but to acknowledge her through her skills, and when she officially becomes the heir to the family, she takes simple yet great revenge by shouting loudly and leaving right then and there. Isn't this a courageous revenge? Okay, this isn't a guy I like. Then let's destroy it together. It's not that easy. But didn't you tell me your true feelings because you thought it might be helpful? That, like you said, I have to grasp at straws. Well, I like it. Let's destroy whatever is easy or not. There's a way. Is that true? Oh, before that, I will tell you my situation honestly to prove that I am not a spy. Rurin helped me once. So I came here to thank you for your help. So actually, I also told him that if Merle's president was someone who would use dirty methods to ruin Viceroy's restaurant after I left, he would take it over and hand it over to Viceroy, and that he planned to leave after repaying all the help he had received at the time. Now my thoughts have changed. Then Lysant laughed helplessly. Then the reason you hired me. I went undercover to investigate what you just said. If there were no circumstances for you and you were just a hard-working boss, I would have tried to teach you other dishes or suggest a partnership instead of taking over, but that is not the case, so I think it can be a win-win situation. I am sorry for sneaking in under the pretense of being hired. I needed to know what kind of person he was, and I thought this was the fastest way to do that. That's absurd. If only I had told you the truth from the beginning. If you weren't desperate, you wouldn't have told me about revenge. If I worked and the restaurant did well again, I would have just gotten paid and done. I wouldn't have been able to hear your inner thoughts directly. That's true, but still. So let's do this together from now on. Thanks to you, I learned how tenacious you are. What is that? Well, at least it seems clear that he is not a spy for Rurin. That's right. So if you just leave it to me, I will sincerely help you from now on. By the way, Mr. Lysant, what did you plan to do after taking revenge? Anyway, all the employees are my father's, so even if I'm not around, it doesn't matter because they belong to Leon Trading Company. So I was planning to leave feeling relieved. I have money I earned from running a restaurant, and I don't plan on giving back the money I earned at Merle. Isn't that the minimum that can be received from the biological father? So with this, I want to go to the capital and continue my studies. That's a really good choice. It's awesome. Is it cool? Anyway, then let's fight together even more. I think we can help each other. As I mentioned earlier, there is a good way. So after making your wish come true, I will go ahead and proudly take over this restaurant that will become ownerless when you leave. Hand it over to Rurin. As I said before, it's a win-win. Yes, what happens afterward doesn't matter. If only I could win. Lysant nodded strongly at my words. There was more trust in his eyes than before. Of course, this is far from complete trust. It was only natural that we had just declared that we would become colleagues. Then where should we work? I shrugged my shoulders and got up. Then Rurin came next to him and looked up at me. It seemed like he had something to say. This is before I leave to help at the restaurant. This is the story of Rurin one day. Rurin used teleportation that day. That was the root of the problem. Something went wrong during the teleportation, so the location became misaligned. It was an annoyance for Lurin, who secretly used teleportation while out running errands in the city. So I narrowed my eyebrows while showing my displeasure. I looked around and figured out the place. It looked familiar. For some reason, I was back in the city again. It was also in front of Alina's clinic. Meanwhile, in front of the clinic, Alina was sighing heavily. The face was very dark. "What are you doing, elf?" "Yes, oh great being above." As soon as Alina saw Lulin, she was so startled that she fell to the floor. My whole body is shaking. Even his ears, which were long compared to humans, began to tremble. So it was Lurin who was embarrassed by that reaction. "What is it? Why are you doing that? Why did you come to this city, great being?" I couldn't even lift my face. I don't know why, but Lurin tilted her head because it overlapped with the way she looked when they first met. Did I eat something wrong? And now that I think about it, I can barely feel any red. Where did the red one go again? It's red. I have no idea what you're talking about. What? What are you really? I don't like it. Well, it is a blessing in the world that there is no red thing. Rurin was convinced and entered the clinic. There was no one. It's perfect for secretly teleporting. Lulin just used teleportation. And hey, this time we arrived in front of the restaurant normally. Although she didn't really know what was wrong earlier, she decided to think about it later and entered the restaurant. And I found Elle. At that moment, my heart started pounding. It's not exciting in a good way, very unpleasant. It was throbbing unpleasantly and unpleasantly. As expected, I could see Elle's back and he was hugging another woman. I feel like I don't know what to do. Lurin fell into confusion. Like this. She is a woman with black hair. We couldn't see their faces because they were hugging each other. Yes, you, this. Zabillion. 551,114,588 there. In the end, the restaurant's roof was shattered and the wall exploded due to the anger. I was swept away by a tremendous vibration. Moreover, instead of you, the name you forgot came out. Lurin's eyes were already filled with tears. A restaurant, what are you? Elle screamed, and the woman who was hugging her frowned. And the last one is Rurin's cry. Rurin froze, unable to understand the situation. Because the one who was hugging Elle was none other than himself. What is this? Lurin fell into confusion. He said Elle was having an affair with him. What is this? Lurin? Yes, I am Rurin, you. What is that, Jaga? The real Lurin shouted at the fake Lulin. Then fake Lurin got angrier and shouted, holding Elle's arm tightly. What kind of fake are you? He's a funny guy. This Elle is mine. What kind of situation is this? To Lurin, Elle tilted her head. Even Elle is in a state of confusion. For convenience, let's say that the one that is currently attached to Elle is a fake Lurin teleport, and the Lurin that appears here is the real Lurin. The real Rurin tilted her head even more. Lulin's eyes began to spin. So I just ran outside. I feel peer. It was definitely a fake Rulindo dragon. Why am I running away? I am the truth. After deciding to kill the fake Rulin, I returned to the restaurant. Elle and fake Lurin were not in the restaurant. So the real Rurin went into rare. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Well, it's good. You can stick a little longer. Hi. Suddenly there are two of you and your legs feel weak. That is fake. And then you can go to the teleport. It's okay. You'll recover in a little while. It's also bad to rely too much on magic. Then I will carry you, because I want to lie down in bed. What is that again? Lurin thought. Although he has carried Elle on his back many times, he has never carried Elle on his back. But Lurin suddenly started carrying Elle. A fake topic that you haven't even tried. Jealousy rose like fire. That looks like you, but it's not you, so of course it's jealousy. Breath was released immediately. Then the fake Lurin who was carrying Elle also let out breath. Quiet, put Elle down now. Fake things, who is fake, I am real. This rare here is mine. Suddenly, the real Lulin started to get confused. And normally, Elle should have already come out by this time and scolded herself for blowing out her breath, but it was a little different. The Elle in front of me was somehow different. In the end, Lurin escaped from lair again. I have no idea what is what. I even began to question my own existence. But I soon changed my mind. It's all that fake's fault. The fake made Elle strange. Lulin thought so and reflected on why he retreated. And then they attacked again. Eat, you, hi, is it delicious? And then I rubbed my eyes again. Fake Rurin was feeding Elle. It was blowing. You're so cute too. I had rice in my mouth. There are two of you and one of you keeps going back and forth. How can food go to your mouth normally? A carefree guy. What on earth is that, Rurin? Something seems wrong. I don't think anyone is imitating you. That guy was clearly Lulin too. No, if you come again, I will kill you. Ick, you are L, but you are not L. And you are not me, what? L answered, and the fake Lurin threw a kick at the real Lulin. In the end, the real Lulin and the fake Lulin got entangled and started fighting, and the real Lulin's hair got all messed up. Chapter 194 Cooking Competition. Stop. Same. Looking at you fighting, you are clearly the same person. You are Rurin, and that one is definitely Rurin. When L, who was inferior, shouted that, both Lurin raised their hands and retorted at the same time. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Exactly the same behavior without a single error. No matter who looks at it, it is the same person. The facial expressions are also the same. The L of this world wanted to cry. Thinking that a logical approach was needed here, he said as he grabbed Durulin's wrist. Wait a minute, you two, come here. Don't fight, just talk, but I couldn't finish speaking. This is because Jin Lulin caught hold of that hand and shook it off. Don't touch it. You are L, but you are not my L. This fake guy's L. L is the one my Nene allows to touch, but it's only my L. Well, that's right. L on this side and L on that side, L is L. L said he was sorry and took his arm away. That's right. But since you are L too, I feel sorry for hitting you. And anyway, since the person he had rejected was L, he hesitated slightly and took a step back. It doesn't matter. Okay, because this is mine, don't hit me. L, who saw this, skillfully stopped Darurin, the other Lurin, from struggling by putting his arm between his armpits and smiled. Our Lulin is sitting here and you. At the same time, L sat Darulin down on a chair and approached Jinrurin. But can you tell the difference between your L and mine? With a strange smile, L grabbed Jinrulin's cheek. The distance is very close. So much so that our mouths almost touch each other. Jinrulin's eyes turn round. It's not his L, but L is L anyway. My head told me to shake it off, but my body wasn't following suit. You. Yaoyi. The one who stuttered was Jin Lulin. Of course, the one who called you was Darurin. Currently, Jinrurin refers to this L as you. Whoa. Darurin, who was forced to sit down, could not stand the pressure and threw a body slam to L's stomach. No matter how much I do, I can't do that. This time, Darulin huffed, radiating strong jealousy. That's right. Okay then, the joke ends here. L gently strokes Darurin's head. Jinrulin touched her head with her own hand and bit her lip with an expression full of envy. Anyway, just looking at this reaction, you are Rurin. Wherever you look, it's Lurin. When L came to that conclusion again, Darurin, who was hanging on L's arm, turned to Jinrurin and asked with a very serious expression. Are you me? I am Rurin. So you're not me, is it? Yes. Then where did you go? Why do you have only your L? I don't like being alone, I understand that. How did that happen? Fool. L again gestured towards the two Lurin. It is a gesture to sit on a chair. So I want you both to sit here. Lurin, you come here first. When L first looked at Darurin, Darurin calmly walked over and sat down on the chair. And this time, he looked at Jin Lulin. However, Jin Lulin actually took a step back. Her cheeks were puffing out as if she was questioning her actions earlier. I don't listen to you. Don't be like L. I am L. But. We're trying to find a way to get back, so don't do anything funny and just sit here. Lurin looked at L without saying anything. And then I looked at Darulin. Then Darurin responds with a look that asks, what are you doing now? I understand because I have to go back. But you, don't come as close as before because I'll become embarrassed without even realizing it. Jin Lulin motioned for Hui Hu to get off and sat down on the opposite chair. There is no L of one's own. Jin Lulin wanted to go back. So for now, I followed suit. Anyway, since this L is also L, I gave him an inexplicable trust that he would tell me the way. As L, this Lurin was Lurin after all, so she had no intention of making her unhappy. The basic policy is to let it go back. No matter what parallel world it is, as long as that being is Lulin, he must be happy. Let's talk about dimensions first. As L spoke, both Lulin began to concentrate at the same time. Jin Rulin's eyes were more earnest and more serious than Darulin's. Other dimensions clearly exist. You know that I actually come from another dimension, right? Yes. It was a strange world. Darurin nodded, and Jinrurin looked at L and Darulin in turn and then asked, did you guys go too? A place where those strange monsters roam? Cars are not monsters. L pointed this out, but Jinrurin and Darulin looked at each other curiously and started talking among themselves. What? Did you go too? Darulin responded to Jinrulin's words. Jin Lulin nods. That's where El kissed me on the forehead, how could you forget? Are you stupid? Jin Lulin's ears turned slightly red as she recalled the memory of that time. The memory of winning the doll, drawing and getting a kakak all day long, and in exchange for El kissing me on the forehead, vividly came to life before my eyes. However, Darulin seemed surprised by Jinrulin's words and asked back with wide eyes. What? What does that mean? I didn't do that. Is that really true? How was it? Then Jinrulin whispered into Darulin's ear. It's a face that says something has been won. Is that something like that? Well, but I got something even greater. Have you tried it too? Darulin whispered into Jinrulin's ear about something else that happened in Korea. Then Jinrulin said, what is that? He glared at El with a look like this. Then he looked at Darurin again with envy and muttered, what? You kissed me so quickly, ooh-woo. Jinrulin's body was trembling with a look on her face as if she had lost something. His face looked like a puppy that had lost a match. Stop it, dragons. It seemed like an uproar would arise if he left it alone, so in the end, El had to alternately press both Lurin's temples. Wow, wow, screams ringing at the same time. El's beating continues. We're talking about a way to go back, so what kind of useless talk are you talking about? This is important too. That guy is right. Lurin nods at the same time. And this hurts. Besides, you, only we El can do this. If another guy touches my body, he dies instantly. No matter how much you know, since it's I'll take a look at it one more time. Okay, so let's both be quiet and get back to the main topic. If you're thinking about going back, please concentrate. Okay, I get it. Then, Jin Lulin said that and kept her mouth shut. Then Darurin next to him sticks out his tongue, but after receiving El's strong gaze, he closes his mouth in the same pose as Jinrurin. But even for a moment, Jinrurin secretly whispered to Darulin. It seems like El here is nagging a lot too. Is that the case with El over there? That's right. I wish it were reduced a little. Jinrulin screamed with a shocked face and Darulin did the same. Because El made a gesture of putting her hand on her temple again. The two Rulins have different clothes, and the accessories are also done differently. So, I can tell them apart, but at the same time, if I talk about it, it seems like Lulin has multiplied, and I am going crazy. El started talking with a troubled expression and a sneer. Anyway, it is true that another dimension exists, so I think this Rurin comes from another dimension, not just another dimension, but a parallel world that is the same as this one but different. It's a dimension. Is that it? Then yours. Oh no, so you. If it's the summoning magic that transported you to your world, can this body return? Lurin shot out a twinkling beam of light with an expression that shouted Eureka. El was speechless for a moment because of those sparkling eyes, but soon dismissed Lurin's claim. Regardless of whether it sparkles or explodes, I have to tell you the truth. I guess that's difficult. The summoning magic itself is only connected to this world, and the world of another dimension called Earth, you can't go there with that. The place you came from is a completely different parallel world. What's so difficult? But I have to go. Since you are not my El, you have to go where my El is. Jin Lulin shouted with an anxious face. El here is also El. It is true that it would be very difficult for El to say that there is no way. Are you okay? There must be a way. But fortunately, El was able to put hope into words. That's why Jin Lulin asked back with a face that was slightly relieved of anxiety. Is that true? Of course. Yes, I will send it back. This body doesn't droop its shoulders like that. If you are in this body, come to your senses. Even the other Lulin seemed annoyed by the sight and consoled Jin Lulin. Jinrulin did not react and looked at El again, with a look in his eyes that told him to hurry up and say that was the way. If you have a clue, you can quickly find a way. So, would you like to tell me in detail the story that brought you here? Well, that kind of thing is easy. Jin Lulin nodded. Close your eyes for a moment. He made a thinking expression for a moment and then began to open his mouth. So I went to run an errand because El told me to. I had no choice but to run errands. But when I walked back, I got annoyed. So I decided to use teleportation. Teleport. Didn't El tell you not to use teleportation in the city? When El frowned and asked a question, Darurin scratched his cheek and stared at the distant mountain, wondering what was stinging him. And Jin Rulin was also a bit nervous, but he had the courage to shout out proudly. That's right, our El doesn't say things like that. Stop meddling with each other. What? That can't be possible, right? Anyway, that's not the point. Jin Rulin, who had been pricked a lot, quickly changed the topic. The instinct that I don't want to be scolded even though it's not my El is aroused. Anyway, the teleportation is the problem. I used teleportation and ended up here. Aha, is that what happened? Elle smoothed her chin. It's a habit that comes out when you're worried. Rurin liked the way Elle smoothed her chin. It's one of Elle's facial expressions that I like because it's somehow intelligent. That's right. So, without even realizing it, I secretly looked at Elle next to him. Rurin is looking openly at Elle. Rurin here also seem to have the same tastes. Since they are the same person, it is natural. Then the cause is definitely teleportation. But why did I fall into another dimension while using teleportation? I do not know. Something like that I've never had anything like this before. Was there anything different when you teleported? Acting differently than usual. There must have been something different from how he normally teleported. You have to think of that, Lulin. Chapter 195 Cooking Competition. Jin Rurin was worried for a moment. If it's something else, Then, something immediately occurred to him, and he jumped up from the chair, narrowed his eyes, and said, "As soon as I used the teleport, I remembered that I left my market basket behind. I came to run an errand, but I couldn't go barefoot, so the thought that there would be no reward suddenly occurred to me, so I thought about canceling the teleport or something, and my mana got twisted, and at that moment, I fell into a white light. Just looking at it, that's the cause. Are you thinking about such important things now? Is that so? Hehe, isn't that okay because you figured something out? So can I go back now? I think it's possible. It is absolutely impossible to cancel teleportation when it has already been used. But I think it went out of control because mana usage increased with the dragon orb. Teleportation means moving through space, but you travel through a black hole in space and time, and your mana runs away inside it, creating a crack that shouldn't exist in the first place, and Ure probably sucked into it. So, in conclusion, I think it's best to teleport back under the same conditions and find the gap. Once a gap opens, it won't close that quickly. In theory, 2 or 3 days. Instead, I think only if the environment is the same can we find that open gap. Even black holes in space and time have different flows depending on the location. Anyway, teleportation is a 10th class mental magic, so what kind of person can think of something else while using such a high-level magic? That market basket? It goes without saying that you have to concentrate when teleporting. There's nothing to say about that, though. In the end, I said that and kept my mouth shut. Anyway, time is important. Tomorrow, at the same time and in the same place, teleport back to find an opening. Since the sun has already set, I think it would be a good idea to try tomorrow. So, let's sleep here today. I get it. Jin Lulin had nothing to say. I'm just thankful that I found a way to go back. Next to me, Rurin was snickering with a prickly expression on his face. Rurin washed up. It's the same rare, but here there is no hair to dry the hair. There is just another L. It's not possible because that L belongs to someone else. Jin Rurin muttered that while drying her hair alone. Because my hair was long, it was very difficult to dry it alone. The more it happened, the more annoyed I became. In that situation, I returned to the bedroom, but this is not his bedroom. Even if it is your own bedroom in a parallel world. Should I sleep with Lulu? Rather than that, I should go to the dragon's main room and sleep. While Jinrurin was thinking this, Darulin was doing something on top of Elle in the bedroom. There it is, do you like it? Yeah, I like it there. Elle and Darulin's voices were heard, a little bit like Elle's moaning. It was a tone of voice he had never heard from his Elle. What? Surprised, Jinrulin exploded with curiosity and carefully approached the bed. Are you cool? It's cool. Has the massage increased a lot? This body is now the king of massage. Darurin was applying acupressure pressure from Elle's shoulders to her back, and it was a very skillful move. He himself has never done anything like that. As I was watching Elle like him, Darurin suddenly seemed like something amazing. Since it's not shameful to do something like that, I thought that I would like to hear what Elle likes in that voice, and suddenly I felt even more inexplicable, so I just went outside. Rurin came out of the restaurant and sat down on the hill looking down at the dark city. There is no one who should be by your side. The being here is a different being. When that thought suddenly hit me, I felt like crying. Lonely. Eventually, tears began to well up in Jin Lulin's eyes. Grumbling. Lulin did not wipe away those tears. I am so lonely that I don't even want to wipe it away. He wanted to see his own Elle hugging him, not the Elle over there. I thought this kind of loneliness was natural. At some point, he became unable to do anything on his own. Where are you? The more I thought about that, the more depressed I became. The more he does this, the more he pouts, hugs his knees more, and curls up more strongly. Even though I hadn't seen him for a day, seeing another L in front of me and seeing that L had a different side to me made me feel even more alone. The wind blew, but it was from another world, so I didn't even like it. How long was Ching Seung shaking like that? What are you doing? Here. If I shower and get some fresh air right away, I'll catch a cold. You, huh? I was startled by the voice, but soon realized it was L from this world and turned my head again. L looked down at Rurin and smiled slightly, then flopped down next to Jin Rurin. What are you talking about? No, you are not you because you are you, it is you. What are you saying? Anyway, why are you crying? I can go back tomorrow anyway. Stop crying and go back to sleep. Right, do you want some beer? Hate, I don't feel like drinking beer without you. I feel strange hearing those words from you, with the same face and the same voice as our Lurin. But it's different. I am a person. Well, that's it, but. So give us yourself, not you. When you go back tomorrow, you will have your own me. Elle shrugged her shoulders. Then Rurin asked, looking for another Rurin. What are the other Lurin doing? Why did you come out alone? That guy fell asleep. Is that so? Thinking that she would fall asleep quickly, Jin Lulin lowered her head again and curled up. Elle asked, pointing at Lurin's finger, because there was one thing I kept wondering about. By the way, that ring I gave it to you in that world, right? That's right. You gave it to me. Go there, not you. Lulin nodded, carefully holding the hand wearing a ring made of a pink diamond that glowed even in the dark. I have a favor to ask, don't brag about it. I haven't given it to Rurin here yet. I'm thinking of giving it to you, but I'm waiting for an opportunity. Is that so? Phew, sorry for me here. I can't believe I can't receive a token of love. Well, you probably don't know that a ring is a token of love, right? Do you even know that? Haha, this body is different. I learned that a ring has the meaning of love. So I said I wanted it, and Elle magically gave me a ring. Isn't it pretty? That's right. It's pretty. You still haven't given it to me. You are just as bad. No, I keep saying it's you, so don't look at me. Everything is the same as you, so I keep losing my mind. Lurin puffed out her cheeks and raised her hands. Elle nodded, thinking it was Lulin as expected. I know. I also get weird when you do cute things like that, so please stay still. Ha ha ha, don't do that. You can't do that because you are not mine. Jin Lulin was startled, and for some reason her face turned red and she fell to the side. And you are bad, Elle. You didn't give me a ring. You are not like that. No, you're saying y'all give it to me soon? I do not know. It's bad because they haven't given it to me yet. If you don't want it to be bad, give me the ring here quickly. Because I hate poor me, so keep it a secret, I'll give it to you soon. How about that? Haha. Lurin looked at Elle with a winner's face and grinned. I felt a little better after digging into the ground. Well then, let's go and sleep. You should go to bed quickly so you can go back to where you belong, right? I get it. Feeling a little better, Jin Lulin got up from the lawn. Then Elle patted Jin Rurin's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. Even if you fail, I will somehow get you back. Even if it's Rurin from another world, it's still Rurin anyway, so it won't make you unhappy. Jin Lulin's ears turned bright red at those words. When I talk about an L that I like so much and has everything the same as my L, my head feels like it's going to explode. If it were any other being, I would have killed it or blown it up, but for some reason I didn't feel like doing that. So Jin Lulin just started running. I don't know. You are still cool because you are L. So don't say that, while shouting these words to myself. You mean you teleported from here to the restaurant? Nod. Jin Lulin nodded in front of Alina's clinic. In this world, Alina and Elle didn't seem close, but that wasn't important to Lurin at all. Even in the original world, there wasn't much inspiration for Alina. I was teleporting behind here and realized I had forgotten my basket, so I got confused, and when I opened my eyes, I was not in front of the restaurant, but right in front of here. So I went back into the clinic and teleported, and it was you and the restaurant you were in. Jin Rurin answered, pointing to Elle from another world and Lurin from another world. Right. Then proceed again in the same environment. As I said yesterday, mana would have flowed out and created a gap. If you see something like that, immediately gather your mana towards it. Turn your body towards that direction. The gap has a tendency to restore itself to its original state, so if you get close to it, it will suck you in. The theory behind the summoning magic I use is similar to that, so it's quite possible. I understand. If so, go back quickly. I want to go quickly. Okay, have a nice trip and get along well with Elle there. As Elle said goodbye, Darulin next to him also shouted, Right, I don't know if the Elle over there is cool, but go back quickly. I would already be dead if you weren't there even for a day. That's right. Anyway, you come here. Jinrulin, who was about to use teleportation, grabbed Darulin's wrist with an expression that said he had forgotten. Then Darurin tilts his head and answers. Why are you doing that? This body? He doesn't allow beings other than El to touch him, but he himself is an exception. In that state, Jinlulin started whispering something. Ask for the ring. What? Ring? I have received a lot. It seems like everything you have on your hand is everything, but I have necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and… Hey, it's not like that. It's completely different from that. Jinrulin seemed frustrated and explained the meaning of the ring. Then Darurin gradually puffed out his cheeks. What, is that it? He, that's right. Well then no more kissing, until you give it to me. Go to Elle and get angry. Huh, but kiss. You, do you kiss me first? Is that so? Aren't you embarrassed? A key kiss is just waiting for you to do it. That's the best. I used to be like that too, but now it's different. Even if you don't know anything else, at least kiss first. Of course, you shouldn't do this at any time. Then, since Elle doesn't like it, I don't do it any time either. It's true that it's embarrassing. Is that so? Is there a time when it is okay to do it? Aren't you embarrassed at that time? Jinlulin asked back with a very curious expression. Then, when Darulin smiles strangely, he explains a few things in Jinrurin's ear. Soon, Jinlulin nodded vigorously. My ears were already slightly red. Chapter 196 Cooking Competition, do you understand? I see. You did it too. There is no way this body can't do it. Anyway, then here I go. Anyway, get it quickly too. Ring, Rurin said that and immediately used teleportation. I couldn't wait to go back, so there's no need to stay here for one more second. Wait a minute, what on earth are you two talking about? Elle was taken aback, but Jinlulin saw nothing more. Because soon the world turned black. A tunnel of infinitely rotating space and time. Elle described this infinite rotation as a feeling of motion sickness, but Lulin didn't feel anything special. That's why I looked around with my clear eyes to find the gap that Elle had mentioned in the other world, and found it. A scar in space and time created by runaway mana that is getting smaller and smaller even at this moment. That gap. As Lulin focused his mind on that, the world soon turned white. And when I opened my eyes again, I was in front of the clinic. Lulin looked around. First of all, there was no Elle from another world and Rurin from another world. Those eyes looking at Rurin. Lulin felt those gazes and turned his head. The main character of attention was none other than Alina. Rurin suddenly appears. Alina came hurriedly in front of Lulin. It would be difficult if Alina fell down here. That's definitely Alina from another world. Recalling previous memories, Rurin stared at Alina. I was a little nervous and kept making noises without realizing it. Fortunately, Alina, who approached me, did not fall down. I just whisper quietly in front of Rurin. Oh, Mr. Rurin, if you teleport like that, are you scolded by Elle? Lulin slightly raised his eyebrows. It's good that I didn't lie down, but the temperature difference between me and the elf over there is too much. Kaya, you can't say it. Kaya, Alina makes a surprised expression as Rurin roars. Lulin thought that it was okay to surprise him and entered the clinic. Because there was one more thing to check. It is quiet inside the clinic. Even though I had already felt the dragon's mana, I looked around even more, wondering if there was anything I could do. Because I am anxious until I see it with my own eyes. There may be a completely different dragon living here. With that in mind, as I went deeper, Lulin's eyes met Serena's directly. Serena immediately frowned and gestured. What? Why are you staring at me? I don't have time to deal with you. I am busy getting my nails done right now, so go away. Gorgeous red hair, that annoying tone of voice. The red dragon Serena that wasn't there, it was definitely her. KKKKKKKK. Rurin smiled with joy. Huh. Why are you laughing so strangely? What's wrong with you? Serena looks at Rurin with a displeased look. It's red. I don't like the red one, but I like it at this moment. KKKKKKKKKKKKKKK. But it's annoying, so take it. She literally started to get annoyed, so she threw a kick, but Serena, who was already resistant to Lurin's kicks, easily dodged Lulin's kicks and calmly trimmed her nails. Hey, dodge. I avoided it, but it was smiling. It is a smile that has touched the world. Serena was dumbfounded. This is because Lulin's reaction was so absurd. Are you crazy? However, Lulin again showed a different reaction than usual. People ask me if I am crazy, but I laugh. From Serena's perspective, she began to suspect that she might actually be crazy. You know more than that. He even says something different. You know what? Serena asked back with a very uncomfortable expression. What? There is a parallel world similar to our world. In response to Lurin's question, Serena made a mysterious expression for a moment. Then he put his finger to his temple and immediately answered, I guess so, but it is only a theory and cannot go anywhere. So, it's a parallel world. A world where you did not meet Elle. Or a world I didn't live in by pressing here. Well, there could be many worlds, etc. The number of possibilities for each choice is enormous. Something about you is annoying. Done. Lurin, who tried to boast but was assaulted with knowledge, turned her head and left the clinic. But he soon came back and asked one more question. Oh, by the way, did Nell come? What? I didn't see him today. Did you come down together? No, I had an errand to run. But since I was gone, you should have come looking for me, isn't it? Lurin asked cautiously, expressing her distaste for not being searched for when she disappeared, but Serena just shrugged. Are you gone? Where have you been? Well, unless you leave the city completely, you won't know because your mana will feel the same. What's that strange noise from earlier? No, in a completely different world. What? It seems like it was just 5 minutes ago that you were snooping around looking at the market, so what's gone? Huh. Lurin blinked in shock at Serena's words. My mana will be gone for a day. I don't know about your mana, but it's a little bigger than the other dragons, so there's no way y'all miss it, right? It's not like there are any other dragons around here. It disappears for a while, but it appears soon. I guess that's teleportation. Lulin tilted his head. What on earth does that mean? So it's only been a few seconds since you went to that world? Lurin was startled and ran outside. But I soon realized that it didn't matter. Because there were no other Lurin, and it didn't matter even if it was hell as long as there was Elle that he knew well. It was actually fortunate that Elle didn't have to worry for nothing. I looked up the hill with the intention of going straight back to the restaurant. However, teleportation was not used. The gap is disappearing, but it is not completely closed yet, so it was a self-imposed ban for a day or two. I don't want to experience something like that again. With that in mind, Lurin started running up to the restaurant. My heart is pounding. My heart begins to beat violently. I don't feel any fear from other dragons. Apparently there was only Elle. There is no other Lurin. With that confidence, I ran into the restaurant, cutting through the wind. However, Elle is the one who informs about Lulin's situation. As Serena said, Lurin's mana has never disappeared. In this world, time does not pass at all. I sent you on an errand, but why didn't you have anything in your hand? What are you doing here? As soon as Lulin heard Elle's voice, he suddenly returned to harsh reality. In the end, the culprit behind all of this is the market. That is, Quack. Lulin had no choice but to run out of the restaurant. Because I was reminded of the threat that if I didn't do the errand properly, I would be punished, let alone rewarded. Still, Lurin's face looked happy as she ran away. He was running down the hill, smiling brightly. That's because that Elle was clearly his Elle. That fact was most important to Lulin. Why Rurin? She looked up at me, so she grabbed my hand and pulled me into her arms, and Lurin stared at my lips. Why lips, what's the matter? Without answering, he brought his face closer, and when our eyes met again, he felt embarrassed and turned his face away. No, that's right, this body is hungry. Hungry. Well, I haven't eaten anything today. Nod. It's good to be hungry. But why do my ears turn red when I'm hungry? Your ears aren't turning red right now. Lurin's ears don't turn red to the extent that I pull her into my arms. It was a very early stage. I'm long past the point of being embarrassed about that level of shame. Recently, unexplained behavior has increased. Is this an extension of that? He approached me as if he had something serious to say, but I couldn't even make eye contact, so I couldn't help but think it was strange. Rysant was looking at us with a strange look, so Lulin stopped his exploration and opened his mouth. Lurin is hungry too and has decided to go to work, so I have to go to the kitchen. Could you please guide me? Really? That's the happiest thing I've ever heard, Lysant shouted with a bright face. Until just now, everyone was dying. I am hungry. Lysant took the lead and moved to the kitchen with Lurin, who started repeating the word hungry with a parrot-like face. Then, something suddenly occurred to me, so I called Lysant over. And then he whispered to Lysant in a voice that could not be heard by Hora or anyone else. Of course, only Rurin, who is right next to me, can hear it, but that doesn't matter. Anyway, we'll be testing dishes for the festival and the store, so well close early today, right? There are no guests. There might be a spy in the kitchen or among the employees. Oh come to think of it. Lysant looked at me in surprise, as if something was bothering him. So, when I nodded again, she nodded and said, "Just a moment," and started to clean up the restaurant. Today, the employees and kitchen utensils were sent away, saying they would be given paid vacation. So Merle was soon emptied. We headed to that empty kitchen. Thanks to licensed business policy, the kitchen was clean and the ingredients were stored in very good condition. Well, there are many reasons to help Resent to this extent. In fact, she had almost completed her revenge. Store sales continued to rise. I would have succeeded if I hadn't helped Viceroy. So, it means completing it again. Viceroy Restaurant also gets a happy ending after using its quick-fix FOBA Park ability to become the best. This woman just needs a happy ending. As this woman wins, another unfortunate person may emerge, but that is none of my business. I live as I want and am not the embodiment of justice. If Lysant had done something he didn't like, he would have completely destroyed the restaurant and taken over the restaurant. The reason for revenge was valid and tenacious. I like it, so I am helping it. I grabbed the kitchen knife and looked at Lysant, and then I saw Rurin again. Well, anyway, the specialty of this area is noodles, so let's compete with noodles and skewers made with ma for the store's cuisine. Noodle, isn't it too common? I don't know much about skewers. Lysant tilted his head and then opened his mouth again. Oh, perhaps. Is this the dish you made at Viscera Restaurant? I asked the question with a face filled with anticipation, but the answer was no. The cuisine of Viceroy Restaurant is original only if it is sold only at Viceroy Restaurant. For the time being, this will solidify the customer base. No, it's a different dish from that. It's a different type of noodle. I'll let you taste the noodles now. Chapter 197 Cooking Competition, is that so? I nodded and started gathering ingredients. The dish to be presented is a noodle dish in the ramen category. You can call it noodles or ramen. The ramen mentioned here refers to Japanese ramen. While Korean ramen is mainly instant, Japanese ramen is made from the broth itself. The dish we are making now is called tsukemen in Japan. I was thinking of making broth using ma instead of chicken. Tsukemen is usually made with a mixture of various broths, so I was thinking of using not only ma but also other ingredients, but I turned my head because of the intense gaze. Lulin has a strange expression. Lysant had an expression full of anticipation. Those two gazes combined, and I hit the back of my head with such force that I felt a tingling sensation. Can you stay out? Because I can't concentrate. Yes. Why? When I spoke honestly to the burdensome gaze, Lysant raised his eyebrows and looked as if he was trying to hide something else. There is no other meaning. If it's a recipe, I'll reveal it explicitly, so I am leaving for now. Wouldn't it be better to eat without knowing, because it puts you in the shoes of a regular customer? Now, the exit is over there. What, Tusk? All right. If you say that much, I will leave. Instead, just make it tasteless. I pushed his back and eventually started walking outside, pounding. But I couldn't get out safely. This girl falls asleep even on a bare floor, so a wet kitchen floor must be rat poison. Quadayang? The floor was slippery because Lysant declared a holiday and the kitchen staff withdrew after doing a quick cleaning. Thanks to this, Lysant fell asleep very nicely. The good news is that this time I fell backwards instead of forwards and hit my butt. However, the problem does not end there. As he fell, Lysant's hand touched the hilt of the knife on the kitchen table, and the kitchen knife flew into the air and began to fall towards Lysant's body. So I secretly used wind magic to change the direction of the sword. The knife falls on top of Lysant's head. Lysant, who was on the verge of death before his eyes, turned white, jumped up, grabbed his sword, and began to tremble. It was a pose like the incarnation of revenge, holding a kitchen knife to take revenge. What is this? Arg. Then he grabbed the knife and ran out. She's an amazing woman. Would you say he is the embodiment of stupidity? Lulin, who was basically uninterested in humans, looked at Lysant with a bewildered expression and then suddenly met his palm with a clicking sound. I've never seen such a strange person before. I agree with that. Aside from that woman, if it's actually strange, you haven't lost recently either. Yes, Lulin's strange behavior is really strange. Would you say it's really strange in the sense that I can't figure out why it's doing that? It's been a long time since this guy's behavior was so unpredictable. What's wrong with me? It's not strange, I am Rurin. Who said what? But what just caught your breath? Something pricks me too, The reason for screaming is simple. Lulin, who had clearly been stabbed by something, suddenly jumped up and bit my shoulder. Hey, why are you biting someone's shoulder? Are you a monster? It's a dragon. Yes, it's a dragon, not a monster. Okay, get off. It hurts enough. I do not know. He hops back to the floor, wipes the drool from his mouth with his sleeve, turns around, looks up at me again, and opens his mouth. I am hungrier than that. I can't leave you alone if you're holding your stomach and making a pitiful face. Okay, let's cook quickly. After saying that, I started cooking. First, make the noodles. These are not the kalguksu noodles that I often make. Raw noodles that are a little different from kalguksu or ramen. I was planning to make noodles mainly used in Japanese ramen. Those thin, yellow noodles that go into Japanese ramen. Fresh noodles, not the fried or dried noodles found in instant noodles. Compared to kalguksu or regular noodles, raw ramen is a little more difficult to prepare. The ingredients are all-purpose flour, water, salt, and soda, as well as gardenia, which turns the color yellow. This restaurant itself makes noodles, so it has all the ingredients but no gardenia. Right now, it's important to show the taste, so the color doesn't really mean much. If so, no problem. Should I try making it? Raw ramen is characterized by a low water addition rate. Would you say it retains less moisture? Therefore, it is usually kneaded by machine rather than by hand. It's hard to knead. I don't have any machines, but there is magic. Of course, it is difficult, but it is not impossible to do it by hand. But since there is magic, I don't think there is any need to suffer. Could you make a shield this size for me to cook? Why a shield all of a sudden? I summoned Rurin, a magical machine that is better than any machine. However, it tilts its head and malfunctions. I want to cook. You're not fighting, so don't show off your will to fight. I don't know what it is, but I get it. If you put dough inside the shield, reduce the size of the shield, increase it, and deform it, the highly compressed shield will knead the dough harder than anything else in the world. Then take out the dough and finish it with your hands. Put on a lot of weight and it's heavy. If this happens, the remaining problem is ripening, because it requires maturing for more than 3 hours. However, looking at Lulin's condition, he is almost sucking his finger. If I wait any longer, it will obviously explode, so I have no choice but to use magic again. Rurin, if time is stopped with this dough, it will be a big problem. Instead of stopping time, try to speed up the flow of time, just in this space. That's a headache-inducing spell. Speeding up the flow of time was not easy, even for a dragon. Top class among class 10 mental magic. Moreover, the scope is very limited. Is it? Then let's wait 3 hours. 3 hours. Rurin walks around my wrist and looks at the time. Since I was not familiar with watches, I had to check the hour and minute hands one by one to get a feel for it. Quayag, that's too long. Well, if it's long, it's long. I don't like that. My stomach is on the verge of fainting. If you don't like it, I can use magic. Lulin began to think for a moment. They even forced me to use magic that was difficult to use for just one meal, so I left it to Rurin's doctor and waited with my arms crossed. Lurin's eyebrows move here and there. Are you giving it to this guy? And in the end, appetite won. Lulin rolled up his sleeves and started glaring at the dough. In our restaurant, preparations are usually made in the morning, so there is no need to use magic, but since this is someone else's restaurant and there is nothing prepared at all, there is nothing we can do. As I was trying to stroke Rurin's head, I realized my hands were covered in flour and wiped them under running water. This is enough for noodles. Next is the broth. Moss broth instead of chicken broth, and a basic broth of anchovies and kelp. Japanese ramen tonkatsu. So, it would be nice to have pork bone broth, but since it takes too much time, I first season it with anchovies, kelp, and ma broth. If you add ground powder called tuyasho, which is used in this region for a slightly spicy taste, you will get noodles that look very similar to actual tsukemen. I don't think either Rurin or ricent are used to spicy flavors, so the spiciness is just spicy. It doesn't end here. Here, various other ingredients are mixed together to make soup. The characteristic of Japanese tsukemen is that it has a deep yet mixed flavor, so I also mixed a variety of flavors. Of course, the soup is made a little thicker. This is a basic soup, but you can also make a thin soup mixed with noodles and broth. The finished dish was brought to the table. Tsukemen is basically a dish where you eat the noodles and the soup separately. The point is to dip the noodles in the soup. It is a similar method to buckwheat soba. Look at this. The way to eat it is to soak the noodles in this soup and eat them. You can't throw noodles into the soup all at once. Do you put the noodles in the soup and soak them? Yes, that's right. Oh my, that's unusual. Lurin, wait, that's not how you eat. Why are you making such a fuss trying to shovel the noodles into your mouth? Because I am hungry. I am hungry, I am hungry, I am hungry. Still stop. Eating rules must be observed. Lurin. I had no choice but to sit down at the table and give a demonstration for Rurin. You can hold the noodles like this, dip them in the soup, and slurp them. The point here is to soak the boiled noodles in the broth to your liking. You can control the consistency of the soup. Ill try, is that so? It's a strange method. Ooh. Lurin cheered as she nonchalantly dipped the noodles into the soup and ate them with her mouth. What is this? Cold and hot? And it's delicious. I heard about meat, so let's eat it together. Even though I am already eating well before I even speak. Lysant watched the scene blankly, then soaked the noodles in the soup and carefully inhaled it. It's a little spicy, but it's okay. I win over this guy. Wow, the noodles are chewy, thin, and hard. Teacher Rurin, who has become a critic, continues to absorb the noodles with his insightful evaluations. Thank you for the compliment, but please take it slowly. Of course, there is no such thing as eating slowly in Lulin's dictionary. Delicious food quickly. Quickly and a lot. And on the other side, Lysant also began to receive favorable reviews. I really am. How can noodles be so cold? It's not even winter. There was something strange and harmonious about eating such cold noodles in hot soup. The soup has the taste of ma that the people of this region love so much, but also has a variety of flavors. Yes, that is the point. As expected, it's delicious. Really, when you finish eating, pour this bland soup into the rich soup bowl and add rice to it to make it more filling. Eat. There are dishes called this and skewers, and between those two, I will decide which dish to serve at the festival. Is there more to it than this? The soup is fried, so eat it and talk. Oh, I am sorry. Surprised, Lysant lowered his head as if he was embarrassed, and soon, only the sound of eating began to be heard in the restaurant. Slurp yum yum, slurp slurp. In fact, you can make this with a simple instant. Separate the ramen, boil the noodles well, add seasoning such as vinegar or pepper, add ice if desired, cool it, make soup, and eat it. To make the soup, first, if you have beef sirloin, stir-fry a little of the sirloin to release the meat oil, then add about a third of the ramen soup. Tsukemen for dipping requires a small amount of water, so boil the water in about 1 large cup. At this time, you can make it with anchovy or kelp broth, or you can just do it as is, but if you like spicy liquor or soy sauce, minced garlic, red pepper powder, and vinegar and pepper, it becomes a unique ramen. I am sick of eating the same thing every day. Meanwhile, Lurin, who had already finished eating, smiled brightly and confidently held out her bowl. Chapter 198 Cooking Competition Ma Grand Festival in the Aran region. This festival is a huge event to show off, eat and show off Ma cuisine, a specialty of the Aran region. Therefore, most of the Ma cuisine restaurants in this region participate. The largest restaurant among them was the main branch of Merli, owned by Lian Trading Company, the counterpart of Rysant. If you win the festival, you will be given the honor of being the winning store for 1 year. Even if you come in second or third place, people will flock to that. Rankings are based purely on sales, but there was a special event in the meantime. A cooking competition event in which all participating stores participate in the afternoon of the first day. If you win here, sales are bound to increase. It is natural for people to flock together. In other words, that event can ultimately be said to be the main event of the festival. Since not many people participate in cooking competitions, it seemed like it was set up like a festival. Anyway, I heard that it is the biggest festival and event in the region, so it is held during the city's holiday season and most citizens participate. Therefore, the location of the store also seemed important. In the case of stores that have achieved ambiguous results in cooking competitions, sales among such stores are determined through this position selection. Since the stores are lined up from the entrance to the beginning, relatively few people come to the end area, and sales are ridiculously low. With 2 days left before the competition, Lysant and I were at something like a preliminary meeting. The drawing for seats is tomorrow. There are indeed many participating stores. I heard that they are putting a lot of effort into selecting a position because even if they show only mid-level grades, they will receive a grant. This is the analysis memo. Lysant took out a notepad with something written all over it from his pocket. The will to win is amazing. Is there a need? And at that time, the 2 people in front must have seen Lysant jumping up with the note and came up with frowns on their faces. Lysant, I don't think you are in a position to participate here, but I heard that sales at the branch have completely collapsed. Don't you know what it means to know your subject? Are you finally crazy? A man and a woman who appear to be slightly older than License spit out a line that seems like an advertisement. I am the enemy. License's eyebrows twitched, but he tried to feign composure and answered them with a nonchalant expression. I'm not crazy. Brother and older sister. Are these people your brother and sister? While rolling his eyes, I asked a question in his ear, and License quietly nodded, eyes still staring at them. Yes, they are the so-called loyal siblings who have been recognized and raised since childhood. Ah, I see. Recent, pure. Why are you mumbling something about someone else from above? Are you saying it's someone else? In an instant, I became a different person. It's not even funny. Of course, it's tiring to deal with these minnows one by one. Just looking at him, he doesn't have any personality at all. He is a villain who makes you want to help resent. Besides, who said you can call me sister? Pike, it's a long distance. This line is so typical of a villain that it almost makes me yawn. Of course, Rixent is not a character who just suffers. He smiled brightly and began to calmly and clearly explain his position to the two people. Sorry, Vice President, but the CEO has already told you to participate, so if you say you can't come here, does that mean you can disobey that? Oh, I opened my eyes and was shocked. The author named Unny started to glow. Lysant did not give up and took a step closer. I asked if it was okay to rebel. Shall I go and talk to the CEO? What? This is really it. Sigh, a little girl called Unny, who didn't like the fact that she was attacking Rysant and slapped her in the face. The guy called Oni-chan looks at this with a relieved expression on his face. There is no such thing as no answer. I have nothing to say because my father told me to participate, but you are in last place anyway. I am packing up and getting ready to go. The two of them placed last before they even started, then turned around and disappeared. Sorry, because it looks funny. Are your cheeks okay? Yes, this is nothing. They are spoiled people. Moreover, he went so far as to declare that he would interfere. That's right. I expected it anyway. Actually, it's true that I have a lot of concerns about that part. Don't worry, it's okay. Yes, because interference is meant to be destroyed. Just destroy it. If you destroy it, I don't think it would be that simple. When I analyze it, I always get a good position at the Leon Chamber of Commerce every year. Especially Merle's main branch, always. Well, where there's money, there's a place, so it's only natural. That's not what I am aiming for. Let's take a look around and talk first. I shrugged and moved to the center of the square. A festival is held in this square. With Lysant, who followed, he pointed to the best spot. So, the seats starting from that entrance are famous places? Yes, that's right. From there, you start to get full, so at least no one comes to the last seat. That's fun. What's so funny? I'm talking seriously. You can never pick the last digit. Lysant started running wild, but I stayed calm. Actually, I am intentionally thinking of starting from the end. Stores that focus on position are aiming for middle rankings, and anyway, to get first place, you have to win the cooking event. That means that if you win the cooking competition, your place is meaningless. Stores that are not confident of winning first place in a cooking competition are focusing on their position. Or maybe it's the Leon Trading Company that wants to monopolize both. Are you okay? Are you okay? It's not okay. I think we should do well in tomorrow's draw. Now that I think about it, what happens if I can't participate in the lottery? Then it will automatically end. Because you are assigned a seat that no one has chosen. Oh yeah. So the disruption will start today? Yes. What is that? They must have at least had a hand in the lottery. And to Lysant. When you say it's obvious even without looking, isn't this what you're referring to? Don't worry too much about the lottery. Even if you're in last place, you just have to win the cooking competition. That's true, but because it's obvious that it'll get in the way. I thought you just said you would destroy anything that gets in the way. Even though I know that, I plan to help you since you asked me to help you. Yes. How on earth do you destroy it? It's simple. Since you have decided to overcome all obstacles and take charge of the cooking, all you have to do is win the cooking competition at any cost. Haha. Your father said that there are many competitive elements in festival fights. It's clear that they're trying to see how they can overcome the obstacles moving behind them, but to me, that's useless. If you win, that's enough. If I win. The judges must have been bribed too. I told you. I'm going to win. Don't make me say it twice. If you can't win, you're irresponsible. I will tell you the shabu shabu recipe from Viceroy Restaurant and introduce you to the current Merle branch. Of course, that won't happen. I have to return the favor to Viceroy Restaurant. I don't know if he'll get another chance or not, so how can I be so confident? Even if you bribe the judges, you just have to make it taste so good that they can't possibly give a wrong evaluation. And a little bit of trickery. Don't make that face, just believe me. Blessed is he who believes. I believe it, but disturbances. Without responding, we headed back towards the eastern branch of Merle, that is, our current hideout. Obviously the food was delicious, but still wait a minute. Let's go together. Huh? I turned around because I heard a scream, and sure enough, it was different. While running, I fell and my nose was bleeding. I can't stop you. I really can't stop you. I heard your nose isn't broken. You can become resistant to falls and lessen the impact. Ho ho ho. Oh no, it's not tolerance. I'm just agile to begin with. Don't be stupid and block your nose. There's so much blood. I tore a handkerchief and covered License's nose. There is no blood on this. What's not necessary is stopping the bleeding. Hemostasis. Still, I tripped on a material and fell, so it was a good save compared to when I fell even though there was nothing. Nope, it's not scary at all if you cover your nose and shout loudly. That insolent thing. Inno, right? I'm not even sure if she's her father's daughter or not, but she may have slept with another man. Have you ever seen someone with an unknown origin talking back to you without even knowing the topic? I am shocked. Licensed stepsister, Leon Saren, said with a huff. Okay, I really couldn't see it. Licensed stepbrother, Leon Darren, nodded in agreement. His eyebrows are trembling with a lot of discomfort. Yes. How dare you get involved in a battle for succession? Even I am giving in to my brother. That's right. If you don't know the topic, you have no choice but to step on it. But that's because sales at the Merle branch have increased significantly recently. I think that's why my father gave me a chance. I need to step on it thoroughly. I want you to never be rude to me again. Who, did they use some trick? Your brother. They told me to break my leg so I don't have to come to the lottery tomorrow. And I ordered you to lock me up for a day, so I won't be able to let you out anymore. Is that so? Hee hee, but you don't have to. I've already taken care of it. Even if you participate, you will be in last place. The judges and the lottery itself were like last year, of course. Then I wasted money for no reason. Should I ask you to come back? No. It's better to keep your wits about you, so use your hands well. It would be fun to start at the end and watch them make miserable faces. By limping? That's nice. Brother, oh ho ho, this is true. I thought it was typical even if it wasn't, but maybe the longer it goes on, the more I can't help but fall into a routine. If it's Baddock, the game is already over. Can it be a game if we just shake hands like this? A group of people gathered in front of Merle. Just looking at them, I could tell they were the ones sent earlier to take care of Licent and me. They look fine, but they are not healthy. As soon as they see us, they approach us and start messing with us. This is also so routine that it just makes you sigh. But why do they have such neat faces? If you're going to send a gangster, didn't you have to send some tough guys to make them scared? All of you? Licent stutters while looking at the guys walking towards him. It was just then. A voice came from behind me. You woke up at the right time, didn't you? Why are you outside? Where have we been? Oh, right. Are you awake now? Why am I on your back? It doesn't matter because it's nice to be carried on your back. Is that so? Yes, I kept carrying Rurin on my back as I went to the square where the festival was held. Since he was still sleeping, I carried him on my back. I am leaving it at Rare and going to the city of Great Lake. Rurin doesn't say anything like that. In fact, it's so bad that I can't even wake up. However, if I left it alone in an unfamiliar place like this, there was a high chance that it would be upset for a day or two, so I had no choice but to carry it on my back. I didn't get up and carried him on my back. Have you finally woken up? Chapter 199, Cooking Competition. I woke up because I was hungry. Your back is so comfortable that you don't want to get up. There's a problem with your back. It's so warm. Is it wrong to be warm? Even if you give me a piggyback ride, this is nonsense. Haha. It looks like he has no intention of getting off his back after waking up. He hissed and gently put his face on the back and didn't move a single inch after that. It's not nonsense. There's a problem. It's warm and I am sleepy again. I can't stop you. Besides, now is not the time to chat like this. You have to choose the time and place. First, let's take out the group of thugs in front of us. As he hurriedly approached, an impatient gangster glared at Licent and started yelling. Are you Licent? No. Then Licent denied it. This is a very bold denial. They say no. Is it really possible to tell the truth? If that's the case, then you really are an incorrigible fool. Of course y'all say no, you idiot. Wow. Then the gangster was kicked by a colleague next to him and rolled away. The quality of the gangsters is so low that I am speechless. The situation itself is too unrealistic. There is zero sense of reality. Lysant is shaking his head, covering his nose with a torn handkerchief to prevent a nosebleed. He continues to say that he is not Rixant. Not really. Don't be ridiculous. Here is a picture. It's the same. No, look at this. Your nose is different. A nose. There's nothing like this on the nose in the picture. He speaks confidently, pointing to the handkerchief I gave him. What is this? It's getting to the point where I can't even listen to it anymore. Mr. Lysant? Yes. Come here, did I tell you? What? Look, you're a Rixant. Answer what that guy says now. Oh, really? Didn't I tell you? I'll destroy anything that gets in my way, and he takes first place in cooking. Whether it's interference from the judges or something, yes, it was like that. First of all, I am looking forward to destroying this trivial obstacle. Rurin, blow them all away. Where are you going to fly it? Just sky high. Whether you live or die, it's luck. Oh, that would be fun. Lulin was excited, and immediately the people in front of him ascended to the height of the sky. It's an amazing whirlwind. Looks like I got caught in a tornado. Haha, I lost everything. At the same time, a scream is heard. Aya, what is this? This was Mr. Lysant's scream. Lulin blew away everyone in front of him. No, I told them to throw everything, but we had to leave out our side. Hey dude, why? Are you shouting? Right now, carefully put down that woman with the tissue stuck in her nose. Huh, you told me to blow it all up, so I did. First of all, he's on the same side. Same side, even if you ask with an accent that says you have no idea about such things. Well, for a human to settle into Lulin's brain, it would be impossible to meet him once or twice. That's enough, put him down. I get it, because it's not difficult. Lulin used magic again, and Lysant landed in front of us. Lysant was so surprised that he looked at me blankly with a bewildered expression. My nose was already bleeding, and my hair was all messed up from flying around, making it look unappealing. What is this at work? I am surprised. Of course everyone is surprised. What is this? Why all of a sudden I said I would break it? It's magic. Actually, this guy is a wizard. Yes, wizard. Lysant was shocked and astonished. Really. After flying through the sky, it came down and began to approach Rurin with shaky legs, with a look of respect in his eyes. Ah, I get it. You're the kid I was eating those cool, hot noodles just yesterday. Then Rurin suddenly clapped her hands as if she had finally remembered. Have you been thinking about that this whole time? After hearing that Lulin was a wizard, Lysant became calm, mainly in front of Rurin. The liver and gallbladder are being held in a position to be removed. It seemed like they thought that since the wizard was on our side, we might actually win. Well, it's easier if you think of it that way. Anyway, I explained that sabotage can be defeated. But anyway, winning first place in a cooking competition is purely based on taste, so I presented the dish again for that purpose. Since the cooking competition is only a part of the festival, and you have to actually sell a lot of dishes to people the next day to win, I thought it would be better to choose something that was easier to make rather than making a separate dish and eating it with dip. So I decided on moss skewers. I made 5 different types of skewers. Actually, there are an infinite number of skewers, but it would be overwhelming if there were too many types, so I guess I should say that I focused on 5 types. Oh my, it smells so good. Lysant started jumping up and down as he looked at the 5 different types of skewers I had made. First, let's taste each type. This is the most common skewer. It has a slightly spicy taste. I held out the skewer to Lysant. Lulin is already holding a skewer. This is the same dish as grilled chicken on skewers, which is most commonly sold on the streets of Korea. Of course, the material is ma. Surprisingly, the skewers went better than the soup. It was easier to catch the unique smell than soup. Let me taste it. Lysant grabbed the skewer handed to him and brought it to his mouth. Oh, this is also very delicious. Taste. Lysant said once that it was delicious and was about to repeat it again, but suddenly he made a face where something came up to the top of his head and eventually exploded. Vuruuwo. I jumped up and started running around wildly. In the end, he was hit on the forehead by a pole. However, the sharp pain seemed to be worse than the pain, so I started jumping up and down. What is that creature? Tusk. Lulin, looking at the recent, moves the skewer himself. He held the skewer tightly and opened his mouth. Yes, if you're trained in spicy chicken fried noodles, this level won't be that spicy. Ah, that? Fire chicken. That thing is not for humans to eat. This is okay because it doesn't suck that much. The problem is always red. Serena suffered a mysterious loss. Anyway, Rurin opened her mouth, took out a piece of the skewer, bit it, and chewed it. The sauce sticks to Lulin's mouth. When the shape of a skewer and Rurin meet, it can be said to be a natural result. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Well, it's no big deal. What can I do with this much that's such a mess? What? What's the matter? Rurin suddenly stood up without saying a word, and opened his mouth. Hey, you can't believe it, no way, I am going to use breath. Quia. No, stop, I don't know magic, but I can't breathe. I had to cover his mouth with my own. I kissed you unintentionally. Oop, an emergency measure to prevent breath from being fired, and he quickly summoned milk, because I don't have time to go looking for milk. Then Rurin began to run wild as if she was in pain, even as she drank the milk. Now that I think about it, why does my mouth hurt after covering Lurin's mouth? Does it feel tingly? Is this a spicy pain? Something is a little strange. So Rurin took a bite of the finished skewer. Tusk. This isn't spicy, it's almost torturous. Even though it was spicy, it was so spicy that I just spit it out. In a way, it's natural that if you eat something like this, y'all go crazy like those too. Why? I used Korean red pepper powder, but why is it so spicy? I was embarrassed and went into the kitchen. Storing Korean red pepper powder in a bag isn't it written like this? To make the most important sauce for the skewers, I brought all the ingredients from Rare, but it seems I brought the most important red pepper powder by mistake. What I wrote is the peppers that grow in this world. Were you confused because it looked similar when you made it into powder? The color of this one is similar to Korean red pepper powder. The color produced by using red pepper powder from Korean peppers is similar to the color produced by using this pepper. But the spiciness is like heaven and earth. It boasts a spiciness comparable to that of Earth's butt Jolokia, and even just a little bit can make someone who can't handle spicy food faint. I kept it because I thought it was amazing that something spicy like this existed in this world. So you brought it. So why do the colors look the same? This is only used to annoy someone. I came out again and looked at Rurin and Rysant. The restaurant was already being devastated. The table was smashed. Even I, who spit out after eating, must feel awkward with sweat beading on my forehead. It was an hour later that the two calmed down. The amount of milk consumed is over 10 packs. Moreover, Lysant was still having hiccups. When I handed him the second skewer, he responded with a shocked look on his face. Hi, that's that if you don't eat it, hi no. How could the ingredients be wrong? I said I was sorry. Instead, this isn't spicy at all, so don't worry. Is that true? Hi, yes, no problem at all, not at all. Come on, Rurin, you try it first. Do we, Rurin, absolutely trust me? You, why, what is that lack of faith in your eyes? Think about what you did earlier. Rurin growled in disgust. I have nothing to say. I did something wrong, so I should at least go into the mouse hole. Still, I cannot give in because I have to regain my lost honor. Still believe it? So I looked again earnestly. Then he sighs and lowers his head. It's against the law to look at me like that. I believe it. Even if you try to kill me, I can't help it because I will believe you. Give it to me. Rurin excitedly picked up a skewer. I think it shines from your confident appearance. Haha. Anyway, there is zero chance that this one will be spicy. It's not Korean-style chicken skewers, but Japanese-style yakitori. It didn't contain any of the spicy additives that make it so spicy. Soy sauce is the base. Rather than being spicy, it has an exquisite sweet and salty taste. Would you say it is the quintessence of sweet and salty? What Rurin picked up now was a skewer made from moss thigh meat covered in soy sauce. The thigh meat skewer made from chicken is called momo in Japan. The fat is adequate, and it is a little more savory than the typical cut. Its savory taste is its charm. The sweet yet rich taste of soy sauce is also Rurin's favorite taste, so there is no problem at all. Rurin opened her mouth wide, but then, as if remembering something from earlier, she timidly took out only the end. Should I say that it is rather unsightly compared to what I picked up with great excitement? Hoo yum yum. Huh. He chewed with a frown on his face and was wary, and then suddenly he became angry. I roll my eyes back and forth, roll my tongue back and forth, and taste it. I soon realized that I liked the taste and started eating the remaining skewers. It was an instant until only the skewer remained in Lulin's hand. Then he put a lot of grilled skewers in his mouth and spoke while chewing. Hey Maida, oh, it's a falcon. This is delicious and this is not spicy, Rurin shouts. I shrugged and looked at Lysant, with a look on his face. Chapter 200 Cooking Competition. Oh, I understand. You can eat it. I will eat it gratefully. In the end, Lysant also brought the skewer to his mouth. With an expression like a frightened baby bird, he trembled and ate the top part of the skewer with a yap, and closed both eyes. He chewed, and after a while, his face started to turn red. Oh my what is this? It's savory, sweet, and has a great texture. But who was the one who didn't eat because he was scared when he did it earlier? Is that sound still coming out after that accident? Sorry, it's surrender. I have nothing to say again. I am a sinner. Sinner? Well, it's a huge mistake, so I have to admit it honestly. Anyway, the thighs were well received. If a new dish like this tastes good, wouldn't it be popular? If only the judges were fair. So you're saying don't worry about that? Because of the wizard? What a combination of many things. Please believe me. What's the point of being on the same boat? I believe it. I'm just saying this because I am anxious. Anyway, I am relieved that the reviews from people here are also good, and then it's time for the next skewer. Anyway, the next dish, this is it. This time it's a chicken skin dish. Chicken is made by removing the skin of the chicken and grilling it until it is crispy, just as the skin of the chicken is its life. In Japan, this is called kawa. The skin of the neck was grilled and made with soy sauce. It is a so-called skewer feast where you can enjoy various textures. First, you eat a soft chicken breast skewer, then you enjoy the crunchy texture of the skin, and then you get a thigh to enjoy the fatty taste. It's a feast of textures. Fourth, we prepared chicken gizzards with the chewiest texture. In Korea, it is also called chicken gizzard restaurant. If you're fascinated by that chewy texture, you won't be able to eat anything else. The combination of flavor, chewiness, and sauce creates a world. Soft, then crunchy, and then soft with a bit of texture. Lastly, chewy. Afterwards, we finish with slightly spicy chicken breast skewers made with proper Korean peppers this time. If you add beer to it, isn't it honestly invincible? And then there was the lottery for seats the next day. Interferences that did not even seem like interference were blown high into the sky, and other interferences are scheduled to be blown away without mercy. At the spot lottery ceremony, all store participants gather and the atmosphere is noisy. Would you say it feels like the eve of a festival? Lysant. Yes, let's just go to the last seat. And I ordered the last digit from Lysant. In any case, there will be no way for Lysant to take over a good spot. If you look at the Leon siblings over there with their arrogant expressions on their faces, you will get the answer right. Since everything is divided by the cooking competition anyway, it is more convenient to be at the end where there is no check from other participants except the Leon siblings. But the last position is the same as being in last place. I told you yesterday, it's the same anyway. But that's true. If I decide to believe, I will believe until the end. Anyway, the cooking competition is decided by judges, so the place is meaningless, if winning is your goal. For a mediocre ranking, position is very important, like those people over there. When I pointed out the figures participating in the lottery with the expressions of people risking their lives for their seats and betting all their money on horse racing, Lysant eventually nodded. All right, Lysant ran to draw the lottery. Since Leon Chamber of Commerce is the largest merchant association in the region, its influence will be enormous even if it is not the organizer. As a result, the good spot is being encroached upon by Merle, the restaurant of Leon Trading Company. Meanwhile, only the eastern branch of Lysant in Merle was treated poorly. It is not surprising as it is natural. The middle order was selected in the lottery, but as you said, I just chose the last place. Well done. Let's create a miracle. I made it this far, so if I mess up, do I have to tell you all the recipes? Lysant held my arm and spoke as if pleading. Cancer, I have to tell you everything. If you don't win, I'll tell you everything. What I said once is that I am a man who takes responsibility properly. Haha. What are you saying? Tea indeed. Why is it so hot? Lysant fans himself with his hand. What are you doing? I heard you chose the last seat. And as if it was sad to stay still, Leon Sarin, or Lysant's stepsister, appeared and started laughing. Yes, I did. Phew. Have you finally come to your senses? Or have you finally realized your situation? But it's already too late. I'll follow you through thoroughly, so just wait. It looks like I was lucky enough to avoid it yesterday. Leon Sarin said that while looking Lysant up and down, then turned his head and disappeared. I don't even get angry about things like that anymore. Lysant just shrugged his shoulders calmly. As I said last time, we will hand over part of the management rights of the trading company to the winner of this festival. Father, you took over the vice president role from your uncle in the same way, right? Competition is natural for the sake of the company, so you know that. That's true. What is the problem? Isn't that enough if you win? This is a fight that is incredibly advantageous to you. If you lose there, all you can say is that you are trash. Don't fall for things like our scent, because I don't want to acknowledge the child who came out. Father, that why does a guy like that have any qualifications? If you have the ability, I recognize it. That's it. On the other hand, if you win no matter what you do, there will be no need for Rixent, as it means that in the end, you will not have any useful abilities in the upper world. That's right. That's right. It's natural that your brother will win, so don't worry. Joy, I am a meritocracy. If my blood is in your blood, I will make you work no matter how basic you are, as long as you have the skills. All right. Leon, Darren, and Saren looked at each other. I knew very well that this was the kind of father I was, so I had nothing more to say. Anyway, I confirmed again that I could use whatever method I could, so I nodded with a satisfied face. In that situation, Leon Saint looked at the store and tilted his head. What on earth was this guy thinking when he picked the last spot? Did you do it yourself? No, that was surprising to me too. Of course, I didn't plan on giving him a good spot, but he chose the last spot on his own. Then, Leon Saren suddenly joined the conversation. He didn't seem to think anything of it. Have you given up completely? Well, if you're planning something, that's a good thing. After all, the Merchant Association needs that kind of resourcefulness. If he's so desperate that he doesn't know anything about it, he's really useless. Leon Saint watched with interest and shook his head. This is because there seemed to be no particular solution for Lysant. As expected, Leon Darren has already tried his hand at all of the judges. So what kind of exit is there? Even the places where we can rub are at the very end. Then is it also trash? Leon Saint muttered that while turning his back. That night, when I returned to Rare, I soaked in the bath for a long time to wash off the skewer smell that had permeated my body, and then returned to bed with a tired body. On the other hand, Rurin, who was sleeping on my back or lounging around for most of the time, was lying on the bed with a lively look, humming to herself. That moment when you lie down next to him, feel the warmth and fatigue of the bed, and give in to the urge to sleep like this. He sneakily approached me, got on top of me, and muttered, "Does this body give you a massage? That dreaded massage that shattered my shoulder a few days ago? No, what is it? You have to do it often to improve. I don't think that's what a guy who exploded and left would say. That's because you are different from yourself. What? What on earth does that mean? You and I are different. Are you different from me? What are you talking about? If you really have to do it, you can't help it. Am I going to sleep? I guess I'll have to grill skewers all day tomorrow. Ooh, I think you're worse than that Bad L guy. Bad L? In addition to me and others, Bad L also appeared. Did you even have a dream? Why do I sometimes say strange things these days? What about our Lulin? He asked bluntly, but Lulin narrowed his eyes and answered firmly. There is such a thing. It's something only I know. Ah, please. She's a secretive woman. Secrets are beautiful. Lurin said that, and as if something stung her, she slowly got down from above me and disappeared out of the bedroom. What is it? I don't know. I gave up on the idea. In times like this, sleeping is the best. Let's get some sleep. So as I was about to close my eyes, he suddenly came running towards me, jumped next to me, and made a strong claim. Good night. I give up on massage. Then can I sleep? I guess I can sleep well since you give it to me. I asked with that wish in mind. For the well-being of my shoulders and spine, I must accept concessions right away when they are made. What are you talking about? But Lurin looked at me with an expression as if she had heard that she was hungry, but there was no food. More than that, this is it. I'm going to do this. What is this? For some reason, this guy who is annoying at everything is very motivated. My eyebrows are trembling. The mouth is fully retracted. If you put all these things together, you can see that you are in a state where you want to do something stronger. Now that I think about it, there is something in Lulin's hand. He was holding it tightly, and his eyes were shining as if he was going to do this. When I looked closely, it felt like a cotton swab, but it wasn't a cotton swab. That was an earpick. Earpicks? How many times have I dug my ears out? So that guy is also familiar with holding earpicks. The problem is why a guy who likes receiving massages suddenly wants to give me a massage or dig my ear. It wouldn't matter if she did it with a pure heart, but the general fact is that when Rurin does this, there are many cases where people around her instigate it. Why? What's the reason? Because I want to dig my ears. Oh yeah. Do you want to dig? Nod. He was sitting on my stomach, then came down and tapped my thigh. It meant that they would not forgive rejection, so come and lay your head on it. I felt uncomfortable because I didn't know what my ultimate goal was, but I did as I wanted and laid down on Rurin's thighs. A warm feeling permeates me. The feeling is completely different from when you are sleeping on a pillow. It's comfortable and somewhat like a mother's embrace, so I fall asleep. This condition is very good because it smells good. It's not bad. This is the problem. Now the earpick should go into my ear. However, Lulin was doing nothing except snoring while holding an earpiece. Has it started? Lulin, I'm going to do this now. Stay still. Why do you stutter? The stutter makes it even more suspicious. There is absolutely no need to stutter if the purpose is to simply sell your ears.